In the epic of universal domain lords, every individual has the opportunity to acquire a realm of their own and ascend as a domain lord. They awaken their kin, train armies, manage worlds, wage wars in foreign territories, and annex realms to achieve ascension. Practitioners, heroes, domain lord apostles, deities. Li Xuan begins his journey by awakening a divine-grade talent known as mythical power. This grants him the ability to manifest mythical wonders and nurture elite kin. Upon acquiring the Dragon Palace, he can cultivate shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the enchanting Siren Yasha. By obtaining the Underworld, he has the potential to summon the enigmatic black and white impermanents, as well as the formidable Oxhead and Horseface, and the Judge Meng Pe. With the acquisition of the Heavenly Court, he can breed celestial soldiers and heavenly generals, alongside the ethereal fairies of the Yaoqi. Chapter 1. The Dragon Palace World. Li Xuan, a probationary domain lord of the Great Xia. Shall you commence the domain lord assessment? Li Xuan hovers in the void, surrounded by serene silence, with only the sound of his breathing resonating in the air. Suddenly, a frigid mechanical prompt reverberates in his mind without warning. Affirmative. Li Xuan responds decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Having traversed the Great Xia for 3 years, he has awaited this moment day and night. How could he possibly falter at such a critical juncture? 3 years prior, he had crossed over to the Great Xia, becoming a first-year student at Jiangzhou No. 3 High School. This world bears numerous similarities to Earth, yet the most significant distinction lies in the fact that every individual has the chance to possess a small world and elevate themselves to the lofty status of a domain lord. Once one becomes a domain lord, their life will undergo a radical transformation. Wealth will flow in abundantly, beautiful companions will surround them, power will be at their fingertips, and formidable strength will enable them to dominate all. Conversely, failure to attain the status of a domain lord relegates one to a life of relentless struggle at the bottom, reduced to a mere beast of burden. In the Great Xia, every citizen, upon graduating from their final year of high school, will face a pivotal domain lord assessment that will determine their fate. This assessment will last an entire month. During this time, all probationary domain lords like Li Xuan will be transported to a fragmented plane, where they shall awaken their initial kin. The task for these probationary domain lords is to lead their kin to conquer and unify the realm within that month and successfully refine the heart of the world. Only by achieving this milestone can they be officially crowned as domain lords and embark on a new chapter of life. Should they exceed this time frame, or if their kin perish in battle, it signifies failure in the assessment. In such a case, the prospect of ever becoming a domain lord again would vanish. Should they desire to grow stronger, the only recourse would be to become a practitioner or a domain lord apostle. However, whether one becomes a practitioner or a domain lord apostle, their status pales in comparison to that of a domain lord. If given the choice, no one wishes to experience failure in awakening, and Li Xuan is no exception. The moment Li Xuan makes his decision, a blinding purple beam of light descends from the heavens like a blade piercing through the fabric of reality. The beam, infused with immense energy, envelopes Li Xuan instantaneously, the intensity of its radiance rendering it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. Under the formidable influence of the purple beam, Li Xuan feels as though his consciousness is being pulled by an invisible force, hurtling towards the void nearby at an astonishing speed. It is akin to a soul departing the body, with all surroundings becoming illusory and unreal, save for the howling wind that rushes past his ears. After an indeterminate passage of time, Li Xuan gradually regains awareness, discovering himself within a shattered plane enveloped by crystalline walls. Before he can calm his mind to scrutinize this strange and enigmatic world, a translucent panel radiating a gentle light appears before him. The panel hovers in the air, emanating a soft blue glow. Domain Lord, Li Xuan. Cultivation level, probationary domain lord. Talent, mythical power, divine grade. Apostle, none. Innate kin, none. Innate world, unnamed. Source power, 100. Time flow rate, 110. Area, 21,000 square kilometers. World type, fantasy. Civilization level, 0. Population count, 0. Buildings, none. Wonders, Dragon Palace. A divine grade talent. As he gazed upon the information in the talent section, Li Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Upon their initial awakening, every aspiring realm lord would manifest a unique talent. Ranging from low to high, the classifications are common, elite, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and divine. To his knowledge, the majority of realm lords typically awaken either common or elite talents during their first awakening. Those who awaken a rare talent are considered prodigies within the Great Xia. It was truly an unexpected delight for him to discover that he had awakened a divine talent. Indeed, all time travelers are geniuses, Li Xuan remarked. After this, he turned his attention to the detailed information regarding the mythical force. Talent, mythical force. Level, divine. Effect, capable of randomly nurturing wonders of the mythical force and summoning corresponding kin. Nurtured mythical wonders. Dragon Palace. Next nurturing condition. One world heart. Name. Dragon Palace. Level. Wonder. Effect. Capable of nurturing top-tier kin from the Dragon Palace lineage. Unlocked kin. Shrimp Soldier. Elite 3 stars. Crab General. Rare 3 stars. Next unlocking condition. 1 water spirit origin. Nurturing prices. Shrimp Soldier. 1 point of origin power. Crab General. 10 points of origin power. This seems rather overpowering, does it not? Truly worthy of a divine talent. Under normal circumstances, a realm lord can only nurture a new kin with each star they ascend. However, with the possession of a divine force, the quantity of kin he could potentially command evidently far exceeds that of an ordinary realm lord. More importantly, the quality of these kin is also remarkably high. As a citizen of the Great Xia, he is well acquainted with the Dragon Palace. The Shrimp Soldier is considered the weakest unit within the Dragon Palace. Yet, even this weakest unit boasts an elite 3-star classification. He could hardly fathom how formidable the units surpassing the Shrimp Soldier might be. Particularly, the Dragon Kin within the Dragon Palace piqued his interest immensely. Conservatively estimating, the Dragon Kin are at least of legendary caliber. The Dragon King could even potentially be of mythical caliber. With the Dragon Palace established, might there also be the nurturing of the Heavenly Court in the future? If the Heavenly Court were truly brought forth, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Any unit from the Heavenly Court would undoubtedly be a top-tier force. Why does the nurturing price seem somewhat off? Li Xuan suddenly inquired. If his memory serves him right, the price for nurturing elite kin was supposed to be 10 points of origin power. Why had it transformed into just 1 point of origin power in his case? The nurturing price for rare units has similarly plummeted from 100 points of origin power to merely 10 points. If his conjecture is correct, the price for nurturing kin from the Dragon Palace should only be 1/10 of the normal price. One should not underestimate this change. For a realm lord, it is nothing short of a divine skill. This is compelling him toward the path of overwhelming military expansion. Please select the initial arrival location. Just as Li Xuan was examining the Dragon Palace, a prompt resonated suddenly within his mind. As soon as the words faded, it was as if he had activated a godlike perspective. The intricate details of this fragmented dimension unfolded before him. This realm is a water world, composed entirely of a vast lake. Scattered across the lake's surface are numerous small islands. Although many in number, the total area of these islands combined is less than 1/10 of the entire dimension. On the bright side, the total area of this dimension is quite extensive, estimated to exceed 20,000 square kilometers. This is considerably large among all innate worlds. Typically, the size of innate worlds is merely a few thousand square kilometers. A larger innate world signifies greater developmental potential. However, correspondingly, the larger the innate world, the more challenging it becomes for the realm lord to pass through assessments. An initial area exceeding 20,000 square kilometers, predominantly composed of lakes, is akin to a cataclysmic beginning. An ordinary trainee realm lord would likely find little joy in acquiring such a vast innate world. Yet for Li Xuan, this posed no significant issue. He harbored confidence that within a month's time, he could unify this realm. His confidence stemmed from his divine talent. After careful consideration, Li Xuan ultimately chose the largest island as his initial arrival point. This island not only boasts the largest area, but also features gentle terrain, making it exceptionally suitable for early development. More importantly, a natural harbor lies in the northern part of the island, greatly facilitating his future expansions. Upon selecting the location, Li Xuan directly descended upon this island. He named this island Island Number 1, while designating the innate world as Dragon Palace World. Upon arrival at Island Number 1, Li Xuan swiftly made his way to the northern dock and utilized the Dragon Palace Wonder. With a series of golden flashes, a massive palace, entirely constructed of crystal, emerged from the depths of the lake near the northern dock. As a sacred domain of the aquatic race, the Dragon Palace must be situated underwater. The Dragon Palace spans a considerable area and is fully equipped, with a council chamber, treasury, military camp, and garden, all in place. However, it remains eerily quiet, devoid of inhabitants. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuan began to expend origin power to nurture shrimp soldiers and crab generals. 190, 80. As the origin power rapidly diminished, 55 enormous bubbles materialized within the Dragon Palace. These 55 bubbles radiated enchanting spiritual light, captivating in their beauty. Among them, 5 bubbles were significantly larger than the others, exuding a stronger spiritual glow. Before long, accompanied by a series of shattering sounds, the 50 bubbles burst open in succession. Subsequently, 50 shrimp soldiers, all resembling one another, emerged before Li Xuan's gaze. Each shrimp soldier stood over 2 meters tall, their bodies covered in a layer of shimmering, cold light armor, resembling finely crafted silver battle attire. With each piece of armor tightly interlocked, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the faint light. Their eyes sparkled like two lively rubies, embedded in slender and sturdy stalks, while long shrimp antennae, akin to silver ribbons, danced gracefully in the water. Armed with sharp spears that gleamed coldly, their mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although there were only 50 shrimp soldiers in total, their collective presence imparted a regal aura. The strength of these shrimp soldiers was utterly unexpected for him. After all, in mythical legends, both shrimp soldiers and crab generals are mere cannon fodder, easily overwhelmed by a single foe. Yet, to his astonishment, they turned out to be remarkably potent in the real world. With a thought, the detailed attributes of these shrimp soldiers instantly surfaced in Li Xuan's mind. Chapter 2. The Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Name: Shrimp Soldier Race. Demon Tribe Quality: Elite 3 stars Class: Spearman Level. First Order Level 20. Skills: Lance Piercing. Water Arrow Charge Formation: Shrimp and Crab Pincer Spear Formation. What a remarkable First Order Pinnacle unit! Exclaimed Li Xuan with delight. To his knowledge, typical elite units emerge initially as First Order units, generally around level 11. Encountering a shrimp soldier born as a First Order Pinnacle elite was indeed a first for him. It was no wonder that such a unit was birthed from a wonder. Even more astonishing was the shrimp soldier's possession of a formation, a hallmark of elite troops. Without a formation, no matter how powerful a unit may be, they would merely be scattered soldiers, lacking the finesse of an elite force. Upon scrutinizing the details of the shrimp and crab pincer spear formation, the information immediately materialized before Li Xuan. Formation name: Shrimp and Crab Pincer Spear Formation. Formation level: Rare. Formation description: the shrimp soldiers wield long spears to form a spear array, while the crab generals utilize their massive pincers at the forefront for both defense and offense. When enemies approach, the crab generals first attack or seize them with their pincers, allowing the shrimp soldiers to pierce with their spears, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to breach the formation. Formation effect: once the formation is established, all members receive a 50 increase in defense and a 30 increase in attack. A combination formation, no less. Li Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Formations can be categorized into single formations and combination formations. The distinction lies between a singular unit and multiple unit types. Combination formations allow for various unit types to unite into a single formation, whereas single formations consist solely of the same type of unit. Due to this distinction, combination formations often wield significantly greater power and are far rarer. The prowess of the shrimp soldiers far exceeded his expectations. If the shrimp soldiers were this formidable, he could only imagine the strength of the higher quality crab generals. This filled him with anticipation for the 5 unhatched crab generals. Before long, the 5 bubbles nurturing the crab generals shattered in succession. In an instant, 5 robust figures towering over 3 meters appeared before Li Xuan. Upon closer inspection, he beheld the 5 crab generals clad in heavy shells, akin to tempered black iron, gleaming with an obsidian sheen. The irregular protrusions and patterns on their shells resembled mountains and valleys, showcasing the passage of time and the accumulation of strength. Their pincers were enormous, resembling giant steel claws, adorned with razor-sharp serrations, capable of effortlessly crushing any obstruction in their path. Each wore a formidable helmet, embellished with menacing spikes that resembled fierce beast horns, exuding an aura of intimidation, with fierce eyes that radiated a threatening glare. While the shrimp soldiers were already impressive, they paled in comparison to these 5 crab generals. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Upon witnessing these striking crab generals, Li Xuan was instantly enamored. With a mere thought, their detailed information materialized in his mind. Name: Crab General Race. Demon Tribe Quality: Rare 3 stars Class: Heavy Infantry Level. Second Order Level 30. Skills: Dual Pincer Smash. Colossal Charge. Tidal Command. Formation: Shrimp and Crab Pincer Spear Formation. Could Tidal Command indicate that the Crab General is a commanding type unit? Li Xuan speculated boldly, examining the skills of the Crab General. Upon closer inspection, he quickly acquired the details of Tidal Command. Skill name: Tidal Command. Formation level: Rare. Skill description: allows for the command of water-type units and manipulation of water currents. Skill effect: enhances the overall combat capability of commanded units by 10 and improves discipline by 30. Indeed, a commanding type unit. Li Xuan exclaimed with unbridled joy. No wonder it hails from the Dragon Palace. It is truly a masterpiece. In the Daxiao realm, units endowed with commanding skills are collectively known as commanding type units. Such units are exceedingly rare and highly favored by realm lords, as they assist in managing armies, proving to be invaluable technical units. The emergence of the Dragon Palace had indeed stirred quite the commotion, coupled with the continuous radiance emanating from its surface. It soon attracted a host of unwelcome visitors, a group of jet black fish, their mouths lined with sharp teeth. However, unlike ordinary black fish, these specimens exceeded 3 meters in size, their scales resembling black armor, glinting ominously. Clearly, they were extraordinary creatures awakened with transcendent power, far from being mere black fish. As a novice realm lord, Li Xuan detected the approach of these extraordinary black fish the moment they neared the Dragon Palace. Although the black fish appeared formidable, Li Xuan felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. It was as if fortune had arrived just as he needed it. The realm lord's nurturing of kin required the consumption of primordial power, and slaying was the most straightforward method to acquire it. Having summoned the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, he had already expended his initial 100 primordial power. He was preparing to venture forth to hunt monsters when, unexpectedly, these black fish had come knocking at his door. At Li Xuan's command, the grand gates of the Dragon Palace swung wide, and 50 shrimp soldiers, led by the 5 crab generals, surged forth with an overwhelming presence. Though they numbered fewer than 100, they exuded the might of 1,000 armies, instilling a sense of awe. This halted the black fish, who had been swiftly approaching the Dragon Palace, leaving them momentarily stunned. In this moment, Li Xuan utilized his realm lord privileges to acquire detailed information about the black fish. Name: black-scaled demon fish race. Demon tribe quality: ordinary 2 stars class. Wild monster level 0 order level 8. Upon discovering that these were merely ordinary 2-star wild monsters, Li Xuan finally released the last remnants of his apprehension. Though the black-scaled demon fish numbered in the 2 or 300, such superiority in numbers was utterly insignificant against the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With a decisive command from Li Xuan, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals formed the shrimp and crab pincer spear formation and charged towards the black-scaled demon fish. The previously stunned black-scaled demon fish, unwilling to cower, also launched an assault. In an instant, the 2 forces collided with tremendous force. However, the advantage clearly lay with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The leading crab general raised its massive pincers and smashed them down upon the foremost black-scaled demon fish, reducing it to a mass of pulp, utterly lifeless. The seemingly tough fish scales crumbled under the assault of the crab general as if they were mere paper. Following closely behind, the shrimp soldiers were equally resolute, raising their long spears and thrusting them fiercely towards the nearest black-scaled demon fish, targeting vulnerable spots, either the eyes or the head. A successful strike would result in instant obliteration of the black-scaled demon fish's head. In the blink of an eye, countless black-scaled fish demons fell victim to the onslaught of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With each demise of these creatures, a series of kill notifications echoed in Li Xuan's mind. Chapter 3, The Tidal Legion. Your subordinate has slain a level 8 0-tier black-scaled fish demon, gaining 0.1 points of primordial power. Your subordinate has slain a level 9 0-tier black-scaled fish demon, gaining 0.1 points of primordial power. How meager. Observing the incessant notifications before him, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim. The meager amount of primordial power obtained from slaying a single monster compelled them, the realm masters, to unleash a veritable massacre. Under the coordinated assault of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the swarm of black-scaled fish demons was swiftly decimated. Ultimately, Li Xuan amassed a total of 325 points of primordial power, along with the corpses of over 300 black-scaled fish demons. The Dragon Palace world was not a game but a tangible reality, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were indeed living beings. Though extraordinary in nature, they too required sustenance. The corpses of these over 300 black-scaled fish demons, not only colossal in size, but also delectable in flesh, would suffice for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals for an extended period. He promptly ordered for the corpses to be transported into the Dragon Palace's cold storage. Indeed, it was cold storage. Within the Dragon Palace, there existed a vast cold storage facility. Once food was placed inside, it could be preserved indefinitely, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. While the shrimp soldiers and crab generals busied themselves with the transportation of the black-scaled fish demon corpses, Li Xuan, too, was not idle. He swiftly utilized the 32 points of primordial power he had just acquired to cultivate 32 new shrimp soldiers, until he truly became a realm master. He need not concern himself with other tasks, focusing solely on the relentless production of troops. Once he had completely secured the Dragon Palace world, he could consider other matters at a later date. After integrating the newly cultivated 32 shrimp soldiers into his growing army, he promptly directed the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to continue their hunt for monsters. The underwater world was replete with resources and teemed with a multitude of monstrous species. Particularly, the black-scaled fish demons had become a veritable plague. Not long after departing from the Dragon Palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals once again encountered a group of black-scaled fish demons. Without requiring Li Xuan's command, they formed a tactical formation and surged forward to engage the horde of black-scaled fish demons. With minimal effort, they effortlessly dispatched the group. Following their customary practice, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals transported the corpses of the black-scaled fish demons back to the Dragon Palace, while Li Xuan continued to utilize the primordial power he had just obtained to cultivate more shrimp soldiers, replenishing his army. For a considerable period, this routine persisted. With the formidable strength of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the expansion plan progressed exceedingly smoothly. The numbers of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals swelled like an ever-growing snowball. More importantly, the territory under Li Xuan's control continually expanded. Any area where the shrimp soldiers and crab generals operated eventually transformed into Li Xuan's domain. In these territories, he was akin to a deity. Conversely, in the regions beyond his control, darkness reigned. He could neither exert influence nor ascertain the events transpiring within. The effort must persist. Gazing into the boundless darkness surrounding him, Li Xuan mused silently. We must accelerate our pace. Henceforth, you and Crab Rue shall each lead half of the tidal legion to separate and swiftly conquer this lake domain. Outside the Dragon Palace, as the tidal legion's shrimp soldiers and crab generals returned with a bounty of black-scaled fish demon corpses, Li Xuan turned to the commander of the tidal legion, Crab Dolly, and issued his orders. Crab Dolly was the first among the initial batch of crab generals to ascend to the third-tier soldier rank. After his promotion, Li Xuan appointed him as the commander of the tidal legion, entrusting him with the management of the entire force. At your command. A notably larger crab general raised his massive claw and responded respectfully. Subsequently, under the leadership of Crab Dolly and Crab Rue, the tidal legion divided into two, each advancing in different directions. After this period of development, the number of crab generals in the tidal legion had surpassed 100, while the shrimp soldiers exceeded 1,000. This formidable strength rendered them an invincible presence within the lake domain, even when divided. Following the division of forces, their efficiency markedly improved. Countless black-scaled fish demon corpses were ceaselessly transported back to the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the cold storage within the Dragon Palace was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, there would be no place to accommodate such a multitude of corpses. The number of black-scaled fish demon corpses currently stored in the Dragon Palace had become exceedingly abundant, enough to sustain the tidal legion for an extended period. However, Li Xuan did not relent in his efforts. At present, the tidal legion had no means of agriculture. Slaying monsters was their sole source of sustenance. If he wished to continue expanding his forces, he must stockpile an ample supply of food. Otherwise, even with sufficient primordial power, he would be unable to further bolster his ranks. Under the relentless expansion of the two factions of the tidal legion, their numbers soon surpassed the 1,000 mark. Initially, Li Xuan intended for the tidal legion to further divide, splitting into 4 separate armies. However, at that moment, the tidal First Legion, led by Crab Dolly, stumbled upon a nest of black-scaled fish demons. Upon receiving this news, Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. For such monster nests, the rewards reaped from conquest far exceeded those from mere monster hunting. Without hesitation, he directed his focus toward the tidal First Legion. My lord, the black-scaled fish demon nest lies just ahead. Sensing Li Xuan's gaze, Crab Dolly, leading the tidal First Legion in concealment, pointed towards the valley below. Following the direction Crab Dolly indicated, Li Xuan immediately observed a multitude of black-scaled fish demons wandering within the valley. Among them, the juvenile black-scaled fish demons were particularly numerous. Even discounting the juveniles, the number of adult black-scaled fish demons exceeded 5,000. Moreover, this was merely what he could see. The unseen numbers would undoubtedly be greater. Such a vast number of black-scaled fish demons could not be handled solely by the tidal First Legion. He promptly utilized his authority as Realm Master to relay orders to Crab Rue, instructing him to lead the tidal Second Legion to converge with them. Once the two armies united, leveraging the strength of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, capturing this black-scaled fish demon nest should pose little difficulty. While awaiting the arrival of the tidal First Legion, Li Xuan remained proactive, employing his Realm Master privileges to conduct a more detailed investigation of the black-scaled fish demon nest. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Gaining additional insight would undoubtedly facilitate the tidal legion's subsequent assault on this nest. To his astonishment, deep within the nest, he discovered the emergence of a fish king. As he delved deeper into the black-scaled fish demon nest, he encountered a black-scaled fish demon king. This creature was not only 3 times the size of a typical black-scaled fish demon, but also boasted significantly enhanced overall strength. Name: Black-scaled fish demon king. Race: demon. Quality: elite, 3 stars. Profession: wild monster. Level: tier 3, level 32. Skills: water arrow technique, tail sweep, clan ruler. Chapter 4: A resounding victory. The black-scaled fish demon king possesses formidable strength, yet pales in comparison to the might of crab power. Thus, Li Xuan regarded this black-scaled fish demon king with a sense of indifference. After conducting a thorough investigation, he swiftly gathered detailed intelligence regarding the lair of the black-scaled fish demons. This lair housed approximately 8,000 adult black-scaled fish demons, the majority of which were of the 0 rank, with over 500 at the first rank and a singular 3rd rank fish demon king. Although the total troop strength of this lair was 4 times that of the tidal legion, Li Xuan remained confident in their ability to conquer it. For he understood that in the clash of armies, mere numbers do not dictate victory. Strength is an equally critical criterion. Before long, the tidal Second Legion, led by Crabsharp, arrived in full force. Let us begin, great power. With the army assembled, Li Xuan hesitated no longer and issued the command to attack. Understood. Crab Power's voice boomed as he turned to command the tidal legion with unwavering resolve. In an instant, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals swiftly maneuvered into formation, creating an orderly array of pincers and spears. The glinting long spears stood like a forest, while the sturdy crab pincers resembled shields, transforming the entire legion into a colossal beast poised to unleash its fury upon the black-scaled fish demon lair. As they advanced, the lake was stirred into tumultuous waves, churning violently. Such a grand display of force did not escape the notice of the black-scaled fish demons. Almost immediately, the lair responded. Countless black-scaled fish demons surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, spilling from every concealed exit, darkening the sky with their numbers. With blood-red eyes fixed on their foes, they emitted shrill cries, propelled by a torrent of black waves, charging directly at the tidal legion. In this moment, if only there existed a skilled battalion of archers, they could surely deal a devastating blow to the enemy's advance, Li Xuan mused, gazing at the approaching tide of fish demons. He pondered whether the Dragon Palace housed adept marksmen, for a wonder such as the Dragon Palace should surely not lack a conventional, yet vital unit like archers. However, he remained uncertain about the specific type of archers until they were summoned later. Under Li Xuan's watchful gaze, the tidal legion and the black-scaled fish army clashed in a fierce engagement. The mass of thousands of black-scaled fish demons formed an impenetrable wave of darkness, surrounding the tidal legion in an attempt to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Yet, the tidal legion was not so easily vanquished. The shrimp soldiers exhibited agility, wielding their long spears with precision and ferocity as they struck at the vulnerable spots of the fish demons. The crab generals, imposing and powerful, swung their massive pincers, each strike accompanied by a resounding whoosh. In a blink, the tidal legion cut through the encirclement of the black-scaled fish army like a razor-sharp blade. Under the relentless assault of the tidal legion, the ordinary black-scaled fish demons crumbled as if made of paper. The shrimp soldiers' spears found their marks with deadly accuracy, and the cries of the fish demons echoed in the air as they fell, sinking slowly into the depths of the lake. In contrast, the water arrows unleashed by the black-scaled fish demons, though seemingly formidable, struck the meticulously constructed defenses of the tidal legion with little effect, causing barely a ripple. The crab generals, with their swift movements and expert technique, effortlessly batted down the onslaught of water arrows, while even the shrimp soldiers skillfully deflected them with their long spears. Amidst the frenzied assault of the tidal legion, the defensive line of the black-scaled fish army swiftly disintegrated, their morale shattered. Soon, numerous black-scaled fish demons became mere floating corpses, aimlessly drifting across the battlefield, the stench of blood permeating the air. Witnessing such devastation, the black-scaled fish demon king, who had been hiding deep within the lair, could no longer remain passive. It unleashed a roar filled with rage, a sound akin to rolling thunder that reverberated through the surrounding waters. Subsequently, it charged forth from the lair, accompanied by the remaining 500 first-rank black-scaled fish demons, exuding an intimidating presence. These 500 first-rank black-scaled fish demons were the elite of the lair, each possessing a robust physique and fierce countenance, radiating an aura of dread. However, even this elite force seemed woefully inadequate against the ravenous tidal legion. Upon the emergence of the fish demon king, the morale of the tidal legion surged, launching a more ferocious onslaught. In but a single charge, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals cut through the ranks of the 500 first-rank black-scaled fish demons, leaving them in disarray with heavy casualties. As the black-scaled fish army faced imminent defeat, Crab Power seized the moment, leaping high into the air. With pincers infused with immense force, he struck down like a streak of blue lightning, landing a crushing blow upon the fish demon king's head. The fish demon king had no chance to retaliate. Its skull shattered under the might of Crab Power, and its massive form collapsed like a small mountain. With the demise of the black-scaled fish demon king, the black-scaled fish army lost its backbone, their fighting spirit extinguished. They no longer possessed the courage to continue, scattering in all directions in frantic flight. Observing this, the tidal legion swiftly divided its forces to pursue. The shrimp soldiers, agile and swift, darted through the waters in pursuit of the fleeing fish demons, while the crab generals spread their massive pincers, akin to small warships, blocking key escape routes in an effort to intercept the retreating foes. Yet, the sheer number of fleeing black-scaled fish demons proved overwhelming, and despite the tidal legion's relentless pursuit, many managed to slip away into the vast expanse of the lake. All units, heed my command. Immediately commence a thorough sweep of the battlefield. Li Xuan's gaze was sharp as he scanned the now tranquil surface of the water, noting the remnants of the black-scaled fish demons had vanished without a trace. He decisively issued the order. The recently concluded battle had been more brutal than anticipated, with countless black-scaled fish demons floating lifelessly on the water's surface. Thick blood poured forth, gradually diluting in the lake water, staining a vast area a horrifying dark red, resembling a sea of blood. Such a heavy scent of blood permeated the waters, drawing attention far and wide. This unmistakable aroma was akin to a torch in the night, likely to attract powerful predators lurking in the shadows, their keen senses alert. Thus, The prudent course of action was to swiftly cleanse the battlefield and retreat with the spoils. Any further delay would only exacerbate the risks. Time was of the essence. Hesitation was not an option. Chapter 5. Rapid Reinforcement. While the Tidal Legion was busy clearing the battlefield, Li Xuan, accompanied by Crab Power and several crab generals, proceeded directly to the lair of the black-scaled fish demons. In the recent battle, the acquired primordial power and the carcass of the black-scaled fish demon were merely trifles. The true prize lay within the very lair of the black-scaled fish demons. Upon entering the lair, one was immediately greeted by a multitude of juvenile black-scaled fish demons. "My lord, how shall we handle these juvenile fish?" Crab Dolly inquired, observing the defenseless younglings before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan replied, "Take them all back to the Dragon Palace." As the realm lord, he possessed the means to transform these juvenile black-scaled fish demons into his own kin. Slaying them would be a waste. Instead, converting them into his retinue and utilizing them as auxiliary troops for the Tidal Legion would prove most advantageous. These juvenile black-scaled fish demons seemed acutely aware of their predicament. They obediently departed the lair under Crab General's guidance. While the general herded the younglings, Li Xuan discovered several valuable items within the lair. Among them, the most notable was the heart of the black-scaled fish demon lair. Name: Heart of the Black-Scaled Fish Demon Lair. Level: Common. Effect: Capable of nurturing ordinary black-scaled fish demons. Nurturing cost: 1 point of primordial power. The heart of the lair is a fundamental component found in every monster's den. Upon acquisition, the realm lord could choose to refine it, thereby gaining the ability to breed that particular unit. Alternatively, if one opted against refining, disassembly was also an option. Disassembling a lair's heart yields a substantial amount of primordial power. For a realm lord, the significance of the lair's heart is immense. Without a second thought, Li Xuan opted to disassemble the heart of the black-scaled fish demon lair, as this common unit held little utility for him. To refine the heart would be an extravagant waste. Thus, disassembly was the more fitting choice. "Congratulations, my lord. You have gained 1,000 points of primordial power." To his delight, the reward was indeed 1,000 points of primordial power. Had he chosen to hunt monsters for such power, he would have needed to slay 10,000 black-scaled fish demons. Instead, a single ordinary lair's heart sufficed. It was evident that assaulting lairs was the most efficient means of rapid expansion. Inside the black-scaled fish demon lair, aside from the lair's heart, there were numerous spiritual herbs and minerals. Although plentiful, their quality was not particularly high. Furthermore, lacking both an alchemist and a blacksmith, Li Xuan found himself unable to utilize these resources. Thus, he promptly disassembled the gathered spiritual herbs and minerals into primordial power. Much like the lair's heart, he possessed the capability to convert these valuable resources into primordial power. However, true realm lords rarely resorted to such actions, as refining them into potions or weapons or selling them would yield far greater returns. Yet, as a nascent realm lord, Li Xuan had no means to communicate with the outside world, rendering him incapable of selling these spiritual minerals and herbs. Disassembling them was his only viable option. Of course, he could choose to manage these resources after officially becoming a realm lord, but such a notion was rather foolish. He was currently in a period of assessment for realm lords, and the most pressing task was to successfully complete this evaluation and ascend to a true realm lord. To achieve this, he must explore every avenue to enhance his strength. "Congratulations, my lord. You have gained 358 points of primordial power." This was satisfactory. Observing the accumulation of primordial power, Li Xuan expressed his contentment. Combined with the 7,539 points garnered from the recent victory over the black-scaled fish demon army, his total primordial power now amounted to 2,315 points. This considerable sum would enable the Tidal Legion to expand by 2 additional 1,000-strong battalions. With 4,000-strong battalions, the pace of the Tidal Legion's expansion would undoubtedly accelerate exponentially. The Tidal Legion, moving swiftly, had already cleansed the battlefield by the time Li Xuan exited the black-scaled fish demon lair. After ordering Crab Dolly to lead the return journey, he returned to the Dragon Palace ahead of the others. Upon his return, Li Xuan immediately utilized the over 2,000 points of primordial power to nurture shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In no time, 2,000 shrimp soldiers and 35 crab generals materialized before him, just as he intended to divide these 2,000 shrimp soldiers into 4 teams to hunt monsters. An urgent message for assistance arrived from the Tidal Legion, which was on its way back. Without delay, Li Xuan commanded the newly summoned shrimp soldiers to hasten to the aid of the Tidal Legion. As for himself, he advanced ahead. Upon arrival, Li Xuan immediately discerned the Tidal Legion under siege. The assailants were not the black-scaled fish demons, but a new type of monster, merfolk. Recognizing their appearance, Li Xuan quickly identified their origin. These merfolk were robust, with sinewy muscles covered in dark green scales, resembling living armor. Their heads were flat, eyes sunken and glinting with ferocity, and their wide mouths housed sharp teeth capable of easily rending flesh. Their lower halves bore powerful fish tails, shimmering with cold light, creating whirlwinds with each flick of their tails. At this moment, The merfolk, armed with long spears, surged forward relentlessly against the tidal legion. A conservative estimate placed their numbers at over 10,000. While their sheer quantity was formidable, what was more alarming was their military-like training. Though they were also classified as a common tier unit, their prowess far surpassed that of the black-scaled fish demons. It was no wonder the tidal legion found themselves cornered. Li Xuan refrained from rushing into battle, opting instead to utilize his realm lord privileges to acquire detailed attributes of the merfolk. Name: white-scaled merfolk, race, demon race, quality, ordinary 3 stars class, wild monster, spearman level, 0 tier, level 10, skill, waterblade strike. From the attribute panel, it was evident that these white-scaled merfolk were not only well-trained but also possessed superior individual strength compared to the black-scaled fish demons. Fortunately, most of the white-scaled merfolk remained 0-tier common units, and despite their training, they could not match the tidal legion's capabilities. Their current advantage relied solely on their numerical superiority. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be time for the tidal legion to counterattack. Even without reinforcements, the tidal legion might not necessarily face defeat. They would simply incur greater losses. As a nascent realm lord, Li Xuan lacked any means of attack. Only by completing the realm lord assessment could he qualify for offensive capabilities. Therefore, at this moment, as he watched the tidal legion besieged by the hordes of merfolk, he found himself powerless to intervene, relegated to the role of a mere observer. Even if the tidal legion were completely annihilated, he would still be unable to intervene. This, indeed, is the most brutal aspect of the realm lord's assessment. Countless apprentice realm lords, having failed their evaluations, could only watch helplessly as their painstakingly nurtured kin were systematically eradicated by local wild beasts, while they themselves were powerless to provide any assistance. Such a scenario is profoundly despairing for any apprentice realm lord. However, Li Xuan firmly believed that such a fate would never befall him. His confidence stemmed from the formidable strength of the tidal legion. The trident-wielding merman army was exceptionally well-trained, employing sophisticated strategies in their assaults. Under the command of a merman general, the frequency of the merman army's attacks on the tidal legion showed no signs of abating. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the merman forces remained unable to breach the imposing pincers and spears arrayed by the tidal legion, suffering significant casualties in the process. Particularly notable was the valor of the crab general, Crab Dali, whose ferocity in battle was unparalleled. For both 0-tier and 1st-tier mermen, confronting him was a matter of life and death. At this juncture, the number of mermen fallen by his hand had reached nearly 100. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the merman army found themselves utterly impotent. Even the merman general refrained from engaging him directly, and the idea of a coordinated assault was rendered impossible. 2,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were no trifling matter. It seemed that without the involvement of the 3rd and 4th tidal legions, Dali and his forces might still emerge victorious. As the number of fallen mermen continued to rise, Li Xuan mused to himself. The count had already surpassed 1,000, while the tidal legion had only suffered a few casualties among their shrimp soldiers. The disparity in losses was staggering. Recognizing this, the merman general stationed at the rear, after a moment of contemplation, issued a retreat order. With a single command, the entire merman army began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Such decisiveness was unexpected. Li Xuan observed in surprise. Despite the high casualty rate on both sides, the merman army still held a substantial advantage. In this context, the merman general's readiness to order a retreat was remarkable. Such decisiveness was indeed a rarity. Even seasoned generals would struggle to make such a rational decision under similar circumstances. This piqued his interest in the merman general. With a mere thought, the detailed attributes of the merman general materialized in his mind. Name: white-scale merman general. Race: demon. Quality: elite, 3 stars. Talent: commanding strategy. Profession: tidal general. Level: tier 2, level 30. Skills: waterblade strike, tidal force. Upon reviewing the general's attributes, Li Xuan's eyes brightened. This merman general was indeed an exceptionally rare prospect for heroism. Heroes represented the ultimate aspiration for all military units, possessing combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary troops. For a realm lord, the ability to bring heroes back to the main world was paramount. Due to restrictions, realm lords could not transport ordinary troops back. Only heroes or realm lord apostles subjugated in the main world. This distinction rendered heroes exceedingly precious in the eyes of realm lords. Moreover, the combat capabilities of heroes were formidable. In the vast realm of Daxia, no realm lord would overlook the allure of heroes. However, despite this admiration, the actual number of heroes was scant. The difficulty of cultivating a hero was immense, often leaving many low-tier realm lords without even a single hero to their name. For a military unit to ascend to hero status, the foremost prerequisite was the awakening of their talent. Only those who had awakened their talents were eligible for hero advancement. Thus, in Daxia, units that had awakened their talents were referred to as hero prospects. While not all hero prospects would inevitably become heroes, any realm lord would seize the opportunity when one appeared, including Li Xuan, regardless of their status as wild beasts. I never anticipated encountering a hero prospect so early. My luck seems quite favorable, Li Xuan remarked with delight. Immediately, he utilized his realm lord authority to send messages to the 3rd and 4th title legions, urging them to hasten their approach. Having finally discovered a hero prospect, he was determined not to let it slip from his grasp. After contacting the title legions, Li Xuan promptly issued orders to Crab Dolly. Dolly, mobilize the entire army and entangle the merman forces. We must not allow them to escape. Understood. Although Crab Dolly did not comprehend why Li Xuan suddenly commanded them to take the offensive, he executed the orders without hesitation. Under Dolly's leadership, the title legion formed their pincers and spears array and advanced towards the merman army. Faced with the advancing title legion, the merman general, who had been preparing to lead his forces in retreat, furrowed his brow and immediately ordered the merman army to abandon their withdrawal. Given the current situation, if the merman forces still wished to retreat, they would only meet a dead end. Even if the merman general was reluctant to fight, he understood that they must first subdue the title legion before considering a retreat. As the title legion pressed their advantage, the two sides quickly re-engaged in fierce combat. The air was filled with the sound of fists whooshing through the air and blades clashing, creating shockwaves that caused the surrounding lake waters to boil and churn, as if countless scalding boulders had been cast into it. Numerous mermen fell in rapid succession, their blood gushing forth and swiftly dispersing in the water. In mere moments, the once clear lake was transformed into a shocking crimson hue, resembling a grotesque painting soaked in blood. Just as the two factions were locked in a desperate struggle, the previously tranquil waters of the lake began to stir. Suddenly, countless crab warriors, accompanied by a multitude of shrimp soldiers, surged forth at great speed. Clearly, the 3rd and 4th title legions had arrived from the Dragon Palace. Kill. Approaching the battlefield, the 3rd and 4th title legions swiftly formed their pincers and spears array, advancing forcefully into the fray. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the 3rd and 4th title legions, the merman general in command felt his expression darken immediately. Had it only been the 1st and 2nd title legions, he might have dared to confront them. However, with the addition of the 3rd and 4th title legions, the merman army stood no chance of victory. Without hesitation, as soon as the 3rd and 4th title legions joined the fray, the merman general issued a retreat order without delay. Chapter 7. Subjugating Bai Yuan. Kill. As the merman forces prepared to flee, the 3rd and 4th title legions swiftly executed a counter-encirclement. 4,000 against 10,000 was a daunting task for an ordinary army. Yet for the title legion, it was not a considerable challenge. It is not surprising that the title legion is exceedingly powerful. The weakness of the merman army is indeed striking. The vast disparity between the two forces renders even the personal command of the merman general, a hero in his own right, utterly futile. Under the united assault of the 4 legions of the title legion, the once formidable merman army of over 10,000 swiftly disintegrated into chaos. Countless mermen fell on the battlefield, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The remaining mermen, witnessing this dire situation, immediately lost their fighting spirit and scattered like frightened birds. No matter how the merman general bellowed, he could not stem the tide of defeat that engulfed his troops. For the title legion, the rout of the merman forces made their task of extermination all the more effortless. Soon, the fleeing mermen were systematically cut down by the title legion, with only a scant few managing to escape. Surrender now. Continuing to resist is utterly meaningless. Crab Dolly shouted to the merman general, who was encircled by the title legion. The once great merman army had dwindled to a mere squad of 100, led by their general. Had it not been for the intention to capture the merman general alive, a single charge from the title legion could have obliterated this small contingent. Do you expect me to surrender? Perhaps in my next life. The merman general retorted defiantly. Brothers, follow me as we break through, he commanded. In the next moment, the remaining merman warriors indeed charged alongside their general towards the title legion. Though it was akin to striking a rock with an egg, such spirit was commendable and greatly impressed Li Xuan. As a wild creature, the merman general's bravery was indeed rare. Dolly, do not harm the merman general. He must be captured alive, Li Xuan ordered urgently. Understood, Crab Dolly replied respectfully. He then led a cadre of crab warriors directly into battle against the merman squad. After an intense skirmish, the entire merman unit was annihilated, save for the merman general, who was knocked unconscious by Crab Dolly's claw, yet remained alive. Unfortunately, even in captivity, the merman general's countenance remained one of pride, showing no inclination to surrender. As a mere apprentice lord of the realm, Li Xuan found himself powerless to compel the merman general's submission. He could not even personally intervene, for his presence was only perceptible to his own kin, leaving the merman general oblivious to him. Very well. Let us take him back to the Dragon Palace and keep him there, Li Xuan decreed. With time, perhaps the merman general will relent. Even if not, once I pass the lord's examination and officially become a lord, I shall have ample means to enforce his submission. He will not escape my grasp. After commanding the title legion to secure the battlefield, Li Xuan began to assess the spoils of war. This battle had resulted in the extermination of thousands of white-scaled mermen. Not to mention the substantial number of merman corpses, he had amassed a staggering 993 points of primal energy. tantalizingly close to the threshold of 1,000. Furthermore, the conflict had led to significant advancements in the ranks of many shrimp and crab warriors, particularly with over 100 shrimp soldiers achieving second-tier status. Now, the Tidal Legion boasted 237 second-tier shrimp soldiers and 13 third-tier crab generals. Although merely a tier apart, second-tier shrimp soldiers could easily contend with 10 first-tier counterparts. And the same held true for the third-tier crab generals. This considerable elevation in rank among the shrimp and crab warriors significantly bolstered the strength of the Tidal Legion. Once the battlefield was cleared, Li Xuan wasted no time and promptly commanded the Tidal Legion to return to the Dragon Palace. The previous bloodshed had already attracted numerous merman forces. This time, the stench of blood was even more pronounced, and it was likely to draw even more formidable foes. For prudence's sake, a swift return to the Dragon Palace was in order. Bearing a wealth of spoils, the Tidal Legion soon returned to the Dragon Palace. The merman general, confined within a rudimentary prison cart, was awestruck by the resplendent aura emanating from the Dragon Palace, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His reaction stemmed not only from the opulence of the palace, but also from the inherent bloodline suppression it exerted over aquatic beings. Before the grandeur of the Dragon Palace, any aquatic creature instinctively bowed their heads. Is this truly the domain of your lord? The merman general's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily inquired of Crab Dolly, who stood beside the cart. Crab Dolly puffed out his chest with pride and replied in a booming voice, "Indeed it is." The merman general's face was etched with incredulity as he pressed further. What manner of being is your lord to possess such extraordinary treasures? In his understanding, artifacts of this caliber should not exist in this fractured and resource-poor realm. It was utterly preposterous. With a hint of pride, Crab Dolly patiently explained, "I previously informed you that our lord is the master of the Dragon Palace world. Should you choose to join us, under our lord's guidance, your future accomplishments will far exceed what is currently visible, and you will surely shine brightly in this world." Upon hearing this, the merman general felt an inner turmoil begin to stir. His initial indifference had been rooted in disbelief of Crab Dolly's words. However, faced with the undeniable reality before him, he could no longer suppress the yearning within. "May I meet your lord?" he asked, striving to maintain a semblance of calm in his tone. Crab Dolly nodded and replied, "Yes, but on one condition. You must first become a member of our lord's kin. Only those of kin may have the privilege to meet our lord." The merman general hesitated for but a moment before steeling himself and declaring, "Very well, I willingly become a member of our lord's kin. Respectful lord of the realm, I, Li Xuan, a second-tier elite merman general, surrender to you. Do you accept?" Within the Dragon Palace, Li Xuan, who had been preparing to continue nurturing shrimp soldiers and crab generals, was taken aback by the sudden prompt that echoed in his mind. What has prompted this sudden willingness to surrender? Although the reason eluded him, he would not refuse the merman general's capitulation. "I accept," Li Xuan responded directly. With his affirmation, a golden light descended from above, piercing through and entering the merman general's mind. In the next moment, through his lordly authority, Li Xuan immediately sensed the presence of the merman general. Simultaneously, the overjoyed merman general also became aware of Li Xuan's existence. Upon perceiving Li Xuan's omnipresence, the merman general knelt before him in reverence, proclaiming, "I, Li Xuan, pay my respects to the lord of the realm." Chapter 8. Distribution of Power by Yuan. "Please elaborate on the state of the Dragon Palace world," Li Xuan inquired, his gaze steady and unhurried. "At your command," Li Xuan replied, displaying a respectful demeanor. Leaving no room for concealment as he continued, "Lord of the realm, the Dragon Palace world is home to three major factions: the Merman City, the Spirit Crocodile Valley, and the Serpent Kingdom. Within the depths of the lake, the territories of Fishman City and Spirit Crocodile Valley predominantly reside, while the Serpent Man dynasty occupies all the islands." How formidable are these three major powers? Li Xuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He had not anticipated the coexistence of three significant forces within such a diminutive Dragon Palace world. Among these factions, Fishman City, where his subordinate had previously served, was undoubtedly the most powerful. Li Xuan leaned slightly forward, his demeanor increasingly respectful, stating that Fishman City controlled over 60% of the lake's expanse within the Dragon Palace realm, boasting an army of no fewer than 200,000 warriors. With a total population exceeding 800,000, a force not to be underestimated. The population of Spirit Crocodile Valley was approximately 20,000, although modest in number. Every individual was a soldier. The spirit crocodiles within the valley were all elite beings, with an average level reaching the second tier, rendering their overall strength comparable to that of Fishman City. As for the Serpent Man dynasty, situated on the shore, Li Xuan's subordinates had little contact with them, leaving their precise strength somewhat ambiguous. However, based on his subordinates' estimations, the overall might of the Serpent Man dynasty likely surpassed that of Spirit Crocodile Valley by a slight margin. Upon hearing Li Xuan's words, Li Xuan could not help but furrow his brow. The situation within the Dragon Palace world far exceeded his expectations. Typically, in a shattered planar world, the presence of 100,000 wild monsters would be considered extraordinary. Yet in the Dragon Palace world, the number of wild monsters was at least over 1 million. Were an ordinary novice realm master to face such a powerful Dragon Palace world, they would stand no chance of passing the realm master examination. However, for Li Xuan, this was not merely a challenge, but rather a tremendous opportunity. If he could vanquish these million wild monsters, he would garner no less than 100,000 units of primordial power. 100,000 units of primordial power equated to 100,000 shrimp soldiers. A novice realm master, having just passed the realm master examination, could possess such a formidable elite kin. This was an unprecedented occurrence throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. Even some seasoned one-star realm masters might not possess such strength. Contemplating this, Li Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The notion of failing the examination never crossed his mind, with the assistance of the Dragon Palace. How could he possibly falter? After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the Dragon Palace world's particulars, Li Xuan, after considerable deliberation, ultimately resolved to strike at Fishman City first. Although Fishman City was the most powerful of the three factions, its extensive territory resulted in a highly dispersed military presence. In such circumstances, it would be relatively easier for the Tide Legion to conquer Fishman City. Furthermore, with Bai Yuan, the Fishman General, guiding them, capturing Fishman City would become even more manageable. Despite his decision to target Fishman City initially, Li Xuan did not command the Tide Legion to act immediately. Instead, he ordered them to hunt wild monsters near the Dragon Palace first, while he himself withdrew from the Dragon Palace world. The time flow between the Great Xia and the Dragon Palace world was 110, meaning that while he spent 10 days in the Dragon Palace world, only 1 day would pass in the Great Xia. Since his entry into the Dragon Palace world, 3 days had already elapsed. In terms of time in the Great Xia, it amounted to just under half a day. As a novice realm master, he was still an ordinary person, and the mental exertion of that half day had left him quite famished. His purpose for leaving was to dine at the cafeteria and replenish his energy. At the residence of the Jiangzhou realm master, within an awakening chamber, Li Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. In the Great Xia, the time and location for the realm master examination were uniformly arranged by the authorities. Following their graduation from senior high school, all students would be directed to the realm master residence in their city for the examination, akin to the National College entrance examination in the Great Xia. Rising, Li Xuan pushed open the door leading outside and stepped out of the awakening room. He instinctively glanced around, observing that most awakening chambers nearby were closed. Their red lights illuminated. The few green lights were a rarity. Everyone is truly dedicated, Li Xuan mused softly, a hint of reflection in his tone. The awakening rooms around him were filled with his classmates. The red-lit rooms indicated that their occupants were still engaged in the realm master examination, while only those with green lights had exited for meals or rest. Without disturbing others, Li Xuan made his way directly to the cafeteria. Upon his arrival, he noticed a considerable number of individuals dining. A glance around revealed that the youthful faces were all aglow with uncontainable smiles, their excitement palpable. In the initial stages of the realm master examination, the difficulty was relatively low, with few life-threatening situations arising. Thus, every novice realm master embarking on this examination journey was filled with such exuberance, eagerly anticipating the challenges ahead. However, as time passed, the examination's difficulty would escalate, and the foes encountered would grow increasingly formidable. At that point, the smiles on these novice realm masters' faces would gradually fade. The cafeteria operated on a self-service basis, allowing individuals to select whatever they wished to eat, with a diverse array of options available. After selecting a few of his favorite dishes, Li Xuan was just about to find a corner to quickly eat and return when he heard a voice calling from a distance. Li Xuan, over here. Looking in the direction of the voice, he discovered several classmates from class 3 of the 3rd year waving at him enthusiastically. During his 3 years at this school, his interactions with his classmates had been harmonious, without any discord. Given their warm invitation, Li Xuan felt it inappropriate to decline and walked over to join them. As soon as he sat down, Sun Shuyue, with her ponytail swaying, leaned in with curious eyes, eagerly asking, Li Xuan, quickly tell us, how is your destined world? What kind of destined kin have you nurtured? Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates turned their curious gazes toward him, filled with anticipation. My destined world is rather ordinary. And as for my destined kin, they're merely common fishmen, Li Xuan replied almost reflexively. Though they were all classmates, he was not foolish enough to reveal his trump cards. Upon hearing that Li Xuan's awakened destined kin were merely ordinary fishmen, the group's enthusiasm waned like a receding tide, swiftly shifting the topic to gossip. I heard that a genius emerged from the first high school, who, right from the start, nurtured a rare kin, a dark centaur. One classmate excitedly shared. A rare kin. What astonishing luck. Someone gasped in awe. Indeed, it's impossible to compare people. Having a rare kin makes passing the realm master examination a cinch, another chimed in. Filled with envy. What of a rare kin? I also heard that someone from the 5th high school awakened an epic level talent. Another classmate dropped an even more astonishing piece of news. No way. Can there truly be a novice realm master in Jiangzhou who awakens an epic level talent? The group responded with incredulity. Absolutely. This was personally told to me by a friend from the 5th High. A classmate who shared the news insisted, thumping his chest for emphasis. Chapter 9. The Enterprise Residence. After hearing the gossip in the cafeteria, Li Xuan was about to return to the awakening room when Sun Shuya, with a mysterious expression, said, "Classmates, has anyone been to the Enterprise Residence on the 3rd floor? I'm planning to check it out. Would anyone like to join me? It's only the first day. There's no need to rush to the Enterprise Residence," someone muttered quietly. Sun Shuya raised her chin, exuding confidence as she replied, "Where do you think I am headed? I am not seeking employment. I am going to attract investment. I am quite assured of my capabilities to pass the Realm Master assessment, and if I can secure investment, my success in the assessment will be even more guaranteed. Yuejia, do not act impulsively. The investments from the corporate family are not easily obtained," someone kindly cautioned. With resolute eyes, Sun Shuya remained undeterred. "My mind is made up. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? I'll join you. Count me in. Such opportunities in life are rare. Now is the time to take a leap." In response to Sun Shuya's rallying cry, several individuals were stirred with fervor, promptly rising to support her. Before departing, Sun Shuya turned her gaze toward Li Xuan and extended an invitation. "Li Xuan, why not join us? Given your awakened merfolk lineage, without external assistance, passing the Realm Master assessment would be exceedingly challenging. It would be wiser to take a chance with us." Without hesitation, Li Xuan shook his head and calmly replied, "No, I'll pass. I prefer to let things unfold naturally." He was reluctant to sell himself at this juncture. Under normal circumstances, the Realm Master assessment would not be influenced by external factors. However, nothing is absolute. If one knows the coordinates of the assessment world, a formal Realm Master, after incurring certain costs, can provide some assistance to prospective Realm Masters. Although this assistance is limited to the provision of low-tier resources and primal power, it can significantly enhance a prospective Realm Master's chances of passing the assessment. Nevertheless, engaging in such transactions entails considerable loss and may even affect the future development of the Realm Master, which is why typically, formal Realm Masters abstain from such actions. Yet, within certain large enterprises, there are those specially trained for this purpose. These Realm Masters generally lack developmental potential. The enterprises affiliated with the corporate family predominantly possess such Realm Masters. Any prospective Realm Master, during the assessment period, can receive assistance from these enterprises if they are willing to sign an investment agreement. However, signing such an agreement is no simple matter. Rather than an investment agreement, it resembles a contract of servitude. If one successfully passes the Realm Master assessment, they merely need to work for these enterprises for a few years without pay to free themselves from their control. However, if they fail the assessment, the outcome is dire. They would be bound to serve these enterprises for life, even losing control over their own existence, leading to a most tragic fate. They would have to comply with every demand of the enterprise, devoid of any human rights, living as slaves. Thus, while the contractual investment agreement may enhance the likelihood of passing the Realm Master assessment, most prospective Realm Masters are reluctant to sign it. Those who dare to do so are truly formidable individuals. As for Li Xuan's refusal, it stemmed from his absolute confidence in himself. Even without any assistance, he believed he could pass the Realm Master assessment. Upon seeing Li Xuan decline, Sun Shuya did not press the matter further and, accompanied by several classmates, hurriedly made her way to the corporate family on the 3rd floor. Observing their retreating figures, the few who remained could not help but shake their heads and lament. Once one steps into the corporate family, it is akin to embarking on a path of no return. Each year, countless individuals, filled with dreams, sign investment agreements with corporations. Yet only a scant few manage to successfully pass the Realm Master assessment. The majority merely end up signing a contract that binds them in servitude. After bidding farewell to the remaining classmates, Li Xuan returned directly to the awakening chamber. He locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. Soon, his consciousness returned to the Dragon Palace world. He had just dined, although he had only been delayed for a little over 10 minutes. In the time flow of 110, over 2 hours had elapsed in the Dragon Palace world. During his absence, the Tide Legion had been diligently executing his commands, refraining from causing trouble in the Merfolk City, and instead, continually hunting wild monsters near the Dragon Palace. Especially the 1st and 2nd Tide Legions were even besieging a monster nest. In the underwater world, aside from the Merfolk City and the Spirit Crocodile Valley, there existed numerous wild monster factions. However, these factions were not as formidable as the Merfolk City or the Spirit Crocodile Valley. All hail the Realm Master. Upon sensing Li Xuan's aura, Li Xuan and Crab Power, who were commanding the army in an assault on a wild monster nest, immediately bowed respectfully in Li Xuan's direction. Conclude the battle swiftly, Li Xuan commanded directly. While the spoils from hunting wild monsters were commendable, they paled in comparison to attacking the Merfolk City. According to Li Xuan, the Merfolk City housed numerous special structures. If the Tide Legion could conquer the Merfolk City, it would undoubtedly lead to instant wealth. With the spoils from the Merfolk City, the Tide Legion's strength would experience exponential growth. At that point, the Tide Legion would truly possess the capability to unify the Dragon Palace world. Furthermore, even if they refrained from seeking trouble with the Merfolk City now, It was only a matter of time before the merfolk city would come looking for them. The merfolk city had lost a military unit in this region. He could not believe they would not send someone to investigate. If the merfolk city dispatched someone, a battle would be inevitable. Rather than waiting for others to strike, it would be better to take the initiative. Understood. Li Xuan and Crab Power both acknowledged the command. Subsequently, under their guidance, the first and second Tide Legions swiftly captured the monster nest. Before long, a nest core was presented before Li Xuan. Faced with this nest core, Li Xuan opted to decompose it into primal power. Congratulations, Realm Master. You have acquired 1,000 primal power. With the acquisition of this 1,000 primal power, combined with the primal power obtained from the Tide Legion's recent wild monster hunts, Li Xuan's primal power had once again surpassed 2,000. Without any hesitation, Li Xuan swiftly returned to the Dragon Palace and utilized this 2,000 primal power to summon 2,000 shrimp soldiers. With these 2,000 shrimp soldiers, Li Xuan's military strength exceeded 6,000. The Tide Legion, composed of 6,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, could easily face the common soldiers of the white-scale merfolk, defeating 60,000 with a mere 10-to-1 ratio. In such circumstances, as long as they did not encounter the main force of the merfolk city, the Tide Legion would be invincible within the territory of the merfolk city. Eventually, as the Tide Legion grew stronger, even when facing the main force of the merfolk city, they would not falter. Chapter 10, The Merfolk Pasture. Let us depart. With Li Xuan's command, the assembled Tide Legion transformed into a surging torrent, charging forth towards the merfolk city with great momentum. The overwhelming force seemed poised to overturn everything in its path. The wild monsters along the way, sensing the chilling aura of the Tide Legion, scattered in fright, unwilling to confront this formidable power head-on. During the march, Li Xuan summoned Li Xuan, who was most familiar with the merfolk city, and asked earnestly, Li Xuan, you know this merfolk city best. Given our current circumstances, what would be the most suitable place for us to attack first? Li Xuan responded almost without hesitation, Master of the Realm. I believe we should first target the Fishman Ranch. Oh, do elaborate. A flicker of curiosity glimmered in Li Xuan's eyes. Li Xuan articulated his reasoning with clarity. Master of the Realm, there are 3 primary reasons. Firstly, the Fishman Ranch is the closest to us, once conquered. Subsequent management will be exceedingly convenient. Secondly, to my knowledge, the garrison stationed at the Fishman Ranch comprises approximately 30,000 troops. Given the current strength of our Tidal Legion, this force is perfectly manageable, allowing us to secure victory without engaging in protracted warfare that could deplete our numbers excessively. Thirdly, and most crucially, the Fishman Ranch is the largest pastoral estate of Fishman City. Acquiring it would undoubtedly plunge Fishman City into a food crisis, effectively undermining their resources. Simultaneously, we would possess our own ranch, eliminating our sole reliance on wild creature carcasses for sustenance, which would yield immeasurable benefits for our future growth and expansion. Upon hearing this, admiration filled Li Xuan's gaze as he decisively commanded, Excellent. Let us first assault the Fishman Ranch. His regard for Li Xuan deepened, reinforcing his conviction that choosing to recruit Li Xuan was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to harness such exceptional talent. Though Xia Dali and Xia Rui were commendable in their own right, they were merely formidable warriors and could not match Li Xuan's strategic vision. In contrast, while Li Xuan hailed from the Fishman race, with proper cultivation, he was destined to become a pivotal ally. The army moved like a sinuous dragon, advancing steadily along the lakebed. Upon traversing a profound canyon, an expansive, boundless lakebed plain suddenly unfolded before Li Xuan's eyes. He steadied himself and gazed intently, observing that the entire lakebed plain appeared as though meticulously arranged by nature, densely populated with a myriad of aquatic plants he had never encountered before. These plants varied in form. Some had broad leaves akin to umbrellas, swaying gently with the caress of the water. Others had slender, upright stems, resembling graceful dancers pirouetting through the water. In the fields, groups of fishmen busily navigated the lush greenery, their agile forms expertly tending to the plants with synchronized precision. At the outer edge of the lakebed plain stood a towering wall constructed from countless stones, where numerous fishermen warriors, poised and athletic, stood guard. Their movements were uniform, each gesture reflecting their rigorous training. In the nearest expanse to the wall, a military camp emerged, bustling with activity as countless armed fishmen trained vigorously, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. Their collective shouts resonated throughout the lakebed realm, as if to shake the very waters. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xuan could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the civilization of Fishman City had evolved to such an extent. Master of the Realm. This is the Fishman Ranch, Li Xuan interjected, stepping forward as Li Xuan marveled. Li Xuan, has the development of other areas in Fishman City been equally impressive? Li Xuan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, particularly Fishman City itself, which thrives in a manner far beyond what the Fishman Ranch can compare to, Li Xuan replied with evident pride. Although he was no longer a resident of Fishman City, his identity as a fishman instilled within him a profound sense of pride regarding its circumstances. Upon hearing this, a new idea blossomed in Li Xuan's mind. Previously, he had contemplated annihilating Fishman City, converting all fishmen into primordial energy. However, after witnessing the level of civilization present at the Fishman Ranch, he suddenly realized that obliterating Fishman City might be the most foolish course of action. Conquering Fishman City was, in fact, the most prudent choice. Once he passed the Master of the Realm examination and officially assumed the title, warfare would no longer dominate his thoughts. Developing the Dragon Palace world and elevating its civilization level would become his paramount focus. For only by enhancing the civilization level of the Dragon Palace world could both the world and his rank as Master of the Realm be uplifted. Engaging solely in warfare promised no prosperous future. Elevating a realm's civilization level was infinitely more challenging than waging war. Particularly, fostering civilization from nothing was an arduous endeavor. Yet, if a ready-made civilization existed, that would undoubtedly simplify the process. And Fishman City represented an existing civilization ripe for development. As for how to conquer Fishman City, it was not an insurmountable task. Although he was not yet an official Master of the Realm, he still possessed means to bring Fishman City under his sway. After swiftly reviewing his plan of conquest in his mind, he promptly transformed his intention to annihilate Fishman City into a strategy for its subjugation. In an instant, his expression turned serious as he turned to Bai Yuan and issued a solemn command. Bai Yuan, relay this order. When we launch our assault on the Fishman Ranch, we must exercise utmost caution. We must not damage the fields or plants within the ranch, nor should we harm the Fishman farmers. Our objective is solely the Fishman warriors. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's eyes brightened with surprise, and he stood straighter, responding loudly, I shall obey. Though he harbored doubts about Li Xuan's reasoning behind such instructions. As a fishman, he instinctively felt a sense of comfort in safeguarding his fellow kin and their farmland, a warm current swelling within him. Just as Li Xuan raised his hand to issue the command for a full-scale assault, Bai Yuan's eyes gleamed with inspiration, and he stepped forward respectfully to propose. Master of the Realm, I have a plan. I wish to first deceive the gates of the Fishman Ranch to open. Once the gates are ajar, capturing the Fishman Ranch will undoubtedly be a matter of great ease. Li Xuan, upon hearing this, fell into a brief contemplation. His gaze fixed intently on Bai Yuan as he probed, How confident are you? Bai Yuan puffed out his chest, exuding confidence as he replied firmly, Master of the Realm. I am 90% certain. Previously, as a revered general of the Fishman, he had established extensive connections and felt assured in his ability to deceive the gates of the Fishman Ranch. After weighing his options for a moment and witnessing Bai Yuan's unwavering confidence, Li Xuan nodded in agreement. In that case, let us proceed with the attempt. However, prioritize safety above all. Should the plan falter, retreat immediately and do not act recklessly. I shall obey. Bai Yuan responded robustly. Chapter 11. The Scheme to Breach the Gates. Who approaches? State your name promptly. Bai Yuan had just hastened to the base of the wall when a stern voice rang out from above, sharp as an arrow. Had it not been for the sight of Bai Yuan being a fishman, the soldiers atop the wall would likely have unleashed their volleys upon him without hesitation. Bai Yuan lifted his head, responding with a voice as resounding as a bell. I am Bai Yuan, the 3rd Legion's 3rd-rank general of the Redwater Army. Open the gates swiftly. I have urgent matters to report. Do you possess proof? A fishman captain leaned over the wall, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze as he inquired loudly. Open your eyes wide and behold. Bai Yuan retorted impatiently, producing a bone token and shaking it in his hand. His tone brusque. The moment the captain recognized the token, his expression shifted dramatically. The previously stern visage melted into a mask of obsequiousness as he nodded and bowed, saying, It is my duty, and I apologize for any offense. I hope General Bai will not take it to heart. Immediately, he swiftly turned around and loudly commanded at the city gate below. Hurry, open the gate for General Bai. With a creaking sound, the heavily shut city gate slowly opened. Observing the opening gate, a flicker of barely perceptible joy flashed in Bai Yuan's eyes, and he stepped forward, striding confidently into the city. I pay my respects to General Bai. As Bai Yuan entered, a regiment of fishman warriors behind the gate uniformly knelt on one knee, offering him an exceedingly respectful salute. You have done well. Bai Yuan nodded slightly, raising his sword in a gesture of reassurance. However, in the next instant, his gaze turned icy, a glint of cold light flashing as his sword sliced through the air like lightning. The unsuspecting fishman warriors had yet to react before they found themselves decapitated, blood splattering upon the ground. General Bai, what are you doing? On the city wall, the fishman captain, who was preparing to descend and greet Bai Yuan, was left dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror as he questioned. What am I doing? Wait a moment, and you will soon find out, Bai Yuan sneered, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. No sooner had he spoken than distant shouts of battle echoed in the air. The fishman captain quickly turned to look, only to see a vast army surging towards the city wall like a relentless tide. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar army stretching endlessly outside, the fishman captain instantly grasped the full gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Bai Yuan, bellowing, Traitor! You despicable, shameless traitor! With that, he swung his weapon and, disregarding everything, charged towards Bai Yuan with the remaining soldiers on the wall. No matter what, he was determined to slay Bai Yuan before the approaching army could breach the city and then seal the gate once more. Overestimating your own capabilities, Bai Yuan remarked disdainfully. With that, he raised his sword and met the oncoming assault. In an instant, the area beneath the city wall was a whirlwind of blades and flashing steel, glinting ominously. Numerous fisherman warriors fell to Bai Yuan's fierce swordplay, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. As a second-tier elite fisherman, Bai Yuan possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary fisherman. Initially, he handled the encirclement of these first-tier fishmen with relative ease, his sword creating a deadly curtain of light that kept the enemy at bay. However, as time wore on, more and more fisherman warriors converged from all directions, the encirclement tightening with each passing moment. Bai Yuan gradually felt overwhelmed, his wounds multiplying as his blood, crimson and vivid, stained his scales. Nevertheless, he persisted with unwavering resolve, showing no inclination to yield. Just as Bai Yuan was on the brink of exhaustion, a thunderous battle cry erupted from beyond the city. Following that, the robust voice of Crab Dolly rang out like a resounding bell. "Old Bai, hang in there, we're coming." Leading his crab squad, Crab Dolly burst through the fray like a sharp blade, carving a bloody path into the melee. Towering and powerful, he wielded his enormous crab claws, sending fisherman warriors flying with each swing, their anguished cries filling the air. The members of his crab squad exhibited remarkable valor, their coordination impeccable. In a mere surge, they decimated the fisherman warriors surrounding Bai Yuan, scattering them into disarray. "Dolly, don't mind me. Hurry up and take the wall." Bai Yuan, shielded by the crab squad, paid no heed to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize the wall. It must not be squandered. "Got it. Old Bai, you rest here. I'll lead the charge up." Crab Dolly boomed in response. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, charge with me." Before the words had left his mouth, he was already at the forefront, racing towards the city wall. True to his status as a third-tier rare crab general, Crab Dolly possessed astonishing strength. Any fisherman warrior attempting to obstruct him was crushed under the weight of his assault, reduced to mere remnants of flesh. His crab squad followed closely behind, working in unison as they tore through the ranks of enemies. In no time, they successfully ascended the city wall. Suddenly, the entire wall transformed into a scene of brutal carnage. The cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the tortured screams intermingled into a deafening symphony. Meanwhile, the tidal legion surged into the city like a relentless tide. The fisherman army stationed on the wall, caught off guard by the sudden assault from Crab Dolly and the tidal legion's coordinated strike, failed to mount any effective counterattack. As the tidal legion flooded in, the defensive line of the fisherman army crumbled swiftly. In a matter of moments, they were nearly annihilated. With the loss of the wall, the 30,000 fisherman troops in the fisherman pasture found themselves in dire straits, akin to fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of the tidal legion's slaughter. "Kill!" Crab Dolly's voice boomed like thunder, abruptly issuing a deafening command. The tidal legion, having just seized the wall, sprang into action, swiftly reorganizing into a formidable formation of shrimp and crab pincer guns. Countless shrimp soldiers brandished long spears, their tips gleaming with cold light, while the crab generals waved their heavy claws with an air of authority. The tidal legion surged forward like an unstoppable tide towards the fisherman camp. As the tidal legion burst forth from the city walls, they encountered the hastily assembled fisherman army rushing from the camp. Upon seeing the tidal legion suddenly appear in the fisherman pasture, the fisherman army was clearly thrown into disarray, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They could never have anticipated that the seemingly impregnable wall would be so swiftly breached by the enemy. "Kill!" After a brief moment of astonishment, both armies roared in unison, colliding with the ferocity of two enraged beasts. In an instant, the battlefield was a whirlwind of flashing blades and clashing steel, a cacophony of battle cries and weapon impacts echoing ominously. Although the fisherman army had prepared somewhat in haste, they found themselves immediately at a severe disadvantage. The leading crab generals, endowed with immense strength and rapid movements, wielded their claws with devastating precision. Those fishermen who charged forward barely had time to raise their weapons in defense before being sent flying by the overwhelming force of the crab generals, crashing to the ground and becoming mere remnants of flesh, suffering catastrophic losses. In just one charge, the tidal legion, leveraging their tight formation and immense momentum, plowed straight through the fisherman army. The fisherman army's defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse, their soldiers gazing in terror at the invincible tidal legion, their morale shattered. Chapter 12, Capturing the Pasture. Kill. Seizing the moment when the fisherman army's morale was at its lowest and their ranks in disarray, Crab Dolly raised his arm and shouted triumphantly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He then surged forward, leading the tidal legion in a lightning-fast second charge. Faced with the formidable onslaught of the tidal legion, the already terrified fisherman army was like scattered sand, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. In an instant, the battlefield devolved into chaos, fishermen soldiers fleeing in all directions, trampling one another, the scene spiraling out of control. Amidst the turmoil, the tidal legion descended upon the fishmen like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a one-sided massacre. The morale of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals soared as they wielded their weapons with ferocity, cutting down fishmen left and right. Their cries of despair echoing as blood rapidly stained the waters of the lake. While the tidal legion reveled in their slaughter, Li Xuan remained active, not idling away. His expression was one of intense concentration as he silently exercised his domain master authority. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanned the vast ranks of the merman army, seeking to discern any potential talents among them. With such a multitude of mermen, he harbored the hope of discovering a few promising individuals, akin to the heroic figure he had previously encountered in Bai Yuan. However, while aspirations are often grand, reality can be starkly unforgiving. Even as the tidal legion annihilated the merman army, leaving the battlefield in a profound silence, Li Xuan found himself empty-handed, failing to identify a single merman who could ignite his interest or meet his high standards. He was acutely aware that extraordinary talents like Bai Yuan were exceedingly rare, nearly 1 in a million, and could not simply be uncovered with ease. If such heroes were readily available, they would be ubiquitous and devoid of value. After the complete annihilation of the merman army, Li Xuan approached Bai Yuan, his expression a blend of concern and resignation, and solemnly instructed Bai Yuan, "Quickly gather some personnel to subdue the merman farmers in the merman ranch. Remember, proceed gently, and do not disrupt the normal operations of the ranch." Bai Yuan, having sustained serious injuries in the prior battle, should have focused on recuperation. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise. As the only merman commander under his command, Bai Yuan's kinship would facilitate smoother communication with the farmers, making the task significantly easier. Thus, despite his injuries, Bai Yuan had to bear the burden. Without a hint of complaint, Bai Yuan resolutely nodded, swiftly assembling a squad of soldiers and striding purposefully toward the merman ranch to persuade the farmers to surrender. Once Bai Yuan departed, Li Xuan turned his attention to Crab Dolly, decisively commanding, "Crab Dolly, immediately take your men to secure the merman ranch. Allow no suspicious individuals to enter and ensure the safety of this place." "Understood," Crab Dolly replied, promptly setting about organizing the troops to establish a stringent defense around the ranch. Meanwhile, Li Xuan, brimming with the 259 points of primordial power acquired from the recent victory over the merman army, swiftly returned to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace, a marvel in its own right, bore a slight disadvantage. When nurturing kin, Li Xuan, as the domain master, had to be physically present within the palace. Otherwise, despite his formidable abilities, he could not complete this crucial step. Although he returned at great speed, the process of nurturing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, followed by dispatching them to the battlefield, would consume a considerable amount of time. In the event of an urgent military conflict requiring immediate deployment, this could lead to delays with potentially irreversible consequences. He fervently hoped to transcend this limitation in the future, allowing the nurturing of kin anytime and anywhere. During the nurturing process of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Li Xuan furrowed his brow, murmuring with anticipation. Exhausting all his primordial power, he ultimately nurtured 2,200 shrimp soldiers and 100 crab generals. With this formidable addition, the total strength of the tidal legion surged to 8,000. With less than 2,000 more, it would exceed 10,000. This frenzied expansion of troops filled Li Xuan, as the domain master, with immense excitement. For during the domain master assessment, a larger army significantly increased the likelihood of passing the evaluation, providing a profound sense of security. As soon as the 2,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were nurtured, Li Xuan immediately dispatched them to the merman ranch. After watching them depart the Dragon Palace, he proceeded back to the merman ranch. Upon his return, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Countless merman farmers were diligently working throughout the ranch, methodically resuming their tasks. It seemed Bai Yuan's persuasion efforts were remarkably effective. Observing the scene before him, Li Xuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, softly murmuring to himself. He promptly summoned Bai Yuan and Crab Dolly, eager to inquire about the status of the surrender efforts. After their arrival, Bai Yuan stepped forward, reporting, "My lord, the surrender negotiations have progressed exceedingly well. Thanks to my persuasion, all 100,000 merman farmers are willing to pledge their loyalty to you and serve under your command." After a brief pause, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Bai Yuan's eyes as he added, "Moreover, among these 100,000 farmers, I have fortuitously discovered a hero with awakened talents. Bring them to me at once." Li Xuan exclaimed, unable to conceal his surprise as his voice involuntarily rose. The emergence of a hero among the 100,000 merman farmers was utterly unexpected. "Allow me to fetch them at once," Bai Yuan responded and swiftly departed. Before long, Bai Yuan returned in haste, accompanied by a second-tier white-scaled merman. The scales of this merman shimmered faintly in the sunlight, and his gait exuded a distinctive aura, clearly setting him apart from ordinary mermen. Li Xuan's expression shifted as he immediately accessed the detailed information about the white-scaled merman. Name: white-scaled merman spirit planter. Name: bilingual race, demon quality, elite 3 stars, talent, plant affinity, profession, spirit planter, level, second tier, level 27, skills, waterblade slash. Spirit plant cultivation technique. A spirit planter, Li Xuan's spirit sword. A spirit planter represented an advanced profession for farmers, yet the value of the two was worlds apart. While farmers were as common as dust, spirit planters were as precious as stars in the sky. Not only were they rare, but their abilities were formidable. Particularly for a faction, such technical talents were exceedingly valuable. If memory serves, a farmer must successfully cultivate a spirit plant in a spirit field to advance to a spirit planter, correct? If that is the case, does it imply that there exists a spirit field within the Merman Ranch? Li Xuan speculated boldly. Without a spirit field, Bilingual could never have advanced to the status of a spirit planter. Thus, Li Xuan immediately inquired, Li Yuan, does the Merman Ranch truly possess a spirit field? Chapter 13, Spirit Field Construction. My lord, this is indeed the spirit field of the Merman Ranch. Bilingual pointed to a patch of spirit plants in the depths of the Merman Ranch. Li Xuan focused his gaze and promptly received detailed information about the spirit field. Building name. First tier lakebed spirit field, 100 acres. Building level. Ordinary. Building description. A lakebed spirit field cultivated by the Merman City through the burial of numerous extraordinary monster corpses, which can be upgraded by burying higher-level extraordinary monster corpses. Building effect. Capable of planting first-tier spirit plants, increasing the growth speed of ordinary plants by threefold, and offering a chance for promotion to spirit plants. Once a farmland is upgraded to a spirit field, it transcends the ordinary. In the eyes of a domain master, it is a resource of immeasurable value. This lakebed spirit field, if transported back to the Great Xia for sale, could conservatively fetch more than 10,000 points of primordial power, and yet, it remains a seller's market. However, any domain master would be foolish to sell such resource-rich buildings, as it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Holding on to such spirit fields to cultivate spirit plants is the most lucrative choice. Take this lakebed spirit field, for example. The total value of the spirit plants cultivated upon it is conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds of points of primordial power. By sowing a few more rounds, it is entirely feasible to cultivate the original power of the lake bottom spirit field for sale to a realm lord. Resources such as the lake bottom spirit field are akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. With proper nurturing, it can continuously yield original power. Under normal circumstances, the native world that descends during the realm lord's assessment period is often a fragmented dimensional world, making it exceedingly rare to give birth to resource-type structures like the lake bottom spirit field. The fact that the Fishman City can cultivate the lake bottom spirit field truly exceeds his expectations. He surmised that the ability of Fishman City to cultivate the lake bottom spirit field is largely due to the vast expanse of the Dragon Palace world and its well-established laws of heaven and earth. In any smaller world, no matter how diligently one cultivates, it would be impossible to achieve such results. During his inspection of the lake bottom spirit field, Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the busy farmers, there were quite a number of spirit plant cultivators. Although these cultivators did not possess the innate talents of heroes like the white spirit flower, they were nonetheless exceedingly rare. Such technical troops are highly treasured by realm lords. Upon discovering these spirit plant cultivators, Li Xuan utilized his realm lord authority to directly subjugate them all. As for the 100,000 fishman farmers, he did not expend effort to subjugate them one by one. Once he refined the heart of the world of the Dragon Palace, these fishman farmers would automatically become his dependents, rendering any current effort to slowly subdue them unnecessary. Spirit flowers. How have you handled the spirit plants and spirit medicines you harvested previously? Li Xuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. He understood that such rare spirit plants could not be easily managed by ordinary people and required the expertise of alchemists. While direct consumption was somewhat feasible, it was a sheer waste of precious resources. Considering this, a bold hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could it be that Fishman City secretly harbors alchemists? If true, it would be a tremendous boon. In response to Li Xuan's inquiry, the white spirit flower, with no intention of concealing the truth, respectfully replied. Reporting to the esteemed realm lord, the spirit medicines harvested by the Fishman Ranch have always been sent to the alchemy room within Fishman City for refinement into elixirs. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan's expression brightened instantaneously, and he eagerly pressed on. So, they have indeed been refined into elixirs? This means Fishman City possesses alchemists? Indeed. There are over a dozen alchemists in the city, along with more than 100 alchemy apprentices. However, their levels are not particularly high, and the types of elixirs they can produce are quite limited, the white spirit flower answered candidly. Li Xuan could not help but break into a radiant smile at this revelation. Fishman City was indeed full of surprises, continually astonishing him. From his current understanding, it was evident that Fishman City had birthed its unique civilization. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events for him, akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Once he successfully subjugated Fishman City, it would undoubtedly save him considerable development time in the future when he became the true realm lord of the Dragon Palace world. With this thought, his determination to capture Fishman City grew ever stronger, igniting within him like a blazing fire. Esteemed Realm Lord, I have here a nest heart that has been accumulated by the Fishman Ranch recently. Just then, the white abyss unexpectedly produced a snow-white nest heart. The nest heart. Excellent. That adds another 1,000 points of original power to our account, Li Xuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprise. However, just as he was about to decompose this white-linned Fishman nest heart, he hesitated. He realized that after he took control of Fishman City, he would inevitably rely on its existing civilizational foundation for development. In advancing the Fishman civilization, utilizing the white-linned Fishman would undoubtedly be a prime choice. Although shrimp soldiers and crab generals could also be of use, in terms of compatibility and developmental efficiency, they ultimately fell short. With this in mind, he felt increasingly that retaining this white-linned Fishman nest heart might be the wisest decision. In the future, shrimp soldiers and crab generals could be specifically cultivated to serve as elite soldiers for the Dragon Palace world, while the Fishman tribe could be nurtured as common folk, allowing them to focus on the meticulous cultivation of Fishman civilization. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against decomposing this nest heart, choosing instead to keep it for his own use. He promptly refined the white-linned Fishman nest heart. As the refinement succeeded, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, detected a compatible nest heart. Would you like to fuse? What is this? Li Xuan's brow furrowed, confusion etched across his face. The previous prompt was not particularly clear, leaving him entirely uncertain with whom this white-linned Fishman nest heart was to fuse. Despite his perplexity, a strong curiosity compelled him to explore further. With that thought, he resolutely responded, yes. As he affirmed, the recently refined white-linned Fishman nest heart transformed into a beam of white light and swiftly flew toward the distance. Chapter 14. Promotion conditions. Just as Li Xuan pondered where the white-linned Fishman nest heart was headed, another voice echoed in his mind. Successfully recorded the white-linned Fishman nest heart. The Realm Lord can now cultivate white-linned fishmen in the Dragon Palace. It turned out to be a nest heart for fusing white-linned fishmen in the Dragon Palace, Li Xuan exclaimed with delight. No sooner had he uttered these words than the white-linned fishman nest heart that had just flown away returned. Observing the nest heart's return, Li Xuan immediately comprehended. Evidently, upon recording the nest heart, the Dragon Palace did not consume it, but merely granted it the ability to cultivate this type of troop, while also modifying the nest heart in the process. The white-linned fishman nest heart, after the Dragon Palace's enhancement, was significantly stronger than before. Name: White-linned fishman nest heart. Level: Ordinary. Effect: can cultivate ordinary white-linned fishmen. Cultivation cost: 0, 1 points of original power. Promotion conditions: absorb 10 identical level white-linned fishman nest hearts, 0-10. After the Dragon Palace's modification, the cost to cultivate from the white-linned fishman nest heart was not only reduced tenfold, but also endowed the nest heart with the potential for promotion. Ordinary nest hearts do not achieve promotion easily. Although the promotion condition of absorbing 10 identical level white-linned fishman nest hearts may seem daunting, it is not an insurmountable task. Such ordinary level nest hearts, like the white-linned fishman nest heart, are abundantly available in the Great Xia territory. Once he successfully passes the Realm Master assessment and becomes a true Realm Master, the 10 hearts of the white-scaled merman's lair will be easily obtainable. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan utilized one of these hearts directly at the Merman Ranch. The Merman Ranch, as the largest grain production base not only in Merman City but throughout the entire Dragon Palace world, is fundamentally reliant on the merman. Deploying the heart here allows for a constant replenishment of mermen. Furthermore, as he prepares to assault Merman City, he also wishes to nurture some white-scaled mermen to serve as auxiliary troops. Although the combat prowess of the white-scaled mermen cannot compare to that of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their affordability is undeniable. With just 1 point of primal power, he can cultivate 10 white-scaled mermen. Utilizing them as auxiliary troops proves to be an exceptionally economical choice. Even if they were to perish in battle, he would not feel the slightest pang of regret. More importantly, employing white-scaled mermen as auxiliaries will significantly aid him in his quest to conquer Merman City. Persuading Merman City with their kin is undoubtedly more compelling than using foreign races such as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After utilizing the heart of the white-scaled merman, Li Xuan immediately summoned 570 white-scaled mermen using the 657 points of primal power he had just acquired. Unlike the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the newly birthed white-scaled mermen emerged unarmed, akin to blank slates. Yet, even as blank slates, they possess their own advantages. In the Daxiao realm, such units are often referred to as blank units. While their innate conditions may be lacking, their malleability is remarkably high. Provided with the appropriate resources, they can evolve into corresponding professions. Give them weapons, and they become soldiers. Provide them with hoes, and they transform into farmers. The flourishing development of Merman City, which has even cultivated its own merman civilization, is undoubtedly linked to the white-scaled merman's status as blank units. Therefore, Li Xuan is quite satisfied with their classification. In the future, should the Dragon Palace fail to produce even stronger blank units, It is highly probable that he will cultivate the white-scaled merman as the primary kin of the Dragon Palace world. Although the malleability of the white-scaled merman is high, they are still in a wartime scenario. Thus, this batch of 570 white-scaled mermen will certainly be trained as soldiers. Previously, when defeating the 30,000 stationed troops at the Merman Ranch, the Tidal Legion acquired numerous suitable weapons and equipment for the white-scaled mermen. Equipping these over 6,000 white-scaled mermen with the commandeered weapons will be more than sufficient. Once all the white-scaled mermen were outfitted, there was no time for training. Li Xuan ordered them to march as auxiliaries for the Tidal Legion. At the outset of their deployment, these over 6,000 white-scaled mermen were merely a disorganized mob. Lacking any semblance of discipline, they struggled even to maintain formation. In stark contrast to the Tidal Legion's strict discipline, they appeared as disparate entities. However, under the command of General Li Xuan, the discipline of the Merman Legion improved at a remarkable pace, and their formations began to stabilize. Though they could not yet rival the Tidal Legion, they finally began to embody a semblance of military order. Witnessing this transformation, Li Xuan could not help but marvel at Li Xuan's exceptional leadership skills. Even he, as the Realm Master, would find it challenging to achieve such results single-handedly. If Li Xuan, still merely a hero in the making, could demonstrate such prowess, one could only imagine how formidable he would become once he ascends to the ranks of a true hero. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Observing Li Xuan continue to train the Merman Legion, Li Xuan could not resist offering his praise. The army pressed on with urgency, soon arriving at the Tidal Legion's second target of assault. This time, Li Xuan again refrained from directly attacking Merman City, instead heeding Li Xuan's advice to target an area under Merman City's jurisdiction known as Ironstone Mountain. If the Merman Ranch is the largest grain production base under Merman City's domain, then Ironstone Mountain serves as its largest or extraction site and weapons manufacturing base. The entirety of Merman City's weaponry is produced at Ironstone Mountain. Capturing Ironstone Mountain would deliver a significant blow to Merman City, akin to severing its left and right arms. This would greatly facilitate the Tidal Legion's subsequent conquest of Merman City. My lord, the stationed troops at Ironstone Mountain exceed 50,000. A direct assault would undoubtedly incur substantial losses on our part. Perhaps we should send a contingent to feign an opening of the city gates? As the army approached the vicinity of Ironstone Mountain, Li Xuan hastily advised Li Xuan. Given Li Xuan's previous success with his strategy at the Merman Ranch, Li Xuan, without hesitation, nodded in agreement after a brief contemplation, while earnestly reminding him to exercise caution. Rest assured, my lord, with the support of 6,000 Merman legionnaires, we shall ensure absolute success. Li Xuan stood tall and confident, his eyes brimming with assurance. With a grand gesture, he led the Merman Legion forward, marching with synchronized and vigorous steps toward the distant Ironstone Mountain. Ironstone Mountain, named for its towering iron peak, is entirely composed of vast deposits of iron ore, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. At the mountain's base, countless merman miners scurried like ants, burdened with heavy ore baskets, continuously transporting the extracted iron ore. Not far off, rows of smelting houses were scattered about. These smelting houses were constructed using the exceedingly rare geothermal fire from the heart of the lake, a resource so precious that it is scarcely found even in the expansive underwater world. It is precisely through these smelting houses that Merman City has acquired the capability to forge finely crafted weaponry, allowing it to establish a foothold in these waters. The outermost perimeter of Ironstone Mountain is lined with dense military camps and a towering, formidable steel city wall. Within the military camps, flags fluttered in the breeze, and patrolling merman soldiers moved tirelessly. The steel city wall sprawled like a slumbering dragon, coiling protectively around the entirety of Ironstone Mountain, forming an impenetrable barrier. Chapter 15, The Empty City Stratagem. Who goes there? State your name at once. As Li Xuan and the Merman Legion revealed themselves, the Merman general atop the wall immediately bellowed. All Merman soldiers swiftly assumed battle readiness, bearing no less vigilance simply because the Merman Legion was of their kin. Li Xuan, employing his previous tactic, responded with a voice like thunder. I am Li Xuan, third-rank general of the 3rd Legion of the Crimson Water Army. Open the gates at once. I have urgent matters to report. Do you have any credentials? The young Merman general who had first spoken leaned forward from the wall, his keen eyes sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing intently as he raised his voice to inquire. Certainly. Without hesitation, Li Xuan deftly produced a luminous bone token from his bosom, shaking it emphatically in his hand as he replied with unwavering confidence. The moment the young Merman general's gaze fell upon the token, his previously frosty demeanor softened, and a slight smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, Ah, it is General Bai? I have long heard of your esteemed name. Yet, in the very next instant, his tone shifted abruptly as he inquired, However, I must ask, what brings you to Ironstone Mountain with your forces? Do you possess any orders or documentation? Upon hearing these words, Li Xuan's complexion abruptly changed, resembling autumn leaves struck by an icy frost. He had never anticipated that the garrison at Ironstone Mountain would be so vigilant and its defenses so meticulously crafted. Should the adversary continue their relentless line of inquiry, his disguise would inevitably be unmasked. In that fleeting moment, Bai Yuan's mind raced, formulating a plan. He suddenly raised his voice, his tone sharp and commanding. When has it ever been your place, you nameless minor general, to speak out against my orders? Hurry and summon your general. Your reprimand is duly noted, General Bai. I shall dispatch someone to fetch the general at once, replied the Fishman Junior General, his face paling instantaneously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the hierarchical realm of the Fishman city, the order of respect was paramount, should he dare to defy Bai Yuan. The latter could execute him on the spot without a soul to plead for his cause afterward. What? Do you wish for me to wait idly outside the city? Bai Yuan deftly seized upon the adversary's vulnerability, reiterating his impatience with a fierce admonition. At this juncture, Bai Yuan was gambling everything on the premise that the Fishman Junior General would not dare to offend him. As long as the Junior General felt a sense of trepidation, they would be permitted entry into the city. However, if the Junior General remained unyielding, Bai Yuan would have no choice but to swiftly lead the Fishman Legion in retreat. After all, once the garrison at Ironstone Mountain sent forth their commanding general, any lack of proper orders on his part would be glaringly exposed. Fortunately, in this gambit, Bai Yuan emerged victorious. The Fishman Junior General, his expression torn with conflict, hesitated momentarily, ultimately gritting his teeth and ordering the gates to be opened. From his perspective, all who approached were of the Fishman kin, and with Bai Yuan being a high-ranking general, deception seemed implausible. With a heavy creaking sound, the gates slowly swung open. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of uncontrollable joy flickered in Bai Yuan's eyes. He wasted no time and promptly commanded the Fishman Legion to surge into the city. Lieutenant Lin Wu, I pay my respects to General Bai. After the Fishman Legion flooded into the city like a tidal wave, the earlier junior general hastily arrived with his soldiers, kneeling on one knee in respectful homage, his tone suffused with humility, seemingly wishing to atone for the earlier inquiry. However, in the next instant, Lin Wu's smile froze on his face, his eyes suddenly filled with dread and confusion. Bai Yuan's gaze was frigid as he unsheathed his sword without warning. With a flash of cold light, the blade precisely sliced through Lin Wu's neck. The Fishman Junior General barely had time to utter a cry before his head was severed from his body, leaving him in death without comprehension of why Bai Yuan had so mercilessly struck him down. Attack! Just as the bewildered Fishman soldiers of Ironstone Mountain stood frozen in shock, Bai Yuan raised his arm with fervor, his voice booming like thunder as he issued the order to assault. With this command, the newly formed Fishman Legion sprang into action. Although their overall strength was not particularly formidable, they possessed the element of surprise. In an instant, flashes of blades and the sounds of battle cries erupted, swiftly decimating the unsuspecting Fishman soldiers near the city gates. First Battalion, hold the gate. The rest, follow me to the walls. Bai Yuan continued to issue his commands, his voice resolute and powerful, resonating throughout the area. With that, he brandished his blade, leading the charge like a streak of black lightning toward the walls. Before long, the battlements were engulfed in fierce melee. The soldiers' shouts and the clashing of weapons intertwined, echoing throughout Ironstone Mountain. Just as the Fishman Legion seized control of the walls, the Tide Legion, having lain in ambush, surged forth under the command of Crab Dolly like a relentless tide toward Ironstone Mountain. At this moment, the stationed troops upon the walls were heavily engaged with the Fishman Legion, unable to spare any attention. This allowed the Tide Legion to proceed with little to no resistance, successfully breaching Ironstone Mountain. With the elite force of the Tide Legion joining the fray, the stubborn defenders on the walls were swiftly annihilated. The entire course of the battle unfolded with an unsettling ease, so smooth that it provoked an underlying sense of unease. Strangely, despite the tumult, the main forces of Ironstone Mountain had yet to make an appearance. Logically, given the proximity of the barracks to the walls, the cacophony of battle and the blaze of fire should have alerted them to the chaos. If they had indeed heard the disturbance, they should have rushed to provide support. Yet, at this moment, not a single soldier was in sight. This anomalous situation left Bai Yuan, Crab Dolly, and the other generals filled with suspicion, their brows furrowed in concern. My lord, given the current circumstances, what should our next course of action be? Should we take the initiative to strike? Faced with this perplexing scenario, Bai Yuan had his own strategies in mind, but refrained from acting unilaterally, hastily seeking counsel from Li Xuan. What do you propose? Li Xuan, with a profound gaze and a composed demeanor, did not issue direct orders, but instead posed a question in return. Although he was the lord of the realm, Ironstone Mountain had not yet been thoroughly conquered, and he was not entirely privy to the realities within the city. He hesitated to hastily conclude whether this was a meticulously laid trap by the enemy. In my humble opinion, regardless of whether this is a ruse by the defenders of Ironstone Mountain, we must take the initiative. Bai Yuan raised his head slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes as he spoke with resolute conviction. Even if the enemy has set a trap, with the formidable strength of the Tide Legion, we shall surely break through and carve a bloody path. Very well, Li Xuan acknowledged with a glint of appreciation in his eyes, promptly assenting. Convey my orders. We shall attack immediately. Understood. Bai Yuan straightened, swiftly turning to organize the troops. Under his meticulous guidance, the Tide Legion and the Fishman Legion surged forth like a dark tide, rapidly advancing deeper into Ironstone Mountain. Chapter 16. The World's Archenemy General. The entire military camp is devoid of personnel. Outside the military camp of Ironstone Mountain, a reconnaissance team of fishmen emerged to report to Bai Yuan. Not a single soul. Bai Yuan furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of the garrison at Ironstone Mountain, such a scenario should not occur under normal circumstances. There is indeed no one in the camp, but I have seen numerous fishman miners in the distant mountainous area. Let us capture a few and inquire about the situation. Li Xuan commanded. Understood. Following the order, Bai Yuan immediately dispatched a squad of fishman soldiers to the mines, returning shortly with a group of fishman miners. Through interrogation, they swiftly learned of the whereabouts of the Ironstone Mountain garrison. According to the captured fishman miners, traces of demonic creatures had emerged in a fissure beneath a lake deep within Ironstone Mountain, and the entire garrison had gone to eliminate the monsters. Demonic creatures? How could such beings appear in a shattered dimensional world? Li Xuan frowned, deeply perplexed. The Great Xia, possessing numerous realm lords, stood as a dominant force across the myriad worlds. Yet, even the mightiest had adversaries. Among them, demonic creatures posed one of the gravest threats, not only to Great Xia, but to all healthy small worlds. Demonic creatures represented the foremost enemy. They existed within the myriad realms like a viral plague, inherently destructive. Once they manifested in a small world, the calamity they wrought was nothing short of cataclysmic. If the small world lacks sufficient strength, it may fall victim to the invasion of demonic creatures, leading only to a path of destruction. For this reason, the heavenly laws of all small worlds harbor a profound disdain for these malevolent beings. Whenever demonic entities emerge within a small world, the heavenly laws exert their utmost efforts to expel them, and in critical moments, it is entirely possible for the heavens themselves to intervene directly. For the realm masters, while demonic creatures are indeed a calamity, they also present a unique opportunity. Defeating these entities not only grants an abundance of primordial power far surpassing that of ordinary foes, but could also earn the favor of the heavenly laws, resulting in unexpected rewards. Thus, any realm master encountering such demonic presences would not hesitate to take action, and if they find themselves outmatched, they would readily seek assistance. In normal circumstances, shattered planar worlds rarely experience the emergence of demonic beings, as the laws governing these realms possess significant flaws, rendering entry for such entities exceedingly difficult. Not only is the ingress arduous, but the potential gains upon entry are also minimal. Therefore, it is generally understood that demonic creatures seldom choose to invade shattered planar worlds. However, the recent sighting of demonic beings within the Dragon Palace world is indeed an extraordinary anomaly. For Li Xuan, this news is far from favorable. If such creatures truly exist, and he fails to drive them away, even if he unifies the Dragon Palace world, his ascension to the status of a legitimate realm master remains elusive. Yet, as the adage goes, risks and opportunities are often intertwined. Should the demonic beings genuinely inhabit the Dragon Palace world, and he successfully leads his kin to expel them, the benefits he would reap upon becoming the realm master would be beyond imagination. With this realization, Li Xuan understood that regardless of whether demonic entities truly lurked within the depths of Ironstone Mountain, he must dispatch individuals to investigate thoroughly. If no demons are found, he would eliminate the stationed forces at Ironstone Mountain. If demons are present, he would eradicate both the demons and the stationed troops. After leaving 1,000 fishmen soldiers to guard the walls of Ironstone Mountain to prevent any escape by the fishman miners, Li Xuan promptly commanded Bai Yuan to lead the army into the depths of the lake fissure within Ironstone Mountain. The army, accompanied by several fishman miners as guides, navigated the labyrinthine passages of Ironstone Mountain. The terrain was intricate, the pathways winding and twisted, exuding a briny scent. Fortunately, under the guidance of the familiar fishman miners, the Tide Legion and the fishman army soon arrived at the precipice of a bottomless, obsidian lake fissure. Upon their arrival, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from below, akin to surging tides crashing against eardrums. Occasionally, bright crimson blood would rise to the surface, diffusing in the water and releasing a potent scent of blood, attracting swarms of fish eager to feast. Hearing the intense sounds emanating from below, Li Xuan mused that the rumors of demonic presences were likely grounded in truth. At this moment, Bai Yuan, gazing into the abyssal darkness of the fissure, inquired, "My lord, how should we proceed? I humbly await your guidance." With a composed demeanor, Li Xuan replied, "Let us wait a moment. Once the sounds of battle diminish, we shall descend. Both the stationed troops at Ironstone Mountain and the potential demonic entities are our adversaries. Since they are presently engaged in mutual combat below, I see no reason to refrain from reaping the benefits of their conflict. When they are sufficiently weakened, we shall strike." To act hastily at this juncture could result in being besieged by both sides, leading to a precarious predicament. As the Tide Legion patiently awaited, time slipped by unnoticed, and 2 hours passed swiftly. Throughout this lengthy duration, The sounds of battle from the lake fissure showed no signs of abating, underscoring the ferocity of the conflict. Now, as the 2 hours elapsed, the cacophony of combat began to wane. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan recognized that this was the opportune time for the Tide Legion to make their move. He promptly issued the command to attack. With Li Xuan's decree, the Fishman army surged forth like arrows released from a bow, rushing ahead as the vanguard, their spears poised, eyes gleaming with excitement and trepidation. The Tide Legion followed closely, forming a constellation of warriors, swiftly advancing toward the fissure at the lake's bottom. Upon entering the abyss, they were enveloped in inky darkness, as if submerged in viscous ink. Fortunately, both the shrimp soldiers and white-scaled fishmen possessed the ability to see in the dark. As they descended deeper, their vision adjusted to the shadows, allowing them to discern the situation within the lake fissure. At the bottom of the fissure lay an expansive plain, where two armies were locked in fierce combat. The side boasting numerical superiority comprised a legion of white-scaled fishmen, their ranks densely packed across the plain, their battle cries reverberating through the air. In stark contrast, the smaller contingent consisted of dark, humanoid entities. Despite their inferior numbers, these beings displayed extraordinary combat prowess, overpowering the Fishman army with their relentless assaults. Their agility was remarkable, and their strength formidable, with each strike forcing the Fishman warriors to stagger back. Indeed, they are demonic entities, Li Xuan murmured to himself, a flicker of gravity crossing his features as he observed these creatures. Chapter 17, The Dark Water Demon. Focusing intently on these malevolent beings, their detailed attributes immediately materialized in Li Xuan's mind. Name: Dark Water Demon. Race: Demon. Quality: Elite 2-star. Talent: Dark Corruption. Profession: Demon Warrior. Level: First Order, Level 16. Skills: Dark Water Curse, Dark Regeneration. An elite level demon. No wonder they can overpower the Fishman army despite their smaller numbers. Li Xuan remarked upon examining the Dark Water Demon's attributes. The Dark Water Demon not only qualifies as an elite creature, but also possesses a noteworthy talent. The talent of Dark Corruption is a hallmark of all demons, a signature skill that grants them the ability to transform any environment into a domain of darkness. Furthermore, it can infect various organisms, even corpses, turning them into demons. This talent is precisely why demons are deemed the enemies of the world. Alas, they cannot be tamed. Li Xuan lamented. Demons are born with innate talents, which in the eyes of realm masters, marks them as natural-born champions. If they could be subdued, it is likely that no realm master could resist the temptation of claiming a demon as their own. However, regrettably, as world adversaries, demons are despised by the heavenly laws, rendering even realm masters incapable of subjugating them. The sudden emergence of the Tide Legion took both sides in the ongoing battle by surprise. Particularly for the commander of the Fishman army stationed at the rear of the battlefield, this was both unexpected and fortunate. He recalled that he had not requested aid from Fishman City, so how had a contingent of reinforcements materialized? Without a shred of doubt, he recognized the identity of the Tide Legion, as all Fishmen in the Dragon Palace world were under the jurisdiction of Fishman City. Given that they were indeed Fishman warriors, they could only be reinforcements. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fishman commander raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, come quickly and lend a hand." The shout startled Bai Yuan momentarily, but soon a glimmer of barely perceptible excitement flashed in his eyes as he responded loudly, "General Lin, hold on, we are on our way." With the active cooperation of the Merman army, the Merman Legion effortlessly penetrated the rear of the Merman forces as if traversing uncharted territory. The Merman commander, beaming with anticipation, was about to greet the reinforcements when suddenly, a cold glimmer flickered. Bai Yuan, like a specter, dashed forth, and with a swift stroke of his sword, the commander's arm was severed with a sharp crack. Had it not been for the commander's superior strength, this unforeseen and lethal assault would have resulted in far graver consequences than merely the loss of an arm. "What are you doing?" the Merman commander exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he clutched his severed limb and retreated hastily, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that Bai Yuan would suddenly turn against him. Ignoring the commander's inquiries, Bai Yuan pivoted, wielding his bloodied sword, and immediately commenced the slaughter of the surrounding mermen. The commander was left to contend with the mightier crab general. At the instant Bai Yuan made his move, the entire Merman Legion abruptly shifted allegiances, launching a fierce assault on their former allies, the Merman army. Caught off guard, the Merman forces descended into chaos, suffering countless casualties as the Merman Legion wreaked havoc, staining the surrounding waters crimson with blood. By the time the Merman army finally regained its composure and prepared to confront the Merman Legion, the Tidal Legion, trailing closely behind, made its entrance. Faced with the formidable Tidal Legion, the Merman army was utterly defenseless. The freshly established defensive line was swiftly breached by the Tidal Legion. Although the monstrous army, engaged in combat with the Merman forces, was taken aback by the sudden aggression of both the Tidal Legion and the Merman Legion, they did not cease their assault. In fact, they intensified their offensive. While the monstrous army and the Tidal Legion had yet to engage directly, they maintained a remarkable synergy. both intent on eradicating the merman army first. Under the relentless pincer attack from the tidal legion and the monstrous army, the merman forces were swiftly annihilated. Even in death, the merman commander could not comprehend why the merman legion, being of the same kin, would turn against them. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan issued the order to attack. With his command, the merman legion, in concert with the tidal legion, surged forth against the monstrous army. The monstrous army was outnumbered, with only around 6,000 troops, even fewer than the tidal legion, though the Blackwater demons were formidable among elite troops. The shrimp and crab soldiers were hardly to be underestimated, especially the crab generals, who were a rare second-tier breed. In the absence of numerical superiority, the monstrous army stood no chance against the tidal legion. As the two sides clashed, numerous Blackwater demons were swiftly dispatched by the advancing crab generals. With their deaths, a series of kill notifications echoed in Li Xuan's mind. Your subordinate has slain a first-tier level 17 Blackwater demon, gaining 10 points of origin power and 1 points of merit power. Your subordinate has slain a first-tier level 16 Blackwater demon, gaining 10 points of origin power and 1 points of merit power. To his astonishment, slaying a first-tier Blackwater demon yielded a remarkable 10 points of origin power. Li Xuan's face radiated with uncontainable delight. It was well known that defeating an ordinary first-tier monster would only yield a mere 1 point of origin power. While he had anticipated that the origin power gained from slaying monsters would be slightly higher, he had assumed it would only increase 2 to 3-fold. The reality, however, was a staggering 10-fold increase compared to ordinary monsters. He felt he had struck gold. If he could eliminate all the Blackwater demons before him, he could potentially amass at least 60,000 points of origin power. 60,000 points of origin power translated to 60,000 shrimp soldiers or 600,000 white-scaled mermen. With that many shrimp soldiers at his disposal, unifying the Dragon Palace world would be a mere formality. At that moment, the 6,000 monstrous troops appeared to him not as adversaries, but as the gateway to his formal recognition as a world master through the domain master examination. He was determined to capture all 6,000 of these monstrous troops. As for the nature of merit power, he was entirely in the dark. Having never heard of it over the past 3 years, he surmised that it was a concept too elevated for someone of his stature to grasp. After all, who would have anticipated that a novice world master would encounter monsters during the examination? Since he had not crossed paths with monsters, there was no need for him to understand what merit power entailed. Although uncertain of its true nature, he recognized that it must be exceedingly rare. Thus, regardless of what it was, he was committed to collecting it with utmost diligence. Chapter 18. The Emergence of the Demon Domain. The monstrous army was undeniably powerful, yet they proved inadequate against the shrimp and crab formation. Within half an hour of battle, the monstrous army had suffered nearly half its forces. Of course, the tidal legion also endured significant losses. While only a few hundred shrimp and crab soldiers perished, the white-scaled mermen, serving as auxiliary troops, bore a much heavier toll, with the number of slain exceeding 1,000. Despite the grave losses, they paled in comparison to the gains. Coupled with the spoils from the earlier annihilation of the merman army, Li Xuan's origin power had now exceeded 30,000. With such a substantial reserve of origin power, even if he were to completely wipe out the tidal legion, he would still emerge with a profit. Fixating on the battlefield, Li Xuan noted that the tidal legion still required some time to completely subdue the monstrous army. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively delegated full command of the situation to Li Xuan. As his words fell, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, reappearing instantaneously in the Dragon Palace. No sooner had he entered the Dragon Palace than Li Xuan wasted no time and immediately invested his accumulated 30,000 points of origin power. With the expenditure of this power, within moments, 20,000 shrimp soldiers and 1,000 crab generals were brought forth into existence. The sight of 20,000 shrimp soldiers gathering together was nothing short of breathtaking. As far as the eye could see, the dense throng of shrimp soldiers spread out like a black tide, seemingly endless, as if ready to fill the entire expanse of space. Fortunately, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all elite troops. Even though they had just been birthed, they were already capable of forming an orderly formation, exuding an aura of lethal intent, in stark contrast to the previously chaotic white-scaled merman. A natural-born hero. As Li Xuan meticulously scrutinized this new batch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, his gaze suddenly fixated on one particular crab general, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with delight and admiration. Name: Crab General. Title: Crab Army. Race: Demon. Quality: Rare 3 stars. Talent: Super Soldier Training. Class: Heavy Infantry. Level: Second Tier, Level 30. Skills: Double Claw Slam, Mighty Charge, Tidal Command. Formation: Shrimp and Crab Formation. When a world master cultivates troops, there exists a certain probability of directly birthing a natural-born hero with innate talents. Even heroes can emerge, albeit the probability is so minuscule that it is almost negligible. Unexpectedly, after he had spawned tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, he managed to give rise to a nascent innate hero. It seems that fortune is indeed smiling upon him. The talent of the crab army is known as super training, an exceptionally formidable ability that enhances the training efficiency of any unit trained by the Crab Army by 300%. Remarkably, it also offers a slight boost to the unit's capacity to break through their limitations. Currently, he has two nascent heroes under his command. One excels in training while the other is adept at leading troops. Their collaboration is truly synergistic. After a thorough search among the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals confirmed that no second innate hero had been found, Li Xuan promptly approached the Crab Army and commanded, "Crab Army, lead everyone to Ironstone Mountain immediately for assembly. Demonic creatures have appeared at Ironstone Mountain. Although the Tidal Legion currently holds the upper hand, unforeseen events may arise. After all, no one knows how the demonic forces came to be. Thus, it is prudent to dispatch these 20,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals without delay." "Yes, my lord," the Crab Army responded, swiftly descending to direct the troops towards Ironstone Mountain. Although the Crab Army's talent lies in training, his leadership skills are equally commendable. Under his command, the 20,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals advanced towards Ironstone Mountain in an orderly fashion. As he watched the orderly departure of the 20,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the Dragon Palace, Li Xuan set off for Ironstone Mountain. However, upon his hurried return to the previous battlefield, he was met with an astonishing sight. The fierce clash that had been taking place had vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless scattered corpses. Just as Li Xuan was engulfed in confusion, a cacophony of intense fighting erupted from a distance. He sprinted towards the source of the noise, only to witness a demonic army of fewer than 1,000 frantically fleeing in disarray, appearing utterly defeated. The Tidal Legion was hot on their heels, launching a relentless offensive, evidently unwilling to grant the demonic forces a moment's respite. Following the direction of the fleeing demonic army, Li Xuan beheld a half-meter-wide rift in the mountain wall. From the fissure, a surge of ominous energy poured forth, as if a slumbering behemoth were exhaling its breath. Out of mere curiosity, he cast a hasty glance at the rift and felt a chill run down his spine, as if a terrifying presence lurked beyond the fissure, capable of instilling dread in the bravest of souls. Under Li Xuan's gaze, numerous demonic creatures rushed towards the rift, jostling one another in a frenzied attempt to escape. Once they crossed through the rift, their essence dissipated instantaneously, as though they had never existed in the Dragon Palace realm. Clearly, this spatial rift was likely the source of the demonic army's emergence. However, Li Xuan found it perplexing that only such a small number of demonic creatures had managed to flee. If the rift indeed led to a demonic realm, the number of creatures contained therein would surely exceed this paltry amount. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Li Xuan, immediately lead the troops in a full-scale assault. We must not allow the demonic army to escape, Li Xuan urgently commanded. Each of these creatures represented a fragment of primordial power. Losing even one would cost him 10 points of that power. No matter the cost, he needed to retain these demonic entities. If they were to escape, he would not dare to pursue them with his forces. Understood. Li Xuan promptly replied to Li Xuan's orders, then directed the Tidal Legion to charge forward. While this would inevitably result in some casualties, the imperative to capture the demonic army outweighed such concerns. In the face of the Tidal Legion's relentless onslaught, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. Though the demonic creatures fought valiantly, they could not withstand the overwhelming tide of the assault. Soon, the remaining demonic forces were completely annihilated, with only a handful, less than 100, managing to escape through the rift. Cease the pursuit, Li Xuan commanded as the Tidal Legion reached the base of the rift. If he had not intervened in time, he feared that the leading crab general would have recklessly plunged through, sealing their fate. Now, gazing at the rift before him, Li Xuan found himself in a quandary. Chapter 19, Elite Structures. As per Li Xuan's understanding, in the Daxia realm, rulers typically employ two methods to deal with such spatial rifts connecting to demonic realms. Weaker rulers without any backing would strive to seal such rifts should they appear in their small worlds. Otherwise, the impending arrival of demonic forces would spell disaster for their domains. Conversely, for powerful rulers or those with connections, these spatial rifts represent not a crisis, but a grand opportunity. They would opt to leave the rifts open, continually hunting the demonic creatures that emerge. The most formidable rulers might even choose to invade the demonic realm directly and obliterate it. After pondering these two approaches, Li Xuan ultimately resolved to pursue the second course of action. In truth, regardless of his preferences, he had no choice but to select this path, as he was not yet the ruler of the Dragon Palace realm and lacked the ability to seal the rift. Li Xuan, establish a defensive line in the vicinity at once, Li Xuan ordered. While the rewards from vanquishing the demonic creatures were substantial, his primary objective remained the unification of the Dragon Palace realm and passing the ruler's assessment to become a true sovereign. Therefore, he planned to station only half his forces at the rift while the remainder continued their campaign against the Fishman City. After Li Xuan received the order and established a defensive line at the rift, Li Xuan returned to the Dragon Palace. Following the complete defeat of the demonic army, his primordial powers surged back to 26,000 points. His current strategy entailed a policy of aggressive recruitment whenever resources allowed, ensuring that he retained no surplus. During this spawning, he chose not to produce solely shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but allocated 5,000 points of primordial power to create 50,000 white-scaled fishmen. While their combat capabilities paled in comparison to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they were cost-effective and would greatly assist in his forthcoming conquest of Fishman City. After expending all his primordial power, 50,000 white-scaled fishmen, 20,000 shrimp soldiers, and 100 crab generals soon materialized within the Dragon Palace. With an assembled force exceeding 70,000, their presence was undeniably imposing. Regrettably, no innate heroes were spawned this time, which was, in fact, quite normal. It would be peculiar if heroes could be easily cultivated. With the addition of this 70,000-strong army, Li Xuan's total military strength had risen to 180,000. A remarkable feat for a fledgling ruler who had only begun the assessment a day prior. In the grand realm of the Great Xia, many domain lords, despite having successfully passed their assessments and officially attained their titles, find themselves lacking in the support of numerous kin. For these lords, the emergence of monstrous beings indeed presents an unparalleled opportunity. Li Xuan couldn't help but reflect on this, had it not been for the onset of the monstrous army. Even with the Dragon Palace at his disposal, his capacity for rapid troop deployment would have been inconceivable. Upon returning to the chasm at the lake's bottom, Li Xuan discovered that the 30,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, led by the crab army, had successfully arrived. Through the collective efforts of thousands, a rudimentary stone wall had taken shape, encircling the spatio-temporal rift. While it appeared crude, it would nonetheless serve a significant purpose when the time for battle arrived. Observing the hastily constructed wall, Li Xuan promptly issued orders. General, you shall lead the 30,000 tidal legion to garrison this position, remaining vigilant regarding the spatio-temporal rift. Should any monstrous entities emerge, engage them if possible. If not, retreat immediately to Ironstone Mountain. The crab army, adept at military training, would not only defend against the monsters, but also hone their skills, providing exceptional value. Rest assured, my lord, I shall guard this place diligently. The crab general, having just been appointed, felt deeply honored by the gravity of the task entrusted to him, embodying the sentiment of a soldier willing to die for a discerning leader. With the rift secured, Li Xuan returned to Ironstone Mountain with the tidal legion and the merman army. Upon arrival, he was met with the alarming sight of thousands of merman miners attempting to storm the city gates in a bid for escape. Witnessing this, Li Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. These miners were now his subordinates. If they were to flee, who would mine for him? Without hesitation, he commanded, Li Xuan, take your men and drive these merman miners back. Anyone who defies this order shall face death. Speak with them earnestly, and strive to retain them all. Understood. Li Xuan saluted and swiftly led a contingent of elite soldiers towards the tumult. Initially, the miners, emboldened by their numbers, disregarded the unfamiliar merman general. They brandished rudimentary tools, issuing taunts and attempting to break through the blockade. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Li Xuan's eyes turned cold. He deftly maneuvered through the throng, and with swift strikes, he felled several of the ringleaders, their blood staining the frigid ground. This sudden brutality struck like a hammer, shattering the miners' arrogance in an instant. Fear spread like wildfire through the crowd, and their clamorous shouts ceased abruptly. Without the need for Li Xuan to further pursue them, the miners obediently returned to their tasks. Li Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of force in managing the merman miners. Just as Li Xuan was re-establishing order at Ironstone Mountain, Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that Ironstone Mountain was, in fact, a structure. Building name: Intermediate Iron Mine Vein. Building level: Elite. Building description: a vein formed through the violent collision of ancient volcanic magma and subterranean metallic elements, naturally coalescing over millennia. The concentration of iron elements within is exceedingly high, continuously infusing with high-tier metal spiritual entities, facilitating the advancement of the vein. Building effect: daily stable output of 50,000 pounds of intermediate iron ore, with a mining efficiency doubled compared to ordinary veins. There is a 15% chance of obtaining low-tier spiritual, or the blue pattern, ore during extraction, which can bestow additional attributes to weapons. An elite-level structure. Li Xuan's face lit up with astonishment. The distinction between elite and ordinary buildings may only be a matter of one level, yet their worth differs by a factor of 10. He had not anticipated Ironstone Mountain to be an elite-level structure. Although a daily output of 50,000 pounds of iron ore might not seem excessive, the fact that it is a building means it will not deplete. This output will refresh daily, rendering Ironstone Mountain exceedingly formidable. Moreover, the possibility of producing spiritual ore adds to its rarity. Chapter 20. The Crocodile Fortress. My lord, the personnel situation at Ironstone Mountain has been compiled, Li Xuan reported, hastening towards Li Xuan with a group of mermen traversing the rippling coral corridors. Pray, enlighten me, Li Xuan replied, intrigued, harboring great expectations for the mermen at Ironstone Mountain. Li Xuan unfurled a scroll crafted from fish skin, glimmering with a metallic sheen, and reported. Currently, There are 85,000 mermen at Ironstone Mountain, including 80,000 miners, 300 blacksmiths, and 3,000 apprentices. He paused, his gills subtly swelling. Among the 300 blacksmiths, there is one third-tier blacksmith, 13 second-tier blacksmiths, with the remainder being first-tier. A third-tier blacksmith. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Dragon Palace world is merely a lowly one-star world. In a one-star world, regardless of whether they are extraordinary beings or various practitioners, the highest level they can attain is the third tier. To transcend this tier, one must elevate the world itself. Otherwise, no matter the innate talent, one could never surpass the third tier. A third-tier blacksmith is considered the most formidable in the Dragon Palace world. He had never anticipated that Ironstone Mountain would house a third-tier blacksmith. The developmental level of civilization among these mermen surpassed all his expectations. My lord, this is the third-tier blacksmith, master Li Xuan of Ironstone Mountain. Noticing Li Xuan's keen interest in the third-tier blacksmith, Li Xuan promptly presented a middle-aged merman from behind him. The merman, known as Master Li Xuan, stepped forward with measured grace. His muscular physique was covered in deep blue patterns, the marks of prolonged contact with high-grade forging materials. Unlike other mermen, his fingertips were enveloped in a glistening layer of keratin, a testament to his years of manipulating intense heat. Your humble servant, Li Xuan, pays his respects to the esteemed lord. His voice was deep and resonant, and the array of miniature forging tools hanging at his waist clinked together, producing a melodious metallic sound. Li Xuan scrutinized him closely and immediately absorbed the detailed information of this third-tier blacksmith. Name, white-scaled merman. Name, Li Xuan. Race, demon race. Quality, elite, 3 stars. Talent, master blacksmith. Occupation, third-tier blacksmith. Level, second tier, level 29. Skills, water blade slash, third-tier blacksmithing technique, blue pattern armor forging method. Indeed, another promising hero. In the fragmented realm of the Dragon Palace world, ascending to the status of a third-tier blacksmith requires considerable talent. Without such talent, it is simply unfeasible. Without hesitation, Li Xuan transformed Li Xuan into his kin. This transformation extended to all other blacksmiths as well, with the martial prowess of the Tidal Legion assisting. The entire conversion process was remarkably seamless. Soon, all 300 merman blacksmiths at Ironstone Mountain had become Li Xuan's kin. As for the over 80,000 merman miners, Li Xuan found himself too occupied to convert them at a leisurely pace. After he ascends to the status of the Lord of the Dragon Palace world, these fishman miners will automatically become his vassals. Once the affairs of Ironstone Mountain are properly arranged, in less than half a day, the long-awaited reinforcements of 50,000 whitefin fishmen and 20,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals will arrive from the Dragon Palace. Upon their arrival, Li Xuan immediately issued orders for Li Xuan to lead the Tidal Legion away from Ironstone Mountain. The subsequent strategic deployment entails the Tidal Legion marching southward, aiming directly at the third military stronghold of Fishman City, the Crocodile Fortress. The Crocodile Fortress is a military stronghold specifically established by Fishman City to guard against the Spirit Crocodile Valley. It also serves as the last bastion of military might for Fishman City. Once the Crocodile Fortress is captured, he can successfully execute his previously devised strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside. At that point, the Tidal Legion can head north and launch a direct assault on Fishman City. Li Xuan, could you elaborate on the situation at Crocodile Fortress? Li Xuan inquired as he approached Li Xuan during the march. Lord of the realm, the Crocodile Fortress is the only military stronghold possessed by Fishman City and also our sole training ground. The station troops have consistently maintained a number of around 70,000, led by our city's only general, the esteemed Tianshui. Additionally, the most elite corps, the Tianshui army, is also stationed at Crocodile Valley. You may not be aware, Lord, that although the Tianshui army comprises merely 3,000 troops, their combat prowess is sufficient to withstand 30,000 ordinary fishman soldiers. This is due to their superior equipment and the fact that each member is a second-tier fishman of exceptional strength, Li Xuan explained with meticulous patience. A second-tier army. Upon hearing Li Xuan's description of the Tianshui army, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim. A second-tier army, as the name suggests, is composed entirely of soldiers with second-tier strength. Despite the ordinary nature of the whitefin fishmen, once they are assembled into a second-tier battalion, their combat capability should not be underestimated. It is worth noting that even the Tidal Legion under Li Xuan currently constitutes merely a first-tier army. Fortunately, the Tianshui army is limited in number, comprising only 3,000 troops. With the current strength of the Tidal Legion, Li Xuan remains confident that he can conquer them in one decisive strike. However, had the Tianshui army numbered 30,000, he would have to reconsider his plan to assault the Crocodile Fortress. During the march, Li Xuan took a brief respite to return to the Realm Lord's residence for a simple dinner. Due to the pressing time, he did not indulge in any gossip. After a quick meal, he promptly returned to the Awakening Room, re-entering the Dragon Palace world. Although he did not deliberately seek out gossip, the discussions from some apprentice realm lords around him during his meal still brought several intriguing tidbits to his attention. Most shocking to him was the revelation that Merely one day into the Realm Lord examination, many apprentice Realm Lords had already failed the assessment, forever losing their chance to become Realm Lords. This prompted him to once again reflect on the brutal nature of the Realm Lord examination. Indeed, not everyone is deemed worthy to attain the title of Realm Lord. This realization intensified Li Xuan's urgency regarding the capture of Fishman City. He did not wish to follow in the footsteps of these unfortunate souls. With the current strength of the Tidal Legion, the likelihood of his failure in the examination is minimal. Yet, passing the Realm Lord examination as soon as possible and becoming a true Realm Lord would grant him peace of mind. More importantly, if he could pass the examination within 10 days, the Realm Lord's residence offers rewards for successful passage. The sooner he passes, the richer the rewards. Even for the sake of the rewards, he is determined to expedite his passage through the Realm Lord examination. He resolved to exert himself and strive to capture the Crocodile Fortress within the day. Upon re-entering the Dragon Palace world, Li Xuan immediately found himself above the advancing Tidal Legion. Given their current marching speed, they should reach the Crocodile Fortress within half an hour. Chapter 21, The Battle of the Fortress. As the Tidal Legion raced forward at full speed, half an hour flew by in the blink of an eye. Soon a fortress, blazing red like a burning flame, loomed into view, resembling a colossal beast descending from the heavens. This fortress, constructed from countless coral orange building materials, shimmered with strange and resplendent hues under the sun, reminiscent of the most magnificent dreams from the depths of the sea. The moment Li Xuan's gaze fell upon the fortress, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was not merely due to the grandeur and imposing nature of the structure known as the Crocodile Fortress, but rather because the fortress appeared remarkably accommodating for the Tidal Legion's assault. The Crocodile Fortress was originally established to guard against the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Thus, all its defensive capabilities were directed toward that valley. Internally, there was virtually no defensive strength. Furthermore, to cater to the living needs of the station's soldiers, the builders had audaciously dismantled the city walls, replacing them with a bustling and vibrant residential area. The fortress was essentially unprotected. For the Tidal Legion, this represented an unprecedented opportunity. As long as they could seize the moment and launch a swift charge, they could penetrate the Crocodile Fortress with ease. Li Xuan, prepare the troops immediately and charge in. Li Xuan commanded resolutely. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. They must seize it firmly. Understood. Li Xuan acknowledged. His movements swift as the wind as he began to organize the army. Following Li Xuan's command, the war drums thundered and the horns blared. 30,000 Tidal Legion soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, leading the charge. The 50,000 Fishman troops followed closely as reinforcements. The two grand armies surged forth with tremendous momentum, like a black torrent sweeping toward the Crocodile Fortress. The deafening cries of battle resonated, instantly alerting the stationed troops at the fortress. Enemy attack. Quickly close the city gates, cried a terrified Fishman junior officer atop the walls. However, this shout was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves upon waves. The residential area at the city gates descended into chaos, the previously lively and peaceful scene vanishing without a trace. Countless fishmen, in a panic, abandoned their belongings and frantically rushed toward the city gates like headless flies. In an instant, the area at the gates became a mass of bodies, crowded and jostled. The defending Fishman junior officer, desperate to close the gates, found himself obstructed by the chaotic throng, helplessly watching as the Tidal Legion charged in like ravenous wolves. Under the ferocious onslaught of the Tidal Legion, the whitefin fishmen and the station soldiers at the city gates were utterly powerless to resist, falling in droves, their bodies turning cold. This is almost too easy, Li Xuan mused, as the notifications of kills echoed in his mind. Who dares to invade our Crocodile Fortress? Prepare to meet your doom. Just as the Tidal Legion surged forward like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc, a resonant roar erupted like thunder. Before them stood a towering figure. A merman general whose stature exceeded 3 meters, clad in formidable armor and wielding a long spear that glimmered with a chilling light. He led a battalion of ironclad elite mermen, surging forth like specters from the flanks. Each member of this elite force was at least of the second tier, resembling a pack of ferocious wolves, exuding an aura that instilled dread. As the merman general made his entrance, he descended upon the battlefield like a fierce tiger from the mountains, radiating an imposing majesty. His spear danced through the air, transforming into a flurry of deadly glints. And wherever it struck, blood splattered in a gruesome display. Several shrimp soldiers from the Tidal Legion barely had time to react before they were swiftly dispatched, their lifeless bodies plummeting like kites severed from their strings. Witnessing this scene, a number of second-tier crab generals widened their eyes in fury and shouted in unison, attempting to encircle the audacious merman general. However, even in the face of the combined assault from the second-tier crab generals, the merman general remained undaunted, exhibiting no signs of retreat. His spear whirled with the ferocity of a roaring dragon, every thrust and maneuver imbued with immense power. Before long, the crab generals bore numerous wounds, their armor stained crimson. If the battle continued in this manner, It was likely that the lives of these second-tier crab generals would soon be in peril. The formidable presence of the merman general swiftly captured Li Xuan's attention. Since arriving in the Dragon Palace world, he had yet to encounter such a formidable adversary. He focused intently, observing closely, and soon realized that this merman general was indeed a peak third-tier powerhouse, boasting a level of 40. In a one-star Dragon Palace world, a level 40 being represented the zenith of power. No wonder he was able to force the second-tier crab generals into a retreat with such ease. Dali, confront him, Li Xuan commanded gravely as he approached Crab Dali. As the foremost warrior under his command, Crab Dali was also of the third tier. Although his level was 34, slightly inferior to that of the opposing merman general, his rarity as a soldier and exceptional talents rendered him a force to be reckoned with. Li Xuan was confident that despite the level disparity, Crab Dali could handle the opponent without issue. Upon receiving the command, excitement and battle fervor flickered in Crab Dali's eyes as he raised his colossal pincers high, charging forth like a rampaging war chariot towards the merman general. With a ferocious swing of his mighty pincers, he launched a tremendous assault against the merman general, the force of the impact seemingly threatening to rend the very heavens apart. Taken by surprise, the merman general was forced to stagger back, nearly coughing up blood. Yet, just as Crab Dali prepared to press his advantage and engage in a decisive clash, the merman general cast a wary glance at him, and, without hesitation, retreated back into the ranks of the merman army. He swiftly commanded his forces, surging towards the tidal legion like a relentless tide. The merman general's cautiousness was somewhat unexpected for Li Xuan. Nevertheless, Crab Dali refused to yield. He raised his arm and rallied the tidal legion, swiftly forming a pincers and spear formation, akin to a sharp dagger, boldly advancing to meet the enemy. In an instant, an intense battle erupted between the two sides. The cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons resonating through the air. Your subordinate has slain a second-tier, level 23 whitefin merman, gaining 10 points of source power. Your subordinate has slain a second-tier, level 22 whitefin merman, gaining 10 points of source power. Your subordinate has slain a first-tier, level 19 whitefin merman, gaining 1 point of source power. As the conflict escalated, the notifications of kills echoed in Li Xuan's mind without pause. Though the second-tier Tianshui army was challenging to defeat, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful. Slaying a single second-tier merman yielded as much as exterminating 100 first-tier mermen. Within less than half an hour, the source power amassed in Li Xuan's hands exceeded 10,000 once again. Chapter 22, Complete Subjugation. The 3,000 Tianshui soldiers stationed at the Crocodile Fortress, as a second-tier legion, were indeed formidable. However, against the more than 30,000 members of the Tidal Legion, they were woefully insufficient. Under several waves of assault from the Tidal Legion, the 3,000 Tianshui soldiers were quickly decimated, suffering catastrophic losses. Without the Tianshui forces to shield them, the ordinary merman army stood no chance against the Tidal Legion. Soon, the Tidal Legion tore a gaping hole in the defensive line of the Crocodile Fortress, resulting in the immediate deaths of numerous whitefin mermen. The commanding general of the fortress, General Tianshui, had initially hoped to leverage the strength of the Tianshui army to drive the Tidal Legion away from the Crocodile Fortress. However, as the Tianshui forces were dismantled by the Tidal Legion, General Tianshui found not only his hopes dashed, but also himself ensnared within the encirclement of the Tidal Legion. As a third-tier soldier, General Tianshui was undeniably strong, but even he found that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Faced with the onslaught of the Tidal Legion, he quickly sustained numerous wounds. Hidden within the Tidal Legion, Crab Dali seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow that rendered the injured General Tianshui unconscious and captured him. My lord, I have successfully captured this fellow, Crab Dali declared triumphantly as he dragged the unconscious General Tianshui away from the battlefield and presented him before Li Xuan. The order to capture General Tianshui had originated from Li Xuan himself. Had it not been for this directive, Crab Dali would have long since struck the general dead with a single blow. Li Xuan's reasoning for wanting to capture General Tianshui was straightforward. He sought to ascertain whether he could use the general's subjugation to gain control over the Crocodile Fortress. If successful, it would not only lay the groundwork for their future conquest of the Merman City, but also yield thousands of well-trained Merman warriors. This approach was far more cost-effective than outright annihilating the Crocodile Fortress. Wake him up and have Bai Yuan come to see if he can persuade him to surrender, Li Xuan ordered. As he was not yet the sovereign of the Dragon Palace world, General Tianshui could neither see him nor hear his words in this state. Thus, the task of subduing General Tianshui would have to fall to Bai Yuan. When Bai Yuan arrived, Crab Dali swung his massive pincers and struck General Tianshui's head sharply. The previously motionless general immediately opened his eyes. Bai Yuan, you traitor! General Tianshui exclaimed in fury upon regaining consciousness and seeing Bai Yuan, rising abruptly with the intention of striking Bai Yuan down. They had served together in the same army, and not only did General Tianshui know Bai Yuan, but he had also held high hopes for him, considering him as a potential successor to inherit his position as general in a century's time. However, he could never have imagined that this prodigy would betray the Merman City. Be calm, Crab Dali interjected, sending General Tianxue flying with a single pincer strike. Uncle Tianxue, I am not a traitor. Bai Yuan rushed forward to support General Tianxue, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. I merely wish to lead our kin towards a broader horizon, unwilling to remain forever confined within the Merman city. Such shameless rhetoric ignited a surge of indignation within General Tianxue. Had he not been gravely injured, and with Crab Dolly looming nearby, he would have been tempted to execute this shameless traitor on the spot. Uncle Tianxue, do you not believe me? Bai Yuan pressed on, noticing the disdain etched on General Tianxue's face. I speak the truth. My current allegiance lies with the esteemed lord of the Fishman world. Under his guidance, Fishman City is destined to experience an unprecedented era of glory. A fervent flame ignited in Bai Yuan's eyes as he implored, General Tianxue, join us, Lord of the Realm. When has our Fishman world ever had a Lord of the Realm? General Tianxue furrowed his brow. Bai Yuan, do not seek excuses for your treachery. Absolutely true. How could I, your humble nephew, deceive you? Bai Yuan hastily explained. Observe the tidal legion, had it not been for the Lord of the Realm's presence. How could such a formidable army arise in our Fishman world? Upon hearing this, General Tianxue's resolve wavered. Although the tidal legion was merely a first-tier army, its strength was extraordinary. The sudden emergence of such a potent force in Fishman City seemed almost unfathomable. Unless it appeared out of thin air, there was no way Fishman City would remain oblivious. But if it truly did materialize out of nowhere, only the Lord of the Realm could accomplish such a feat. As this realization dawned upon him, he began to entertain the possibility that Bai Yuan's claims might indeed hold merit. Seizing the moment, Bai Yuan pressed on with his persuasion. With Bai Yuan's eloquent rhetoric and Crab Dolly's intermittent threats of demise, General Tianxue, the highest commander of Fishman City, ultimately chose to surrender. Respected Lord of the Realm, I, General Bai Tianxue of the third-tier Fishman, submit to you. Do you grant your consent? Agreed, Li Xuan replied with alacrity. Though General Tianxue was not a paragon of heroism, his status in Fishman City was significant. Capturing him would be of immense consequence for Li Xuan's subsequent endeavors in conquering Fishman City. Upon becoming one of Li Xuan's vassals, General Tianxue immediately sensed Li Xuan's presence. Upon recognizing the omnipresence of Li Xuan, the Fishman general's expression brightened, and he promptly knelt, bowing respectfully in the direction of Li Xuan. I, Bai Tianxue, pay my respects to the Lord of the Realm. He acknowledged that his decision to ally with Li Xuan had been somewhat of a gamble, as he was not entirely certain of the Lord of the Realm's existence. However, now that he sensed Li Xuan's presence, he realized he had indeed won that wager. Rise, General Tianxue, Li Xuan gestured, assisting him to his feet. Subsequently, General Tianxue personally took action, leading to the immediate surrender of the garrison at Crocodile Fortress. The entire process went remarkably smoothly, with not a single soldier from the Fishman army opposing. This demonstrated the high esteem in which General Tianxue was held among the Fishman forces. Regrettably, the Tianxue army had been almost entirely decimated by the tidal legion prior, or else they might have acquired a formidable elite force. However, given the circumstances, if they had not annihilated the Tianxue army, capturing General Tianxue alive would have been impossible. Though the 3,000 Tianxue soldiers had perished, he had gained 30,000 units of primordial energy. In retrospect, this was not a loss at all. With 30,000 units of primordial energy, he could cultivate 30,000 shrimp soldiers, whose potential for development far surpassed that of the 3,000 Tianxue soldiers. After General Tianxue led the surrender of Crocodile Fortress, under Li Xuan's direction, the tidal legion promptly began to regroup the remnants, clean the battlefield, and tally their gains. Although Crocodile Fortress was merely a military stronghold, its wealth was not inferior to that of Ironstone Mountain or the Fishman Pasture. This time, they not only subdued tens of thousands of Fishman soldiers, but also acquired countless spoils of war. Chapter 23, Secrets of the Dragon Palace. Lord of the Realm. All spoils have been accounted for, Bai Yuan announced, holding a scroll of fish skin that shimmered with a cold metallic luster as he hurried to Li Xuan's side. Bowing in report. Pray tell, Li Xuan responded, his interest piqued, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bai Yuan nodded slightly and proclaimed, in this battle, we captured a total of 57,387 Fishman warriors, including 1 third-tier Fishman, 312 second-tier Fishmen, and 3,075 first-tier Fishmen. Additionally, in the military supply warehouse, we confiscated 20,000 sets of first-tier armor, 1,000 sets of second-tier armor, 18 sets of third-tier blue-patterned armor, and over 20,000 various standard weapons. Furthermore, we have amassed a mountain of grain, sufficient to sustain the army for several months. As Bai Yuan recounted the details with meticulous precision, a radiant smile spread across Li Xuan's face, akin to the warmth of the spring sun, impossible to contain. This battle had indeed yielded bountiful rewards, filling their coffers to overflowing. The weapons and equipment were particularly invaluable for the Fishman Legion, which was in dire need of military expansion and enhancement of combat power. The Whitefin Fishmen, birthed from the Dragon Palace world, did not come equipped with any weapons. To procure weaponry, they had to prepare it themselves. After capturing Ironstone Mountain, Li Xuan had anticipated a substantial haul of weapons, only to be sorely disappointed. as the warehouse contained merely a few hundred sets of equipment. For an army exceeding 50,000, this was utterly insufficient. During the assault on Crocodile Fortress, many whitefin fishmen wielded rudimentary weapons, and their lack of armor severely hampered the Fishman Legion's combat effectiveness. Now, with these tens of thousands of sets of equipment, they could finally alleviate the Fishman Legion's pressing needs. Once fully outfitted, the combat strength of the Fishman Legion would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Lord of the Realm. In addition to these basic strategic resources, we also discovered a standard-grade heart of a whitefin fishman nest deep within Crocodile Fortress, as well as a standard-grade building. Bai Yuan continued with reverence. A building? What type of building? Li Xuan inquired eagerly, his interest piqued. Buildings were not only rare and precious, but could greatly aid in the development of the Dragon Palace world. He was not overly concerned about the heart of the whitefin fishman nest, as he had previously encountered such items in the Fishman Pasture and Ironstone Mountain, and thus found no surprise in its presence at Crocodile Fortress. It is a military camp, named Tianshui Military Camp, Bai Yuan replied truthfully. Under Bai Yuan's guidance, Li Xuan arrived at the Tianshui Military Camp. The camp sprawled over a vast expanse, exuding a grandiose atmosphere. Within, various training apparatuses were meticulously arranged. From basic weapons like swords and spears to complex offensive and defensive machinery, seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary military camp. However, the reality was far more profound. Li Xuan keenly sensed that the entire Tianshui military camp was enveloped by an invisible, mysterious force, one that transcended mundane, earthly rules. He immediately activated his lord's authority, and in an instant, detailed information about the Tianshui military camp flooded into his mind. Building name: Tianshui Military Camp. Building level: Standard. Building description: constructed by General Bai Tianshui of Fishman City. This military station harnesses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Building effect: Training efficiency is tripled compared to ordinary military camps. Below second tier, it ignores bottlenecks and slightly increases the chance of troops advancing to the third tier. Upon observing the detailed information regarding the Tianshui military camp, Li Xuan immediately comprehended the reason why the Bailin fishmen, despite being a common grade troop, could train a second-tier legion. The answer resided within this very military establishment. The Tianshui military camp possesses the remarkable ability to allow any troop of any quality to transcend the bottleneck before reaching the second tier without any hindrance. This capability is nothing short of miraculous for common-grade troops. Upgrading troops is not particularly arduous. With a modicum of diligence, one can swiftly elevate their levels. The true challenge lies in ascending tiers. Ascension is fraught with bottlenecks, and the lower the quality of the troop, the more formidable the difficulty of ascension becomes. For common-grade troops, achieving even the first tier is no trivial matter, let alone the second. The fact that the Tianshui military camp enables any troop to disregard the bottlenecks prior to the second tier underscores its rarity. Although the Tianshui military camp is merely a common-grade structure, in Li Xuan's eyes, it rivals some elite-grade buildings. He had not anticipated that the Dragon Palace world, a fragmented planar realm, could possess such an exquisite edifice. The Dragon Palace world is indeed quite extraordinary, Li Xuan mused. Currently, he had already discovered several structures. A spatial rift connecting to the demon domain, and a fully developed Fishman civilization within Fishman City. Any one of these elements, if presented in any fragmented planar realm, could be regarded as a treasure of world-altering significance. Yet, all of these marvels are now manifesting within the Dragon Palace world and merely represent one of its factions. This is decidedly unusual. Previously, he had simply attributed such phenomena to the vast expanse of the Dragon Palace world. However, it is evident that this is not solely the case. Even if the area of the Dragon Palace world exceeds that of an ordinary fragmented realm, it should not account for such advancement. The most suspicious aspect is its ability to attract demonic creatures, compelling them to expend great efforts to breach a cross-border passage to assault the Dragon Palace world. If the Dragon Palace world were merely extensive, such an endeavor would clearly be unwise. The most plausible explanation is that some secret lies within the Dragon Palace world, drawing the attention of these demonic beings, who are willing to go to great lengths to seize it. The thriving development of Fishman City is likely intricately linked to this secret, further piquing Li Xuan's curiosity about the Dragon Palace world. However, to unravel this mystery, it seems he must first unify the Dragon Palace world and become its true sovereign. The path ahead is indeed fraught with challenges, Li Xuan sighed. As for the Tianshui military camp, he had no intention of relocating it. Rather, he would leave it at Crocodile Fortress to continue training his troops. If Fishman City could leverage the Tianshui military camp to cultivate a second-tier legion, he certainly could do the same. After familiarizing himself with the circumstances at Crocodile Fortress, Li Xuan did not hasten to lead his forces northward to assault Fishman City. The consecutive battles had left both the Tidal Legion and the Fishman Legion quite fatigued. It would be prudent to first rest for half a day before marching northward to attack Fishman City. Additionally, he could await the emergence of the 30,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals that had just been spawned in the Dragon Palace world. Chapter 24, Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. On this day, just as Li Xuan was preparing to issue orders to organize his troops and launch an assault on Fishman City, a series of urgent alarm sounds suddenly echoed over Crocodile Fortress, shattering the prevailing tranquility. Following this, a cacophony of deafening beast roars erupted from beyond the fortress, resembling the thunderous rumblings that precede a tempest, instilling dread in all who heard it. Li Xuan's expression shifted to one of gravity as he swiftly redirected his gaze to the exterior of Crocodile Fortress. In the distance, countless green crocodiles, each exceeding 10 meters in length, surged forth from a perilous gorge outside the fortress, akin to an unstoppable deluge. These spirit crocodiles possessed robust and muscular forms. Their limbs thick and powerful, with claws as sharp as swords, capable of effortlessly etching deep gashes into the hard ground, manifesting their strength and might. Their tails were long and powerful, whipping through the air to create a tempest, as if they could clear away any obstacles in their path with their formidable presence. Their mouths brimmed with razor-sharp fangs, each resembling meticulously crafted daggers, glinting ominously and exuding an aura of death. When they opened their gaping maws, it seemed they could devour anything that dared to obstruct them, sending chills down one's spine. The Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles from Spirit Crocodile Valley. At first glance, Li Xuan recognized the origin of these second-tier crocodiles. However, what astonished him was the sudden offensive from Spirit Crocodile Valley against Crocodile Fortress. My lord, this is not unexpected. Bai Tianshui, who had already arrived at the fortress, explained upon sensing Li Xuan's confusion. Whenever there is a shortage of food, Spirit Crocodile Valley dispatches troops to attack Crocodile Fortress. It has become a habit. So Spirit Crocodile Valley regards you as their domesticated blood food? Li Xuan remarked. His tone grave. Bai Tianshui sighed helplessly, responding, Indeed, my lord. Fishman City has always been under the oppression of Spirit Crocodile Valley. Have you never considered a rebellion? A counterattack? Li Xuan inquired, furrowing his brow. He could not fathom why Fishman City would endure such subjugation. Initially, we attempted to strike back. Bai Tianshui replied with a bitter smile, but after several failures, we had no choice but to concede. With Crocodile Fortress in place, we could barely fend off the assaults from Spirit Crocodile Valley. But once we ventured out, it was only a matter of death. Over time, we became accustomed to this situation. A hint of resignation and sorrow permeated Bai Tianshui's words. Li Xuan frowned. It was disheartening to learn that Fishman City had grown accustomed to the oppression from the spirit crocodiles, choosing to surrender rather than devise a means to triumph. If this continued, even if he did not intervene, Fishman City would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of Spirit Crocodile Valley. Just as the two conversed, the front line of Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles had already reached the base of Crocodile Fortress. Li Xuan's mind stirred, and he immediately acquired detailed information regarding these Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles. Name, Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. Race, Demon Race. Quality, Elite, 3 stars. Profession, Spellcaster. Level, 2nd tier, level 29. Skills, Water Flow Manipulation, Azure Wave Water Arrow. Remarks, having lived in proximity to water-type spiritual entities for an extended period, influenced by them, they are on the verge of advancing to a rare 1-star troop. A Spellcaster. Li Xuan was taken aback to discover that such a large creature as the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile was, in fact, a Spellcaster. Even more astonishing was that the entire group of Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles was nearing the threshold of becoming rare troops. What kind of water-type spiritual entity could elevate the quality of an entire clan? This was unprecedented in his experience. At that moment, his curiosity about this water-type spiritual entity was piqued. Just as Li Xuan weighed the decision to launch a preemptive strike against Spirit Crocodile Valley and seize that rare water-type spiritual entity, Bai Tianshui had decisively issued the command to attack. With Bai Tianshui's command, countless fishman archers simultaneously drew their bows and nocked their arrows. In an instant, arrows soared through the air like locusts, slicing through the sky with a sharp whistle, pouring down upon the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles below like a torrential black rain. Yet, despite the multitude of arrows shot forth, resembling a constellation of stars, the damage inflicted upon the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles was negligible. These formidable creatures, clad in thick hides akin to impenetrable armor, deflected most arrows with ease, rendering them ineffective. Only a scant few arrows managed to penetrate that robust exterior, inflicting non-fatal wounds upon the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles. After an entire deluge of arrows, not a single one of the creatures had been slain. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuan finally comprehended why the Fishman City had consistently steered clear of the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Under the rain of arrows, the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles beneath the Crocodile Fortress began their counterattack. Countless water arrows rapidly coalesced around them in a manner reminiscent of arcane sorcery. Following a thunderous whoosh, these water arrows were launched towards the city walls with astonishing swiftness. Li Xuan watched in horror as numerous white-finned fishmen were obliterated by the onslaught, their forms reduced to gory splatters. The armor worn by the fishman warriors crumbled against the ferocity of the water arrows, proving as ineffective as parchment. In but a single wave of assault, The foremost ranks of white-finned fishmen were utterly decimated, suffering catastrophic losses. Seeing this unfold, Li Xuan's heart ached with sorrow. The fallen fishmen warriors were now his own subordinates. As the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles prepared for a second wave of attack, Li Xuan felt compelled to act without hesitation, promptly commanding all crab generals to take position at the front. Confronted with the water arrows unleashed by the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles, the valiant crab generals raised their massive pincers, akin to iron hammers, shattering the arrows one by one. The seemingly ferocious water arrows were rendered utterly impotent before the might of the crab generals, causing them no harm whatsoever. The second-tier Azure Wave spirit crocodiles had the power to annihilate the zero-tier white-fin fishmen effortlessly. Yet, against the second-tier crab generals, they were utterly outmatched. How did you previously contend with the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles? Li Xuan inquired, casting his gaze toward Bai Tianshui beside him. The disparity in strength between the white-fin fishmen and the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles was akin to a chasm, and he found it difficult to fathom how Bai Tianshui and his comrades had managed to defend the crocodile fortress under such unfavorable circumstances. His curiosity was piqued. My lord, from now on, I shall personally lead the Tianshui army. We resorted to a strategy of exchanging lives for lives to barely repel the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. Bai Tianshui explained with a resigned expression. In truth, we merely provided a feast for the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. Once satiated, they would naturally retreat. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After listening to Bai Tianshui's explanation, Li Xuan finally understood why the crocodile fortress could muster only 3,000 Tianshui troops. Logically, given the capabilities of the Tianshui army, if the crocodile fortress were willing to invest, they could train not just 3,000 second-tier white-fin fishmen, but even 30,000. It became apparent that the issue was not a lack of training, but rather that all trained soldiers had been devoured by the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. The white-fin fishmen required years of meticulous cultivation to ascend to the second tier, aided by the resources of the Tianshui army. Yet, after all that effort, they had merely become sustenance for the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. This stark reality underscored the overwhelming superiority of high-quality troops over their lower-tier counterparts. The Tidal Legion was indeed formidable, yet their lack of ranged units left them vulnerable, forced to endure attacks while helplessly watching the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles ascend towards the fortress. If only Li Xuan had a cadre of elite ranged troops, he could have dealt a severe blow to the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. Unfortunately, that was not the case. This situation revealed a significant weakness within the Tidal Legion, their singular focus on melee combatants. While this deficiency posed little threat against ordinary foes like the white-fin fishmen, it would undoubtedly prove fatal against more diverse and powerful adversaries in the future. Thus, the establishment of a ranged unit within the Tidal Legion was of paramount importance. However, the choice of which kin to employ for this purpose warranted careful deliberation. Right before us lies the solution, Li Xuan suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the approaching Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. While it would be optimal to cultivate new units from the Dragon Palace, unlocking new troop types required the essence of water. Given his current circumstances, obtaining such power was an impossibility. Moreover, even if he could acquire it, he could not guarantee that the next unlocked unit would be a ranged one. Thus, seeking an immediate solution was the most prudent course. Although the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles were merely elite-tier units, they were exceptionally rare spellcasters. Utilizing them as temporary ranged units for the Tidal Legion was entirely feasible. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles remained adversaries. To employ them effectively, he first needed to conquer the Spirit Crocodile Valley. As the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles braved the deluge of arrows from the fishmen archers, they swiftly ascended the Azure Wave fortress. Throughout the process, the Tidal Legion could do nothing but watch, utterly powerless to intervene. However, once the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles engaged in close combat with the Tidal Legion, it was time for the latter to unleash their might. The first Azure Wave spirit crocodile to reach the fortress was exuding arrogance, dismissing the crab generals before it. Assuming the crab generals were as feeble as the white-fin fishmen, it opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring one whole. Yet, in an instant, the Azure Wave spirit crocodile would pay a grievous price for its hubris. With eyes aflame with fury, the crab general swung its immense pincers, akin to a sharp axe, striking the creature's jaw with a force that forcibly tore it apart. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters a harrowing crimson. Witnessing the Azure Wave spirit crocodile gravely injured, the crab general did not relent, but instead pressed the attack. Seizing the moment when the creature was incapacitated, it raised its pincers once more, descending with the fury of a tempest. A resounding crash echoed as the head of the Azure Wave spirit crocodile was shattered, its life extinguished in an instant. Simultaneously, similar scenes of carnage unfolded throughout the crocodile fortress, as numerous Azure Wave spirit crocodiles fell victim to their own carelessness. With each passing moment, as more of these creatures perished, Li Xuan's mind was inundated with a barrage of kill notifications. Your subordinate has slain a second tier, level 28, Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile, granting you 10 points of essence. Your subordinate has slain a second tier, level 30, Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile, granting you 10 points of essence. Each Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile offered a bounty of 10 points of essence, and before long, Li Xuan's essence surged past the 4-digit mark once more. Indeed, hunting high-level monsters proved far more lucrative. To amass 1,000 points of essence by hunting whitefin fishmen would require the elimination of a staggering 10,000 of them. The disparity was nothing short of monumental. As a multitude of the Azure Wave alligators fell in battle, the remaining horde swiftly sensed an anomaly. Li Xuan had anticipated that. Faced with such circumstances, the Azure Wave alligators would intensify their assault. However, to his astonishment, they opted for an immediate retreat. The entire withdrawal was executed without the slightest hesitation. Lord, shall we pursue them? Bai Tianshui, who had developed a taste for bloodshed, approached Li Xuan with a countenance brimming with eagerness. Since becoming the commander of the alligator fortress, he had never experienced such exhilarating carnage. At that moment, he earnestly yearned to lead his troops forth and annihilate the Spirit Alligator Valley. Do not pursue a retreating enemy. Let them go. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuan issued his decree. Although he longed to dispatch forces to obliterate the Spirit Alligator Valley at once, he ultimately resolved to adhere to the original plan. He decided to first subdue the Fishman City before addressing the Spirit Alligator Valley. Should he recklessly assault the Spirit Alligator Valley now, the Fishman City might detect his intentions and stage a surprise counterattack, easily placing him in a perilous predicament. Upon receiving Li Xuan's order to refrain from pursuit, Bai Tianshui, though reluctant, complied. Subsequently, Li Xuan personally assumed the role of scout to confirm the retreat of the Azure Wave alligators back to the Spirit Alligator Valley, before promptly returning to the alligator defense line to reorganize his forces in preparation for an assault on Fishman City. Currently, the total strength stationed at the alligator fortress stood at 160,000, 60,000 from the Tidal Legion and 100,000 from the Fishman Legion. According to Bai Tianshui, the garrison at Fishman City was approximately 100,000 strong. To capture Fishman City with minimal cost, their attacking force must undoubtedly exceed the garrison's strength. Thus, Li Xuan resolved to lead 50,000 from the Tidal Legion and 50,000 from the Fishman Legion, a total of 100,000 troops, to assault Fishman City. The remaining 10,000 from the Tidal Legion and 50,000 from the Fishman Legion would remain stationed at the Alligator Fortress to guard against the Spirit Alligator Valley. Although the attacking force consisted of only 100,000 troops, their overall strength substantially surpassed that of the Fishman City garrison. The 50,000 from the Tidal Legion could be regarded as equivalent to 500,000 ordinary white-scale Fishman troops, with 5 times the strength. Even if Fishman City possessed some hidden trump cards, capturing it should not pose a significant challenge. Once the army was assembled, at Li Xuan's command, the 100,000 troops marched forth towards Fishman City with great momentum. Chapter 26, The Fishman King. The army advanced, and within a day, the Tidal Legion successfully arrived at the outskirts of Fishman City. This city, constructed upon a coral plain beneath a lake, was built entirely from various corals, resplendent in a myriad of colors. Sunlight reflecting off the lake's surface transformed Fishman City into an ethereal realm. However, the atmosphere of this seemingly celestial Fishman City felt decidedly amiss at that moment. Not only were the city gates firmly shut, but numerous Fishman warriors were also fully armed and stationed upon the city walls. The entire Fishman City had entered a state of readiness for battle. It was evident that the city had been forewarned of the Tidal Legion's approach. King Guang, proceed according to plan. Observing the fortified Fishman City ahead, Li Xuan issued a direct command. Although Bai Yuan possessed commendable talent, he was still young and in a phase of growth. His capabilities in commanding troops were not yet on par with the seasoned veteran Bai Tianshui. Therefore, Li Xuan entrusted the overall command of the assault on Fishman City to Bai Tianshui. Understood. Upon receiving his orders, Bai Tianshui did not immediately instruct the army to attack Fishman City. Instead, he dispatched a team of Fishman envoys to the city. On the city walls, the Fishman King, adorned in opulent armor, stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of inviolable authority akin to a towering mountain. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on the envoys sent by the Tidal Legion. With a wave of his hand, his voice resonated like thunder across the walls. Allow them entry. I wish to see what scheme they are plotting. With the Fishman King's command, the imposing city gates slowly creaked open, producing a deep and sonorous sound. The envoys, under the vigilant watch of countless Fishman warriors, successfully entered Fishman City. Soon, the envoys found themselves before the Fishman King. They dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence and promptly knelt on one knee, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty, the Fishman King." The Fishman King's countenance darkened instantaneously, resembling the sky before a tempest. His eyes widened in fury, burning with an intense fire as he thundered, "As members of my Fishman clan, why have you committed the treachery of betraying Fishman City? If you do not clarify your reasons today, do not expect to leave here alive. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of fully armed fisherman warriors swiftly encircled the envoys, their weapons glinting ominously in the light, radiating an aura of lethal intent, as if poised to rend the envoys into tatters at any moment. Yet the leading envoy maintained his composure, his expression unwavering. He rose calmly, meeting the Fishman King's gaze, and declared in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, we are not traitors to Fishman City. Everything we do is for the Fishman clan to secure a more glorious and resplendent future." Upon hearing this, the Fishman King trembled with rage, a bitter laugh escaping him. "A silver-tongued charlatan. You collude with foreign entities to assault your own kin. And now you dare to claim it is for the future of our clan? This is the height of absurdity. Guards, take them away and execute them at once." Wait. As the surrounding Fishman warriors prepared to act, the leading envoy hastily raised his voice. The Fishman King furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Yet he gestured for the warriors to halt. Seeing this, the Fishman envoy took a deep breath, a fervent expression illuminating his face as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we have not allied with foreign races, but with the Lord of the Fishman world. Only the Lord possesses the capability to lead our Fishman clan towards true prosperity and unprecedented glory." "What? You say you have allied with the Lord of the Fishman world?" The Fishman King's eyes widened, disbelief etched upon his face, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He could hardly fathom receiving such an answer. Observing the Fishman King's reaction, the envoy's lips curled into a confident smile, and he continued, "Indeed, if not for the Lord's extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled strength, how could we have captured over half of the Fishman City's territory in such a short span? How could we have so easily repelled the attacks of those villains from the Spirit Alligator Valley?" At this juncture, pride and satisfaction adorned the envoy's countenance. "You even repelled the Spirit Alligator Valley's attack?" The Fishman King once again widened his eyes, astonishment and shock flooding his features. He was all too aware of the formidable power of the Spirit Alligator Valley, a force that posed a significant challenge even to Fishman City. If previously he had dismissed the envoy's words with scorn, now, upon hearing that they had indeed repelled the Spirit Alligator Valley's assault, a flicker of doubt began to stir within him. Curiosity and a burgeoning sense of belief toward the Lord mentioned by the Fishman envoy began to take root in his heart. However, despite harboring a glimmer of belief, the Fishman King had never laid eyes upon the Lord of the realm. He remained skeptical of the envoy's words, his heart laden with doubt. Observing the Fishman King's wavering demeanor, the envoy seized the opportunity to persuade him further. "Your Majesty, the Lord of the realm is a benevolent ruler, intent on unifying the Fishman world and ensuring that all fishmen lead lives of prosperity and tranquility. Should you choose to align with this greater purpose and submit to the Lord of the realm, your name shall be etched in history, becoming an everlasting hero of the Fishman race." As the envoy spoke, the Fishman King's gaze flickered uncertainly, his mind caught in a tumultuous struggle. Yet in the end, he clenched his teeth and resolutely chose to reject the offer. "Humph, words without proof. I shall never place my trust merely on your utterances. Whether the Lord of the realm is genuine or not will be revealed when I face the Tide Legion in battle." With that declaration, the Fishman King waved his hand imperiously, commanding, "Seize these traitors and imprison them. Once I return victorious, I shall deal with them." Then, the Fishman King cast his gaze beyond the formidable city walls, staring at the endless expanse of the Tide Legion. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Whether the Lord of the realm is real or not, I shall know after we clash." Outside Fishman City, within the main camp of the Tide Legion, Bai Tianshui observed the envoy sent forth by his side had yet to emerge, and he felt no surprise. If he managed to return alive, that would indeed be remarkable. At this moment, all he wished to ascertain was whether the Fishman envoy had been slain or merely imprisoned. If the former were true, a fierce battle was unavoidable. However, if the latter were the case, it would bode well, indicating that Fishman City was contemplating surrender. With the walls breached and the spirits of the fishmen utterly shattered, capturing Fishman City would be a straightforward endeavor. They were still alive. They must have been imprisoned. Just as Bai Tianshui was engulfed in contemplation, Li Xuan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianshui's eyes immediately brightened. "My lord, I understand." Chapter 27, Adapting to the Tide of Events. "Kill all forces, heed my command, and storm the walls with utmost speed." Bai Tianshui's orders reverberated like thunder across the battlefield. He swung his spear with fervor, and the 50,000 soldiers of the Tide Legion surged forth like a relentless black tide, bearing down upon Fishman City with the force of a natural disaster, while the 50,000 Fishman troops followed closely behind as auxiliary support. "Fire! Strike hard at this king." Witnessing the fierce assault of the Tide Legion, the Fishman King's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he issued his orders without hesitation. With the command, countless Fishman archers atop the walls swiftly drew their bows, their movements synchronized like a well-oiled war machine. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended upon the Tide Legion, a swarm akin to locusts, whistling sharply as they fell, casting a shadow over the waters below, churning them into murky chaos. Yet, those at the forefront, the innumerable crab generals, stood as immovable guardians, their countenance unperturbed in the face of the deluge of arrows, their robust pincers raised high, resembling two colossal hammers. They sliced through the air with precision, knocking down the majority of the incoming projectiles. The arrows that were deflected fell like kites severed from their strings, producing a sharp sound of shattering. Even the few stray arrows that managed to breach the defenses merely thudded against the crab general's heavy armor, proving to be as inconsequential as a gnat against an oak, inflicting no significant harm. Even the comparatively slender shrimp soldiers effortlessly swatted away the arrows loosed by the fishman archers, withstanding the onslaught of arrows from Fishman City. The Tide Legion pressed forward like an unyielding blade, inexorably approaching the city walls. The walls of Fishman City, meticulously crafted from a kaleidoscope of vibrant yet indomitable coral, had long stood as an impregnable bastion safeguarding the peace of Fishman City. Yet now, confronted by the overwhelming might of the second-tier crab generals, it appeared woefully fragile. The foremost crab general, eyes wide and emitting a low growl, raised his formidable pincers as if to unleash a cataclysm, crashing down upon the coral walls with earth-shattering force. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed as the entire coral structure trembled violently, creaking under the strain. Fragments of coral cascaded like snowflakes, and the walls bore gaping breaches, resembling a tattered cloth. Should the crab generals continue their relentless assault, this seemingly robust coral barrier would eventually be shattered. At that point, Fishman City would be plunged into irretrievable ruin. Upon witnessing this scene, the Fishman King's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. He could scarcely fathom that such a terrifying force existed within the Tide Legion. When had the Fishman world given rise to such formidable beings? With furrowed brows and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, the Fishman King was engulfed in bewilderment and shock. As he gazed at the crab generals continuing their frenzied assault on the walls, his heart churned tumultuously. Could it be that the Lord of the Realm had truly descended upon the world? In that moment, his suspicions regarding the mysterious master behind the Tide Legion being the Lord of the Realm began to solidify. If the other party were indeed the exalted Lord of the Realm, aligning with him might not be a disgrace after all. It could very well be the opportunity that ushered the Fishman race into glory. A flicker of hesitance and struggle surfaced in the Fishman King's eyes, as his heart engaged in a fierce internal debate. Just as the Fishman King wrestled with his indecision, a thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. The sturdy coral walls, under the relentless onslaught of countless crab generals, could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and suddenly crumbled. With the collapse of the walls, the Fishman warriors who had stood atop them were instantly engulfed in a maelstrom of dust and debris, akin to marionettes severed from their strings. Cries of agony and shouts of despair filled the air, as blood spurted like fountains, the carnage rendering the scene utterly harrowing. Even a few fortunate Fishman warriors who escaped being buried by the fallen walls found themselves quickly surrounded by the surging Tide Legion. Faced with the frenzied assault of the Tide Legion, akin to wolves descending upon sheep, the Fishman warriors appeared utterly insignificant, a mere whisper against the storm. A multitude of Fishman warriors fell to the claws of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, the Fishman King, who had been teetering on the edge of indecision, saw the last vestige of his resistance evaporate. No longer hesitating, he bellowed with all his might, "Cease. We are willing to surrender." With a commanding order from the Fishman King, countless Fishman warriors seemed to receive a signal of liberation, unhesitatingly discarding their weapons and uniformly squatting down with their hands clasped behind their heads. Their movements were executed with such swiftness and proficiency, as if they had rehearsed this act beforehand. Witnessing the surrender of Fishman City, the previously fervent and battle-hungry Tide Legion immediately ceased their assault. They swiftly divided their ranks, like a colossal gnat, methodically beginning to accept the capitulation of Fishman City. Before long, tens of thousands of Fishman warriors were segregated and detained under the command of the Tide Legion. The once bustling and cacophonous city walls of Fishman City now lay in eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy footsteps of the Tide Legion soldiers and the occasional sound of orders being barked. The former sovereign of Fishman City, the Fishman King, was personally escorted to Baitian Shui by the formidable Crab Dolly. "Your Majesty." Observing the Fishman King being brought forth by Crab Dolly, Baitian Shui could not afford to exhibit any semblance of negligence. He promptly approached and bowed respectfully. Despite having pledged allegiance to Li Xuan, he still harbored deep respect for his former sovereign. "Humph." The Fishman King scoffed, disdain etched across his features as he turned his head away, utterly disregarding Baitian Shui's respectful gesture. Although he understood that he too would soon be aligning with Li Xuan, he could not suppress the simmering discontent he felt towards Baitian Shui, who had quickly shifted allegiances and now occupied a significant position within the Tide Legion. "Your Majesty, given the circumstances, I implore you to align with the prevailing tide and offer your most sincere loyalty to the Lord of the Realm." Ignoring the Fishman King's hostility and resentment, Baitian Shui maintained a calm demeanor, speaking earnestly. The Fishman King's brow furrowed, his eyes widening in anger as he bellowed. "You need not instruct me on how to conduct my affairs." With that, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply to the heavens. His voice trembling yet filled with profound reverence. "I, by Tianjun, am willing to lead all the citizens of Fishman City in a heartfelt pledge of allegiance to the Lord of the Realm. I hope the Lord will show mercy and accept our genuine intentions." Chapter 28, Tide Academy. Esteemed Lord of the Realm, the Fishman King humbly surrenders to you. Do you accept? Accepted. Faced with the Fishman King's surrender, he certainly could not refuse. After subduing the Fishman King, Li Xuan promptly received detailed information about him. To Li Xuan's surprise, this Fishman King turned out to be a hero in the making. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. For the Fishman King was indeed the leader of Fishman City and possessed the qualities of a hero. Name, Fishman King. Title, by Tianjun Race, Demon Race. Quality, Rare 2-star. Talent, Royal Authority. By releasing royal intimidation, it significantly reduces internal strife within the clan and enhances cooperation among the fishmen. Profession, Tide Sovereign. Level, Tier 3, Level 40. Skills, Waterblade Strike, Tide Power, Tide Command. What a born leader. Upon viewing the Fishman King's detailed attributes, Li Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were not the Lord of the Realm, such an innate ruler would never have considered surrendering to anyone else. With proper cultivation, the Fishman King could undoubtedly be the first among his subordinates to ascend to hero status. The method of nurturing him was straightforward: provide him with significant responsibilities, allowing him to manage a substantial territory and fishmen, as long as he was given ample room to flourish. It would not be long before the Fishman King officially advanced to hero status. Securing the Fishman King was indeed a tremendous gain for him. In his elation, Li Xuan swiftly addressed the kneeling Fishman King. "Fishman King, there is no time to lose. You must return to Fishman City immediately, consolidate the hearts of the people, and strive to minimize the losses caused by this upheaval. Once Fishman City has returned to normalcy, promptly reorganize the army and accompany me to assault the Spirit Alligator Valley." Upon hearing these words, the Fishman King's eyes gleamed with a fervor and loyalty that intertwined, his body trembling with excitement as he quickly prostrated himself. "I shall faithfully obey the Lord of the Realm's orders. I will exert my utmost efforts to live up to your high expectations." Since sensing Li Xuan's presence, the burden that had weighed heavily on the Fishman King's heart finally lifted. He understood that following the Lord before him would undoubtedly lead his kin toward a more glorious future. Under the Fishman King's leadership, soon, the hundreds of thousands of white-scaled fishmen in Fishman City accepted the reality of their city's change in ownership. Most rejoiced upon learning that their sovereign had allied with the Lord of the Dragon Palace world, believing that following the Lord would offer a brighter future than remaining under the Fishman King. While the Fishman King was engaged in post-war reassurance efforts within Fishman City, Li Xuan was not idle either. He wandered through the expanse of Fishman City. In the future, once he became the true Lord of the Dragon Palace world, Fishman City would undoubtedly be one of his focal points for development. Understanding this, he knew he needed to familiarize himself with the city in advance. Only by thoroughly comprehending Fishman City could he strategize for its subsequent growth. Fishman City sprawled over a vast area, with a population exceeding 500,000. To call it the largest city in the Dragon Palace world would not be an exaggeration. However, to Li Xuan, it was merely that. Viewing Fishman City from the perspective of the human race, it seemed to exist in a primitive era. Most fishmen resided in rudimentary coral structures, which could hardly be called homes. They resembled mere coral caverns, hastily assembled and exceedingly simplistic. Their lives were fraught with hardship, often lacking adequate clothing and sustenance. Akin to wild beasts. In Li Xuan's eyes, Fishman City appeared as a vast slum, a realm of chaos and desolation devoid of order and civilization. Nonetheless, Fishman City was not entirely devoid of merit. A principal street meandered through the city, resembling a winding dragon, quietly lying beside the Fishman Palace. Lined with numerous inns and apothecaries replete with fragrant herbs, the street boasted a variety of shops and even housed an academy, where the sounds of scholarly discourse added a touch of culture to the desolate city. From this thoroughfare, it was evident that Fishman City was not entirely chaotic. It possessed some foundational elements of civilization. With sufficient investment of resources, meticulous planning, and dedicated development, it could surely elevate Fishman civilization onto the right track. Even more to Li Xuan's astonishment, he discovered two edifices along this street, a statue of a fishman and an academy. The latter especially delighted him, for it was an elite-level structure, a remarkably rare comprehensive academy. Building name, Tide Academy. Building level, elite. Building description, established with the utmost dedication and intellect of the first Fishman King. This academy is strategically located at the site where the tide's power is most potent, harnessing the rhythmic energies of the tides to draw forth the spiritual essence of the seas, constructed with mysterious formations and rare materials. Building effect. Effect 1. Compared to ordinary academies, students studying here absorb knowledge at a rate 5 times faster, significantly enhancing their wisdom. Effect 2. With a well-established occupational system, it is now capable of nurturing, spirit planters, alchemists, artificers, tidal generals, and fishman archers. The Tidal Academy is not merely a comprehensive institution. It also serves as a military academy. Remarkably, it is a growth-oriented structure capable of cultivating new professionals as long as it provides complete occupational inheritance. If the offered occupational legacies are sufficiently abundant, it can even enhance the architectural level of the Tidal Academy. For Li Xuan, a novice realm master, this is an extraordinary advantage. With the power of the Tidal Academy at his disposal, his future development of the Dragon Palace world will be significantly facilitated. The emergence of such a rare growth-oriented structure within the incomplete dimensional realm of the Dragon Palace is astonishingly improbable. It is worth noting that structures like the Tidal Academy are exceedingly rare even in the Great Xia. Should he manage to bring the Tidal Academy back to the Great Xia, exchanging it for a transcendent grade building is entirely feasible. And yet its value remains incalculable in the market. The appearance of such a unique structure in the fragmented dimensional realm of the Dragon Palace only strengthens his belief that there are secrets within the Dragon Palace world that remain unknown to him. How intriguing! Li Xuan spoke with palpable anticipation. At this moment, he yearned to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Palace world immediately. Unfortunately, he is not yet the realm master of the Dragon Palace world and lacks the ability to harness its world power. Faced with this enigmatic secret, he finds himself helpless. However, he is not in a hurry. Once he becomes the true realm master of the Dragon Palace world, all its secrets will inevitably surface before him. Chapter 29, The Age of Currency. The second structure possessed by Fishman City is called the Fishman King statue. Although its capabilities and level do not compare to those of the Tidal Academy, it is still exceedingly valuable to Fishman City. More remarkably, the Fishman King statue is also a growth-oriented structure. Building name, Fishman King statue. Building level, ordinary. Building description, the statue of the first Fishman King of Fishman City, venerated by countless white-scale fishmen over generations, has absorbed endless incense power and possesses some mysterious abilities. Building effects. Effect 1. This statue serves as the core of the Fishman tribe's spiritual belief, automatically attracting devoted worship from its kin, which can slightly enhance internal unity among the Fishman tribe. Effect 2. By gathering immense power of faith, it can marginally increase the probability of the Fishman tribe giving birth to prodigies. Upon witnessing the capabilities of this statue, Li Xuan immediately understood why this small faction of merely several 100,000 fishmen had recently produced several heroic talents. It turns out that all of it is due to the influence of the Fishman King statue. Discovering two growth-oriented structures in succession brought Li Xuan great joy. Once he becomes the official realm master of the Dragon Palace world, leveraging the power of these two growth-oriented structures should enable him to rapidly elevate the Dragon Palace world to a 2-star realm. In addition to these two structures, after conquering Fishman City, Li Xuan also acquired a substantial amount of weaponry, elixirs, food supplies, and even currency. Indeed, currency. The existence of currency in Fishman City was quite unexpected. The currency utilized by Fishman City is known as star shell coins, crafted from a type of shell called star shells. Star shells possess a peculiar appearance, adorned with stars and exhibiting a hard texture, making them exceptionally suitable as primordial currency. Most importantly, star shells have exceedingly stringent living conditions, and within the entire Dragon Palace world, only a specific lake region near Fishman City can meet their survival needs. Since this lake region came under the control of the Fishman King, he designated star shells as the official currency of Fishman City. This development has allowed Fishman City to thoroughly escape the barter economy. For Fishman civilization, this represents a significant advancement. It is truly astonishing that Fishman City has already entered the age of currency, holding in his hand a star shell coin that radiates a faint starlight. Li Xuan's face glowed with delight. Although the star shell coin holds no utility for him, it offers immense assistance to the entire Dragon Palace world. A single small star shell coin has substantially elevated the civilization level of the Dragon Palace world. This undoubtedly saves him a considerable amount of time. If he were to develop a currency system for the Dragon Palace world from scratch, it could take an indeterminate length of time. However, with the foundation of the star shell coin laid, his subsequent efforts to develop the currency system will undoubtedly be much easier. Transitioning from 1 to 10 is certainly far simpler than from 0 to 1. Under the personal reassurance of the Fishman King, Fishman City quickly returned to normalcy. In the final tally, out of the original 100,000 stationed troops in Fishman City, only 70,000 remained alive and combat capable. The remaining 30,000 either perished on the battlefield or were gravely injured and lost their fighting ability. Of the 30,000 Fishman soldiers lost, fewer than 20,000 were directly killed by the Tidal Legion. The rest, over 10,000 Fishman warriors, were victims of the collapse of the coral walls. Li Xuan decided to leave 20,000 of the 70,000 Fishman troops stationed in Fishman City, integrating the remaining 50,000 into the Fishman Legion, preparing to march on Spirit Alligator Valley. Additionally, During this time, he made a brief return to the Dragon Palace, utilizing the over 10,000 points of primordial power he had amassed to nurture 200 crab generals. Against the second-tier elite Biwa spirit alligator, it is undoubtedly the second-tier rare crab generals that will prove effective. Therefore, he focused solely on nurturing crab generals, without producing a single shrimp soldier. Currently, these 200 crab generals are all en route to Alligator Fortress. By the time the tidal legion arrives at Alligator Fortress, the 200 crab generals should have already reached their destination. Under the command of Bai Shui, the 100,000 Fishman Army and the 50,000 Tidal Legion rapidly assembled. Set forth. With Li Xuan's command, a grand total of 150,000 troops surged toward Alligator Fortress. Upon merging with the 60,000 station troops at Alligator Fortress, the total strength of the Tidal Legion reached 210,000, with 10 times the military might compared to Spirit Alligator Valley. Li Xuan is confident that even if Spirit Alligator Valley possesses formidable trump cards, they will be easily overcome. Fishman King, keep an eye on the army. I shall return briefly. Once the army arrives at Alligator Fortress, hold your position and await my return. With the army thoroughly departed from Fishman City, Li Xuan planned to return to the main world for a late-night snack and a brief 2-hour rest. Undergoing the Realm Master assessment is mentally taxing. They are still merely apprentice Realm Masters, devoid of any extraordinary powers, and fundamentally, they remain ordinary individuals. Essential nourishment and rest are imperative. Prolonged deprivation of food and rest can lead to sudden death. Each year, numerous apprentice Realm Masters succumb during the assessment due to neglecting timely meals and rest, and the number of such fatalities has been steadily rising. Consequently, the Great Xia authorities have enacted numerous laws and regulations to address this issue, but to little effect. The risk of sudden death pales in comparison to the aspiration of becoming a Realm Master, particularly for ordinary individuals without any backing. They are willing to risk death for a chance at success. Had Li Xuan not acquired the Dragon Palace, he too would have likely embraced the risk of sudden death for the opportunity. However, with the assistance of the Dragon Palace, he has successfully passed the Realm Master assessment, a fact as certain as a nail in the board, thus rendering any further exertion unnecessary. It is time to rest, and indeed, rest he must. Of course, even in repose, it is improbable that he would indulge in a full 8 hours of slumber. Allocating merely 2 hours a day for a brief respite suffices. Rest assured, my lord of the realm, I pledge to fulfill the task, the Fish King declared with fervor. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction and subsequently exited the Dragon Palace realm, returning to the awakening chamber. Upon his return, he glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was already 2 in the morning. Fortunately, the cafeteria at the Realm Master residence operates around the clock, ensuring sustenance even at this late hour. As he made his way to the cafeteria, Li Xuan observed that, despite the hour, there were still quite a number of people present. Clearly, even at night, the aspiring Realm Masters were reluctant to rest. After their meal, most would likely return to their respective primal worlds to continue their endeavors. Chapter 30. Dastardly Investments. After selecting a few of his favorite dishes from the buffet, Li Xuan was about to find a seat when he noticed a group of familiar faces. These individuals were his classmates from the 3rd Academy, including their class monitor, Sun Shuiyue. If his memory served him correctly, several of these classmates, including Sun Shuiyue, had signed a contract to sell their services at the owner's house on the 3rd floor. Now that a significant portion of the day had passed, he was curious about how things had developed. With his tray in hand, Li Xuan approached their table. Upon seeing him, the group greeted him warmly, their enthusiasm palpable. There were no petty dramas of condescension to be found. The individuals present all held the potential to become Realm Masters. Although the odds were slim, no one dared to assert with certainty that any of them would fail the Realm Master assessment. To offend someone at this juncture could lead to dire consequences should they eventually succeed in the assessment. It was prudent for all to avoid unnecessary conflicts at this time. As soon as Li Xuan sat down, Sun Shuiyue eagerly spoke up. Classmates, heed my advice. You should definitely visit the Enterprise House on the 3rd floor to seek a reliable investment. Since I received financial backing, the development of my primal kin has soared to unprecedented heights, accelerating at least tenfold compared to before. Her words ignited a wave of excitement among the group. With an impatient classmate springing to his feet, eyes sparkling with eagerness, urgently inquiring, Class Monitor, just how much primal power did you borrow? What is the current scale of your kin? Sun Shuiyue smiled confidently, unabashedly responding, I did not overreach. I borrowed merely 3,000 points of primal power. As for the number of my kin, she purposefully elongated her tone, tantalizing her audience. It has now surpassed 4,000. By my estimation, it is highly likely to exceed 5,000 by tomorrow morning. My heavens, Class Monitor, your kin count has already exceeded 4,000. Such speed is akin to riding a rocket, exclaimed a classmate, astonished, as he leapt from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. It was well known that the majority of the aspiring Realm Masters present had their kin counts lingering in the hundreds, with those surpassing 1,000 being exceedingly rare. The fact that Sun Shuiyue's kin count had already exceeded 5,000 made her passing the Realm Master assessment seem all but guaranteed. Yet, rather than basking in her success, Sun Shuiyue displayed a commendable humility, stating, "My progress is relatively slow. I have heard of an individual who borrowed 5,000 points of primal power, and now their kin count has broken 10,000. With such a terrifying growth rate, passing the Realm Master assessment will be a mere formality for them. A step ahead leads to further advancements. I sincerely recommend that everyone head to the 3rd floor now to borrow some primal power to accelerate your development. Otherwise, at your current pace, passing the Realm Master assessment will be exceedingly challenging." The class monitor speaks wisely. To become a Realm Master, we must seize this opportunity. One classmate exclaimed, his spirit ignited by Sun Shuiyue's words as he raised his arm in fervor. "Yes, I intend to head to the Enterprise House immediately to seek investment. Who wishes to accompany me?" Another classmate chimed in, determination gleaming in his eyes. This proclamation elicited a resounding chorus of agreement from the majority of the students, their voices rising like a tide. "Count me in. We shall advance together." Seeing that everyone had expressed their intentions, only Li Xuan remained, sitting calmly. Choosing not to voice his thoughts, a male classmate seated beside him gently nudged his arm, inquiring with concern, "Li Xuan, what are your plans? Will you join us for a stroke of luck?" Li Xuan subtly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I appreciate the kind offer, but you all go ahead. I will ponder my decision further." His refusal stemmed not only from a lack of need for investment, but also from a lingering suspicion that Sun Shuiyue might be exaggerating the benefits of borrowing. To him, she resembled a carefully crafted plant. Indeed, a plant. He suspected that Sun Shuiyue had perhaps received benefits from the Enterprise House to incite these naive aspiring Realm Masters to take loans. Furthermore, he harbored serious doubts that the actual circumstances following the acquisition of primal power would be as splendid as she portrayed. If her claims were accurate, Sun Shuiyue should be preoccupied with expanding her primal world rather than taking the time to act as a salesperson here. Nevertheless, these speculations were mere conjectures, lacking solid evidence. Voicing such baseless claims without proof would not only fail to persuade his peers, but could also backfire, causing unnecessary trouble. Li Xuan had always been averse to complications, preferring to maintain a respectful distance from such matters. Noticing that Li Xuan was disinclined to join, the group did not press him further. Under Sun Shuiyue's guidance, they all set off in a group toward the Enterprise House on the 3rd floor. According to her, group borrowing came with advantages, prompting these classmates to plan on securing loans from Sun Shuiyue's company. With this realization, Li Xuan was nearly certain that Sun Shuiyue was indeed a plant. After watching his fellow classmates depart, Li Xuan swiftly finished the food before him. Just as he was about to rise to leave, a slender, jade-skinned youth casually plopped down across from him, a sly grin adorning his face. "Hey there, classmate. Interested in some investment? I happen to be a professional agent for Giant Stone Corporation. Just give me a nod, and I guarantee you the lowest interest rates available on the market." The youth blinked earnestly, his expression sincere. Li Xuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the boy from head to toe, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh? Aren't you an aspiring Realm Master? How did you suddenly transform into a representative of Giant Stone Corporation?" It was well known that only aspiring Realm Masters could freely enter and exit the Awakening Chamber and cafeteria, while the heads of various corporations were bound by regulations, restricted to the Enterprise House on the 3rd floor. Should anyone dare to trespass into this forbidden realm, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. A light punishment would entail a lifetime of imprisonment, while a heavier one could result in immediate demise. Thus, Li Xuan was resolute in his conviction that the youth before him could not possibly be a legitimate employee of the Titan Corporation. "Hey there, my friend. Don't take it so seriously." The boy, undeterred by his identity being exposed, cheerfully explained, "I am merely assisting the Titan Corporation as a part-time worker, earning a little extra on the side." With that, he shifted his tone and began to fervently promote his offer. "My friend, I see in you a remarkable physique and extraordinary talent. Your awakened lineage must be truly exceptional. With the full support of the Titan Corporation, passing the Domain Master assessment should be a mere formality. Our meeting amidst this vast sea of people is undoubtedly fate. If you choose to accept our investment, I assure you, your repayment will come at a generous discount of 10. "Oh, what does that discount amount to?" Li Xuan feigned curiosity. It's quite simple." The boy proudly raised a finger. "For instance, if you borrow 100 units of source power after the discount, you would only need to repay 90,000 units. How outrageous." Li Xuan's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he turned to leave. While it was indeed challenging for an apprentice domain master to borrow source power, it was utterly absurd to demand a repayment of 900 times the amount borrowed. The disparity was staggering. For an ordinary person to acquire source power was not nearly as accessible as it was for a domain master. It was no wonder that those apprentice domain masters who failed their assessments found themselves bound to a lifetime of servitude to their creditors, relegated to the status of hopeless laborers. The sheer magnitude of source power required to repay was akin to a pipe dream for an ordinary individual. "Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As Li Xuan turned to depart, the boy quickly stood up, raising his voice in a desperate plea. If you find the interest rate too steep, we can always negotiate. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, Li Xuan seemed deaf to his words, walking away from the cafeteria without a backward glance. Chapter 31. A sudden crisis upon returning to the Dragon Palace world. Li Xuan discovered that the Tide Legion had long since arrived at the Crocodile Fortress. All preparations had been meticulously completed. A mere command from him would unleash the Tide Legion into the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Welcome back, esteemed Domain Master. Upon sensing Li Xuan's presence again, the high-ranking commanders of the Tide Legion emerged from their respective tents, akin to the tides responding to the celestial bodies, and knelt on one knee before him, honoring him with the utmost reverence. You have diligently fulfilled your duties during this period. Your contributions invaluable. Li Xuan's voice resonated with calm authority, akin to a stabilizing force in the deep sea, instilling boundless confidence and encouragement in all present. Since all is prepared, let us set forth immediately towards the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Understood, esteemed Domain Master. The Fishman King and other high-ranking members of the Fishman tribe, filled with barely contained excitement, responded, their voices trembling with fervor. The counteroffensive against the Spirit Crocodile Valley represented the dream of generations for the Fishman City. The opportunity to realize this dream in their lifetime was exhilarating beyond measure. At that moment, both the Fishman King and Bai Tianshui felt immense gratitude for their allegiance to Li Xuan. Otherwise, they would never have encountered such a chance. Under the enthusiastic command of the Fishman King, the Tide Legion surged forth towards the Spirit Crocodile Valley, leaving the Crocodile Fortress completely devoid of troops. As there was no longer any need to maintain a garrison there, the Spirit Crocodile Valley was not far from the Crocodile Fortress. Within an hour, the Tide Legion successfully reached its destination. The valley was a vast underwater gorge, rich in spiritual energy, arguably the most abundant in the entire Dragon Palace world, surpassing even Fishman City. At this moment, countless massive spirit crocodiles lounged languidly within the valley, presenting a rather ominous sight. Most notably, the entire Spirit Crocodile Valley bore no signs of civilization, clearly diverging from the path taken by Fishman City. While Fishman City had opted to cultivate its own civilization, the Spirit Crocodile Valley had channeled its evolutionary potential entirely into individual strength, leaving its entire race akin to a primitive era, indistinguishable from wild beasts. These creatures exhibited no sense of vigilance whatsoever. Standing at the forefront of the Legion, Li Xuan surveyed the oblivious spirit crocodiles within the valley, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The enemy was upon them, yet they remained ensnared in slumber, an undeniable insult to the Tide Legion. Esteemed Domain Master, this is a divinely bestowed opportunity that must not be squandered. The Fishman King's eyes gleamed with fervent battle intent as he eagerly sought permission to engage. I humbly request your command. I am willing to lead the charge and ensure we seize this Spirit Crocodile Valley in one swift stroke. Li Xuan inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Very well, you shall command this battle. Your command is my honor. I shall not disappoint the esteemed Domain Master's expectations. The Fishman King nearly leaped with excitement, swiftly turning to face the awaiting Legion, raising his arm in a rallying cry. Brothers, charge with me and slay these ignorant beasts. Before his words had fully settled, the Fishman King surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, leading the charge towards the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Behind him, the Tide Legion and Fishman troops, fueled by determination, swiftly followed, their battle cries echoing fiercely. It was only when the Tide Legion's ironclad hooves trampled into the valley that the spirit crocodiles, still lost in slumber, began to awaken, struggling to rise. Their eyes filled with disbelief and fury. They could scarcely comprehend how the fishmen, who had previously been their prey, dared to challenge their authority so brazenly. Their initial anger, however, was fleeting. In the next moment, countless crab generals, led by Crab Dolly, charged forward. In a one-on-one scenario, a second-tier rare crab general could effortlessly dispatch a second-tier elite spirit crocodile. Before the bewildered spirit crocodiles could react, the leading crab general struck with lethal precision, turning the scene into a veritable bloodbath. As numerous spirit crocodiles fell in battle, the Spirit Crocodile Valley finally stirred to life. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the valley as countless spirit crocodiles, driven mad with rage, surged forth, charging directly at the Tide Legion. Kill! The Tide Legion, undeterred, advanced under Crab Dolly's command, forming a formation of shrimp and crab pincers, and surged forward. Soon, both sides found themselves engulfed in chaos. However, in terms of numbers, formation, and strength, the Tide Legion held the advantage. As the battle commenced, the Tide Legion quickly gained the upper hand, with numerous spirit crocodiles meeting their demise under the relentless assault. Yet, despite their advantage, the Tide Legion suffered their own losses. Countless Fishman warriors fell in battle, and the ranks of the shrimp soldiers were similarly decimated. Even some crab generals had perished amidst the fray. Since arriving in the Dragon Palace world, it was indeed the first time that casualties had occurred among the crab generals under Li Xuan's command. This left Li Xuan feeling heartbroken, his heart seemingly bleeding. Fortunately, the advantage still lay with them. As long as they pressed on, the Tidal Legion was bound to emerge victorious. Just as the battle situation began to clarify, a more terrifying and shocking roar erupted like thunder from deep within the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Following that, a massive crocodile, towering like a mountain and radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, slowly crawled out from the valley. Its size was more than 5 times that of an ordinary spirit crocodile, and with each step it took, it felt as though it could shatter mountains and rivers, instilling a sense of despair in all who beheld it. The moment this gigantic crocodile appeared, an invisible pressure swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Whether they were soldiers of the Tidal Legion or the fierce spirit crocodiles engaged in battle, they instinctively halted their actions, gazing in horror at this terrifying beast. Particularly for Li Xuan, upon seeing the giant crocodile, his expression changed drastically, and a flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He had never imagined that a hero would emerge from the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Indeed, this colossal spirit crocodile was a true hero. This was beyond comprehension. How could a hero appear in a shattered dimensional world? Li Xuan's face was one of incredulity. Yet, the reality before him left him with no choice but to accept it. Chapter 32, The King of Spirit Crocodiles. Utilizing his authority as a realm master. The detailed attributes of this massive crocodile immediately appeared before Li Xuan. Name, King of Spirit Crocodiles. Title, Spirit Crocodile King. Race, Demon Race. Quality, Rare 3 stars. Talent, Super Recovery, Iron Wall, Water Affinity. Class, Heavy Water Mage. Level, Tier 3, Level 40. Skills, Water Manipulation, Spirit Arrow Rain, Death Roll, Raging Tides Devour. Remarks, having lived near water elemental beings for an extended period, it has evolved into a hero. As a hero, the Spirit Crocodile King was immensely powerful, to the extent that all of Li Xuan's heroic seedlings combined would likely not stand a chance against it. Before encountering the Spirit Crocodile King, he had been quite confident about capturing the Spirit Crocodile Valley. However, after witnessing the Spirit Crocodile King, his confidence plummeted significantly. With the Spirit Crocodile King's might, none of his subordinates stood a chance. Unless they employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, launching an assault with hundreds of thousands from the Tidal Legion, victory seemed improbable. Yet, even if that were to succeed, the losses to the Tidal Legion would be catastrophic. Nevertheless, if victory was within reach, Li Xuan was prepared to overlook everything else. Just as Li Xuan was rapidly devising a strategy to confront the Spirit Crocodile King in his mind, the king let out a furious roar and charged towards the Tidal Legion, accompanied by a host of spirit crocodiles. The group of spirit crocodiles led by the king were his elite guards, equally formidable. Not only did they boast an average level of Tier 3, but their quality was also uniformly rare. These Tier 3 rare units were so powerful that, even against the Tidal Legion, they could contend 1 against 10. Thus, upon seeing this cadre of spirit crocodile guards, Li Xuan's expression darkened further. Confronting the Spirit Crocodile King was already a daunting task. Now, with the addition of these elite Tier 3 guards, it became even more challenging. But regardless of the difficulties, Li Xuan was resolute in his decision. Missing this opportunity would make future attempts to capture the Spirit Crocodile Valley even more arduous. We must go all out. Li Xuan gritted his teeth and declared. In that brief moment, the Spirit Crocodile King had already breached the Tidal Legion's ranks. The king surged into the Tidal Legion like a ferocious primordial beast. Its movements were as swift as lightning, causing the waters to churn violently in its wake. With its cavernous maw agape, resembling an unfathomable black hole, the surrounding waters erupted into a frenzy, swirling madly to form a colossal and terrifying vortex. This whirlpool, akin to an invisible hand, exuded an overwhelming gravitational force that spread outward with unrestrained ferocity. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were rendered insignificant before this monumental power, akin to ants. They desperately wielded their weapons in an attempt to stabilize themselves, but their efforts were futile. Their bodies were uncontrollably drawn towards the vortex's center. Horror and despair etched upon their faces, their anguished cries echoing across the waters. In the blink of an eye, they were mercilessly engulfed by the surging whirlpool, disappearing into the dark abyss of the Spirit Crocodile King's gaping mouth. With just this one strike, the Tidal Legion suffered heavy losses, with hundreds of shrimp soldiers perishing, and several seasoned Tier 2 crab generals meeting a similar fate, becoming mere sustenance for the Spirit Crocodile King. The once orderly formation of the Tidal Legion was suddenly torn apart, morale taking a significant blow. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuan understood that further delay was not an option. He swiftly moved to Crab Dolly's side and issued a directive. Dolly, immediately command the Tidal Legion to encircle the Spirit Crocodile King with all their might. As for the ordinary spirit crocodiles, let the Fishman Legion handle them. Although the white-scaled fishmen were not a match for the spirit crocodiles, they still possessed a contingent of 150,000 white-scaled fishmen. In a short time, it should not be too difficult to contain the less than 20,000 spirit crocodiles. Once the Tidal Legion dealt with the Spirit Crocodile King, They could then assist in dealing with the spirit crocodile swarm. With Li Xuan's command, 60,000 troops from the Tidal Legion promptly disengaged from the main battlefield and surged towards the spirit crocodile king. As the Tidal Legion withdrew, the Fishman Legion swiftly took their place. The difference in power became immediately apparent. When the Tidal Legion was present, they had dominated the spirit crocodiles, forcing them into retreat. However, with the Fishman Legion now in place, the tide had completely turned. Many white-scaled fishmen had barely arrived before they were swallowed whole by the spirit crocodiles. With no chance to resist, in mere moments, the losses among the white-scaled fishmen had exceeded 1,000. This caused Li Xuan great distress. Yet at that moment, he could afford no further considerations. As long as they could successfully capture the spirit crocodile valley, any losses would be worth it. Under Crab Dolly's command, the 60,000 Tidal Legion formed a pincers formation to swiftly encircle the spirit crocodile king. With a disdainful roar, the spirit crocodile king unleashed a surge of immense spiritual power, as if countless water dragons were churning within its being. In an instant, the waters around the king began to converge frantically, transforming into a barrage of shimmering azure water arrows. These water arrows emerged in droves, densely suspended before it, forming a rain of arrows that exuded a chilling aura. Following the king's command, the water arrows shot forth like bolts from a crossbow, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, descending upon the Tidal Legion like an impending cataclysm. Raise your spears. Charge. Crab Dolly's eyes widened, his voice booming like a great bell, instantly resonating throughout the Tidal Legion. The shrimp soldiers, well-trained and synchronized, swiftly raised their gleaming spears with utmost speed. The long spears shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sun, resembling a thicket of weaponry, exuding an indomitable aura. Charge. The shrimp soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating across the battlefield as they summoned their full strength to thrust their spears fiercely against the incoming water arrows. In an instant, the spears flickered, clashing violently with the water arrows, producing a series of crisp, intense metallic clangs. Under the steadfast resistance of the shrimp soldiers, the majority of the water arrows were shattered on the spot, transforming into droplets that dissipated in the lake. However, a few water arrows managed to breach the defenses, slithering into the ranks of the Tidal Legion like venomous serpents. Where these arrows struck, shrimp soldiers fell, their blood staining the seawater beneath them, amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Yet, the Tidal Legion, boasting a formidable force of over 60,000, regarded these losses as mere trifles. They swiftly reformed their ranks and regrouped, launching yet another assault against King Bibbo. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Although King Bibbo was powerful, he found himself ensnared amidst the relentless onslaught of the 60,000 Tidal Legion troops. Chapter 33, The Reign of Gold. As the fierce combat raged on, time flew by, and soon 3 hours had elapsed. Throughout this duration, neither side ceased their fighting for a moment, resulting in heavy casualties. Particularly for the Fishman Legion, the number of fallen warriors surpassed 10,000. Yet, despite such staggering losses, neither side showed any inclination to relent. Especially King Bibbo, besieged by the Tidal Legion, displayed no signs of weariness. Rather, his injuries ignited a primal ferocity within him, causing him to fight with increasing vigor. Even ordinary troops, whether 4th or 5th tier, would have perished long ago under the assault of 60,000 Tidal Legion soldiers. King Bibbo, a mere 3rd-tier unit, not only withstood 3 hours of continuous siege, but grew fiercer, sustaining minimal damage. This exemplified the strength of King Bibbo as a hero, a revelation that deeply impressed Li Xuan for the first time. During this period, he repeatedly sent emissaries to persuade King Bibbo to surrender. Alas, each attempt ended in failure, leading Li Xuan to realize that subduing King Bibbo necessitated first defeating him. There was no other recourse. As the stalemate dragged on, Li Xuan felt a sense of urgency. The longer the battle continued, the greater the losses for both the Tidal Legion and the Fishman Legion. He did not wish for the Tidal Legion and the Fishman Legion to be left in tatters upon finally conquering Spirit Crocodile Valley. It appeared that unconventional methods would be required. Li Xuan resolved decisively. His unconventional method was strikingly simple. He would resort to spending gold. Indeed, the very act of spending gold. Since he was not yet a true realm master, he could not directly assist his subordinates kin. However, if he so desired, he could wield the power of origin to temporarily enhance their combat effectiveness. This approach was something true realm masters would never employ, for it was exceedingly unprofitable. A true realm master would have 100 superior methods to bolster their subordinates' prowess. Yet, as a novice realm master, Li Xuan had no other option but to pursue this avenue. Thus, even if it was not cost-effective, he felt compelled to try it. Fortunately, the 3-hour battle had allowed him to accumulate over 10,000 units of origin power, making it feasible to indulge in this endeavor. Having made up his mind, Li Xuan wasted no time in sending a message to Crab General and the other 3rd-tier crab commanders, instructing them to prepare. In the next moment, under his command, a continuous stream of origin power surged towards these 3rd-tier crab generals. Upon absorbing this origin power, the third-tier crab generals felt as if they had ingested a potent stimulant. Their muscles swelled visibly, their forms doubling in size in the blink of an eye, their shells glimmering with an eerie sheen, emanating an aura akin to erupting volcanoes. Now several times more formidable than before. Though still inferior to King Bibbo, a hero-level combatant, they were significantly stronger than the spirit crocodile guards, who were also third-tier rare units. Attack! With a bellow from the crab general, hundreds of third-tier crab generals charged recklessly toward King Bibbo. Observing the frenzy of these enhanced third-tier crab generals, a flicker of alarm crossed King Bibbo's face. Yet, despite this trepidation, he did not retreat, releasing a roar of defiance and advancing directly into the fray. In an instant, the two forces collided like meteors on a collision course, igniting a breathtaking and fierce battle. The lake churned violently, dark currents surging and swirling into massive whirlpools, as if to consume all existence within. Powerful energy waves radiated outward like crashing tides, forcing nearby shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as spirit crocodile guards, to retreat in shock, unable to approach, merely spectators to this monumental clash. Death reigned. Seizing the opportune moment, King Bibbo, like a ravenous beast, suddenly opened his colossal maw and bit down on several third-tier crab generals. His razor-sharp teeth pierced their shells, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He then bit down fiercely, swallowing the unfortunate crab generals whole, the sound of crunching echoing ominously through the waters. Taking advantage of King Bibbo's brief pause, Crab General, with keen determination, swiftly commanded the remaining third-tier crab generals to launch a counterattack. They raised their massive pincers, akin to gigantic axes, and brought them crashing down toward King Bibbo's head. Sensing the imminent danger, King Bibbo evaded with a ghostly speed, attempting to dodge this lethal strike. However, the assault from the third-tier crab generals was too rapid, though he avoided a fatal blow to his head. One of the massive pincers struck his forelimb with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, his forelimb shattered, blood spraying forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. A howl erupted from King Bibbo, filled with excruciating pain. Yet, undeterred, he launched himself once more at the throng of third-tier crab generals, attacking with reckless abandon. As King Bibbo fought with ferocity, the third-tier crab generals matched his fervor, willing to sacrifice themselves to inflict even the slightest wound on him. As long as they survived, Li Xuan would immediately channel large amounts of origin power into them. With this assistance, no matter how grievously injured the third-tier crab generals became, they would quickly regain their vitality and rejoin the assault on King Bibbo. With Li Xuan's aid, the third-tier crab generals became akin to an indomitable horde. Under the relentless, fearless assault of the third-tier crab generals, King Bibbo's wounds multiplied, and his breath grew increasingly faint. However, the price was the rapid depletion of the precious origin power that Li Xuan had painstakingly amassed. Though it pained him to witness this drain, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant capturing King Bibbo. During this tumult, the third-tier spirit crocodile guards, tasked with protecting King Bibbo, attempted multiple times to rush to his aid but were consistently thwarted by the tidal legion. Bereft of assistance, King Bibbo gradually felt overwhelmed as he faced a relentless tide of crab generals, his offensive waning, his defenses riddled with more and more flaws, and his injuries mounting. As Crab Dolly prepared to launch a decisive strike against the king of the crystal waves, the latter's expression suddenly shifted. A flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he bellowed loudly, "I am willing to surrender." With the king's capitulation, a prompt echoed in Li Xuan's mind. "Esteemed Realm Master, the rare hero king of the crystal waves has surrendered to you. Do you accept?" Upon hearing this unexpected notification, Li Xuan could not help but exhale a heavy sigh of relief. Had the battle continued, he would have soon reached his limit. Initially, he possessed over 10,000 units of source power, but now barely a little over 1,000 remained. If the fight persisted, the immortality of the third-tier crab generals would eventually falter, leading to a one-sided massacre at the hands of the king of the crystal waves. Fortunately, they managed to endure until the end. Chapter 34. The Jiao Demon Forbidden Army. After successfully subjugating the king of the crystal waves, the fierce battle against the Fishman Legion saw the crystal wave spirit crocodiles submit in succession, effectively granting Li Xuan complete control over the spirit crocodile valley. With this victory, the entire underwater realm lay under Li Xuan's dominion. Now, he merely needed to conquer the Serpent Man dynasty on the island to officially unify the Dragon Palace world. However, there was no urgency in attacking the Serpent Man dynasty at this moment. It would be prudent to first consolidate his gains in the Spirit Crocodile Valley before launching an offensive against the Fishman dynasty. What water-based spiritual artifact assisted in the evolution of your crystal wave spirit crocodiles? Li Xuan inquired eagerly once the king of the crystal waves had organized his forces. His curiosity about the treasure capable of enhancing the quality of the crystal wave spirit crocodiles was piqued. Without hesitation, the king of the crystal waves opened his mouth and released a blue gem emanating a rich water-based spiritual energy. Upon its appearance, all present, be it the crystal wave spirit crocodiles, the shrimp soldiers, or the white-scaled fishmen, could not help but gaze upon it with greed. Had it not been for Li Xuan and the King of the Crystal Waves being present, they would have rushed forward to seize the blue gem. The gem's mere exterior revealed its extraordinary nature. Filled with excitement, Li Xuan utilized his Realm Master authority to immediately acquire detailed information about the blue gem. Name: Water Spirit Pearl. Grade: Heavenly Spirit Artifact. Description: a treasure born at the dawn of the world, emerging from the core of the deep-sea spiritual veins, representing the essence of water spirits. Effects: Effect 1. Prolonged exposure may enhance the quality of water-based troops. Effect 2. Prolonged exposure carries a certain chance of evolving water-based troops into heroes. Effect 3. Significantly aids water-based troops in breaking through their limitations. The phrase "the essence of water spirits" illuminated Li Xuan's eyes with excitement. The Dragon Palace's unlocking of new troop types depended on the essence of water spirits. Although this water spirit pearl was not the essence itself, it was an evolved version of it. If that were true, there was a substantial possibility it could enable the Dragon Palace to unlock new troop types. To validate his hypothesis, Li Xuan instructed the Tidal Legion to remain and clean the battlefield while he hurriedly returned to the Dragon Palace with the Water Spirit Pearl. Upon his return, a voice immediately resonated in his mind. Esteemed Realm Master, your extraordinary Dragon Palace has detected a potential fusion target, Water Spirit Pearl. Do you wish to fuse? Without any hesitation, Li Xuan responded, fuse. Although the Water Spirit Pearl was inherently powerful, he preferred to use it to unlock new troop types rather than keep it as is. As Li Xuan agreed, the Water Spirit Pearl transformed into a beam of spiritual light, swiftly merging into the Dragon Palace. After absorbing the Water Spirit Pearl, the Dragon Palace exhibited no immediate reaction, causing Li Xuan to momentarily doubt the success of the fusion. Just then, a voice sounded in his ears once more. Congratulations, Realm Master. The Dragon Palace has successfully unlocked a new troop type, Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, Yasha. It was a success. Elated, Li Xuan promptly utilized his Realm Master authority to examine the Dragon Palace. In the next instant, the detailed information of the Dragon Palace was laid bare before him. Name: Dragon Palace. Grade: Wonder. Effects: capable of nurturing top-tier kin of the Dragon Palace. Unlocked kin: Elite Shrimp Soldiers, 3 stars. Rare Crab Generals, 3 stars. Yasha, rare 3 stars. Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, extraordinary. Next unlocking condition: 2 units of Water Spirit Essence. Nurturing costs: Shrimp Soldier 1 point of source power, Crab General 10 points of source power, Yasha 10 points of source power. Jiao Demon Forbidden Army 100 points of source power. Extraordinary troops. Upon seeing the quality of the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, Li Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. The Dragon Palace, truly a wonder, had unlocked an extraordinary kin on only its second attempt. Ordinary, elite, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, divine, extraordinary kin, while merely mid-tier, were unattainable for most Realm Masters. For an apprentice Realm Master like him to possess the qualification to nurture extraordinary kin was a significant advantage over his peers. The only regret was that the next troop unlocking would require 2 units of Water Spirit Essence. He had not anticipated such a price increase. However, he was unperturbed. After all, the Dragon Palace had unlocked such formidable kin for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan immediately expended 100 points of source power to nurture a Jiao Demon Forbidden Army. As the nurturing bubble burst, an ancient and tempestuous aura surged forth, instantly enveloping every inch of the surrounding space. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the shattered bubble with a thunderous step, standing over 5 meters tall. It loomed like an ancient behemoth awakened from the abyss. The figure bore a human-like upper body but possessed the fearsome head of a Jiao dragon, its eyes burning with a chilling and cruel light. Beneath its skin was not mere flesh, but a layer of dense and resilient scales that glimmered with an eerie cold sheen under the dim light. Grasping a staff crafted from the bones of an unknown gigantic beast, the staff twisted and coiled, shrouded in wisps of black mist, within which countless vengeful souls could be heard screeching and struggling, exuding a spine-chilling malevolence. Surrounded by the swirling black mist, it appeared as though it had risen from the depths of the underworld, obscuring its form while adding an indescribable terror and majesty to its presence. So impressive. Gazing at the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army before him, Li Xuan exclaimed joyfully, utilizing his Realm Master authority. The detailed information of the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army promptly materialized before him. Name: Jiao Demon Forbidden Army. Name: Ao Juyo. Race: Demon. Quality: Extraordinary 3 stars. Talent: Jiao Dragon Transformation. Occupation: Spellcaster. Level: 3rd tier, level 40. Skills: Blood Curse, 9 Nether Break, Dark Tide Devour, 9 Nether Dragon Bone Nail. The Dragon Demon Elite Army truly lives up to its reputation as an extraordinary lineage, possessing a 3rd tier classification from birth, along with inherent talents. Could it be that all extraordinary troops are born as heroes? Li Xuan could not help but entertain this bold speculation. In pursuit of validation for his hypothesis, he immediately summoned 2 additional Dragon Demon Elites. Unfortunately, these 2 did not awaken any talents. Clearly, he had overthought it. Nevertheless, he was already immensely satisfied with the emergence of Aogou as a heroic prototype. Chapter 35, The Sea Patrol Yasha. Examining Aogou's attributes, one could only marvel at his formidable prowess. Apart from the singular hero, King of the Azure Waves, none of the remaining lineage could rival Aogou. Even when faced with King of the Azure Waves, Aogou should be able to hold his own for several exchanges. What is even more remarkable is that the Dragon Demon Elite is an exceptionally rare spellcaster. Previously, he had lamented the lack of ranged units in the Tidal Legion. Yet now he had unexpectedly awakened such a powerful Dragon Demon Elite. It was as if a pillow was offered just as he felt drowsy. The only slight regret he harbored was the exorbitant cost of nurturing the Dragon Demon Elite. Although the nurturing price from the Dragon Palace had diminished tenfold, the cost of 100 points of primal power still posed a significant hurdle for large-scale cultivation of Dragon Demon Elites, at least for the time being. However, given the might of the Dragon Demon Elite, even nurturing a small number would substantially enhance the Tidal Legion's strength. Not rushing to cultivate more Dragon Demon Elites, Li Xuan shifted his focus to nurturing the newly unlocked second lineage, the Yasha. As the nurturing bubble burst, a towering figure emerged before Li Xuan, a robust, grotesque creature with limbs disproportionate to its body, a green face with fangs, sharp horns atop its head, wielding a poisoned trident, and surrounded by a dark violet mist. The Yasha, enveloped in this eerie haze, exuded an air of mystery and dread, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the underworld, instilling profound fear and pressure. Though the Yasha's appearance was far from handsome, especially in contrast to the gallant Dragon Demon Elite, Li Xuan found himself thoroughly pleased with this addition. The Yasha's profession was likewise a rare find within the Tidal Legion. Name, Yasha. Name, Luo Shirgu. Race, Sea Race. Quality, Rare 3 stars. Profession, Scout. Level, 2nd tier, level 30. Skills, Shadow Assassination, Sea Patrol Night Tour, Tidal Stealth. At present, none of the Shrimp Soldiers or Crab Generals, nor the White-Scaled Mermen, were suited to serve as scouts within the Tidal Legion. The emergence of the Yasha effectively alleviated this pressing concern, especially with the impending confrontation against the unknown Serpent Man dynasty. The Yasha, as a scout, would prove invaluable. A rare quality scout in the shattered dimensional world is truly the pinnacle of reconnaissance. With the Yasha's intervention, he would quickly ascertain the situation surrounding the Serpent Man dynasty. Thus, Li Xuan expended the remaining 1,000 or so points of primal power to nurture over 100 Yashas. Upon their emergence, the fearsome Yashas immediately prostrated themselves, their swirling malevolent energy receding quietly upon contact with Li Xuan's garments. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Li Xuan's eyes as he issued a solemn command. Shirgu, you are to lead your brethren to Lake Heart Island and gather intelligence on the Serpent Man dynasty with utmost expedience. Report back to me as swiftly as possible. Obeying the Lord's command, the lead Yasha, Luo Shirgu, bowed in response, its raspy voice intertwining with both masculine and feminine tones, sending chills down one's spine. Almost instantly, over 100 shadows dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only a few lingering traces of dark energy that attested to the Yasha's presence. Li Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping towards the direction where the Yashas had vanished. He suddenly turned his head and inquired, Jiu, with your abilities, can you trace their path of escape? Upon hearing this, Aogou's dragon might momentarily faltered, and the stars reflected in his eyes seemed to swirl. However, after a brief pause, he could only shake his head in dejection. My lord, I beg your pardon, I am incapable of detecting them. Hearing this response only deepened Li Xuan's satisfaction with the Yashas. Even the extraordinary lineage could not detect the stealthy Yashas, underscoring the latter's formidable reconnaissance capabilities. Although the Yasha's combat prowess was not top tier, their exceptional stealth would undoubtedly make them one of the most critical members of the Tidal Legion in the future. Though he still wished to cultivate some additional Dragon Demon Elites, his primal power reserves had been depleted. Consequently, the endeavor to nurture further Dragon Demon Elites would have to be temporarily shelved. With a swift motion, he returned to the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Upon his return, the Tidal Legion had already tidied the battlefield and compiled an inventory of the assets within Spirit Crocodile Valley. Under his guidance, the Tidal Legion had developed the habit of promptly assessing their spoils of war after seizing a territory. While Spirit Crocodile Valley was formidable, its wealth paled in comparison to the Merman City. This was primarily because any valuable items were swiftly consumed by the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles, leaving nothing behind. The greatest treasure of Spirit Crocodile Valley was the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile population. Originally, the valley boasted over 20,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles. However, following the recent battle, only 15,000 remained. A staggering loss of over 5,000 of these creatures had occurred. Most critically, the elimination of these 5,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles had yielded no primal power reserves for Li Xuan. All had been expended in the conflict. This left him in considerable distress. In that moment, Li Xuan fully comprehended why sovereigns often refrained from directly utilizing primal power to enhance the combat strength of their lineage. It was simply too burdensome. In just a brief period, he had expended over 50,000 points of primal power. 50,000 primal power equated to 50,000 shrimp soldiers, all consumed in the blink of an eye. It was an extraordinary loss. Contemplating this realization, his heart ached. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to using primal power to bolster his subordinates' combat capabilities again. Aside from the remaining 15,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles, the only other assets in Spirit Crocodile Valley comprised a single building and a half-step rare class Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile Nest Core. The designation of half-step rare class was due to the incomplete evolution of this nest core. An incomplete nest core could nurture both elite and rare-grade Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles. Yet the results were entirely unpredictable, relying solely on luck. Such a pity. Gazing at the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile nest core in his hand, Li Xuan lamented. Had he arrived a few decades later, this half-step rare class nest core might have evolved into a rare class under the influence of the Water Spirit Pearl. However, now that the Water Spirit Pearl has been utilized by him, the heart of the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile's lair will no longer have the opportunity to ascend to the rare tier. Nevertheless, Li Xuan harbored no regrets. After all, the Water Spirit Pearl had unlocked for him the formidable Kaio Demon Forbidden Army and the Yuxia, two exceptionally powerful clans. If he had chosen to wait, it would have taken decades for the heart of the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile's lair to upgrade. Such an extensive period was simply not something he could afford to wait for. Chapter 36, The Golden Sands of the Emerald Wave. Without the slightest hesitation regarding the semi-rare heart of the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile's lair, Li Xuan immediately merged it with the Dragon Palace. However, to his astonishment, at the moment of successful fusion, a voice resonated within his mind, detecting that the heart of the lair is currently evolving. Would you like to expend 10,000 points of primordial power to assist in its evolution? Could it be so? A look of delight spread across Li Xuan's face. He truly had not anticipated that the Dragon Palace possessed such an ability. The surprises bestowed by the Dragon Palace were indeed becoming increasingly abundant. Exchanging 10,000 points of primordial power for a rare-tier heart of the lair was an exceedingly advantageous proposition. In the Great Xia, the value of a rare-tier heart of the lair was at least 100,000 points of primordial power at its base. To be able to procure one at merely a tenth of the cost was certainly appealing. Alas, he currently lacked such a substantial amount of primordial power. Thus, assisting the heart of the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile's lair in its evolution would have to wait for another time. Subsequently, Li Xuan turned his attention to the soul structure within the Spirit Crocodile Valley. It was a stretch of golden sands, the fine grains resembling golden sand, radiating a dazzling golden glow that was exceptionally striking within the Spirit Crocodile Valley. Utilizing his domain master privileges, Li Xuan immediately acquired detailed information about this golden sand area. Building name: Emerald Wave Sands. Building level: ordinary. Building description: a sacred ground where the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile clan has nurtured its offspring for generations, long bathed in the nurturing laws of existence, giving rise to a hint of spirituality. Building effects: Effect 1. Significantly increases the hatching success rate of Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodile eggs. Effect 2. Slightly enhances the success rate of hatching talented Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodiles. What a splendid nurturing structure. Observing the detailed information of the Emerald Wave Sands, Li Xuan expressed his satisfaction. Nurturing structures are those that assist clans in naturally propagating their offspring. Such edifices are not only rare, but also of immense importance for the natural propagation of clans. They are highly favored by domain masters, particularly those of higher tiers, as they rely largely on the natural breeding of their clans. The low-tier domain masters, with smaller territories and fewer clans, tend to utilize primordial power for nurturing. Thus, nurturing structures are generally considered to be late-game buildings. Although it belongs to the late-game category, it does not imply that it is devoid of utility for low-tier domain masters. On the contrary, its significance is substantial. Therefore, Li Xuan was quite pleased with the Emerald Wave Sands. His only regret was that its level was slightly lower than he had hoped. However, this was a minor issue. With sufficient resources, he could devise strategies for upgrades later on. During the interim, while awaiting intelligence from the Yuxia team, Li Xuan had no intention of remaining idle. The underwater world, though dominated by the forces of the Fishman City and the Spirit Crocodile Valley, still housed numerous wild monster lairs. Under Li Xuan's direction, the Tide Legion, Fishman Legion, and the Emerald Wave Spirit Crocodiles scattered throughout the underwater realm, relentlessly searching for wild monster lairs to hunt. This not only expanded Li Xuan's dominion, but also accumulated primordial power, enabling him to nurture more Kaio Demon Forbidden Army units. Given the immense strength of the Kaio Demon Forbidden Army, nurturing merely a handful was an utter waste. Whether it was the shrimp soldiers or crab generals, the Tide Legion was currently adequately staffed. What it lacked were the elite Kaio Demon Forbidden Army units. Hence, Li Xuan intended to utilize the primordial power gained from subsequent victories to nurture more Kaio Demon Forbidden Army. With the relentless efforts of the two legions, a multitude of wild monster lairs fell one after another. The primordial power in Li Xuan's possession soared like a rocket, rapidly increasing. within just 2 days. His primordial power surpassed the 10,000 mark once more. Upon witnessing the 5-figure sum of primordial power in his grasp, Li Xuan promptly returned to the Dragon Palace and nurtured 100 Kaio Demon Forbidden Army units. Although the number was merely 100, the aura irradiated by their collective presence was anything but ordinary, akin to a formidable army of thousands. As for their actual combat prowess, it was exceedingly formidable. Even the Emerald Wave King, a hero among heroes, could not gain any advantage against 100 Kaio Demon Forbidden Army units. Truly, they were an extraordinary clan. Just after Li Xuan had nurtured the 100 Kaio Demon Forbidden Army units, the Yiksha team, under the command of Luo Shirgu, returned successfully from their covert reconnaissance of the Serpent Man dynasty. They returned with the same number of members they had set out with, without a single Yiksha scout lost. A testament to the formidable reconnaissance capabilities of the Yiksha team. Upon stepping into the grand gates of the Dragon Palace, Luo Shirgu did not dare to exhibit any signs of complacency. With hurried steps, he approached Li Xuan, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully reported, "My lord, I have successfully fulfilled my mission and gathered intelligence on the Serpent Man dynasty." Li Xuan, already filled with curiosity regarding the enigmatic Serpent Man dynasty, immediately focused his gaze and inquired directly, "Speak in detail." Luo Shirgu, not daring to delay even for a moment, responded promptly, "In response to my lord, the territorial map of the Serpent Man dynasty is exceedingly vast, with nearly all the islands within the Dragon Palace world under its control." Li Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of perplexity rising within him, and instinctively probed further. By what means does the Serpent Man dynasty traverse between these islands? He surmised that it was likely by ship, as serpents were not capable of flight. If the Serpent Man dynasty indeed possessed the ability to construct their own ships, it would carry significant implications. This would suggest that the Serpent Man dynasty, much like Fishman City, had developed its own unique civilization. Luo Shirgu seemed to have anticipated this question from Li Xuan and promptly replied, "My lord, the Serpent Man dynasty connects its various islands via ships. I personally witnessed those vessels, including one enormous ship of impressive scale, towering high, capable of easily accommodating over 100 individuals." Over 100 individuals? Li Xuan's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing this. A vessel capable of holding such a number had already reached the specifications of a medium-sized cargo ship. It seemed that the shipbuilding industry of the Serpent Man dynasty had developed quite commendably. "Continue," Li Xuan urged, noticing that Luo Shirgu had paused. "Yes," Luo Shirgu responded respectfully before continuing. "The primary members of the Serpent Man dynasty are a common breed known as poison fang serpents, adept in the use of toxins, with most possessing a rank of 0. The venomous tooth fang serpent men, though lacking in both rank and quality, are numerous, boasting an army of at least 100,000 warriors and a total population exceeding 600,000. They exhibit remarkable prowess in both land and aquatic combat, rendering them formidable adversaries." Chapter 37, The Serpent Man Dynasty. Listening to Luo Shirgu's description of the Serpent Man dynasty, Li Xuan found himself lost in contemplation. If Luo Shirgu's words held any truth, the Serpent Man dynasty would indeed pose a significant challenge. His own vassal races, whether the shrimp soldiers or crab generals, or the white-scaled fishmen, excel in underwater combat. Although they can emerge onto land, their combat effectiveness diminishes by at least 30% once they do, given their current strength. While they could potentially conquer the Serpent Man dynasty, the losses would undoubtedly be considerable. Sensing Li Xuan's apprehension, Ao Jiuyo, who had been silently observing, suddenly stepped forward and declared, "My lord, we, the Abyssal Dragon Guard, do not fear land combat. When the time comes to assault the Serpent Man dynasty, we are willing to take the lead." Upon hearing this, Li Xuan immediately had an epiphany. Indeed, he had the Abyssal Dragon Guard at his disposal. Though they were primarily a naval force, their extraordinary nature rendered them capable of transcending the distinctions between aquatic and terrestrial warfare. While the Abyssal Dragon Guard consisted of only 100 elite soldiers in actual combat, even 10,000 Tooth Fang Serpent men would struggle to match their might. With the Abyssal Dragon Guard's involvement, breaching the Serpent Man dynasty's defenses would be a straightforward endeavor. Coupled with the support of the Tidal Legion and the Fishman Legion, seizing the Serpent Man dynasty would be remarkably effortless. Having come to this realization, Li Xuan promptly inquired, "Luo Shirgu, where is the stronghold of the Serpent Man dynasty, and how many troops are stationed there?" Answering my lord, Luo Shirgu replied, "The main stronghold of the Serpent Man dynasty is known as the City of Venom, nestled within a valley deep on Island 1, not far from the Dragon Palace. The stationed forces number approximately 60,000. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan decisively resolved to launch an assault on the Serpent Man dynasty's stronghold, the City of Venom. Previously, during the siege of Fishman City, he had opted for a cautious, step-by-step approach due to the Tidal Legion's insufficient strength at that time. However, now that the Tidal Legion had grown considerably stronger, a direct attack on the City of Venom was entirely feasible. Once the City of Venom was captured, subduing the entire Serpent Man dynasty would be a mere formality. With this determination, Li Xuan immediately issued orders to mobilize the troops in preparation for the assault on the Serpent Man dynasty. Thanks to prior preparations, the army quickly assembled, standing ready to embark on their mission to conquer the city of Venom at Li Xuan's command. Advance. At Li Xuan's command, the Tidal Legion, alongside 10,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles and a squad of the Abyssal Dragon Guard, surged forth towards the lake's surface. The Fishman Legion, however, remained behind at the Dragon Palace, for the Serpent Man dynasty's expertise in poison rendered their presence potentially burdensome. Guided by the Yasha squad, the Tidal Legion swiftly emerged above the water's surface. As soon as they did, a colossal island loomed in the distance. Closest to them was an exceptionally busy dock, bustling with activity. Over 100 wooden vessels of various sizes were anchored at the port, teeming with industrious serpent men. These serpent men were tall and imposing, their upper bodies resembling those of humans, with well-defined muscles, broad chests, and powerful arms. However, their lower halves presented a stark contrast, replaced by enormous serpentine tails adorned with countless green scales instead of legs. The faces of these serpent men were also markedly different from ordinary folk, pale and devoid of color, exuding an eerie and ominous aura. Their skin was covered in small scales, arranged closely together, glimmering with a cold sheen, rendering their countenance both bizarre and fearsome. Even more chilling were their eyes, which possessed vertical pupils of a strange green hue, reminiscent of ghostly flames, sending shivers down one's spine. The sudden emergence of such a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately attracted the attention of the serpent men at the dock. Enemy attack. The serpent warriors stationed at the dock swiftly sounded the alarm. In the next moment, the dock descended into chaos. Many ordinary serpent men abandoned their burdens, fleeing in terror like frightened birds, their frantic cries and shouts mingling in a cacophony. Only a handful of well-trained serpent soldiers quickly rallied, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the dock. Attack. Observing the pandemonium at the dock, Ao shouted, leading the Abyssal Dragon Guard squad directly into the fray. With countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals trailing closely behind, Li Xuan had anticipated an intense battle to erupt in the next moment. However, to his utter astonishment, as soon as the Abyssal Dragon Guard squad stormed onto the dock, the serpent warriors, who had been brimming with murderous intent just moments before, were suddenly paralyzed by fear, losing all will to resist. Some even released a pungent, unknown liquid in their fright. What is happening? Li Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically, even the mightiest Abyssal Dragon Guard should not have instilled such terror in the serpent warriors. Yet, as he observed the trembling serpent warriors sprawled on the ground, the realization dawned on him. The Tooth-Fang serpent men were merely the lowest tier of ordinary serpent men, whereas the Abyssal Dragon Guard represented an extraordinary class of dragon-like beings. Though a dragon, the dragon eel might not compare to true dragons, it nonetheless possessed an innate bloodline suppression over serpentine creatures. If this were indeed the case, it would explain everything. It was entirely natural for serpents to fear the dragon eel. If so, subduing the Serpent Man dynasty might prove even easier than previously anticipated. To validate his hypothesis, Li Xuan immediately halted the offensive and instructed Ao to attempt to subdue the serpent warriors. The subsequent subjugation process unfolded even more smoothly than Li Xuan had imagined. As soon as Ao spoke, the serpent warriors surrendered in haste, fearing they might be rejected if they delayed. Had he been able to observe their loyalty, he would have seen that the newly surrendered serpent warriors exhibited a uniform loyalty rating of 100. Clearly, it was time to revise their battle strategy. Seeing Ao so effortlessly subdue the serpent warriors, Li Xuan mused to himself. Originally, he had intended to lead his forces directly to the city of Venom. However, it now seemed feasible to subdue everything along the way. His only concern was whether Ao's influence would still hold at the city of Venom. If it did, they could capture the entire Serpent Man dynasty without shedding a drop of blood. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Abyssal Dragon Guard squad, the entire Serpent Man dock was swiftly brought under their control. At this moment, both the Serpent Warriors and the ordinary Serpent Men had become the most steadfast followers of the Abyssal Dragon Guard squad. Chapter 38, The Strongest Legion. After the conquest of the Serpent Man dock, Li Xuan utilized his domain lord privileges to obtain detailed information regarding the Tooth-Fang Serpent Men. Name: Tooth-Fang Serpent Man. Race: Demon. Quality: Ordinary 3 stars. Class: Archer. Level: 0 tier, level 10. Skills: Venomous Fangs, Triple Shot. Although both the Venomous Serpent Men and the White-Scaled Fishmen are classified as ordinary units, the individual prowess of the Venomous Serpent Men vastly exceeds that of the White-Scaled Fishmen, even surpassing the majority of ordinary units. This is largely due to the fact that the Venomous Serpent Men inherently possess 2 skills, which is double that of the standard ordinary units. Furthermore, Li Xuan has observed that the occupational progression within the Serpent Men dynasty is considerably superior to that of the Fishman City. At the Serpent Men dock alone, he has identified 4 distinct classes of soldiers: Serpent Men Archers, Serpent Men Assassins, Serpent Men Swordsmen, and Serpent Men Poison Masters. Each of these classes has already formed a considerable scale, If a confrontation were to ensue, the Serpentmen dynasty, with such a comprehensive occupational framework, would prove to be a formidable adversary, at least in the context of the Fishman City. However, in regard to the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, they are not a significant threat. For no matter how formidable an ant may be, it remains an ant. After subduing the Serpentmen dock, Li Xuan wasted no time in clearing the battlefield and immediately commanded the Tidal Legion to advance towards the City of Venom. The swiftness of military action is paramount. Capturing the City of Venom first, followed by a gradual cleanup of the battlefield, was a more prudent strategy. The sudden appearance of tens of thousands of troops on Island 1 instantly drew the attention of the Serpentmen dynasty. In order to thwart the Tidal Legion, the Serpentmen dynasty had laid numerous ambushes along the route. Unfortunately, these ambushes not only failed to hinder the Tidal Legion, but rather bolstered their strength. Whenever an ambush was encountered, the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army squads would swiftly subdue the ambushing venomous Serpentmen, integrating them into the Tidal Legion to advance upon the City of Venom. By the time they reached the outskirts of the City of Venom, the number of venomous Serpentmen captured had exceeded 10,000. Such a multitude of venomous Serpentmen represented a formidable force, sufficient to be employed as a main army by any other aspiring realm lord. The City of Venom is situated deep within a valley on Island 1. This valley is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, devoid of sunlight, and is saturated with noxious gases and miasmas, teeming with countless toxic substances. Should an ordinary person rashly venture within, they may not survive for even half an hour. Even a fully organized army would hesitate to encroach upon this perilous territory, for a single misstep could lead them into an uncharted forbidden zone, resulting in the annihilation of their entire force by poison. This valley serves as a natural barrier for the City of Venom. However, for the Tidal Legion, which had successfully captured over 10,000 venomous Serpentmen, the significance of this toxic valley was greatly diminished. Guided by the venomous Serpentmen, the Tidal Legion navigated the valley with remarkable ease. Upon entering, numerous venomous snakes emerged from the ground in branches, densely packed, and causing an unsettling chill to run down one's spine. Should outsiders intrude, these snakes would likely launch an immediate attack. Yet, under the command of the venomous Serpentmen, the snakes promptly cleared a passage and refrained from attacking the Tidal Legion, displaying remarkable obedience. This is attributed to the passive skill known as commanding the serpents possessed by all venomous Serpentmen, enabling them to control and command venomous snakes of lower rank without any numerical limitations. Due to this ability, the Serpentmen dynasty has bred a vast number of venomous snakes across the various islands, conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million. On Island 1 alone, there are reportedly millions of venomous snakes. Upon realizing the sheer number of snakes at the Serpentmen dynasty's disposal, Li Xuan could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. Had he not subdued such a considerable number of venomous Serpentmen, allowing the Serpentmen dynasty to command the millions of snakes on Island 1 to attack the Tidal Legion, the consequences would have been dire. Even if the Tidal Legion ultimately emerged victorious, their losses would have been catastrophic. However, with the support of over 10,000 venomous Serpentmen, the Serpentmen dynasty could no longer command the island's millions of snakes to assault the Tidal Legion, effectively stripping them of their most potent trump card. In truth, even without the assistance of the venomous Serpentmen, as long as the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army was present, the Serpentmen dynasty would find it impossible to command the serpents to attack them. Ordinary venomous snakes harbor a greater fear of the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army than they do of the venomous Serpentmen. The mere release of a fraction of their aura by the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army can terrify all snakes within a 10-mile radius into fleeing. Should they unleash their full presence unchecked, they could even instill mortal terror into ordinary snakes. This is a testament to the powerful bloodline suppression of the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army. Under the guidance of the venomous Serpentmen, the Tidal Legion swiftly traversed the dim and damp valley when suddenly, the air was filled with rustling sounds. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the thunderous crash of falling trees, massive figures emerged from all directions. Upon closer inspection, Li Xuan beheld countless venomous Serpentmen riding enormous pythons, charging towards the Tidal Legion. Serpent cavalry. Observing the silhouettes of these colossal pythons, Li Xuan instantly recognized their origin from the venomous Serpentmen he had allied with. He had already learned of the existence of a serpent cavalry within the Serpentmen dynasty, composed of formidable pythons as steeds. The serpent cavalry not only stands as the most powerful cavalry of the Serpentmen dynasty, but can also be regarded as the strongest cavalry throughout the Dragon Palace world. This cavalry is a quintessential second-tier cavalry regiment, since both the venomous Serpentmen as knights and the giant pythons as mounts are classified as second-tier units. Particularly, the giant pythons are even classified as second-tier elite units. Name: Star-swallowing python. Race: demon. Quality: elite, 3 stars. Class: cavalry. Level: second tier, level 30. Skills: constricting strangle. Stellar form: shedding rebirth. Possessing 3 formidable skills, the star-swallowing python is an exceptionally powerful entity. In a head-on charge, even the resilient and tough-bodied azure wave spirit crocodiles might find themselves at a disadvantage against the star-swallowing python. coupled with the legion of second-tier venomous serpent men atop its back. Its strength is further amplified. Witnessing this, Li Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Before his arrival, this serpent cavalry had undoubtedly been the most formidable force in the Dragon Palace world, were it not for their inability to remain submerged for extended periods. The Serpentmen dynasty might have long since unified the Dragon Palace world through the might of this cavalry. He marveled at the unexpected prowess of the Serpentmen dynasty in cultivating such an impressive serpent cavalry despite lacking any formal heritage. With a nod, Li Xuan commanded, "Fire." Just as he scrutinized the serpent cavalry, they had already surged forth to launch an assault on the tidal legion. The second-tier venomous serpentmen mounted atop the star-swallowing pythons swiftly drew their bows and began to unleash a torrent of arrows. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of piercing whistles, a multitude of arrows laced with potent venom hurtled towards the tidal legion. Chapter 39, The Deadly Poison Master. Azure Wave Water Arrows. In the face of the overwhelming barrage of arrows unleashed by the venomous serpentmen, the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles positioned at the forefront instantly entered a state of battle, their spiritual energy surging. In an instant, countless crystalline water arrows coalesced around them, each infused with a vibrant vitality, reflecting a ghostly blue radiance under the sunlight. With a resonant roar, the water arrows soared forth like arrows released from a bowstring, piercing through the air towards the enemy ranks. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic clashing of arrows resounded as the Azure Wave water arrows deftly intercepted each venomous arrow shot by the venomous serpentmen. As the moment of collision between the water arrow and the iron dart approached, a fine spray of water and sparks erupted, intertwining in the air to form an invisible barrier that utterly shattered all incoming arrows. The first wave of the venomous fanged serpent's assault was thus neutralized by the fierce counterattack of the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles, dissipating into nothingness. Kill. Seeing the futility of their arrows, the serpent cavalry immediately discarded their bows, drawing their long swords from their waists, and urged their colossal, star-swallowing pythons forward toward the Tide army. Despite the massive size of the star-swallowing pythons, their speed in slithering was anything but slow. Thousands of serpents, each exceeding 100 meters in length, surged forward with an imposing presence. At that moment, the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, stationed in the center of the formation and led by AwakenX, charged to the forefront, their powerful aura unmistakably radiating. Boom, boom, boom. As the aura of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad was unleashed, the nearby venomous serpents erupted in a series of explosions, their emerald blood raining down and staining the once lush forest in a ghastly hue. The foremost star-swallowing python let out a piercing shriek, its 100-meter-long body trembling uncontrollably. Its massive tail carved deep furrows into the ground as it abruptly halted its charge, staring in terror at the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad. The once formidable venomous fanged serpents were now rendered helpless, as the violent shaking of their pythons tossed them about chaotically. Some lost their swords, while others tumbled from their serpentine mounts, and many were paralyzed in fear atop their snakes. Yield at once. AwakenX called out, his formidable presence radiating unabashedly. Yet, just as everyone believed that AwakenX could effortlessly subdue the serpent cavalry, a sudden, urgent drumbeat resonated from behind the serpent cavalry. This drumbeat seemed to possess some kind of enchantment. In the blink of an eye, the trembling serpent cavalry regained their composure and charged once more towards the Tide army. As if disregarding the bloodline suppression imposed by the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, form ranks to meet the enemy. AwakenX commanded. Instantly, the entire Tide army sprang into action. The venomous fanged serpents and Azure Wave spirit crocodiles positioned themselves outside, while the shrimp and crab soldiers readied themselves within, all awaiting the serpent cavalry's advance. Meanwhile, the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, under AwakenX's leadership, took the initiative to charge forward. The serpent cavalry attempted to intervene, but they were wholly inadequate against the might of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad. After slaying a dozen star-swallowing pythons, the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad successfully pressed into the rear of the serpent army. In that moment of action, Li Xuan understood AwakenX's intent. He sought to strike the war drums at the rear of the serpent army. Only in this manner could they continue to subdue the serpent cavalry. Realizing this, Li Xuan immediately ordered the Tide army to launch a proactive assault to support the actions of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad. As the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad advanced upon the rear of the serpent army, the serpent cavalry attempted to return to assist, but were promptly intercepted by the Tide army. Azure Wave King, immediately take your men to assist. Sensing the intense sounds of battle erupting from the rear of the serpent army, Li Xuan commanded his sole hero without delay. Although the serpent cavalry were formidable, the presence of the Tide army was sufficient. Understood. The Azure Wave King complied, leading over 10,000 Azure Wave spirit crocodiles to charge into the rear of the serpent army. Witnessing this spectacle, the serpent cavalry grew frantic, desperately attempting to break free from the encirclement of the Tide army. Yet, alas, the Tide army was not to be trifled with, no matter how the serpent cavalry struggled. They remained firmly ensnared. Seeing that the serpent cavalry was thoroughly trapped by the Tide army, Li Xuan swiftly shifted his focus to the rear of the serpent army. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, led by Aogou, was besieging a venomous fanged serpent. Nearby lay a severely injured and unconscious star-swallowing python, alongside several incapacitated members of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard. One venomous fanged serpent was managing to hold its ground against the onslaught of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, a situation that seemed utterly implausible. This immediately caught Li Xuan's attention. Upon closer inspection, his expression turned incredulous. Another hero. He never expected that within this shattered realm of Dragon Palace, two heroes would emerge in succession. Name: Venomous Fang Serpent King, alias Serpent King race, demon quality, rare 3 stars, talent, Poison King domain, immune to all toxins. Commands the serpents, class, Poison Master level, tier 3, level 40, skills, Venomous Fangs, Toxic Miasma, Poison Scale Shot, 10,000 serpents devour heart. Remarks: elevated to hero status through prolonged exposure to various poisons, under the influence of toxins. To consume poison and emerge as a hero? Li Xuan was taken aback by the description in the remarks. He had never heard of someone becoming a hero in such a manner. There was an air of mystique surrounding this Serpent King. From the data, it appeared that the Serpent King's strength was on par with that of the Azure Wave King. However, in actual combat, Li Xuan suspected that the Azure Wave King might not necessarily be the Serpent King's equal, for the Serpent King was a master of toxins, his very being infused with poison. Any normal corporeal creature would likely wish to avoid such an adversary. It was precisely because the Serpent King harbored such potent toxins that he could maneuver so adeptly amidst the siege of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad, perpetually on guard against the Serpent King's deadly poisons and unable to unleash their full might. Nonetheless, even so, several members of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard had fallen victim to his toxins. While the strength of the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard was considerable, it did not render them immune to immediate death, but they did lose their combat effectiveness. Most critically, without an antidote, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead even the mighty Dragon Demon Imperial Guard to succumb to the venom. To counteract the poison, they would need to subdue the Serpent King. Thus, they could not afford to let him escape. Chapter 40, Poison King Domain. Just as the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad was locked in a fierce battle with the Serpent King, the Azure Wave King, accompanied by a multitude of Azure Wave spirit crocodiles, suddenly charged into the fray. The surrounding serpent army, upon witnessing the onslaught of Azure Wave spirit crocodiles, momentarily paused in shock. Kill. Yet, in the next instant, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries, the venomous fanged serpent army recklessly surged toward the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles. Their objective was clear. They must intercept the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles at all costs, preventing them from joining the fray against the Dragon Demon Imperial Guard squad and the Serpent King. Overconfident fools. Observing the approaching venomous fanged serpent army, the Azure Wave King wore an expression of disdain. Perhaps the outer serpent cavalry could pose a challenge, but these venomous fanged serpents were utterly inadequate. Without a moment's hesitation, the Azure Wave King surged forward, leading the Azure Wave spirit crocodiles into battle against the venomous fanged serpent army. Upon contact, the Azure Wave King devoured a multitude of venomous fanged serpents with predatory zeal. Faced with the insatiable hunger of the Azure Wave King, the venomous fanged serpent men exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Not only against the formidable Azure Wave King, even in the presence of a mere Azure Wave spirit crocodile, the venomous fanged serpent men found it exceedingly challenging to mount any form of counteraction. Ugh, so full. After devouring a considerable number of venomous fanged serpent men, the Azure Wave King let out a contented belch, relishing the satisfaction of his gluttony. It had been many years since he had indulged to such a degree. Just as he contemplated consuming another wave of his prey, the voice of Li Xuan echoed unexpectedly within his mind. Enough of this, hurry and assist. The Azure Wave King jolted, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, abruptly rousing from the euphoric thrill of slaughter. He nearly forgot the matter at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the Azure Wave King respectfully acknowledged and immediately radiated a brilliant light, his form expanding in an instant, transforming into an indomitable tank, charging forth like a wild beast towards the location of the Serpent King. Upon witnessing this, the venomous fanged serpent men emitted piercing hisses, attempting to impede the Azure Wave King's advance. However, their efforts were utterly futile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Any venomous fanged serpent man that dared to make contact with the Azure Wave King's steel-like physique was instantly sent flying, their bodies reduced to a gruesome pulp. A sight too horrific to behold. Roaring with ferocity, the Azure Wave King burst through the encirclement of the venomous fanged serpent men and immediately joined the fray against the Serpent King. As a fellow hero, the Serpent King was acutely aware of the potent aura emanating from the Azure Wave King. The moment the Azure Wave King approached, he sensed an overwhelming threat. Observing the Azure Wave King charging towards him like a frenzied bull, the Serpent King's expression turned grave. Venomous scales, unleash. With a sharp command, The Serpent King summoned his serpentine scales, which erupted like a dazzling firework display, transforming into a barrage of shimmering poison darts. These lethal projectiles sliced through the air with a fierce whistling sound, akin to a meteor shower, hurtling towards the Azure Wave King and tearing through the atmosphere with a sharp, piercing wail. Yet, as these venomous scales sped towards him, the Azure Wave King remained unfazed. His massive form steadfast as a mountain, displaying no inclination to evade. The scales pelted against his body like raindrops, producing a series of crisp metallic clangs, reminiscent of blows against an impenetrable shield. The projectiles ricocheted harmlessly away, leaving only faint white marks upon his rugged skin, failing to breach his defenses in the slightest. Undeterred, the Azure Wave King continued his relentless charge towards the Serpent King, his colossal physique akin to a high-speed locomotive, crashing violently into the frail form of the Serpent King. With a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, the Serpent King was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. He traced a long arc before colliding with several sturdy trees, finally crashing against the cliffside, where he came to a jarring halt. The impact shattered the cliff, sending debris flying and creating fissures that spread like spider webs. The force of the collision was so great that even the heroic Serpent King could not withstand it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen, the once smooth scales were now marred, revealing patches of crimson, leaving him in a pitiful state. Seizing the opportunity, the Azure Wave King and the remaining members of the Dragon Demon Guard surged forward, their eyes glinting with feral excitement, akin to wolves scenting blood. Roaring as they descended upon the injured Serpent King, showing no intention of granting him even a moment's respite. Dishonorable. Witnessing this scene, the Serpent King trembled with rage, spewing forth another mouthful of blood, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Venomous domain. Aware that the Azure Wave King and the Dragon Demon Guard were upon him, the Serpent King knew he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique if he hoped to survive this encounter. With a desperate shout, his voice tinged with resolve and madness, he summoned forth a torrent of green venomous gas that surged forth from his being like a roaring tide. This noxious vapor, dark and reeking of death, enveloped the battlefield in an instant, creating a vast net that ensnared the Azure Wave King and the Dragon Demon Guard before they could react. The moment the green mist manifested, it severed Li Xuan's ability to probe the area. He could only faintly sense the cacophony of battle within, yet the specifics remained elusive. He regretted not having attained the status of the true sovereign of the Dragon Palace world. Had he been so, this mere miasma would not have hindered his exploration. As he felt the intensity of the conflict brewing within the fog, Li Xuan's heart raced with anxiety. It was not that he doubted the combined strength of the Azure Wave King and the Dragon Demon Guard against the Serpent King, but rather that he feared for the safety of the Dragon Demon Guard, whose formidable prowess could still be compromised by the Serpent King's lethal toxins. Time slipped away, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Throughout this duration, the battle within the mist raged on without pause. However, the silver lining was that, despite the relentless onslaught, he had yet to receive any notifications of casualties among the Dragon Demon Guard, alleviating some of his trepidation. Boom. As he pondered whether to invest further assistance, a tremendous explosion resonated from within the poisonous fog. Shortly thereafter, the Serpent King, battered and bruised, was forcibly ejected from the mist. Compared to before, the sight of the Serpent King was utterly grotesque, his once smooth, shimmering form now marred and tattered, resembling a ragged cloth riddled with deep, ghastly wounds. Blood gushed forth like a breached dam, staining the earth in a vivid crimson. Chapter 41. Subjugation of the Toxic City. With the Serpent King flung from the fray, the toxic mist rapidly lost its potency, dissipating like receding tides. As the noxious fog cleared, the figures of the Dragon Demon Guard and the Azure Wave King became increasingly visible. The Azure Wave King remained imposing, bearing only a few superficial wounds, completely unfazed. Conversely, the state of the Dragon Demon Guard was alarming. Nearly half of their ranks lay sprawled upon the ground, motionless. Their faces were a shade of deep blue, lips tinged with purple, clearly afflicted by the Serpent King's venom, their lives ebbing away. The mere flicker of life remaining was sustained solely by the tenacity of their extraordinary existence. Surveying the fallen comrades of the Dragon Demon Guard, Ao felt a surge of fury erupt from the depths of his being, igniting every drop of blood within him. With eyes ablaze with wrath, he charged forward alongside the remaining members of the Dragon Demon Guard towards the beleaguered Serpent King. The Serpent King, lying on the ground, caught sight of Ao's murderous gaze, panic evident in his eyes, filled with confusion and dread. At this moment, the Serpent King could no longer afford to uphold his dignity or face. Without waiting for the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard to approach, he hastily shouted in a hoarse voice, "I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender." Witnessing the Serpent King's abrupt capitulation, Ao, who had been charging forward, wore an expression of profound dissatisfaction. He had initially intended to teach the Serpent King a thorough lesson, but with his surrender, that opportunity was evidently lost. Following the Serpent King's submission, a prompt echoed in Li Xuan's mind, "Esteemed Lord of the Realm, The rare heroic Serpent King wishes to surrender to you. Do you accept? Hearing this notification, an uncontrollable smile spread across Li Xuan's face. Although the process of subduing the Serpent King was fraught with challenges, the eventual success made it all worthwhile. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan accepted the Serpent King's surrender. From that moment on, Li Xuan commanded 2 heroes under his banner, both of considerable strength. It was astonishing for a mere apprentice lord of the realm to possess 2 heroes, a fact that would likely be met with disbelief should it be revealed. In the Great Xia, many first- and second-tier lords of the realm might not even have a single hero under their command. The disparity between a lord with heroes and one without was stark, for heroes not only possessed formidable power, but could also be summoned to the main world. Upon officially becoming a lord of the realm, although one could awaken extraordinary powers, their combat ability remained relatively weak, comparable to a slightly stronger vassal, revealing a significant gap when contrasted with heroes. A lord possessing their own hero could ensure a far greater level of safety in the main world. While the surface of Great Xia appeared exceedingly secure, the undercurrents of darkness ran deep. Various foreign forces and malevolent entities frequently engaged in covert operations, particularly targeting newly appointed lords of the realm who had just passed their assessments. During his school days, Li Xuan often heard reports on television about apprentice lords who went missing shortly after their assessments. However, with a hero to safeguard him, such issues could be greatly mitigated. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xuan was elated at having successfully subdued 2 heroes in quick succession. After subjugating the Serpent King, Li Xuan immediately commanded him to assist the Poison Jiao Demon Imperial Guard. Each member of the guard was dear to him, and he would feel remorseful for the loss of even one. Despite being gravely injured, the Serpent King complied and swiftly made his way to the side of the poisoned guards. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched several venomous needles into their bodies, and the Jiao Demon Imperial Guards, lying on the ground, began to regain their color as their breath steadied. Intriguingly, Li Xuan was quite taken aback by the Serpent King's unconventional method of using poison to counteract poison. Truly, the Serpent King, a master of toxins, demonstrated a singular approach even in detoxification. Once the detoxification was complete, the Serpent King coordinated with the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard to call a halt to hostilities. Though the skirmish lasted merely half an hour, both sides sustained significant losses, particularly the Serpent Cavalry and the Tidal Legion. The Serpent Cavalry, originally numbering only 3,000, had lost 500 in this engagement. Gazing at the multitude of fallen star-eating giant python corpses, Li Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. The Serpent Cavalry was the only cavalry force in the Dragon Palace world, and now, a sixth of their numbers had been decimated. Had he known, he would have instructed the Tidal Legion to hold back during the fight. Alas, such considerations were mere reflections in hindsight. The situation prior had rendered it impossible for the Tidal Legion to restrain themselves, as they were enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle. After assigning the Fishman King to oversee the battlefield cleanup, Li Xuan followed the Serpent King directly to the Poison City. With the entire Serpent Kingdom subdued, he would have completed the first step of his Lord of the Realm assessment by unifying the Dragon Palace world. At that juncture, the heart of the Dragon Palace world would reveal itself. Once he refined the heart, he would officially ascend as the Lord of the Dragon Palace world. Poison City was not far from their location, and under the Serpent King's guidance, the Tidal Legion soon arrived. Upon reaching the city and observing its layout, Li Xuan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Poison City would resemble Fishman City, chaotic and dirty, akin to a slum, perhaps even worse. Given that the venomous serpents thrived on toxins, he believed it would be exceedingly challenging to have them construct a well-ordered city. However, upon witnessing Poison City firsthand, he realized how misguided his assumptions had been. The perils of empiricism. Far from being squalid and disorderly, Poison City was remarkably clean and orderly. The buildings were arranged with precision, and the streets were adorned with a plethora of ornamental plants, giving the entire city the appearance of a hidden paradise. Had he not been informed that this was a city of serpents, he would have presumed it to be a tourist destination established by humans. Such a beautiful ancient city tugged at Li Xuan's heartstrings, and as the Tidal Legion settled in, he issued strict orders to minimize disruption to the daily lives of the serpent inhabitants. With the assistance of the Serpent King, the entire reception process proceeded seamlessly. In no time, the Tidal Legion had completely occupied Poison City. Chapter 42, The Ancient Giant Serpent. After securing Poison City, Li Xuan promptly arranged for personnel to embark on vessels to subdue other islands occupied by the Serpent Kingdom. Poison City exerted considerable control over these islands, and with the Serpent King's orders in hand, the Tidal Legion could effortlessly claim them without the need for forceful conquest. This was the advantage of capturing the capital first. Naturally, this strategy was only effective against smaller factions like the Serpent Kingdom. In the case of a larger power, this method might not be applicable. As the larger the territory, the weaker the leader's grasp on their domain. Even if the capital were captured and the leader subdued, it would not guarantee the subjugation of the entire faction. After dispatching troops to subdue the various islands, Li Xuan kept himself occupied, wandering through Poison City under the Serpent King's guidance. The remarkable construction of Poison City offered numerous insights worth emulating. Not to mention, its developmental strategies held significant lessons for Fishman City. To this end, he specifically instructed the Fishman King to bring along the upper echelons of Fishman City for observation, aiming to apply the Serpent Kingdom's experiences to the growth of Fishman City. Urban development significantly contributes to enhancing a civilization's level. In the future, when he ascended as the Lord of the Dragon Palace world, one of his foremost tasks would be to elevate the civilization's standing. Only by raising this level could the star rating of the Dragon Palace world improve. Esteemed Lord of the Realm, this is the Serpent Royal Academy. Under the guidance of the Serpent King, the group arrived at the entrance of an academy. The academy sprawls across an expansive area, positioned at the very heart of the toxic city. Its geographical location surpasses even that of the royal palace of the Serpent People dynasty. This underscores the profound significance that the Serpent People place on education. It is indeed surprising for Li Xuan to encounter such a civilization that holds education in such high esteem. No wonder the Serpent People dynasty has flourished so remarkably. The Serpent Royal Academy, having been developed to such an extent by the dynasty, has undoubtedly evolved into an architectural marvel. Utilizing the authority of a realm master, Li Xuan promptly acquired detailed information regarding the Serpent Royal Academy. Building name, Serpent Royal Academy. Building grade, rare. Building description, constructed over centuries by successive emperors of the Serpent People dynasty. It is said that the site is imbued with the spiritual veins left behind by ancient colossal serpents. The academy is built with serpent skin as beams, serpent bones as pillars, complemented by a lethal serpent-patterned array, enabling it to continuously absorb energy and toxins from the environment. Building effects. Effect 1. Serpent students studying at this academy can absorb knowledge 10 times faster, with a certain chance of awakening their innate talents. Non-serpent students can absorb knowledge 5 times faster, significantly enhancing their wisdom. Effect 2. It possesses a comprehensive vocational system, capable of training serpent cavalry, poison masters, shipwrights, serpent architects, serpent alchemists, serpent artificers, serpent archers, and serpent swordsmen. Effect 3. The Serpent Royal Academy has forged a contract with the Titan Python clan residing in the Star Eater's secret realm. Upon completing specific tasks, students may gain the opportunity to contract a Titan Python and ascend to become serpent cavalry. To his astonishment, it is a rare grade building. He never anticipated that the Serpent Royal Academy would be classified as such. Moreover, it is a growth-type rare building, which makes it even more exceptional. As far as he knows, in the Great Xia, the value of a rare-grade growth-type building like the Serpent Royal Academy is conservatively estimated to exceed 1,000,000 units of primal energy. Furthermore, it is a rare commodity. 1,000,000 units of primal energy is a sum that even many first-star realm masters might find unattainable, let alone a novice realm master. For Li Xuan, it would be an understatement to say that this is akin to overnight wealth. Most importantly, once he officially becomes a realm master, the Serpent Royal Academy will assist him in rapidly elevating the civilization level of the Dragon Palace world. This is because academy-type buildings are among the most beneficial types for a realm master aiming to enhance the civilization level of a small world. With both the Serpent Royal Academy and the Tidal Academy at his disposal, he is highly confident that he can elevate the Dragon Palace world to a 2-star realm in the shortest possible time. The Dragon Palace world is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Gazing at the Serpent Royal Academy before him, Li Xuan couldn't help but express his thoughts. Logically, it is virtually impossible for a rare-grade building like the Serpent Royal Academy to manifest within a fragmented plane world. The energy contained within such a small world is simply insufficient to support the emergence of a rare-grade structure. Yet here it stands before him, a living anomaly. This piqued his curiosity regarding the concealed secrets of the Dragon Palace world. Could it be that there truly exists a spiritual vein left by ancient colossal serpents? As he perused the information on the Serpent Royal Academy, Li Xuan boldly speculated. If this were the case, it would indeed clarify much. For anything connected to the ancient is destined to be extraordinary. However, whether this is true or not remains to be seen once he formally becomes the realm master of the Dragon Palace world. If it is indeed the case, the value would be immense. What is the situation with the Serpent King and the Star Eater's secret realm? Is it a genuine secret realm, or merely a name? Li Xuan inquired, looking at the third effect of the Serpent Royal Academy regarding the Star Eater's secret realm. A secret realm is an alternate space that relies on a small world. While it may not compare to a small world, its worth is incalculable, especially those with unique functions that command even greater value. In response to your esteemed lordship, the Star Eater secret realm is indeed a real secret realm. Any student who successfully graduates from our Serpent Royal Academy is granted an opportunity to enter the Star Eater secret realm. Within the secret realm, numerous Titan Pythons reside, and students may remain there for 3 days. During this period, if they can earn the recognition of any Titan Python, they may bring it out. If not, they will emerge empty-handed. Is that so? Li Xuan exclaimed in realization. No wonder he did not find a gathering place for Titan Pythons in the Toxic Valley. It turns out that these creatures are not native to the Dragon Palace world. Although the Serpent People dynasty has possessed the Star Eater secret realm for over a century, their understanding of it remains limited. Apart from what the Serpent King just mentioned, they know nothing else. How vast is the Star Eater secret realm? How many Titan pythons inhabit it? Are there any other creatures besides the Titan pythons? For the Serpent People dynasty, these remain unknowns. Chapter 43, 5 Poison Spirit Liquid. Your Lordship, while we know little about the Star Eater's secret realm, it is my humble opinion that it is indeed extraordinary, harboring many secrets, the Serpent King said, bowing slightly. His expression grave. Oh, what leads you to say that? Li Xuan inquired, his curiosity piqued, leaning in with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, the Serpent King replied slowly, after I graduated from the Royal Academy, I was fortunate enough to enter the Star Eater's secret realm once. The moment I stepped inside, I keenly sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy within the Star Eater's secret realm was several times greater than that of our toxic city. Such a dense accumulation of spiritual energy is indeed rare. Furthermore, I have always possessed a keen sensitivity to energies. Upon entering the secret realm, I discerned the presence of several formidable entities lurking within. Their auras are profound and majestic, far surpassing that of the Titan pythons. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the Titan pythons may not be the sovereigns of the Star Eater's secret realm, or at least, they are not the sole rulers. With a tone of conviction, the Serpent King's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Upon hearing the Serpent King's explanation, Li Xuan's eyes instantly brightened. If the Serpent King's assertions hold true, then the Star Eater's secret realm is indeed remarkable. The mere fact that the concentration of spiritual energy within the secret realm is several times higher than that of the primary world it is attached to speaks volumes of its extraordinary nature. Such a rich concentration of spiritual energy must be nourished by some exceptional treasures hidden within, enabling the Star Eater's secret realm to accumulate energy far exceeding that of the Dragon Palace world. Contemplating this, Li Xuan immediately invoked his realm master powers. His formidable consciousness spreading like a tidal wave, meticulously probing the vicinity of the Serpent Royal Academy in search of the entrance to the Star Eater's secret realm. However, after a thorough exploration, he found nothing, as if the Star Eater's secret realm did not exist at all. Li Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brows, turning his gaze back to the Serpent King, asking, aside from the Academy's graduates having a chance to enter the Star Eater's secret realm, is there truly no other means to gain access? The Serpent King shook his head helplessly, a wry smile on his face. Your Lordship, every word I speak is true. Our generations have tirelessly sought for hundreds of years, attempting countless methods, yet we have never found a second way to enter the Star Eater's secret realm, nor even glimpsed a shadow of the entrance. Thus, it appears that I must await my formal ascension as the realm's sovereign before I can devise a means to locate the entrance to the Star Eating's secret realm. Upon hearing these words, Li Xuan fell into a gentle contemplation, silently mulling over the matter. Presently, he is merely an apprentice realm master, with limited authority. And within the vast and boundless expanse of the Dragon Palace world, there are numerous areas beyond his reach, making it inherently challenging to uncover the concealed Star-Eating secret realm. However, once he officially becomes the realm master, his dominion over the Dragon Palace world will be absolute. At that juncture, every inch of land and every breath of air within the Dragon Palace world will be under his command. He is certain that he will be able to find the entrance to the Star-Eating secret realm. Under the guidance of the Serpent King, everyone had the opportunity to thoroughly explore the Royal Serpent Academy. As a rare great establishment, the Royal Serpent Academy was not only beautifully constructed but also boasted an array of classrooms and training grounds, catering to every conceivable need. The concentration of spiritual energy here was the highest in the entire toxic city. Most importantly, the atmosphere of learning was exceptionally conducive. Every student encountered along the way was diligently focused on their studies, with not a single slacker in sight. Even the best of ordinary academies cannot boast the absence of idle students. Yet the Royal Serpent Academy evidently possesses a unique quality that fosters such dedication. After a thorough tour of the Royal Serpent Academy, the group proceeded directly to the second structure in Toxic City. The City of the Fishmen comprises more than one building, and it stands to reason that the more advanced Serpent Dynasty would possess multiple edifices as well. The second building of the Serpent Dynasty is known as the Five Poisons Pool. This is a toxic pool exuding a green gas, filled with various poisonous waters and substances. A mere inhalation of the air nearby could prove lethal for an ordinary person. Even extraordinary beings such as the Fishman King would feel a sense of discomfort upon approaching the Five Poisons Pool. To be cast into the pool would likely result in instant death, underscoring the potency of its toxins. Yet, within this pool brimming with deadly toxins, several venomous serpent people could be seen, practicing their craft in the nude. My lord, these serpent people are the poison masters of our Serpent Dynasty. Not only they, but my subordinates also frequently train here. Many of my subordinates advance to hero status in this very pool. It can be said that the Five Poisons Pool is the very foundation of our Serpent Dynasty, the Serpent King introduced. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan instantly became intrigued by the Five Poisons Pool and utilized his realm master privileges to acquire detailed information regarding this structure, building name, 5 Poisons Pool, Building Level, Elite, Building Description. Crafted by the first generation of poison masters from the Serpent Dynasty. Drawing upon the essence of 5 poisons and forged over 49 years. Building Effects. Effect 1. Poison masters training within can significantly enhance their rate of toxin absorption and have a chance to awaken their exclusive poison-related talents. Effect 2. The 5 Poisons Pool generates a 5 Poisons Essence daily, which contains the quintessence of 5 deadly toxins. When consumed by poison masters, it refines their poison physique and greatly enhances their resistance to toxins, while for others below 5th rank, death is assured within 5 seconds. An elite grade building. Li Xuan's expression brightened with delight. His gains from the Serpent Dynasty were indeed exceeding his expectations. The wealth of the Serpent Dynasty seems rather excessive. With both structures exhibiting such high levels of quality, not only are they of high caliber, but their capabilities are also remarkably potent. The 2 abilities of the 5 Poisons Pool are formidable. The 5 Poisons Essence, if utilized wisely, could serve as a formidable weapon, making it as easy to eliminate lower-tier forces as drinking water. As for the first ability, it is even more powerful, capable of aiding poison masters in awakening their talents. This is undoubtedly a breeding ground for potential heroes. At this moment, Li Xuan noticed that among the poison masters training in the 5 Poisons Pool, 3 had already awakened their talents, indicating that the likelihood of awakening talents through the 5 Poisons Pool is indeed quite high. Excellent. Excellent. This only deepened Li Xuan's admiration for the 5 Poisons Pool. Though its appearance is somewhat repulsive, such trivialities are of little importance. What truly matters is its formidable capabilities. My lord, there is also a third building nearby, the Serpent King remarked as he emerged from the 5 Poisons Pool. A third one? Could it possibly be yet another elite-grade structure? Li Xuan inquired with excitement. My lord, that is not the case. The Serpent King quickly gestured dismissively, bowing slightly in response. This building is of ordinary grade. Chapter 44. Unifying the Dragon Palace World. The third building of the Serpent Dynasty is not located within Toxic City. Under the Serpent King's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the largest dock on the first island. This dock is even more bustling than the one where the Tide Corps landed. Numerous commercial vessels were docked, alongside several warships. Nearby, a military contingent was stationed. My lord, this is the Serpent Dynasty's navy, the Tianhe fleet. The Serpent King proudly gestured towards the warships anchored at the dock, providing an explanation for Li Xuan. Who are you preparing this fleet to combat? Li Xuan inquired curiously. He was somewhat astonished to learn that the Serpent Dynasty had a naval force, considering it was the sole terrestrial sovereign of the Dragon Palace world, with no enemies to speak of. Logically, there seemed to be no necessity for such an extensive effort to establish a navy. We do not have any opponents. It is merely a precaution, better to be prepared than not. The Serpent King replied candidly to Li Xuan's query. Upon hearing this response, Li Xuan could not help but admire the Serpent Dynasty's foresight. Such a perspective is precisely why the Serpent Dynasty has become the terrestrial sovereign of the Dragon Palace world. Though the Serpent Dynasty's navy is merely a low-tier fleet, with all ships classified as first tier, the existence of this foundation will undoubtedly simplify future expansions of the naval forces. The Dragon Palace world is primarily a water-based realm, and as he looks to expand his territory, the establishment of a formidable navy will be of paramount importance. Thus, the Tianhe fleet will certainly be one of his key development objectives. In addition to the Tianhe fleet, this dock also houses the Serpent Dynasty's largest shipyard. The third building owned by the Serpent Dynasty is this very shipyard. Building name: Tianhe Shipyard. Building level: ordinary. Building description: situated by a lake and river bend. Built upon a natural deep harbor, with great trees as its framework and rammed earth as its foundation, harmonizing with the principles of 5 elements water transport. Building effects: Effect 1. Capable of constructing various civilian merchant ships below Tier 2 and first-tier warships, the Tianhe warship. Effect 2. Shipbuilding speed is increased by 20, and the growth rate of shipbuilders is slightly accelerated. As an ordinary grade building, the Tianhe shipyard's capabilities are rather standard. However, possessing such a structure will greatly assist in the future development of the Dragon Palace world's naval forces. Without the existence of the Tianhe shipyard, the Serpent Dynasty, a modest power with only a few 100,000 inhabitants, would not be able to sustain a fleet. As Li Xuan surveyed the Tianhe dock, the Tide Corps work in taking over the entire Serpent Dynasty was proceeding in an orderly fashion. With the assistance of the Serpent King's dynasty, the entire process of acquisition proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The military and officials stationed across various islands, upon receiving the Serpent King's personal correspondence, immediately changed their banners and pledged their allegiance to Li Xuan. Throughout this endeavor, no obstacles were encountered. All Serpent officials demonstrated exemplary cooperation. This highlights the Serpent King's formidable control over his subordinates, a rare quality for any sovereign. Thus, it becomes evident just how adept the Serpent King is at governance. Although the acquisition was exceedingly efficient, the vast distances separating the islands ultimately resulted in a total duration of 3 days to fully subjugate the various islands of the Serpent Kingdom. As the final island declared its surrender, Li Xuan, who had been observing the proceedings from above, was suddenly greeted by a voice in his mind. Congratulations, Lord of the Realm, on successfully unifying the Dragon Palace world. The heart of the world is about to descend. Please prepare for its refinement. No sooner had the voice faded than a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the Dragon Palace world. This tremendous noise compelled all life within the realm to instinctively gaze skyward. In the next moment, an array of dazzling divine lights converged from all directions, enveloping a mysterious purple crystal that descended from the heavens. This purple crystal, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky, radiated peculiar luminescence, distorting the very fabric of space as it left behind a trail of vibrant brilliance. It ultimately settled before Li Xuan, hovering gracefully in midair, emanating an irresistible allure. At the sight of this purple crystal, all beings within the Dragon Palace world were instantly consumed by frenzy. Their eyes sparkled with greed and longing, as though they had glimpsed an unparalleled opportunity for ascension. Some audacious sea monsters recklessly surged towards the purple crystal, intent on seizing this legendary heart of the world. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuan wasted no time and commenced the refinement of the heart. The process unfolded with remarkable ease, and within a heartbeat, the purple crystal transformed into a beam of violet divine light, vanishing from its original location. When it reappeared, it had traversed layers of time and space, arriving in the Great Xia, and subsequently, it darted directly into Li Xuan's consciousness. Although the heart of the world from the Dragon Palace realm manifested for but a fleeting moment, the masters residing in the Realm Master's abode sensed it immediately. During the annual Realm Master assessments, numerous masters gathered at the Realm Master's abode. Some were officially dispatched to safeguard the aspiring Realm Masters, while many others were sent by various factions to recruit new talent. Particularly during this period, each city's Realm Master abode hosted recruitment officers from various Realm Master universities. Even if they were not Realm Masters, they sent powerful apostles to represent them. The instant the heart of the world from the Dragon Palace appeared, it roused these masters from their tranquility. The previously serene Realm Master abode erupted into a flurry of activity. Powerful auras soaring into the sky as numerous masters emerged from their chambers, floating in the air with expressions of astonishment and urgency. It's only the third day, and someone has already passed the Realm Master assessment. A prodigy. Quickly, find this individual, commanded a burly Realm Master clad in military attire, radiating a commanding presence. He represented the Great Xia military, having come to Jiangzhou to recruit talent. A genius who passed the assessment in just 3 days should enlist in the military. This marks the third candidate from Jiangzhou this year. We must not miss this opportunity. A strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised female Realm Master furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a mix of regret and determination. She was a teacher from Jiangzhou's Realm Master University, and having previously yielded the first 2 local prodigies to others, she was resolute in her intention to secure this one, for she could not return empty-handed. What is happening in Jiangzhou this year? So many geniuses are emerging. I truly did not make the wrong choice in coming here, remarked an elderly Realm Master with a head of white hair, yet a vigorous demeanor, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction and curiosity. He was a recruitment officer from the prestigious Great Xia Realm Master Academy, which was renowned as the strongest academy in the realm. Having already secured one prodigy, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 45. The Might of Realm Masters. As the heart of the world from the Dragon Palace melded into Li Xuan's consciousness, the first changes were witnessed in his physique. His once frail body rapidly transformed, becoming taut and muscular, with defined abdominal muscles gradually emerging. An inexhaustible vigor coursed through him. Li Xuan, who was once merely an ordinary human, had ascended to the realm of the extraordinary in a single moment. His aura continuously surged, rising from first-tier extraordinary to second, and ultimately reaching third-tier extraordinary before gradually stabilizing. This remarkable ascent underscores one of the primary reasons everyone aspires to become a Realm Master. Without attaining this status, even the most gifted individuals would require years of relentless effort to achieve the third tier of extraordinary. Yet for a Realm Master, such elevation occurs within the blink of an eye, and subsequent advancements are even more straightforward. As the star rating of their innate world increases, a Realm Master's cultivation level ascends simultaneously, eliminating the need for personal training. Thus, the concept of a cultivation bottleneck is non-existent for them. The sole limitation lies within the level of their inherent world. While the joyous leap to third-tier extraordinary was indeed commendable at this moment, Li Xuan could hardly afford to dwell on his own transformation. After fully refining the heart of the world from the Dragon Palace, the laws of heaven and earth governing that realm converged upon him instantaneously. As he assimilated these cosmic regulations, his mastery over the Dragon Palace world intensified. Ultimately, upon completely refining the laws of this realm, his control over it surged to an unprecedented 100%. At this juncture, the Dragon Palace world held no secrets from his perception. The previously unsealable rifts in space-time could now be effortlessly closed with but a thought. The elusive star-eating secret realm, which had once eluded him, was now plainly visible, allowing him to dispatch individuals within at will, unencumbered by any restrictions. All previously unclaimed units had now become his vassals. In the Dragon Palace world, he had become akin to a deity. No one and nothing could defy his will. If he desired rain, it must rain. And he could even precisely control the intensity and extent of the downpour. This exhilarating sense of omnipotence filled him with delight. No wonder everyone yearned to become a realm master. Reveling in this sensation of control, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim, "While this is exhilarating, I shall not become overly enamored with such power, for both the Dragon Palace world and the Great Xia still hold numerous matters awaiting my attention. Congratulations, Lord of the Realm. May your aspirations be fulfilled." With Li Xuan's reappearance, the Serpent King, the Wave King, and a host of loyal vassals all bowed respectfully. At this moment, the veneration that the followers held for Li Xuan reached its zenith. If their loyalty prior had been a steadfast 100, then at this juncture, after Li Xuan ascended to the true dominion of the Dragon Palace realm, their allegiance surged to an astonishing 1,000. Such unwavering loyalty rendered them incapable of betraying Li Xuan, whether in body or soul. Even in the event of their demise in battle, Li Xuan possessed the means to reincarnate their souls, allowing them to serve him once more. Though it might seem a tad exploitative, it was, in essence, a form of alternative immortality. Serpent King, Fishman King, descend at once to organize the troops. Upon my return, we shall launch an expedition to the star-devouring secret realm, Li Xuan commanded. After establishing himself as the sovereign of the Dragon Palace realm, he sensed the formidable nature of the star-devouring secret realm. It was exceptionally powerful, potentially surpassing the current strength of the Dragon Palace realm itself. Given the enigmatic and uncontrollable nature of this realm, he felt compelled to seize it at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, doing so would enhance the strength of the Dragon Palace realm, particularly as it was the source of the secrets that had long troubled him. For whatever reason, he was eager to conquer the star-devouring secret realm swiftly. As for the present, he needed to venture out. Besides registering, it was imperative for him to visit the Lord's abode to claim his rewards. Having passed the Lord's examination in a mere 3 days, the rewards were undoubtedly substantial. With this bounty, he could further develop the Dragon Palace realm. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, he mused, realizing that he could afford to take a brief pause. After thoroughly briefing his followers, Li Xuan promptly exited the Dragon Palace realm. Upon returning his consciousness to the main world, a warm current surged through him, and an unprecedented, wondrous transformation spread throughout his limbs. Feeling an inexhaustible, powerful force within him, Li Xuan sensed himself to be strong enough to fell a bull with a single blow. This was no mere illusion. As a third-tier extraordinary being, delivering such a blow was astonishingly effortless. Bang! Just as Li Xuan attempted to rise from his bed, a tremendous sound erupted. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see that the bed he had just occupied crumpled as if made of paper. The sudden surge in strength was not solely a blessing. Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, murmuring to himself. With such immense power suddenly bestowed upon him, he found himself unable to regulate his strength adequately. However, he reassured himself that it was merely a matter of time before he became accustomed to it. Carefully dismounting from the bed, Li Xuan made his way to the door. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, intending to gently turn it, misfortune struck once more. With a crisp snap, the seemingly sturdy doorknob shattered in his grasp as if it were fragile glass. Staring at the solitary doorknob in his hand, Li Xuan felt a mix of exasperation and bemusement. With the doorknob gone, his only option for exiting appeared to be dismantling the door itself. Fortunately, with his newfound strength, this task was trivial for him. With a slight exertion, the door came crashing down. Yet, as he removed the door, Li Xuan found himself frozen in place. For outside stood a throng of individuals. Not only were they adorned in opulent attire, but they also emanated an aura of immense power that pressed heavily upon him. Clearly, these individuals were not of ordinary origin. Nevertheless, Li Xuan remained unperturbed. He was within the Lord's abode, a place of safety. Anyone who entered here must have received official sanction, and regardless of their strength, they would not dare to harm him. Li Xuan, is it? Before Li Xuan could utter a word, a tall, composed middle-aged man at the forefront of the crowd spoke first. Observing the man's attire emblazoned with the insignia of the Lord's abode, Li Xuan did not hesitate to affirm, "Indeed, I am Li Xuan." The middle-aged man smiled slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, and introduced himself. "I am Deng Tianai, the deputy station master of the Jiangzhou Lord's abode. On behalf of the Jiangzhou Lord's abode, I extend my warmest congratulations to you on successfully passing the Lord's examination." Chapter 46, The Treatment of a Genius. Under normal circumstances, the deputy station master Deng Tianai would not personally attend to a junior lord who had passed the examination. Typically, he would send a Lord's apostle in his stead. However, Li Xuan was different. He was a prodigious talent who had completed the Lord's assessment in just 3 days. Such exceptional potential warranted Deng Tianai's personal presence. With Deng Tianai's guidance, Li Xuan smoothly completed his registration as a lord, officially becoming a registered lord of the Daxia. Deng Tianai presented him with a translucent crystal card, saying, "This is your lord's identity card. Be sure to keep it safe. Should it be lost, the process for replacement is exceedingly cumbersome, so do remember." "Thank you, Station Master Deng." Li Xuan took the card with both hands, unable to suppress his excitement. In Daxia, once one became a registered lord, their status would undergo a dramatic transformation. Registered lords not only enjoyed a prestigious position within Daxia, but also possessed numerous privileges on a global scale. The benefits and resources available to them far surpassed the imaginations of ordinary citizens, such as free housing allocations and even free spouses. In ancient terms, it was akin to a commoner suddenly ascending to nobility. Observing Li Xuan's exhilaration, Deng Tianai refrained from mocking him, as each of them had experienced a similar surge in status. Such a significant leap in social standing was indeed a cause for celebration. Deng Tianai continued, "The Lord's identity card serves not only as a symbol of your status, but also boasts numerous functions. For instance, you can use it to log into the Lord's abode online, access the Lord's shop, and enjoy various exclusive services. There are many functionalities, and you can explore them at your leisure. Anyone who passes the Lord's examination is certainly no fool." Additionally, the Lord's identity card has already been preloaded with 50,000 units of source power, which the Lord's abode provides as startup funds for each new Lord. Station Master Deng, I recall that those who pass the Lord's examination within 10 days are eligible for an additional reward. Li Xuan inquired promptly after carefully stowing away the identity card. 50,000 units of source power would not suffice for his needs. Indeed, Deng Tianai affirmed, in light of your accomplishment in passing the examination within 3 days, you now face two options. The first is to receive an elite level building card, and the second is to obtain 100,000 units of source power. However, I must clarify that the elite level building card is distributed at random, and you cannot select it yourself. Please consider your decision carefully." "Is that all?" Li Xuan's expression faltered, disappointment creeping onto his face. This reward seemed far less generous than he had envisioned, appearing somewhat meager. "Are you not disheartened?" Deng Tianai gazed at Li Xuan's expression and chuckled. "Rest assured, what we have prepared for you thus far is merely an appetizer. Those outside are the main course." "Those outside?" Li Xuan inquired, bewildered. He was still rather unclear about the origins and intentions of those individuals outside. "Precisely." Deng Tianai nodded affirmatively. "The individuals outside are all representatives from the military and admissions officers from prestigious universities. They seek you out because they wish to recruit you. A genius like you, who has passed the Domain Lord assessment in merely 3 days, is highly coveted in their eyes. In their pursuit to secure your talents, they are quite generous. You may confidently demand what you desire. If your awakened innate lineage is even stronger, or if you possess some extraordinary phenomenon that can validate your gifts, feel free to mention it. This way, when you negotiate, you can ask for even more." Upon hearing this, Li Xuan was momentarily taken aback. So, it turned out that geniuses were indeed often courted with financial incentives to pursue their studies. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had experienced such treatment. "If I ask for too much, won't I scare them away?" He voiced his concerns. Deng Tianai waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. These factions are quite affluent. They would prefer your talents to be as formidable as possible. Negotiate with confidence. First, let us select the rewards from our Domain Lord family. After you've made your choice, you can take your time discussing with them. Remember, the power to choose lies with you. If their terms do not please you, there is no rush to decide immediately. Let them stew a little, and they will naturally increase their offers." "Thank you for your guidance, Director Deng. I understand." Li Xuan expressed his gratitude. Deng Tianai's responsibilities did not encompass such matters, but he took the time to elaborate for the sake of fostering goodwill with Li Xuan. As a renowned star from Li Xuan's previous life once stated, as long as one is sufficiently strong, all surrounding individuals will be kind. In the Great Xia, having considerable talent applied equally. "Director Deng, I choose architecture." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuan made his decision. 100,000 units of primal energy would significantly enhance the development pace of the Dragon Palace world, yet its potential was limited. However, opting for architecture was entirely different. The price range for elite-level buildings was vast, spanning from 100,000 to several 100,000 primal energy units. If fortune favored him and he selected an exceptional building, it could be worth hundreds of thousands of primal energy units. Even if it were unsuitable for the Dragon Palace world, he could sell it elsewhere. Building cards were never in short supply in the Great Xia. An astute choice. Deng Tianai remarked with a smile. "By the way, what type of world is your innate domain?" "It is a water-type world." Although Li Xuan was unsure why Deng Tianai asked this, he chose to respond truthfully. "Just so happens, I possess a building card that is exceptionally suited for a water-type world. I shall give it to you." With that, Deng Tianai, as if performing a magic trick, produced a building card from thin air and directly handed it to Li Xuan. "Director Deng, isn't it customary for us to choose ourselves?" Li Xuan questioned, perplexed as he accepted the building card. "Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. For talents like you, such rules hold little significance." Deng Tianai replied with a grin. "Thank you once more, Director Deng." Li Xuan expressed his gratitude again. Knowing that the building card selected for him was undoubtedly of high quality, something he would never have chosen for himself. Upon reviewing the detailed information of the building card in his hand, Li Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This building card was not only exceptional, but also perfectly suited for the Dragon Palace world. Although it was merely an elite-level building, in his hands, it could unleash the power of a rare-level structure. Had he been required to purchase it, it would have cost him no less than 60 to 70,000 primal energy units. Chapter 47, Domain Lord University. Everyone, I present to you the talent. Now it is up to your skills. After escorting Li Xuan from the registration room, Deng Tianai addressed the crowd gathered at the doorway. Following that, he swiftly withdrew to the side to observe the spectacle. As the deputy director of the Domain Lord family, his favorite annual pastime was witnessing these individuals vie for talent. Those who usually appeared to be high and mighty would go to great lengths to secure a genius, which was quite entertaining. Before the proceedings commenced, Deng Tianai produced sunflower seeds and tea, eventually even conjuring a grand chair to recline comfortably while watching the unfolding drama. Classmate Li Xuan, we are admissions officers from various prestigious Domain Lord universities. Could you enlighten us about the size of your awakened innate world and the nature of your innate lineage? Without waiting for Li Xuan to speak, Yi Jun, an admissions officer from the Great Xia Domain Lord University, eagerly inquired. Though passing the Domain Lord assessment in 3 days marked him as a top-tier genius, they were more interested in the specifics of Li Xuan's situation. Only then could they assign him a more accurate rating, which was of utmost importance. At this, all the admissions officers immediately turned their anxious gazes toward Li Xuan. If Li Xuan's awakened innate world were sufficiently vast and his innate lineage powerful enough, his rating in their eyes would surely ascend to a higher tier. Conversely, it could potentially be downgraded. Facing their eager stares, Li Xuan did not hold back and responded candidly. The initial area of my innate world is 21,000 square kilometers, and my innate lineage consists of 2 types, a rare-grade crab general and an elite-grade shrimp soldier. Choosing to speak the truth was a decision he arrived at after careful consideration. Aside from the Dragon Palace, he could disclose anything else. This transparency would ensure he garnered the attention he needed to secure ample initial development funds from these Domain Lord universities. The amount of initial development funds was critically significant for a novice Domain Lord. Lacking any background, he had to rely on showcasing his talents to exchange for sufficient initial resources from these universities. The strategy of playing dumb was ill-suited for the Great Xia, as Domain Lords are a profession that heavily relies on resources. Should he choose to feign ignorance, he might genuinely find himself in a disadvantaged position. As for whether exposing his talents would invite danger, he was not particularly concerned. The Great Xia's system was exceptionally well-structured, especially its protective measures for geniuses, which were robust. By revealing his abilities, he would likely not encounter unexpected repercussions. Instead, he would gain even more recognition. 21,000 square kilometers and 2 lineages. Upon hearing Li Xuan's explanation, the eyes of the admissions officers lit up immediately. In their estimation, Li Xuan's talent level had instantly elevated. As for the possibility of Li Xuan deceiving them, they held no such worries. Who would dare to mislead them? The consequences of such deceit would be dire. After a brief moment of silence, the admissions officers promptly extended their olive branches. Classmate Li Xuan, I am Yi Jun, an admissions officer from the Great Xia Domain Lord University. You are aware that it is the premier Domain Lord Academy in Great Xia. Should you choose to join us, we are prepared to offer you the highest S-rank genius status, with instructors who are at least 8-star Domain Lords, providing one-on-one instruction. Dear Li Xuan, I am Qi Mu Yu, an admissions officer from the East Sea Master University. Based on the attributes of your innate lineage, I surmise that your destined realm is predominantly a water-based world. Our institution boasts the most formidable research in aquatic realms throughout the entire Great Xia. Should you choose to enroll in our esteemed university, we shall not only bestow upon you the prestigious S-class genius status, but we will also assign you a mentor who is an 8-star water realm master. Furthermore, I am authorized to grant you an additional application for 3 rare aquatic structures and a rare-grade nest heart. Dear Li Xuan, I am Leng Wanyu, an admissions officer from Jiangzhou Master University. While our institution may not rank as highly as the Great Xia Master University or East Sea Master University, as fellow children of Jiangzhou, we are committed to creating the optimal growth environment for you. If you choose to join us, we are prepared to offer you an exceptional SS-class genius status, alongside an 8-star master as your teacher, as well as an additional application for a transcendent structure, a rare-grade nest heart, and a substantial allocation of 1 million source power to assist your cultivation journey. Listening to the continuous offers from the various admissions officers, Li Xuan could not help but swallow hard. The conditions presented by these educators were indeed remarkable, each more enticing than the last. Notably, Jiangzhou Master University was even willing to provide a transcendent structure. More significantly, they offered him an SS-class genius status. As he understood, the resources available under an S-class status alone exceeded 10 million annually. An SS-class status would yield at least 5 times that amount. Each year in Great Xia, Only a handful of individuals attained the SS-class genius status, making Jiangzhou Master University's swift offer all the more surprising. Not just to Li Xuan, but to the other admissions officers present as well. It was evident that Jiangzhou Master University was determined to recruit him. While Li Xuan found the SS-class genius status enticing, he was not entirely swayed by Jiangzhou Master University. Earlier, in the registration room, he had gleaned substantial information about the master universities from Deng Tianyi. Selecting a prestigious master university is of paramount importance. Education is but one facet. Acquiring resources and the world cluster coordinates possessed by the university are equally vital. Many resources are exclusive to master universities and can only be exchanged by their students. The more prestigious the university, the greater the exclusive resources it holds. Additionally, a superior university possesses better world cluster coordinates for a master wishing to develop and advance. Initiating external conflicts is essential, and to do so, one must have world coordinates. Seeking them independently is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, particularly arduous for lower star masters. Thus, leveraging existing world coordinates is the most effective strategy for lower star masters, underscoring the significance of choosing a reputable university. A distinguished university, with its ample world cluster coordinates, allows for greater strategic flexibility, while an average university may lack the necessary coordinates, limiting opportunities for engagement. Jiangzhou Master University ranks as a second-tier institution in Great Xia, albeit among the finest in that category. However, the disparity between it and first-tier universities like Great Xia Master Academy and EC Master Academy remains considerable, particularly regarding the world cluster coordinates they possess. Therefore, despite the favorable conditions offered by Jiangzhou Master University, Li Xuan was inclined to consider first-tier universities if possible, seeking a smoother path for his future development. Faced with the enticing offers from various master universities, Li Xuan refrained from making an immediate decision, although he had a preferred institution in mind. The conditions presented did not meet his expectations. As Deng Tianyi had suggested, the choice was in his hands, and there was no need for haste. He had ample time to negotiate with these universities. Moreover, he still held a significant card close to his chest. In order to encourage the universities to enhance their offers, Li Xuan decided to be forthright. Esteemed professors, I have yet to clarify a few matters. In truth, my innate lineage encompasses not 2, but 3 types. The third being an extraordinary grade unit. Additionally, within my destined realm lies a temporal rift that connects to the demon domain. Upon uttering these 2 points, Li Xuan chose to remain silent, confident that the admissions officers before him were discerning enough to recognize the significance of his revelations. He anticipated that this new information would compel them to raise their offers. Indeed, the outcome aligned with Li Xuan's expectations. Following his disclosure, the admissions officers regarded him with incredulity. Li Xuan, are you certain that what you say is true? You are not deceiving us, inquired an admissions officer from the Great Xia Master Academy, instinctively seeking confirmation. He had faith that Li Xuan would not resort to deception, as such an act could easily be unveiled. Only a fool would engage in such behavior. However, the astonishing nature of Li Xuan's claims prompted him to seek reassurance, particularly regarding the temporal rift leading to the demon domain. In his understanding, fragmented planar realms typically did not harbor demonic entities, a phenomenon unprecedented in the entirety of Great Xia. If true, it could only signify one thing. Li Xuan's destined realm harbored immense potential, sufficient to entice demonic creatures to carve out a temporal rift in a fragmented plane. Moreover, a temporal rift to the demon domain represented an exceedingly rare resource for a master. If harnessed wisely, it could provide a tremendous opportunity for ascendance. Only ordinary masters would perceive the demon domain as a calamity, but evidently, Li Xuan was no ordinary master. By leveraging this domain, he could accumulate a significant advantage early in his journey. Recognizing this, the admissions officers immediately understood that their prior offers were far too meager for someone of Li Xuan's caliber. It was no wonder he had hesitated in making a choice. As the admissions officers contemplated how to revise their offers, Li Xuan from Jiangzhou Master University promptly interjected. Li Xuan, allow me to reiterate the terms we are prepared to extend to you at Jiangzhou Master Academy. Should you choose to join us, we can offer you an SSS class genius status, along with a tailored assignment of a 9-star master as your instructor, and enhancement of your source power to 10 million. While all other conditions remain unchanged. The moment Li Xuan concluded her statement, a collective gasp echoed among the admissions officers. To secure Li Xuan, Jiangzhou Master University was evidently making a significant investment, particularly with the SSS class genius status, which took everyone by surprise. Each master university typically has only one SSS class genius designation available per year. Once assigned, it effectively earmarks a student as a future leader of that cohort, ensuring robust support from the university and attracting considerable resources from the Great Xia as well. The growth rate of an SSS-level genius not only signifies the individual prowess of the genius themselves, but also reflects the educational standards of the university of the realm. This, in turn, possesses the potential to directly influence the university's overall ranking. Higher ratings correlate with greater resource allocation from the Great Xia to the university. Thus, the presence of an SSS-level genius is paramount to the future of the university. Consequently, the evaluation of such geniuses is approached with utmost caution by all universities of the realm. Typically, it is inconceivable to render such a judgment prior to enrollment. Even the most exceptional candidates must demonstrate their worth after admission before the university will consider granting its singular SSS-level genius designation. Yet, astonishingly, Li Xuan has chosen to present this sole SSS-level genius opportunity in her pursuit of Li Xuan. This underscores the magnitude of her determination to secure him. It is not only the admissions staff who are taken aback, even Li Xuan himself is quite surprised. He had not anticipated that Jiangzhou University would hold him in such high regard. The feeling of being valued by a discerning entity is profoundly moving. Director Long, are you certain you can make this decision? Inquired Deng Tianai, who had remained a silent observer until now. At his utterance, all present turned their attention to Li Xuan. The determination of the SSS-level genius designation is a matter of great significance for any university of the realm, being merely the head of the admissions office at Jiangzhou University. They were skeptical of Li Xuan's authority in this matter. Rest assured, since I have proposed this, I certainly possess the power to make this decision. Li Xuan asserted with unwavering confidence. Following her declaration, a token materialized in her hand. This is the principal's token from Jiangzhou University. With it, I can directly determine this year's SSS-level genius designation for our institution. The admissions staff gazed at the principal's token in astonishment. They had not expected the principal of Jiangzhou University to exhibit such boldness by entrusting this authority to a relatively junior admissions director. Yet, how could they compete? Fortunately, there is only one SSS-level genius designation available. Otherwise, none among them would stand a chance against Jiangzhou University this year. Unknown to them, Jiangzhou University's actions stem from desperation, as without this measure, they would be unable to attract top-tier geniuses. As a second-tier university, Jiangzhou University finds that under comparable conditions, the most exceptional talents invariably opt for first-tier universities such as the Great Xia University. This has resulted in Jiangzhou University failing to recruit genuine top-tier geniuses for many years. The most direct consequence is that in terms of elite talents, Jiangzhou University consistently lags behind first-tier institutions. Their performance in the inter-university competitions has also been lackluster. To alter this predicament, Jiangzhou University has been compelled to make this choice, ensuring they secure at least one top-tier genius from the pool of first-rate universities this year. Chapter 49, The Apostle of the Realm. Although Jiangzhou University has offered the SSS-level genius designation, Li Xuan has yet to make an immediate decision. If possible, he wishes to ascertain whether his preferred university can match this offer. Deep down, he has a greater inclination toward Donghai University, a first-tier institution ranked just below Great Xia University. More importantly, Donghai University is renowned for its research in the realm of water, holding the top position in the entire Great Xia. Whether it concerns water-type troops, water-based architecture, or the water realm they possess, Donghai University excels in all aspects. Joining this institution would undoubtedly provide immense support for his development of the Dragon Palace realm. Regrettably, the admission staff at Donghai University lack the authority to confer the SSS-level genius designation and must seek approval from higher authorities first. Li Xuan is willing to wait. With the commencement of university classes still over 20 days away, he is prepared to bide his time. Should Donghai University ultimately fail to present the SSS-level genius designation or equivalent conditions, he would not hesitate to join Jiangzhou University. Though Jiangzhou University is merely a second-tier institution, should they offer him unwavering support, the resources available to him would not significantly differ from those at a first-tier university. More importantly, transforming a second-tier university into a first-tier one could be a profoundly rewarding endeavor. With this thought in mind, he finds himself intrigued by the prospect of joining Jiangzhou University. Understanding Li Xuan's intentions, the admissions staff from various universities bid him farewell and promptly departed to report this development to their superiors. In their view, Li Xuan's talents, as demonstrated thus far, warrant a concerted effort to secure him. Li Xuan, we at Jiangzhou University sincerely invite you to join us. Should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Li Xuan earnestly reiterated after the others had left. Teacher Long, I would still like to see more. Li Xuan politely declined. Although he is inclined toward Jiangzhou University, he does not intend to reveal his hand just yet. He believes that Jiangzhou University can offer even greater benefits. Upon hearing his response, Li Xuan immediately grasped his intention and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Li Xuan, no matter what conditions other universities may ultimately propose, the terms we present will undoubtedly be the most favorable. I will return to submit the application immediately." With that, Li Xuan exited the venue. Having procured the SSS-level genius designation was already her utmost limit. To present additional conditions would necessitate further approval from her superiors. Well done. Deng Tianai praised once everyone had departed. He had not anticipated that Li Xuan's talents would be so formidable. The realm he manages has birthed a genius, and as the overseer, he too stands to gain rewards. The stronger the genius, the greater the rewards he receives. Thus, Deng Tianyi is quite pleased and is more than willing to offer Li Xuan further guidance. Under Deng Tianyi's mentorship, Li Xuan feels increasingly confident about the forthcoming negotiations with these universities. According to Deng Tianyi, given his talent, the conditions currently offered by these universities are far from their maximum potential. If he plays his cards right, he could secure even better terms. With a stroke of luck, he might even obtain the SSS-level genius designation from a first-tier university ahead of time. Li Xuan, how do you plan to proceed? Would you like me to arrange for you to stay at the Realm House? Deng Tianyi inquired, looking at Li Xuan. Upon successfully passing the assessment to become a Realm Master, an apprentice is entitled to receive a complimentary villa from the Realm Master residence. The villas within the Realm Master residence are not only secure, but also exceptionally convenient, rendering them highly suitable for the Realm Masters. Consequently, most newly appointed Realm Masters opt to relocate to the Realm Master residence after their promotion. Director Deng, I would like to return home to tidy up before coming back. Li Xuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Although he is an orphan, he still possesses a number of belongings at home, particularly some heirlooms left to him by his parents, which he feels compelled to take with him. Thus, he plans to make a brief visit home before moving to the Realm Master residence. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back. Deng Tianyi nodded in understanding. Li Xuan did not decline Deng Tianyi's kind offer. As the latter expressed a desire to cultivate a friendship with him, it seemed unnecessary to keep him at arm's length. After all, Deng Tianyi is the deputy director of the Realm Master residence, and there may come a time when Li Xuan needs to seek his assistance. Establishing goodwill now can only serve to his advantage. Under Deng Tianyi's arrangement, Li Xuan was driven away from the Realm Master residence in a vehicle designated for its use. Little did he expect that the drivers assigned to him were, in fact, two Sixth-Order Apostles of the Realm Master. Besides serving as his drivers, these two Sixth-Order Apostles also acted as his bodyguards. Although Jiangzhou City is relatively safe, it still harbors a number of spies dispatched by foreign forces. These spies are particularly fond of ambushing newly appointed Realm Masters. Should they succeed in their stealthy attacks, they would whisk their targets away from the Great Xia. Particularly for prodigies, they are prime targets for such assaults. While such incidents have not occurred in Jiangzhou for several years, Deng Tianyi nevertheless deemed it prudent to assign these two bodyguards to Li Xuan. In silence, the trio swiftly entered a dilapidated old neighborhood. Li Ming, you stay in the car while the Realm Master and I go upstairs to gather his belongings. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the apostle seated in the passenger seat efficiently organized their next steps. Despite their superior strength compared to Li Xuan, both apostles treated him with the utmost respect. Their deference was not solely due to Deng Tianyi's influence. More importantly, Li Xuan is a Realm Master. Even though they are significantly more powerful, they would not dare to underestimate him, for should he choose to eliminate them, they would have no recourse for justice. Esteemed Realm Master, please. Apostle Zhang Feng quickly rounded the back of the car, gently and cautiously opening the door. Thank you. Li Xuan stepped out of the vehicle slowly, a smile gracing his face as he expressed his sincere gratitude. While it is commonplace for Realm Masters to be attended by their apostles in the Great Xia, he had only recently ascended to this status, and thus felt a twinge of discomfort in fully embracing his new identity. You flatter us, Realm Master. This is merely our duty and does not warrant your thanks. Zhang Feng responded with a deep bow, his words imbued with humility. He then swiftly followed Li Xuan as they ascended the stairs together. Unbeknownst to them, mere moments after they entered the building, unfamiliar figures stealthily emerged outside the neighborhood. Quickly, use the sealing talisman to lock down this neighborhood, commanded the leader of the cloaked figures, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the entrance. His voice low and urgent as he issued orders. Chapter 50, The Wonders of Heaven and Earth. Li Xuan's home was located on the 6th floor, a modest 2-bedroom apartment. Though small, it was exceptionally clean and inviting. I will go in to tidy up, you can wait here. Leaving Zhang Feng in the living room, Li Xuan made his way directly to his bedroom. Upon entering his room, he gazed at the layout, both familiar and foreign, and was overcome with emotion. His parents, though mere ordinary workers, had loved him dearly. To accumulate foundational energy for him, they had accompanied a Realm Master to participate in a cross-realm expedition when he was 15. Tragically, they had vanished without a trace, along with the Realm Master they followed. The disappearance of a Realm Master during such a conflict could only imply one thing. They had suffered a crushing defeat, one so severe that not even the Realm Master could escape. With the Realm Master lost, the expedition forces under their command had no hope of returning. That year marked the moment he became an orphan, due to the unofficial nature of the expedition being a solitary endeavor by a single Realm Master. And with the Master now deceased, there had been no compensation. Fortunately, his parents had left behind a sum of money, allowing him to complete his high school education without interruption. Having traversed here a year ago, he had never laid eyes on his biological parents. Yet, he held profound respect for a pair of parents willing to sacrifice their lives for their child. If circumstances permit, he would seek to return their remains to their homeland. Just as in his original world, the Great Xia also values the principle of returning to one's roots. In truth, He had little to organize during this visit. The Realm Master residence was fully equipped, rendering his belongings unnecessary. His primary purpose was to take a look around and retrieve the items left to him by his parents. After relocating to the Realm Master residence, it may be many years before he returns. With a flick of his wrist, all items in the room instantly vanished from sight. As a Realm Master, the Dragon Palace world serves as his mobile repository. He can store any item within it, proving to be exceedingly convenient. What is this? As he collected all his belongings into the Dragon Palace world, Li Xuan suddenly noticed an extraordinary object among the mundane items. It was a fragmentary bronze seal. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive features. However, that was far from the truth. This bronze seal was, in fact, an exceedingly rare wonder of heaven and earth. Wonders of heaven and earth, akin to natural phenomena, are treasures born from the very essence of the universe, both incredibly rare and varied in their abilities. If my memory serves me correctly, this bronze seal seems to be a family heirloom, Li Xuan mused, holding it in his hand. He recalled asking his father as a child why their family heirloom was merely an old and battered bronze seal that looked like something sold at a street market. His father had simply smiled and remained silent. As he grew older, he persisted in his curiosity, even taking the bronze seal to an antique shop to ascertain its value, only to be told it was worthless. This revelation had caused him to lose all interest in the bronze seal. Yet, he never anticipated that the object he had once disregarded would turn out to be a wonder of heaven and earth. How fortunate I am to have returned, Li Xuan remarked with relief. Had he not come back to tidy up, he might have missed discovering this extraordinary artifact. His previous inability to discern the seal's significance was likely due to his status as a non-realm master. Now that he had attained that title, and with the bronze seal safely within the Dragon Palace world, it would be unrealistic for it to evade his scrutiny. In the realm of the Dragon Palace, he is akin to a deity. Nothing escapes his discerning gaze. Exerting the authority of the Realm Master, Li Xuan immediately acquired detailed information regarding the bronze seal. Name, fragment of the Destiny Seal. Grade, celestial oddity. Description, a celestial oddity that governs fate, capable of subduing the national fortune of a clan and rewriting the karma of all beings. Effects, ability 1, luck absorption, automatically siphons the faith, loyalty, and other emotions of the affiliated clan within its primary world, converting them into luck power. Ability 2, fate rewriting, digests luck power to enhance the talents of the affiliated clan. Ability 3, destiny exploration, consumes luck power to explore the endless void, with a certain probability of acquiring world coordinates. Not available for use. Ability 4, destiny contract, consumes luck power to forcibly subjugate wild, unclaimed monsters. Not available for use. Such formidable power, truly deserving of the title of celestial oddity. Observing the intricate attributes of the Destiny Seal, Li Xuan exclaimed with delight. Particularly, the abilities of fate rewriting and destiny exploration were akin to divine techniques for a realm master. Territory and affiliated clans are the two most vital aspects. The greater the territory and the stronger the clan, the more formidable the realm master becomes. These two abilities of the Destiny Seal serve to enhance the strength of the affiliated clan and expand territory. However, it is regrettable that the Destiny Seal is damaged for reasons unknown. Currently, the Destiny Contract and Destiny Exploration cannot be utilized. To activate these two functions, one must first repair the Destiny Seal. Fortunately, the method to restore the Destiny Seal is not overly complex. It merely requires the conversion of a sufficient amount of luck power. As for the exact amount of luck power needed for the repair, that remains an unknown variable. Nonetheless, regardless of how much luck power is required, he would find a way to restore the Destiny Seal. His desire for the ability of Destiny Exploration was simply too strong. When the Dragon Palace world necessitates expansion in the future, possessing the ability of Destiny Exploration would be immensely advantageous. Although the current affiliated clans of the Dragon Palace world are few, they should still be capable of gathering a considerable amount of luck power. Just as Li Xuan was preparing to attempt utilizing the Destiny Seal to convert luck power, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from downstairs. What is happening? Li Xuan immediately opened his eyes and rushed to the living room to inquire. Our car parked downstairs has exploded. Zhang Feng, standing by the window and gazing down, turned to Li Xuan with a grave expression. How could the car suddenly explode? Is it aimed at me? Li Xuan pressed. Master Realm, it is highly probable. Zhang Feng replied with certainty. The moment the explosion occurred, I sought assistance from the Realm Master's residence, but the message has yet to be dispatched. I suspect someone has severed our connection with the outside world. It appears there are indeed individuals intent on targeting me, Li Xuan remarked, his demeanor remarkably calm. Though it was his first encounter with such a situation, for some reason, he felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. Chapter 51, Ultimate Counterattack. Could it be that I inherently revel in battle? Li Xuan boldly speculated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his current excitement. Of course, this was largely related to his status as a realm master. Had he been an ordinary individual devoid of any power, he would undoubtedly not have dared to feel such exhilaration. At that moment, a fierce clamor of combat abruptly resonated from downstairs. Looking out the window, he immediately spotted the disheveled Li Ming being besieged by fur-cloaked figures. Although Li Ming was a sixth-tier extraordinary being, he was being forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the four assailants. Should the onslaught continue, Li Ming would undoubtedly meet his demise. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng grew anxious. His concern for Li Ming was paramount. More importantly, if Li Ming were to perish, he alone would stand no chance against the remaining four adversaries. Without their protection, the newly ascended Realm Master Li Xuan would be even less capable of contending with these cloaked figures. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng turned to Li Xuan, his expression grave. Master Realm, the situation is dire. I must descend to assist. You must remain here and not venture down. Go ahead. But exercise caution. Do not worry about me, Li Xuan replied resolutely. Zhang Feng nodded, promptly retrieving two gleaming swords from his storage ring. Then, without hesitation, he opened the door and charged downstairs. With Zhang Feng's intervention, the situation below shifted from dire to evenly matched. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. In a short span of time, Zhang Feng and Li Ming would find it impossible to defeat the cloaked figures. Nonetheless, there was no need for panic. After all, they were in Jiangzhou City, and if they were cut off from communication for too long, the Realm Master's residents would dispatch aid without delay. Currently, Li Ming and Zhang Feng were desperately fending off the cloaked figures, all the while relying on this expectation. However, this relied on the condition that no additional cloaked figures appeared. Otherwise, Li Xuan would be in grave danger. Indeed, there are more of them. Li Xuan, observing from the window, suddenly spoke. Through his senses, he detected two extraordinary presences emerging on the rooftop. Given the circumstances, the appearance of extraordinary beings within this dilapidated old community at this time could only mean they were allies of the cloaked figures below. These cloaked figures, emboldened to launch an ambush, had evidently made thorough preparations. Thus, Li Xuan was not the least bit surprised by the emergence of more cloaked figures. On the rooftop, two cloaked figures, utilizing a zip line, slid over from the adjacent residential building. Only in this manner could they circumvent Zhang Feng and Li Ming. In the Great Xia, all urban areas are shrouded in no-fly zones. No matter how powerful, flight is impossible. If they could fly, there would be no need for such convoluted maneuvers. Brother Hai, is this fellow below truly a realm master? Can we defeat him? The smaller cloaked figure, after removing his harness, asked with a worried expression. Xiaolong, do not fret. The individual below is merely a novice realm master who has recently passed the realm master assessment. His strength is at most peak 3rd tier. He possesses neither a hero nor a realm master apostle. With our respective strengths of 5th and 4th tiers, capturing him will be a simple task, replied the figure known as Brother Hai, brimming with confidence. Opportunities to defeat a realm master are scarce. We must seize this chance. If we succeed in bringing the realm master below back to the holy sect, it would be a significant achievement, and both of us would have hopes of advancing to 7th tier. Encouraged by Brother Hai, the previously apprehensive Xiaolong quickly regained his fighting spirit. In the main world, a novice realm master without a hero or realm master apostle is regarded as no different from an ordinary practitioner. A mere 3rd tier practitioner is easily subdued. At this moment, Li Xuan downstairs appeared to them like a fish on a cutting board, awaiting their harvest. Overflowing with confidence, the two swiftly approached Li Xuan's door. Brother Hai, let me take the lead. Just as Brother Hai was about to breach the door, Xiaolong, his eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed eagerly. All right, go ahead. Brother Hai chuckled, stepping back. Having received permission, Xiaolong wasted no time gathering all his strength, raising his leg, and delivering a powerful kick to the tightly shut door, accompanied by a resounding bang. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy door shattered into splinters, sending wooden debris flying. In the instant the door collapsed, a pungent and overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses. What lay before them was not the anticipated spacious living room, but rather a gaping maw, vast and bloodied. Its icy, razor-sharp fangs glinting menacingly, exuding an odor so vile it was nearly nauseating. No, the small dragon, at the forefront, had no time to react and was instantly devoured by the horrifying maw, deprived even of the chance to struggle. Hai Ji's pupils constricted, his heart nearly leaping from his chest as he instinctively retreated with great haste. A hero, upon recognizing the monstrous entity that possessed the gaping mouth, cold sweat drenched his back. A hero, a being second only to the realm lord in terror. Ordinary practitioners, even those of superior cultivation, would not dare to confront a hero, for even the weakest hero could engage in combat across levels when faced with practitioners. How could there be a hero here? In a frenzied retreat, Hai Gu was engulfed in fear and confusion. Indeed, high-tier transcendent beings are quite delectable. The king of the azure waves, having swallowed the small dragon, licked his lips in satisfaction and contentment. Indeed, the very creature that had just consumed the small dragon was the king of the azure waves summoned by Li Xuan. With a hero at his disposal, he certainly would not soil his hands himself. As a realm lord, it would be beneath him to engage personally. The crimson slit-like pupils of the king of the azure waves locked on Haigu, whose presence was far more formidable from a distance. A greedy glimmer in his eyes almost palpable, as he involuntarily gulped. In the next moment, the king of the azure waves surged with a ferocious aura, akin to a crazed beast, lunging savagely at Haigu. As he charged, the walls around him crumbled under the force of his might, bricks flying, the ground trembling violently. The entire residential building seemed on the brink of collapse. Faced with the rampaging king of the azure waves, Haigu felt his scalp prickle, his body bristling with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: escape. He must flee at all costs. Only a fool would remain to confront a hero. Observing the king of the azure waves pursue, Li Xuan emerged with the Serpent King, his expression grim. His displeasure was not due to the ambush by the cloaked figures, but because the king of the azure waves had nearly demolished his home. Although he did not intend to reside there any longer, it was still the place where his former self had grown up. If possible, he hoped to preserve it. Chapter 52, The Supernatural University. Li Xuan did not have to wait long before the king of the azure waves, dragging his massive form, descended from the fragmented staircase. Fortunately, the king could freely alter his size. Otherwise, his hulking frame would not have fit in the narrow stairwell. Master of the realm, mission accomplished. Upon his return, the king of the azure waves proclaimed triumphantly, "Well done, but remember to temper your strength next time. Do not create such a ruckus. This is not the Dragon Palace world, understand?" Li Xuan admonished, eyeing the precariously swaying structure before him. He trusted that even with restraint, the king of the azure waves could easily handle the two cloaked figures. "Understood, my lord." The king of the azure waves bowed respectfully. "Just remember, assist downstairs. And if possible, capture one alive." Li Xuan nodded, issuing his command. He was not a magnanimous person. Those who dared to strike at him must be prepared to face his wrath. Regardless of who was behind these cloaked figures, he would ensure they paid the price. Even if he could not do so now, he would reclaim his dignity once he grew stronger. A gentleman's revenge is not delayed by years. "As you command," the king of the azure waves replied with enthusiasm, bolting downstairs. With the king's arrival, the dynamics of the battle below shifted dramatically. The once evenly matched sides quickly found the Realm Lord's faction gaining the upper hand. It was merely a matter of time before the king of the azure waves subdued the cloaked figures. Yet, despite this, Li Xuan had no intention of descending. He would not bring the Serpent King downstairs until every cloaked figure was subdued. As the Realm Lord, he needed to strategize from the rear. Only when his subordinates had neutralized all threats would it be his time to step forward. Under the king of the azure waves' brutal onslaught, 2 of the 4 cloaked figures were swiftly consumed. The remaining 2, witnessing this, instantly lost their will to fight and fled. But at this juncture, the king of the azure waves would not allow them to escape. He, along with Li Ming, immediately pursued. Soon, the 2 fleeing cloaked figures were forcibly brought back by the king of the azure waves. "Who sent you?" Zhang Fengying demanded, his eyes wide, his iron grip clutching the collar of a cloaked figure as he interrogated. "Humph." The cloaked figure scoffed, disregarding Zhang Feng's inquiry, and with a frenzied look, silently bit down on the poison concealed within his teeth. "Not good. He's going to commit suicide." Li Ming, quick to notice the unusual behavior, shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Before Li Ming could intervene, blood trickled from the cloaked figure's mouth, his face darkening, and with a sudden tilt of his head. His breath grew weak, indicating he was nearing death. The other cloaked figure followed suit, not granting Li Ming the chance to obstruct him. Why bother? Witnessing the 2 resigned to their fate, Li Ming felt a mix of emotions, letting out a long sigh filled with regret and helplessness. Such a waste. The king of the azure waves lamented, glancing at the poisoned corpses. Even if he craved a taste, he had no desire to consume them. It was not out of fear, but simply because they would not be palatable. "Wait, let me take a look." Just as the 3 were about to dispose of the 2 bodies, the Serpent King, protecting Li Xuan, descended from above. After a brief consultation with Li Xuan, he approached the corpses. With a slight raise of his hand and a murmured incantation, 2 small green snakes formed from the concentrated poison materialized in the air, writhing like ethereal spirits. As soon as the 2 green snakes appeared, they swiftly darted into the bodies of the cloaked figures. Remarkably, as the snakes entered, the darkened faces of the cloaked figures visibly regained color, their previously feeble auras stabilizing. The astonishing scene left everyone present momentarily speechless. Even Li Xuan had not anticipated the Serpent King's prowess in detoxification to be so formidable. The 2 cloaked figures, on the brink of death, had been forcefully pulled back from the edge of oblivion. "Old Snake, you're impressive." The king of the azure waves could not help but commend. "Hurry and interrogate them. Do not delay." However, the Serpent King did not bask in the praise, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Interrogate? That is not my forte." Upon hearing the words of King Bibbo, he spread his hands wide, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. He was undeniably willing to charge into battle and engage in combat, yet the matter of interrogation posed a formidable challenge for him. "Let this trifling task of interrogation be entrusted to us too. You, valiant heroes, should rest for a while." just as King Bibo found himself at a loss. Zhang Feng and Li Ming stepped forth without hesitation, speaking in unison. Following their declaration, Li Ming and Zhang Feng swiftly took action, each dragging a pair of still unconscious figures in dark attire to the side, commencing their interrogation. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuan couldn't help but nod in approval. Although Zhang Feng and Li Ming, as apostles of the realm, lacked the combat prowess of King Bibo, their knowledge far exceeded his own. In Daxia, becoming an apostle of the realm was no simple feat. Those who achieved this status were truly versatile talents. As Li Xuan knew, aside from the Realm Master University, Daxia boasted numerous extraordinary universities, with their numbers far surpassing that of the Realm Master University. Each year, countless professionals graduated from these extraordinary institutions, with the pinnacle of their aspirations being to become apostles of the realm. However, only a select few of the most exceptional graduates would ultimately be chosen by the Realm Master to become their emissaries. For this reason, these extraordinary universities were often referred to as apostle universities. The fierce competition within these institutions allowed them to produce an abundance of outstanding professionals each year. Once accepted by the Realm Master, these individuals greatly contributed to the development of the realm's innate world. More importantly, they not only assisted in managing the innate world, but also handled the mundane affairs of the main world. The advantages they possessed were incomparable to those of the indigenous inhabitants of the innate world. This was evident from the capabilities of Li Ming and Zhang Feng. It was worth noting that neither Li Ming nor Zhang Feng were the most exceptional apostles of the realm, yet they were already so proficient. One could only imagine the prowess of those who were even more outstanding. This realization stirred a sense of ambition within Li Xuan, who had not initially intended to recruit apostles of the realm at this juncture. It seemed prudent to seek opportunities at extraordinary universities in the future to recruit a few apostles of the realm. Li Xuan silently resolved. Once an apostle of the realm was accepted, they would be irrevocably bound to the Realm Master, rendering betrayal an impossibility. This was precisely why Li Xuan was inclined to recruit apostles of the realm. If loyalty could not be guaranteed, no matter how capable an apostle might be, he would never consider accepting them. The complexity of individuals in the main world was simply too great. If loyalty could not be assured, he dared not take any risks. Chapter 53, The Moon-Worshipping Cult. Through the impressive memory recovery techniques of Li Ming and Zhang Feng, they soon uncovered the origins of the two dark-clad individuals. This group of assailants hailed from a nefarious organization known as the Moon-Worshipping Cult. The Moon-Worshipping Cult? What sort of sinister organization is this? Li Xuan inquired, perplexed. He was quite unfamiliar with such malevolent entities, as he had previously been unable to engage with them due to his lack of status as a realm master. After exchanging glances, Li Ming and Zhang Feng promptly elaborated, "My lord, the moon-worshipping cult is the most notorious evil organization in the Jiangzhou region. They venerate the moon goddess, claiming that through fervent devotion, she can grant ordinary professionals another chance to become realm masters. This has led to the cult amassing a significant following of disillusioned professionals in Jiangzhou City. They frequently engage in petty schemes within Jiangzhou, making them one of our primary targets for suppression. Is there truly a method for ordinary professionals to regain their chance to become realm masters?" Li Xuan inquired with great interest. "There is, but whether the moon-worshipping cult possesses such a means remains uncertain," Li Ming replied. "However, I suspect that even if it exists, the difficulty of achieving it would be immense. Otherwise, the moon-worshipping cult would already be overrun with realm masters." Li Xuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significant challenge of allowing professionals to reclaim their status as realm masters. "Why did the moon-worshipping cult send individuals to abduct me? Is it something they frequently do?" Li Xuan pressed further. Zhang Feng nodded in response, stating, "You are correct. During the annual assessments for realm masters, the moon-worshipping cult is most active. They abduct individuals and forcibly compel them to join their ranks. This is one of the ways these malevolent organizations bolster their strength. Without resorting to such kidnappings, it would be impossible for any realm master to willingly join these wicked groups. In Daxia, evil organizations are despised, while ordinary professionals may be lured into joining. Those with promising futures as realm masters would never stoop to such depths, not even if faced with a deity. In the eyes of realm masters, even deities pale in comparison. My lord, we have made a discovery." Just as Zhang Feng was enlightening Li Xuan on the nature of evil organizations, the Serpent King hurried back from outside the precinct, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he carefully cradled an object in his hands. He approached Li Xuan respectfully and presented it with reverence, speaking in a hushed tone, "My lord, this is the item used to seal off this area." Li Xuan focused intently, observing the object the Serpent King held, a silver talisman radiating an ethereal aura. The talisman shimmered with a lustrous sheen, as if imbued with boundless mysteries. With strands of enigmatic energy swirling around its surface, numerous inscriptions adorned the talisman, resembling an ancient star map, exquisitely beautiful. "What is this?" Upon receiving the silver talisman, Li Xuan's expression grew serious. He was unfamiliar with such an artifact. Just as he contemplated employing his authority as a realm master to investigate the silver talisman, Zhang Feng quick of wit, interjected, "My lord, this is a void-sealing talisman. Its extraordinary power can temporarily seal off an area, completely isolating it from the outside world. Once activated, all movements within the region will be imperceptible to those outside, as if the area had vanished from existence." What a remarkable item. Hearing the capabilities of the void-sealing talisman, Li Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was truly a treasure for covert operations. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time, deftly stowing the talisman away, knowing it could prove invaluable in the future. Just as Li Xuan secured the void-sealing talisman, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a squad of professionals clad in crisp security uniforms, akin to agile birds, soaring swiftly from the distance. Li Xuan was not the least bit surprised that this squad of guards could fly within Jiangzhou City, although there were restricted aerial zones. The guard unit responsible for safeguarding the city enjoyed privileges that exempted them from such limitations, allowing them to navigate freely through the skies. With their arrival, the guards immediately encircled and protected Li Xuan. Subsequently, a tall and imposing figure, evidently the team leader, approached Li Xuan with brisk strides. He executed a standard military salute. Then, with an exceedingly respectful demeanor, declared, "The third squad of the 1st Guard Team from the Red River District of the Jiangzhou City Guard Bureau reports to you. Lord Domain Master, are you unscathed?" Upon receiving the news, we were filled with anxiety and hastened here at full speed, not daring to delay even for a moment, fearing any harm might befall you. The captain of the guard fixed his gaze intently on Li Xuan, his eyes brimming with concern and reverence. The Guard Bureau holds a position of immense significance within the vast framework of the Great Xia dynasty, overseeing the city's security and order, wielding considerable power and prestige. Yet, even such a powerful institution dared not exhibit the slightest insolence or disrespect in the presence of the Domain Master. Li Xuan maintained an expression of calm indifference, slightly gesturing with his hand as he said, "I am quite fine. Please take me to the Domain Master's residence." After speaking, his gaze shifted to the two black-clad figures lying on the ground, and he added, "Furthermore, I intend to take these two with me. Do you have any objections?" These two individuals had sought to harm him, and he was determined to handle the situation personally. The arrival of the Guard Bureau would not alter that decision. "No objections. Lord Domain Master, you may take them as you wish. We shall comply with your arrangements," the captain of the guard replied without hesitation, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Li Xuan nodded slightly, turning his attention to the Bai Bo Wang beside him, and commanded, "Bai Bo Wang, this is entrusted to you." "Understood," Bai Bo Wang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a broad smile illuminating his face. He then promptly consumed the two black-clad figures lying on the ground. The powerful aura emanating from Bai Bo Wang left the entire guard team both astonished and bewildered. According to the intelligence they had received, Li Xuan was merely a newly appointed domain master, so how could he command such formidable heroes? This was utterly inconceivable, yet the reality before them brooked no disbelief. Under the protection of the guard team, Li Xuan swiftly departed for the domain master's residence. As for the damaged property, the guard team would arrange for repairs through other means. In the Great Xia, possessing extraordinary power, repairing a damaged building was an endeavor of utmost simplicity. Chapter 54. Reactions from all sides. The news of the ambush by the moon worship sect on Li Xuan, only to be countered by the heroics of his subordinates, spread through Jiangzhou City like wildfire. This was particularly true for the admissions officers from various domain master universities who had been closely monitoring Li Xuan. They received the news almost instantaneously. Upon hearing the news, these admissions officers instinctively assumed it to be false. After all, which domain master, fresh from passing the domain master examination, would already command heroes? It seemed utterly implausible. However, as they verified the information, they were compelled to accept its authenticity. This revelation significantly elevated their assessment of Li Xuan. What a true genius. Having just ascended to the rank of domain master, he already possesses two heroes at his command. If he were to acquire substantial resources, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. "We cannot let such a talent slip into another domain master university," declared an admissions officer from the Great Xia Domain Master University within the confines of an office. The urgency was palpable. A genius of this caliber could potentially impact the standing of the Great Xia Domain Master University within the realm. Thus, they were determined to secure him at all costs. Immediately, the officer reached out to the university president to request an advance application for Li Xuan for the SSS level genius slot. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously across all admissions offices of domain master universities. The astonishment Li Xuan evoked only intensified their urgency to recruit him. They shared the same sentiment as the admissions officer from Jiangzhou University. Such an exceptional talent must be welcomed into their institution for their own peace of mind. Particularly, the admissions officer from Jiangzhou Domain Master University, Li Xuan, upon learning of Li Xuan's heroic subordinates, hastily returned to campus and knocked on the office door of the university president. "Brother Li Xuan, are you unharmed?" Upon returning to the domain master's residence under guard protection, Deputy Station Chief Deng Tianai promptly stepped outside to greet him, his face etched with concern. I am well. I merely encountered a couple of indiscreet individuals. Thank you for your concern, Chief Deng, Li Xuan replied with a smile. He could distinctly sense that Deng Tianya's demeanor had grown even warmer than before, likely due to the revelation of his hero's existence. He had not intended to disclose this information, as exposing such details could attract undue attention. While he desired recognition for his talents, he did not wish to be thrust into the spotlight as the foremost genius of the Great Xia. The pressures of such a position were immense. However, the unexpected interference from the moon worship sect had rendered his desire for discretion moot. He sighed, feeling the burdensome nature of excellence. After exchanging pleasantries with Deng Tianai, they proceeded directly to the villa complex adjacent to the domain master's residence. The villa complex boasted an excellent geographical location, renowned for its unparalleled safety within Jiangzhou City. It was equipped with advanced defensive shields, and a plethora of professionals patrolled the area around the clock. Each villa possessed its unique protective barrier, which, when activated, would pose a formidable challenge even for a 7th-tier practitioner to breach in a short span. Inside the villa complex, the residences were uniformly identical, with the only variation being their locations. Given that the accommodations were complementary, Li Xuan faced no dilemma in choosing a villa at random to settle in. Just as Deng Tianai was about to hand over control of the villa to Li Xuan and take his leave, Li Xuan suddenly called out to him, inquiring, Chief Deng, which universities in Jiangzhou are the most reputable for the extraordinary? Are any currently accepting applications for domain master disciples? Having previously focused solely on becoming a domain master, he had no knowledge of the various extraordinary universities in Jiangzhou City. You wish to recruit domain master disciples? Deng Tianai asked. Li Xuan nodded in affirmation. With your innate talent, you need not seek out extraordinary universities to recruit domain master disciples. Simply disseminate the news of your intent. And not only will practitioners from Jiangzhou come forth, but you will likely attract applicants from across all of Great Xia, Deng Tianai replied with a smile, completely unfazed by the prospect of recruiting disciples. For a domain master, disciples were merely expendable resources. There was no need to invest time in a slow search. Hearing this from Deng Tianai, Li Xuan immediately grasped the implications. He had yet to fully adjust his self-perception. He was now a domain master, and his primary duty was to cultivate his own world. For any other matters, he merely needed to express his needs, and countless individuals would strive to assist him, sparing him the burden of direct involvement. At last, the task of recruiting the apostle for the Realm Master was directly undertaken by Deng Tianai, who subsequently assigned the staff of the Realm Master's residence to carry it out. When the time comes, all that is required of Li Xuan is to select candidates. After bidding farewell to Deng Tianai, Li Xuan activated the villa's protective barrier and promptly made his way to the seclusion chamber, where he seated himself upon a meditation mat, immediately immersing his consciousness into the Dragon Palace world. Having already spent a considerable half-day in the main world, he was eager to ascertain the developments within the Dragon Palace realm. With a time-flow ratio of 1 to 10, several days had elapsed in the Dragon Palace world since his departure. During this interval, the major factions within the Dragon Palace world had been diligently preparing for the imminent assault on the star-devouring secret realm. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace world, Li Xuan did not head directly to the Dragon Palace, but instead accessed the attributes panel of the Dragon Palace world. Realm Master, Li Xuan, Cultivation level, 1-star Realm Master, Talent, Mythical Power God level, Apostles, None Heroes, King of the Waves, Rare 3-star. Serpent King, Rare 3-star, Signature Kin, Elite Shrimp Soldiers, 3-star, Rare Crab Generals, 3-star, Rare Yaxes, 3-star, Extraordinary Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, Signature World, Dragon Palace World, Source Power, 85. 783 points, Time Flow Rate, 110 Area, 21,000 square kilometers, World Type, Fantasy Civilization Level, 1-star Population, 1, 5 million Buildings, Tianhe Shipyard, Ordinary, Tianshui Military Camp, Ordinary. First Level Lakebed Spiritual Field, Ordinary, by Pasandi Land, Ordinary, Statue of the Fishman King, Ordinary, Intermediate Iron Mine Vein, Elite, 5 Poisons Pool, Elite, Tidal Academy, Elite. Serpent Royal Academy, Rare, Natural Wonders, Dragon Palace, Natural Artifacts, Destiny Seal, Incomplete, Chapter 55, Eye of the Tides unbeknownst to him. Such a plethora of structures had already been established. Observing the information in the buildings section of the panel, Li Xuan remarked with delight. In total, there were 9 buildings. Although the majority were of ordinary and elite grade, this already surpassed the vast majority of novice realm masters. Not to mention, even some seasoned 1-star realm masters might not possess such a multitude of structures. Despite the ease with which he acquired these buildings, one should not underestimate the challenges ordinary realm masters face in obtaining structures. Buildings are not akin to cabbages. Even the lowest tier ordinary buildings are not so readily acquired. It is utterly unrealistic for a realm master to cultivate structures independently within a short time frame. For ordinary realm masters, the swiftest path to obtaining buildings is through initiating inter-realm warfare and seizing them from the wilderness. Thus, The majority of ordinary realm masters acquire their first building only after formally commencing inter-realm warfare. Of course, this does not apply to genius realm masters or those with formidable backgrounds. Let me utilize the building card for the Eye of the Tides. It will perfectly complete my 10 buildings. As he spoke, Li Xuan produced a card radiating a cerulean light. The building card is a product of a realm master utilizing world power to encapsulate a structure within a card for ease of relocation, a unique asset for realm masters. Once a building is sealed within a building card, it remains eternally fixed in its pre-seal state. Theoretically, as long as it is not utilized, the building within the card can exist indefinitely. The Eye of the Tides building card was a reward bestowed upon him by the Realm Master residents after he successfully passed the Realm Master assessment 3 days prior. Building name, Eye of the Tides, building level, elite, building description, transformed from the eye of the ancient tide spirit that fell. It is the supreme artifact governing the laws of water. Building effects, Effect 1, the Tsangming spiritual water domain undergoes transformation. The Eye of the Tides will emanate spiritual tide waves from its center, with each wave carrying a trace of the primal tidal power. Over time, this will convert ordinary lake and sea water into spiritual water. Effect 2, land spiritualization, under the influence of the spiritual tide waves. Silt at the lakebed and seabed can gradually metamorphose into spiritual fields. Although the Eye of the Tides is merely elite grade, it is exceedingly rare for the Dragon Palace world and possesses immense developmental potential. Setting aside its 2 capabilities, the fact that it once was a legendary grade building and can be restored warrants focused cultivation. Legendary grade buildings rank just below mythical grade structures in terms of power. Any realm master who possesses a legendary grade building can expect explosive growth in their world's development. When Deng Tianai handed him this building card, he was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Deng Tianai would bestow upon him such a remarkable building card. Logically, a building card with such immense potential as the Eye of the Tides should never be distributed as a reward. The moment it appeared, it would likely be exchanged by the realm masters of the residence. Even high-star realm masters would find it difficult to resist the allure of the Eye of the Tides. The reasons behind his acquisition of the Eye of the Tides building card are twofold. Firstly, the difficulty of restoring the Eye of the Tides to a legendary grade building is considerable, with many high-star realm masters believing it may even be beyond repair. Without this circumstance, it would have been exchanged long ago. Secondly, the realm master residence deliberately retains certain exceptional buildings for genius realm masters, preventing others from exchanging them. Were it not for this rule, even if the Eye of the Tides could not be restored to legendary grade, it would not have remained for Li Xuan to claim. Faced with such a remarkable building card, Li Xuan hesitated not a moment and promptly activated it, choosing to do so within the Dragon Palace itself. The Dragon Palace is his foundation and will undoubtedly become the center of the Dragon Palace world in the future. Utilizing the Eye of the Tides in this location is most fitting. As Li Xuan activated the card, the Eye of the Tides transformed into a streak of luminous energy, swiftly vanishing within the Dragon Palace. In the next instant, a water spout of tremendous vigor materialized within the Dragon Palace. With the emergence of this water spout, the spiritual energy of the entire lakebed world began to surge towards it frenetically. Such a considerable commotion drew the attention of all beings within the lakebed world, including the serpent kingdoms situated on the island, which immediately sensed the disturbance below. Is this truly an elite grade building? Witnessing the spectacle conjured by the Eye of the Tides, Li Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Such a grand display could scarcely be produced by even rare or extraordinary grade buildings. It is indeed worthy of its legendary origins, he mused. Under the nurturing of the spiritual energy pervading the lakebed world, the water spout did not grow larger, but instead became increasingly extraordinary. What once consisted of ordinary lake water gradually transformed into spiritual water. Countless water-based laws manifested from thin air, continuously converging towards the center of the water spout. Ultimately, at the heart of the water vortex, a deep blue eye of the law gradually took form. Just as Li Xuan intended to approach and examine it closely, this deep blue eye of the law suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth from the water vortex. As if it were free of cost, scattering wildly, it continued to release this energy for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Ultimately, the spiritual energy within the entire lakebed world became more than double its previous amount. The greater the spiritual energy contained in the lake, the more it resembled a miraculous elixir for the flora and fauna residing within. In the time that followed, the organisms in the lakebed world were sure to experience a period of explosive growth. Furthermore, the silt near the Dragon Palace transformed into a pseudo-spiritual land under the influence of the Tide Eye. Although it could not yet be classified as a true spiritual land, it was only a matter of time before it achieved that status, given the power of the Tide Eye. Indeed, this was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Observing the Tide Eye's immediate impact on the Dragon Palace world, Li Xuan exclaimed with delight. It was a pity, however, that it could not yet assist in restoring to legendary status, he lamented. Still, even at the elite level, its capabilities were extraordinary. One could only imagine how formidable it would be if it were restored to legendary status. Just as Li Xuan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 56, Super Restoration. Detecting Tide I Elite level, in a damaged state. Would you like to spend 100 million points of origin power to restore the damage? Faced with this unexpected delight, Li Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless. The Dragon Palace possessed such a function. Previously, he thought it was already impressive that the Dragon Palace could aid the evolving heart of the nest. But he had not anticipated its ability to repair damaged structures as well. This capability was truly extensive. Truly, the Dragon Palace was a wonder of the world. It was evident that it was not merely a nurturing ground for the kin. As for the requirement of 100 million points of origin power to restore the Tide I, Li Xuan considered this to be quite reasonable. To exchange 100 million points of origin power for a legendary level structure was an incredible bargain. In the Great Xia, legendary level buildings were simply not attainable, regardless of the amount of origin power one possessed. If one were to assign a value, it would certainly exceed 10 billion points of origin power. Now, to obtain a complete legendary level structure for merely 100 million points of origin power was akin to a windfall. The only regret was that he currently lacked such an abundance of origin power. However, there was no need for haste. Once he chose to join a certain realm Lord University, acquiring 100 million points of origin power would be a straightforward endeavor. Gazing at the Dragon Palace before him, Li Xuan suddenly conceived a bold idea. If the Dragon Palace had the ability to repair damaged structures, could he perhaps acquire buildings that had been damaged for various reasons and were beyond repair? He could then transport them back to the Dragon Palace and, with its power, restore them. In the Great Xia, damaged and irreparable buildings were incredibly inexpensive. Even if the Dragon Palace required some origin power to restore them, he would still reap substantial profits. Such an opportunity to profit should surely be seized. If managed well, the Dragon Palace world would never need to worry about resources again. Indeed, the ability to seize opportunities was an essential skill for every transmigrator. Li Xuan could not help but exclaim. In the Great Xia, realm lords typically possessed innate appraisal abilities. The notion of seizing opportunities was almost non-existent. Thus, he had not considered such a possibility before. However, the situation had now changed entirely. With the aid of the Dragon Palace, he could openly seize opportunities, and indeed, seize them on a grand scale. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xuan, and he boldly speculated. Since the Dragon Palace could repair damaged structures, could it also repair damaged wonders of the world? To verify his theory, he promptly produced the Destiny Seal, hoping to see if the Dragon Palace could restore the incomplete Destiny Seal. Unfortunately, there was no response. As expected, it was not feasible. Li Xuan was not surprised by this outcome. The Dragon Palace belonged to the realm of wonders, while the Destiny Seal was classified as a wonder of the world, both being treasures of the same caliber. It was entirely normal for the Dragon Palace to be unable to repair the Destiny Seal. Accepting that the Dragon Palace could not restore the Destiny Seal, Li Xuan did not press the issue and instead stowed it away. Subsequently, he directed the Dragon Palace to facilitate the evolution of the heart of the nest of the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. He had refrained from aiding its evolution previously due to insufficient origin power, but now that he had it, he was determined to assist at the earliest opportunity. Despite already possessing an extraordinary level Quema Forbidden Army, if the sturdy Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile could advance to a rare level, it would significantly enhance the strength of the Dragon Palace world. Detecting the heart of the nest of the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile is currently in evolution. Would you like to spend 10,000 points of origin power to assist its evolution? Yes, Li Xuan replied without hesitation. With his affirmation, 10,000 points of origin power were immediately deducted from his account. With this infusion of 10,000 points of origin power, the heart of the nest of the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile, now integrated with the Dragon Palace, erupted with an extraordinary blue light. Congratulations, esteemed Realm Lord. You have obtained a rare level heart of the nest of the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. Upon receiving the notification that the evolution of the heart of the nest of the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile was successful, Li Xuan promptly birthed a rare level Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. Compared to its elite level counterpart, the rare level Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile was significantly larger. Its armored skin resembling that of a knight's armor, emanating a cold gleam that signified its formidable nature. Its overall strength saw a substantial increase. Name, Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. Race, Spirit Creature. Quality, Rare 1 star. Profession, Spellcaster. Level, 2nd rank, level 29. Skills, Water Manipulation, Azure Wave Water Arrow, Super Restoration. Upon evolving into a rare level unit, the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile acquired a new skill named Super Restoration. Although this skill was not an offensive ability, it provided immense assistance to the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile. With the Super Restoration skill, its defensive capabilities were further enhanced. As long as it did not sustain a fatal injury, the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile could recover rapidly, greatly bolstering its survival ability and endurance. This enabled the Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile to become the most formidable shield in the Dragon Palace world. Most impressively, This shield could also launch ranged attacks during a confrontation while serving as a shield at the front lines. The Azure Wave Spirit Crocodile could suddenly unleash a barrage of water arrows. Who could withstand such an assault? It was truly invincible. Faced with such an exceptional unit, Li Xuan hesitated not for a moment and immediately spent 20,000 points of origin power to birth 2,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles. He did not hold on to the remaining 50,000 points of origin power either. Instead, he dedicated it entirely to birthing the Quema Forbidden Army. In the time to come, whether exploring the star-devouring secret realm or engaging in battles against the demon domain, the extraordinary units of the Quema Forbidden Army would undoubtedly prove invaluable. If the Abyssal Demon Forbidden Army were sufficiently numerous, conquering the demon domain and the star-eating secret realm would be but a trifling endeavor. Subsequently, upon joining the Domain Lord University, he must devise a means to amass more primal power. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Dragon Palace world, he would scarcely dare to launch a counteroffensive against the demon domain, at best unleashing a few demonic creatures to slay. After dispatching all newly summoned vassals to the Tidal Legion, Li Xuan promptly made his way to the Tidal military camp, eager to test the potency of the Destiny Seal. During his absence from the Dragon Palace world, the Destiny Seal had already transformed the faith of all vassals into a formidable force of belief. Although modest in quantity, it was sufficient to enhance the talents of several vassals. Upon arriving at the Tidal Legion, he immediately summoned the Serpent King and the Azure Wave King before him. Since he intended to elevate the talents of his vassals, prioritizing the heroes was undoubtedly imperative. Lord of the Domain, we pay our respects. Upon their arrival before Li Xuan, both the Serpent King and the Azure Wave King immediately bowed in reverence. After gesturing for them to rise, before Li Xuan could utter a word, the Serpent King eagerly inquired, Lord of the Domain, are we to assault the star-eating secret realm? This matter is not urgent. I have summoned you today for an even more significant purpose. Li Xuan gently shook his head, his tone steady and solemn. Lord of the Domain, what could it possibly be? The Serpent King and the Azure Wave King exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, and simultaneously directed their gaze towards Li Xuan. I intend to enhance your talents. At these words, the two previously composed figures were instantaneously struck as if by lightning, their bodies trembling with a surge of disbelief and elation. Lord of the Domain, is this truly the case? For vassals, the enhancement of talent quality was the most arduous task. Without the intervention of the Domain Lord, the vast majority of vassals would find their talents unyielding throughout their lives. Even the Domain Lord himself would find it no simple feat to elevate the talents of his vassals. Although the enhancement of talent quality was fraught with challenges, once successful, it would herald a profound transformation in the strength of the vassals. It could even significantly raise their level cap, opening up broader avenues for growth. For vassals, the enhancement of their talent quality was a matter of monumental significance. Thus, upon learning that Li Xuan possessed the means to assist in their enhancement, even the heroic Serpent King and Azure Wave King found it difficult to maintain their composure. Of course, what? Do you doubt this Domain Lord's capabilities? Li Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with a hint of jest. Nay, we would never. The Serpent King and the Azure Wave King hastily shook their heads, their expressions filled with trepidation, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were acutely aware that the Domain Lord's majesty was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, they feared that in a fit of anger, Li Xuan might rescind his promise to enhance their talents. Who shall go first? Li Xuan disregarded their apprehension and straightforwardly posed the question. The Azure Wave King and Serpent King exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in a silent conversation. Ultimately, it was the Azure Wave King who stepped forward first, respectfully stating, Lord of the Domain, let the Serpent King go first. Very well, then the Serpent King shall proceed first. Li Xuan decisively affirmed before the Serpent King could offer any further protest. Following this, under the watchful eyes of the anxious yet expectant Serpent King and Azure Wave King, Li Xuan gently raised his hand and waved it effortlessly. In an instant, a bronze seal radiating an aura of boundless mysterious fortune materialized in the air. This bronze seal shimmered with a resplendent glow, faintly emanating the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, exuding an ancient and powerful essence. Even as heroes, the Serpent King and Azure Wave King felt an overwhelming pressure wash over them upon encountering this bronze seal, as if faced with an insurmountable mountain. Such a formidable and enigmatic artifact was a sight they had never before beheld. Just as they were still reeling from the awe-inspiring might of the Destiny Seal, Li Xuan's solemn and authoritative voice thundered in their ears, akin to a clap of thunder. Serpent King, hold your breath and remain steadfast. Do not resist. Upon hearing this, the Serpent King shook off his astonishment, suppressing his inner shock, his expression turning gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon the Destiny Seal. Noticing that the Serpent King was prepared, Li Xuan immediately focused his energy, controlling the Destiny Seal to commence the enhancement of the Serpent King's talents. Under Li Xuan's precise guidance, torrents of formidable fortune surged forth from the Destiny Seal, enveloping the Serpent King entirely in an instant. As these fortunes made contact with the Serpent King, they surged into his being with the fervor of creatures drawn to the world's most precious treasures. With each passing moment of absorption, the aura emanating from the Serpent King ascended at a breathtaking pace, akin to a rocket soaring skyward. The once glossy and luminescent scales of the Serpent King suddenly dulled, as if stripped of all vitality. Soon after, the Serpent King began to tremble uncontrollably, his face contorted in excruciating agony, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead and dampening the ground beneath him. Suddenly, he let out a low, hoarse roar, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, filled with endless pain and struggle. Subsequently, with a powerful tug, the Serpent King forcibly shed his own skin, the sound echoing through the air. With the old skin discarded, he was replaced by a set of even harder, brand new scales. These scales shimmered with a chilling glow, appearing as though forged from the hardest metals, exuding a fearsome aura. Not only were the scales renewed, but the Serpent King's physique also swelled 2 to 3 times larger, transforming his already towering stature into an even more formidable presence, akin to a moving mountain. The aura he radiated surged like a colossal wave, swelling exponentially, prompting the Azure Wave King to take several steps back in awe. As the Serpent King's metamorphosis reached fruition, a voice rang out in Li Xuan's mind. "Congratulations, Lord of the Domain. Your hero, the Serpent King, has ascended to the rank of extraordinary hero. Success." Li Xuan's expression brightened, and he immediately opened the Serpent King's attribute panel. Name: Venomous Fang Serpent King. Title: Serpent King. Race: Demon. Bloodline: 01 Dark Venom Dragon Bloodline. 25 Dark Venom Flood Dragon Bloodline. Quality: Extraordinary. 3 stars. Talent: Domain of the Poison King. Immunity to all toxins. Command of serpents. Transformation into Dragon. Profession: Poison Master. Level: Tier 3, Level 40. Skills: Venomous Fangs, Toxic Fog, Scaled Barrage, Heart-Eating Serpents, Venomous Armor of the Black Flood. Remarks: Having consumed various poisons for extended periods, he ascended to hero status under the influence of potent toxins. Gazing at the detailed attributes of the Serpent King's ascension to extraordinary hero, Li Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. He had never anticipated that, alongside the enhancement of the Serpent King's talent quality to extraordinary 3 stars, he would also awaken 2 distinct bloodlines. The awakened bloodlines are increasingly formidable, each surpassing the last. Particularly noteworthy is the Dark Venomous Dragon, a true dragon of legend, in the myriad realms of existence. Even the most feeble of true dragons are regarded as legendary kin. Although the Serpent King possesses only a scant amount of the Dark Venomous Dragon bloodline, he is assured that, given time, he can evolve into a true Dark Venomous Dragon. This forms the very foundation of his confidence as a realm lord. The mere thought of one day commanding a legendary Dark Venomous Dragon hero stirs a thrill within Li Xuan, despite his composed demeanor. The surprise brought forth by the Serpent King's ascension to an extraordinary hero heightens his anticipation for the impending evolution of the Wave King into a similar state. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed the Destiny Seal to assist the Wave King in his elevation. Chapter 58, Awaiting the Right Price. Congratulations, esteemed Realm Lord. Your hero, the Wave King, has ascended to the rank of extraordinary hero. With the aid of the Destiny Seal, the Wave King ascended to his new status with remarkable ease. Following this elevation, the Wave King not only grew significantly stronger, but also experienced a dramatic increase in size, swelling to hundreds of feet tall, resembling a colossal mountain from a distance. Despite this newfound strength, Li Xuan discerned that the Wave King's enhancement paled in comparison to that of the Serpent King. A sense of unease gripped him. Could it be that the Wave King's ascension was merely a superficial elevation to extraordinary hero status? Intrigued by this possibility, Li Xuan promptly accessed the Wave King's attribute panel. Name: Wave Spirit Crocodile King. Title: Wave King. Race: Demon Race. Bloodline: 10 Songming Giant Crocodile Bloodline. Quality: Extraordinary. 3 stars. Talent: Super Recovery, Iron Wall, Aquatic Affinity, Wave Domain. Profession: Wave Reforger. Level: Tier 3, Level 40. Skills: Water Manipulation, Wave Arrow Rain, Death Roll, Raging Tide Devour, Deep Sea Gullet. Notes: Having lived in proximity to water-based spiritual entities for an extended period, he has been influenced and ascended to hero status. Relief washed over Li Xuan upon witnessing the Wave King's new attributes. The awakening of a bloodline, albeit a solitary and merely epic one, provided a glimmer of hope. While it may not rival the Dark Venomous Dragon bloodline of the Serpent King, it was certainly preferable to having none at all. With proper nurturing, he firmly believed he could cultivate the Wave King into an epic-level hero. Yet, Li Xuan found himself pondering the circumstances surrounding the simultaneous awakening of bloodlines in both the Serpent King and the Wave King. Was it truly the influence of the Destiny Seal, or was it their enhancement in talent? He leaned towards the former, as he had never heard of improved kinship or hero talents resulting in bloodline awakenings. To test his hypothesis, he summoned the Fishman King and several other promising heroes. intending to utilize the destiny seal to elevate their talents. Should their talent quality improve and their bloodlines awaken under the seal's influence, it would confirm the correlation between the recent awakenings and the destiny seal. Greetings, esteemed Realm Lord. Before long, the Fishman King and other aspiring heroes gathered before Li Xuan. After gesturing for them to rise, he prepared to enhance their talents with the destiny seal. However, the next moment found him frozen in place. Struck by a revelation. The fortune accumulated within the destiny seal had nearly been depleted. The remaining fortune was insufficient to elevate the talents of the Fishman King and the others. Is the consumption of this fortune truly so rapid? Li Xuan wondered. The fortune amassed within the Dragon Palace world had been expended almost entirely just to enhance the talents of the Serpent King and the Wave King. This rate of depletion had taken him by surprise. Yet, upon further reflection, such a consumption rate seemed reasonable. Elevating kinship talents was inherently challenging, and enhancing hero talents was even more so. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Palace world currently boasted a mere 100,000 kin, the Destiny Seal had not absorbed a significant amount of fortune. If the kin count were to increase to tens of millions, the fortune would not deplete at such an alarming pace. He resolved to devise a strategy to augment the population of the Dragon Palace world. Recognizing that a mere 100,000 inhabitants was insufficient for its growth, he determined that an expansion by tenfold was imperative. With his backing, resource scarcity would not be a concern for the Dragon Palace world. It merely required a continual influx of kin. However, achieving a tenfold increase in kin numbers within a short span could not rely solely on natural reproduction. He would need to invest financially to expedite the process. To facilitate this, Li Xuan contemplated methods for rapidly acquiring substantial amounts of source power, focusing on the Demon Domain, the Star-Devouring Secret Realm, and the Realm Lord University. Among these options, both the Demon Domain and the Star-Devouring Secret Realm posed considerable challenges. Given the current strength of the Dragon Palace world, conquering these territories in the immediate future would be exceedingly difficult, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to fortify the Dragon Palace world's strength before launching an assault on these locations. For the time being, he deemed it prudent to enroll in a Realm Lord University and secure a scholarship, as this offered the most straightforward path forward. The news of my heroes should have spread by now. If all goes according to plan, the Realm Lord Universities will soon extend a second invitation, Li Xuan mused. His previous revelation of the Serpent King and Wave King was both intentional and unintentional. Even without an ambush, he would have sought ways to expose their existence to enhance his own value in negotiations with the universities. In simpler terms, he aimed to negotiate a better price for himself. Such a rare opportunity would come but once, and he was determined to seize it. After instructing the Serpent King, Wave King, and the other kin to continue their training in preparation for the assault on the Star-Devouring Secret Realm, Li Xuan withdrew from the Dragon Palace world. As his consciousness returned to the main world, he noticed his neglected phone vibrating incessantly. Upon checking, he was astounded to find 99 missed calls and unread messages. What has caused such a sudden influx of communication? He pondered, bewildered. He was not particularly adept at socializing, and throughout the year, he hardly received any calls. The phone had merely served as decoration. To be inundated with calls was a first for him. Initially, he presumed that these messages and calls were from various Realm Lord universities. However, upon opening it, Li Xuan discovered that the information and phone calls were predominantly from numerous prominent companies within the Great Xiao realm. There were even some from foreign firms. Their sole purpose for reaching out, calling, and messaging was unequivocal. They sought to bestow upon him a considerable sum of money. Indeed, it was money they were willing to offer for free, with no ulterior motives. Should he acquiesce, these corporate giants would unconditionally provide him with a substantial development fund, alleviating any concerns he might have regarding the source of his power during his initial stages of growth. Chapter 59, Abundant Sincerity. As Li Xuan observed the proactive generosity of these corporations through his phone, he felt a sense of temptation, yet he harbored no intention of responding to them. For he understood that in this world, things offered for free often come at the highest cost. Business people are inherently profit-driven, and he could not trust that these companies would engage in a loss-making venture. If he were to hastily accept the offered source of power, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications, potentially affecting his future development. Thus, he resolutely decided against accepting the unsolicited gifts from these corporations. In comparison to the free offerings from these companies, the scholarship from the University of Boundary Lords appeared far more reliable. Although the scholarship was not without its conditions, they were not excessively stringent. As long as he focused on his growth and secured a commendable position in the Boundary Lords competition among the 100 schools, he would meet the requirements. This condition aligned perfectly with his developmental aspirations, allowing him to accept the scholarship without any psychological burden. What puzzled him, however, was why he had yet to hear from the University of Boundary Lords at such a critical juncture. Unbeknownst to Li Xuan, the admissions officers from the University of Boundary Lords were not neglecting to contact him. Rather, they were negotiating for better terms from their superiors. Consequently, they had not yet reached out to him. Just as Li Xuan pondered this, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Through the villa's security system, He immediately recognized a familiar figure standing outside. Finally, they had arrived. Seeing the visitor, Li Xuan exhaled in relief. He stepped out of his secluded chamber and hurried to the living room, opening the door. As the door swung open, the anxious figure of Li Xuan, who had been waiting at the entrance, visibly relaxed. She promptly presented him with an acceptance letter, eagerly stating, "Li Xuan, take a look at this. This is the utmost privilege our Jiangzhou University of Boundary Lords offers you. If you are willing to join our college and sign this acceptance letter, we can immediately fulfill our promise." Upon hearing this, Li Xuan did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he welcomed Li Xuan into the living room and invited her to sit before he meticulously examined the latest offer from Jiangzhou University of Boundary Lords. To be honest, he was quite curious about the prestigious treatment they had extended. He could clearly sense their earnest determination to recruit him, and the conditions they presented were undoubtedly the most favorable among all boundary universities. Although he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback upon actually witnessing the exceptional offer from Jiangzhou University. The sincerity displayed by Jiangzhou University was indeed staggering. The previous conditions remained largely unchanged: an SSS-level genius treatment, a personalized mentor who was a 9-star boundary lord, additional funding for an extraordinary building, a rare-level nest heart, and tens of millions of source power. What astonished him the most were the newly added conditions from Jiangzhou University. They promised that before his graduation, they would provide him with no fewer than 2 wild worlds of the same level each year for him to conquer. It is essential to note that boundary universities operate on a 5-year system. In total, that amounted to 10 wild worlds. For a boundary lord, each wild world was a priceless treasure, impossible to quantify in terms of source power. The fact that Jiangzhou University was willing to offer him 10 wild worlds at no cost was a remarkable display of commitment. Even more impressive was that these 10 wild worlds would be of the same rank and not solely 1-star wild worlds. For a boundary lord, the higher the star level of a wild world, the greater its value. As the star level of a wild world increases, so does its area and the resources contained within. Faced with such a generous scholarship from Jiangzhou University, he found himself genuinely tempted. Even though Jiangzhou University was not classified among the top-tier boundary universities, the conditions they offered made him inclined to join immediately. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself from acting on this impulse, as he wished to see what other boundary universities had to offer. If the conditions from others proved to be superior, he could always reconsider. However, he suspected that it would be challenging for other universities to surpass the terms laid out by Jiangzhou University. Li Xuan, have you given it any thought? Seeing that he had yet to make a decision, Li Xuan could no longer contain her impatience. This was the best offer Jiangzhou University could extend, and if Li Xuan continued to hesitate, she would truly be at a loss. In response to Li Xuan's inquiry, Li Xuan did not shy away. He openly expressed his thoughts. There was no need for concealment in this matter. Should he choose to fabricate an answer, it would be difficult for him to face Li Xuan later after deciding to join Jiangzhou University. Conversely, if he chose to speak the truth, he had no such concerns. Although Li Xuan was anxious, she understood Li Xuan's perspective and confidently remarked, "Li Xuan, I can assure you 100% that the conditions offered by other boundary universities cannot possibly surpass ours." As soon as Li Xuan finished speaking, another knock resonated at the door. Through the villa's security system, Li Xuan saw a multitude of admissions officers from various boundary universities gathered at the entrance. These admissions officers had initially been negotiating terms for Li Xuan's recruitment with their superiors. However, upon learning that Li Xuan had arrived first, they became anxious, fearing that Li Xuan might be snatched away by her. Thus, they hurried to his location. After exchanging a few words with Li Xuan, Li Xuan promptly opened the door to allow the admissions officers inside. "Li Xuan, we at the East Sea University of Boundary Lords are willing to offer you an SSS-level genius slot. Li Xuan, if you are willing to join our North Xian University of Boundary Lords, we are also prepared to provide an SSS-level genius slot. Li Xuan, although we at the Great Xia University of Boundary Lords cannot currently offer an SSS-level genius slot, if you secure the championship in the Rookie Boundary Lord competition after enrolling, we can grant you that slot. Additionally, we are willing to provide you with an interest-free loan exceeding 100 million source power to support your development." As Li Xuan welcomed the admissions officers into the room, they hurriedly began to present the new conditions from their respective universities. Aside from Great Xia University, the other boundary universities were generally willing to offer their single SSS-level genius slot immediately. However, beyond that, there were not many additional benefits. Compared to the 10 wild worlds offered by Jiangzhou University, the disparity was glaringly significant. As expected, Li Xuan quietly murmured to himself. He felt no surprise at the outcome. Indeed, it was evident that the Jiangzhou Master University held him in high regard. In Chapter 60 of the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy, Li Xuan, who had been seated nearby, initially harbored some concerns that Li Xuan might be snatched away by another Master University. However, upon hearing the recruitment conditions proposed by the various Master Universities before her, her anxious heart was immediately set at ease. The terms offered by those institutions were utterly incomparable to those of their own Jiangzhou Master University, which instilled her with newfound confidence in securing Li Xuan's enrollment. Esteemed teachers, here are the conditions put forth by Jiangzhou Master University. Perhaps you might care to peruse them. Faced with the enticing offers from numerous master universities, Li Xuan refrained from expressing his stance and instead retrieved the acceptance letter that Long Wanyue had previously given him. Should any master university present conditions surpassing those of Jiangzhou, he would be open to reconsideration. If not, there was no need to squander time. He was eager to obtain his scholarship and delve into the star-eating secret realm. Upon hearing this, the group of admissions officers, who had been on the verge of quarreling, fell into an immediate silence. They took up the acceptance letter from Jiangzhou Master University and scrutinized it with utmost seriousness. As they examined the document, their expressions transformed in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Jiangzhou Master University would be willing to invest such a significant sum to secure Li Xuan's enrollment, 10 wild worlds, to be precise. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the admissions officers, Long Wanyue seized the moment to assert, "Esteemed colleagues, our president at Jiangzhou Master University has issued a resolute command. Regardless of the cost, we must secure Li Xuan as a student. I sincerely hope you will act favorably and allow him to join us. However, if you wish to continue competing, Jiangzhou Master University is prepared to see this through to the end." With these words, Long Wanyue cast a serious gaze upon the admissions officers, exuding an indomitable spirit. Internally, however, she was quite anxious, for the conditions presented were indeed the most favorable Jiangzhou Master University could offer. Should another master university persist in their pursuit, she would have no choice but to relinquish Li Xuan. Unbeknownst to the other admissions officers, some from lesser-ranked master universities were intimidated by Long Wanyue's relentless determination. After a moment of hesitation, they expressed their willingness to concede, stating, "Teacher Long, since Jiangzhou Master University holds Li Xuan in such high esteem, we shall grant you this favor and allow him to join your esteemed institution. We, the hailing Master University, shall also withdraw. But we hope your university will allow us some consideration in future talent competitions. Indeed, while your university may feast, we hope to at least partake in the broth." Seeing this development, Long Wanyue unhesitatingly declared, "As long as Li Xuan can join Jiangzhou Master University, I assure you, we will withdraw from the competition for other talented individuals." Upon hearing this, the admissions officers from the second and third-tier master universities laughed heartily and promptly agreed. "Teacher Long, your assertiveness is commendable. Based solely on your statement, we shall take our leave." With that, these officers, after expressing their goodwill to Li Xuan, departed directly to pursue other talents. This year, Jiangzhou had birthed numerous talented individuals, making it unnecessary to exhaust efforts on a single candidate like Li Xuan. Of course, the paramount reason lay in the fact that these master universities lacked the audacity of Jiangzhou Master University. They simply could not afford to offer 10 wild worlds to recruit a single one-star master. Otherwise, they would not have retreated so dejectedly, for Li Xuan was a rare and exceptional talent. As the group of admissions officers exited, only 3 remained, representatives from the Great Xia Master University, the East Sea Master University, and the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy. The Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy, recognized as the mightiest military institution in Great Xia, not only nurtured master-level students, but also trained a multitude of extraordinary soldiers. Though its ranking among master universities was inferior to that of Great Xia Master University and East Sea Master University, joining its ranks meant becoming a professional soldier, effectively binding oneself to the official military of Great Xia. Upon graduation, one could directly enlist, gaining numerous advantages unattainable by other master universities. However, the downside was the forfeiture of personal freedom. The developmental trajectory of one's world and the types of affiliated clans had to adhere to a rigid plan. Even one's own world was subject to scrutiny by higher authorities. This very factor led many talented masters to hesitate in joining the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy. Otherwise, with its profound resources, it would have long since ascended to the status of the foremost master university in Great Xia. For Li Xuan, who harbored numerous secrets, the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy was similarly outside his considerations. Joining other master universities would still allow him to serve Great Xia. There was no necessity to confine himself to the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy. Moreover, the conditions offered by the latter paled in comparison to those of Jiangzhou Master University, further solidifying his decision against joining not only the Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy, but also Great Xia Master University and East Sea Master University ceased to be viable options for him. The admissions officers from these 3 top-tier master universities remained not to enhance their offers, but merely to paint enticing prospects. Clearly, even these prestigious institutions were unwilling to part with 10 wild worlds for the recruitment of a single one-star master. Seeing that Li Xuan was unmoved by their tantalizing promises, the 3 admissions officers grew anxious and implored, "Li Xuan, would you not reconsider? Our Great Xia Master University is the foremost institution in Great Xia, endowed with teaching resources and conditions far beyond what Jiangzhou Master University can offer. Do Do not allow yourself to be blinded by the mundane offerings of Jiangzhou. Li Xuan, with your qualifications, joining our Great Xia Extraordinary Military Academy would ensure a future where titles and honors are within your grasp. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Li Xuan, our East Sea Master University excels in cultivating watertype masters. Joining us would grant you superior development. Should you hastily enroll in Jiangzhou Master University, it may hinder your future prospects, and you might come to regret your decision. Faced with the admissions officer's elaborate promises, Li Xuan remained entirely unfazed. To him, aside from the genuine offer of 10 wild worlds from Jiangzhou Master University, everything else was merely illusory. With his innate talent, all he required was ample resources. The rest was inconsequential. Noticing that the 3 admissions officers showed no inclination to enhance their offers, Li Xuan decisively stated, "I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, but my mind is made up. I shall join Jiangzhou Master University." Chapter 61, Jiangzhou World. Li Xuan, congratulations on your acceptance to Jiangzhou Master University. You shall not regret the decision made today. Upon Li Xuan's signature on the acceptance letter, Leng Wanyue promptly stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Teacher Leng, when will the scholarship promised by the school be dispersed? Li Xuan inquired directly and straightforwardly. His heart was not particularly stirred by the prospect of joining Jiangzhou Dominator University. At this moment, his sole desire was to promptly secure the scholarship offered by the institution, particularly the substantial sum of 10 million units of primordial energy. Li Xuan, regarding your scholarship, aside from the 10 wild realms that you will need to collect at school in due time, I can provide you with the remaining items right now. Cold One, you stated without hesitation. She then handed over a storage ring. Everything is contained within. Please verify it, Li Xuan. Receiving the storage ring, Li Xuan immediately refined it to access its contents. Inside, he found an unnamed bank card from the Great Xia Bank and a student identification card. The unnamed bank card contained 10 million units of primordial energy, which could be retrieved from the Great Xia Bank by anyone holding it. As the official bank of Great Xia, it was quite reliable. As for the student card, as Cold One you had explained, it served not only as proof of his enrollment at Jiangzhou Dominator University, but also as a gateway to the university's official website. In the future, any tasks he needed to undertake at Jiangzhou Dominator University could be accomplished through this student card, including his SSS-level genius privileges and the application for extraordinary structures and rare nest cores, all of which would be reflected on this card. Li Xuan, during this period, focus on your training at the Dominator's abode. Should you encounter any matters, do not hesitate to contact me. Do not slacken your efforts. A significant challenge awaits you upon the commencement of the academic term. Cold One you cautioned before departing. Teacher Long, may I inquire about the specifics of this challenge? Li Xuan asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing too daunting. It is merely the freshman assessment competition, which is held for every incoming class. The champion not only receives rewards from the school, but also secures a spot as an SSS-level genius for this cohort. Since you have already been granted the SSS-level genius designation for this term, you must emerge victorious in this freshman assessment competition. Cold One you responded with a grave demeanor. Taken aback by her words, Li Xuan could not help but ask, Teacher Long, what if I do not win the championship? There is no if, you must win. Cold One you replied without mercy. Should you fail to secure the championship in this freshman assessment competition, not only will I lose my job, but you will also forfeit your SSS-level genius status. Rest assured, Teacher Long, I shall certainly secure the championship to ensure your job remains safe. Li Xuan promptly assured her. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the freshman assessment competition, he felt quite confident in defeating a group of novice dominators. Confidence is key. Cold One you sighed in relief upon hearing his declaration. Her decision to grant the SSS-level genius designation to Li Xuan had been fraught with immense pressure. Should he fail to win the freshman assessment competition, her job would indeed be on the line. Not lingering any longer, Cold One you reminded Li Xuan to diligently train before departing to continue recruiting new students. Once Cold One you had left, Li Xuan immediately re-entered his seclusion mode. Upon returning to the seclusion chamber, he eagerly refined the Jiangzhou Dominator University student card. As the refinement succeeded, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, he found himself in a virtual realm. Welcome to the virtual space of Jiangzhou Dominator University, Jiangzhou World. I am your guiding assistant, Chitsai. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. A vibrant little sprite clad in a colorful dress suddenly appeared beside Li Xuan as he surveyed this virtual world. Chitsai, could you please provide me with an introduction to Jiangzhou World? Li Xuan asked with curiosity. Of course, Chitsai readily replied. Jiangzhou World is a virtual realm constructed upon a wild realm, established by the esteemed first principal of Jiangzhou Dominator University, the illustrious 9-star dominator, King Jiangzhou. Though it is merely a virtual world, you are free to engage in any activities here, whether they be communication, learning, or exchanges. Under Chitsai's patient explanations, Li Xuan quickly grasped the purpose of Jiangzhou World. It bore a striking resemblance to the metaverse of his previous life, albeit more advanced. Despite being a virtual realm, it felt as authentic as if he were in the real world. All educational tasks and competitions associated with Jiangzhou Dominator University were conducted within Jiangzhou World. The university seldom held events in the primary world unless absolutely necessary, making it incredibly convenient. As an SSS-level genius at Jiangzhou Dominator University, Li Xuan enjoyed numerous privileges within Jiangzhou World, possessing powers that even surpassed those of certain instructors. He had exclusive access to designated areas and could exchange various resources at a 50% discount. In contrast, even ordinary teachers only received a 30% discount, underscoring the significance of his privileges as an SSS genius. Truly deserving of the SSS genius status, Li Xuan remarked with great satisfaction. However, this was merely a fraction of the privileges afforded to SSS-level geniuses within Jiangzhou World. Many more awaited his discovery. Nevertheless, Li Xuan had little time to explore the intricacies of Jiangzhou World at present. His immediate goal was to locate the treasury within Jiangzhou World and claim the extraordinary structures and rare nest cores promised by Jiangzhou Dominator University. Upon arriving at the treasury, he was immediately dazzled by the overwhelming array of buildings and nest cores on display. If left to choose at his leisure, he feared he would take an eternity to decide. Cheatsai, based on my circumstances, please filter out some suitable extraordinary structures and rare nest cores for me. With a preference for those leaning towards aerial units, Li Xuan instructed the sprite beside him. Given his difficulty in selecting, he opted for a more efficient route. The student card contained his detailed information, and as the most advanced AI in Jiangzhou World, Cheatsai would undoubtedly identify the most suitable options for him. As anticipated, within moments, Cheatsai had selected an impressive array of extraordinary structures and rare nest cores that were exceptionally well suited for him. Chapter 62, The Flesh and Blood Battleship. As Li Xuan gazed at the extraordinary structures and rare nest cores chosen by Cheatsai, his eyes immediately lit up. Each option seemed perfectly tailored for the Dragon Palace world, and if possible, he wished to acquire them all. However, regrettably, he was limited to selecting only one. Initially, he had intended to purchase them, but he soon discovered that the treasury did not accept primordial energy as currency. In fact, the entire Jiangzhou world did not accept primordial energy at all. The sole currency recognized by Jiangzhou Dominator University was academic credits. Unfortunately, as he had yet to officially enroll, he possessed no academic credits. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly exchanged for several buildings. Uncertain about whether the primordial power could be exchanged for credits, Li Xuan speculated. However, he surmised that it was likely possible. He intended to inquire with Manhwaedit later. For the moment, he felt no urgency to redeem it. The 10 million primordial power at his disposal had other purposes, and he did not plan to use it for exchanging credits. After swiftly selecting the most suitable extraordinary architecture and rare nest heart for the Dragon Palace world, Li Xuan exited the Jiangzhou world. In the next instant, he found himself back in the Dragon Palace world. Upon his return, he immediately utilized the extraordinary building and rare nest heart he had just collected from the treasure pavilion. With a flash of white light, a magnificent crystal palace materialized within the Dragon Palace. As this colossal crystal palace, resembling a giant whale, manifested before him, Li Xuan was presented with the detailed attributes of this extraordinary structure. Building name: Crystal Giant Whale Palace. Building level: Extraordinary. Building description: a floating palace formed from the fusion of the skeletal remains and soul essence of a crystal giant whale that resonated with the laws of the ocean during ancient times. Legend has it that in its complete state, the crystal giant whale palace could command the tides of the seven seas. Though now damaged, it retains the ability to communicate with the water element realm. Building effects: Effect 1. Can construct the giant water element battleship, Crystal Giant Whale, initial level, Extraordinary, which can migrate with the water flow, serving as both a mobile fortress and a maritime command center. Construction cost: 1 million primordial power. Effect 2. Can communicate with the water element realm, drawing upon its power to purify the surrounding waters. Effect 3. Water element realm summoning, allowing the expenditure of primordial power to summon aquatic creatures from the water element realm. The primary reasons Li Xuan ultimately chose the Crystal Giant Whale Palace from countless extraordinary buildings were twofold. Most importantly, like the Eye of Tides, the Crystal Giant Whale Palace was originally a legendary structure, only downgraded due to damage. Although the attribute panel indicated it was beyond repair, he firmly believed that with the might of the Dragon Palace, restoration would be feasible. As he had anticipated, upon completing the construction of the Crystal Giant Whale Palace, the Dragon Palace promptly indicated its capability to restore it. However, the cost was somewhat steep. Detected that the Crystal Giant Whale Palace, Extraordinary level, is in a damaged state. Would you like to spend 110 million points of primordial power to restore the damage? The restoration cost for the Extraordinary Crystal Giant Whale Palace was surprisingly higher than that of the elite-level Eye of Tides. He estimated this was due to the greater difficulty in restoring the Crystal Giant Whale Palace, resulting in a higher cost of 10 million. Nevertheless, he deemed that as long as the Crystal Giant Whale Palace could be restored, the expense of an additional 10 million primordial power would be worthwhile. Regrettably, He currently lacked such funds and would have to wait until he amassed more to undertake the restoration. The treasure pavilion held numerous damaged buildings. Yet he chose the Crystal Giant Whale Palace primarily because it allowed for the construction of the Crystal Giant Whale. The Crystal Giant Whale was a unique hybrid battleship, embodying both biological and non-biological characteristics. It was an immensely powerful growth-type battleship. Although the construction cost was high, its utility would be formidable once completed, especially in large-scale warfare. The Crystal Giant Whale would prove invaluable in the upcoming attacks on the star-devouring Secret Realm or the Demon Domain. Without hesitation, Li Xuan spent 1 million primordial power to construct a Crystal Giant Whale. Unlike ordinary battleships, the Crystal Giant Whale required no time for gradual construction. With the expenditure of 1 million primordial power, a massive Crystal Giant Whale was conjured from thin air by the Crystal Giant Whale Palace. The Crystal Giant Whale's form resembled a floating mountain range, stretching over 1,000 meters in length. Its back rising from the sea surface appeared as a transparent ridge spanning the horizon, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Overall, it resembled an enlarged orca. Though entirely composed of blue crystal, its eyes were two perfectly round abyss crystals, reflecting the imagery of the seven seas, continuously scanning its surroundings like a radar. The dorsal fin resembled a row of inverted crystalline swords, with sharp edges shimmering with electric blue light, and currents of electricity danced along the tips, producing crackling sounds. Whenever the sea breeze swept through, the fin emitted a piercing shriek, as if declaring its majesty to the heavens, instilling a sense of dread. Observing this living embodiment of the Crystal Giant Whale, Li Xuan felt immense satisfaction. The expenditure of 1 million primordial power was entirely justified. Remarkably, while the Crystal Giant Whale was a battleship, its attributes and kinship were identical to those of living beings. Name: Crystal Giant Whale. Name: Jing-E. Race: Flesh and Blood Battleship. Quality: Extraordinary 3 stars. Profession: Mobile Fortress. Level: 6th tier, level 70. Skills: Water Flow Manipulation, Crystal Shield, Crystal Storm, Abyss Probe. Dorsal Fin Sword Array, Tidal Domain, Tidal Command. Since the Crystal Giant Whale was not a true living entity, its attribute level was not constrained by the Dragon Palace World's level limitations. Thus, even in the Dragon Palace world, the Crystal Giant Whale possessed a 6th tier cultivation. As he perused the attributes of the Crystal Giant Whale, Li Xuan's fondness for it only deepened. In an instant, he entered the interior of the Crystal Giant Whale. Upon entry, a mechanical voice resonated within Li Xuan's mind. Subordinate Jing-E welcomes the esteemed Lord of the Realm to visit. In the next moment, the once dim interior of the Crystal Giant Whale illuminated instantly. Upon closer inspection, the layout within the Crystal Giant Whale was exceptionally rational, reminiscent of being inside a spacecraft, filled with a sense of technological advancement. This starkly contrasted with the biological appearance of the Crystal Giant Whale, akin to an orca. Chapter 63, Frenzied Troop Deployment. As a flesh and blood battleship, the Crystal Giant Whale retained all the advantages of traditional warships and biological entities. It possessed intelligence, formidable firepower, and robust defensive capabilities. Moreover, its vitality was boundless, bordering on immortality. Unless destroyed in an instant, the Crystal Giant Whale could recover through various means. Even more impressively, the Crystal Giant Whale could actively cultivate and undergo external modifications to grow independently. Both its innate quality and level could be enhanced, greatly augmenting its developmental potential. Considering the immense strength and talent of the Crystal Giant Whale, Li Xuan contemplated and subsequently expended 2 million primordial power to nurture 2 more. If he had an abundance of primordial power, he would not hesitate to establish a fleet of Crystal Giant Whales. However, with only 10 million primordial power on hand, he was reluctant to invest it all into nurturing Crystal Giant Whales. While nurturing the Crystal Giant Whales, a new group of kin was also birthed by Li Xuan. This group, the Thunderwing people, bore wings of thunder and lightning, donned in purple armor, wielding long spears and carrying bows on their backs. The Thunderwing people were the formidable troop type he had selected for the Dragon Palace world from the rare Nest Heart in the Jiangzhou world. The Thunderwing tribe not only constitutes an aerial military unit, but can also be classified as a semi-range combat faction. The emergence of the Thunderwing tribe perfectly fills the void of aerial units within the Dragon Palace world, thereby completing its military composition. Now, the Dragon Palace world boasts a comprehensive array of land, sea, and air forces. Utilizing the authority of the Realm Lord, Li Xuan promptly acquired the detailed attributes of these Thunderwing warriors. Name: Thunderwing tribe. Race: humanoid. Quality: rare, 3 stars. Profession: Thunder Warrior. Level: 2nd tier, level 30. Skills: Thunderstorm Chain, Thunderlight Protection, Thunderwing Slash. The Thunderwing tribe not only serves as an aerial unit, but also possesses formidable combat prowess, ranking among the elite of rare species. Therefore, Li Xuan was exceedingly pleased with their addition. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to expend the remaining 7 million units of primal power to commence the large-scale nurturing of his kin. Ultimately, after consuming 6 million units of primal power, He successfully nurtured 20,000 Dragon Demon Imperial Guards, 100,000 Thunderwing Warriors, 100,000 Crab Generals, 30,000 Azure Wave Spirit Crocodiles, 20,000 Sea Patrolling Night Demons, 500,000 Shrimp Soldiers, 5 million Venomous Serpent Men, and 5 million White-Scaled Fishmen. As for the remaining 1 million units of primal power, he reserved it for future purchases of various resources at the Realm Lord's residence. With the sudden emergence of over 10 million kin, the Dragon Palace world, which had been notably tranquil, instantly transformed into a bustling hub. Despite the flurry of activity, chaos was averted. Not only due to the presence of the Serpent Man dynasty and the Fishman City as foundational bases, but also because the 100,000 crab generals he had nurtured were all managerial units. With the involvement of these crab generals, the management of this 10 million strong kin was indeed a manageable task. Of course, even with effective management, it would still require time. Li Xuan understood the adage that sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Although he was eager to dispatch troops to assault the star-eating secret realm immediately, he resolved to wait until his army was fully formed before launching the offensive for maximum assurance. While the Serpent Man King and the Azure Wave King were leading the training of the 100,000 crab generals, Li Xuan was not idle either. He logged onto the official website of the Realm Lord's residence and began to purchase various resources on a grand scale. Upon entering the Realm Lord's residence, Li Xuan was pleasantly surprised to find that food was the most affordable commodity. A mere fraction of primal power could procure tens of thousands of pounds of grain. This situation arose because, in the Great Xia, there existed numerous non-combatant agricultural realm lords. These lords devoted themselves solely to agriculture, transforming their own worlds into vast granaries. Given the time-flow ratio of 10 to 1, the grain production was substantial. Even though the demand for food in the Great Xia was significant, the diligent efforts of these agricultural realm lords had resulted in a surplus. Consequently, the long-term state of oversupply had led to a continuous decline in grain prices, rendering them almost negligible. Previously, Li Xuan had been concerned that his 1 million units of primal power would be insufficient. However, it now appeared that such worries were unfounded. Not only could he sustain 10 million kin, but even if the number were to multiply tenfold, it would still be manageable. Moreover, the Dragon Palace world itself had the capacity for agriculture. Given its vast expanse, once grain production was optimized, sustaining a population of 10 million would indeed be quite effortless. With the food issue resolved, Li Xuan's thoughts became animated. He certainly did not intend to allocate all his primal power solely for the procurement of grain. With an impending assault on the star-eating secret realm, mere numbers were insufficient. Various war resources remained critically scarce in the Dragon Palace world, such as suitable weapons and armor for the Fishmen and Serpent Men. Given the current forging capabilities of the Dragon Palace world, producing weapons and armor to satisfy 10 million soldiers would take an indefinable amount of time. Thus, purchasing from external sources was the most prudent option. However, upon reviewing the situation, Li Xuan was taken aback. The 1 million units of primal power he possessed were utterly inadequate to equip 100,000 troops. Even the most basic common gear fell short. How careless of me, Li Xuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Never mind, I shall acquire a portion. It is unnecessary to send all 10 million serpent men and fishmen into battle. Fortunately, the elite units such as shrimp soldiers and crab generals, being rare kin, were equipped with their own weapons upon their nurturing. Otherwise, the gap would have been even more pronounced. After extensive comparisons, he ultimately expended 600,000 units of primal power to purchase 60,000 sets of zero-tier equipment suitable for the venomous serpent men and white-scaled fishmen. It was not due to a lack of desire for superior gear, but rather an issue of affordability. Even first-tier equipment was priced at tenfold the cost. 60,000 sets of first-tier equipment would value at least 6 million units of primal power, a sum he could not muster in the short term. Hence, for the time being, he would have to make do with zero-tier equipment for the venomous serpent men and white-scaled fishmen. After acquiring the 60,000 sets of zero-tier equipment, Li Xuan once again drew upon 300,000 units of primal power to purchase a substantial quantity of war consumables, such as arrows and healing potions. Chapter 64, The Lord of the Legion. What a lavish expenditure, Li Xuan mused, observing the dwindling figures of primal power in his account. He had never anticipated that the 1 million units would be depleted so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was all gone. Yet, even with such rapid expenditure, his requirements remained unmet. To fulfill his ambitions, he would need at least several million more units of primal power. Regrettably, he had run out of funds and would have to make do for the time being. As a plethora of weapons and equipment were transported back to the Dragon Palace world, just as Li Xuan prepared to log out from the Realm Lord's residence, he stumbled upon an invaluable opportunity: Realm Lord skills. His eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the items for sale on the screen. How could he have overlooked such a crucial aspect? Within his own fiefdom, the Realm Lord was invincible. However, upon leaving his domain, the Realm Lord could not directly engage in warfare. The sole method to assist his kin was to harness the power of Realm Lord skills. These skills were divided into supportive and offensive categories. Supportive skills could enhance the capabilities of his kin, while offensive skills allowed for direct attacks. Previously, he had been preoccupied with procuring weapons and armor, completely neglecting the existence of Realm Lord skills. Fortunately, he had just noticed them. Otherwise, during the assault on the star-eating secret realm, he would have been relegated to the role of a mere spectator. These prices are exorbitant, Li Xuan remarked, gazing at the costs of the Realm Lord skills. The pricing varied immensely, ranging from thousands to billions of primal power. The levels of the Realm Lord skills, akin to the talents of his kin, were categorized into 7 tiers: common, elite, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and divine. With the scant remnants of his primordial power, he could procure no more than elite-level dominion skills. After considerable deliberation, Li Xuan ultimately acquired 2 such skills, the elite-level Berserk Aura and the ordinary-level Group Healing. The Berserk Aura could significantly enhance the combat prowess of his subordinates for a brief duration. Although it would leave them temporarily weakened afterwards, it proved invaluable in critical moments. As for the Group Healing skill, while it may be deemed ordinary in the hands of a Dominion Lord, it transcended its simplicity. Provided that the common subordinates survived their injuries, Li Xuan could swiftly restore them to health using this skill. In the context of large-scale warfare, the efficacy of Group Healing was remarkably potent, substantially reducing the mortality rate among the denizens of the Dragon Palace world. After acquiring these 2 Dominion skills, Li Xuan found his primordial power depleted. When funds were plentiful, the Dominion Lord's abode resembled paradise, brimming with abundance. However, in times of scarcity, existence could become rather arduous. Consequently, following the acquisition of the 2 Dominion skills, Li Xuan promptly returned to the Dragon Palace world. My lord, the Serpent King, Bibbo Wang, seeks audience. Upon his return, Li Xuan summoned the Serpent King and Bibbo Wang forthwith. When can the army be fully assembled? He inquired directly, for he was eager to launch an assault on the Star Eater's secret realm. After a brief exchange of glances, it was the Serpent King who stepped forward to respond. My lord, I assure you that the army will be fully integrated within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan frowned and issued a stringent command. That is too long. I demand to see the assembled army before me within 5 days. After passing the Dominion examination, those lords with connections could swiftly receive support from their elders. During this phase, the developmental speed of these Dominion lords was extraordinarily formidable. Truly elite second-generation lords, with the backing of their ancestors, could even ascend to the rank of 2-star Dominion Lord before the commencement of the Dominion University. If he wished to triumph over these second-generation lords in the upcoming new student competition, he needed to expedite the development of the Dragon Palace world without a moment's hesitation. I assure you, the task will be accomplished. The Serpent King and Bibbo Wang responded resolutely to Li Xuan's orders. Although 5 days was a brief span, it was not insurmountable, as they were merely tasked with integrating the army, not training it. Were they to train the army, not even 50 days would suffice. Under the diligent efforts of the Serpent King and Bibbo Wang, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that fateful morning, as the first light of dawn broke, an elite army, well-equipped and rigorously trained, convened at Island No. 1 and the nearby lake. Upon the island, the Serpent Legion stood in orderly rows, their scales glinting coldly in the morning light, each pair of vertical pupils exuding an undeniable sharpness and authority. They stood like guardians of the earth, silent and resolute. Meanwhile, the lake's surface was a cacophony of order, where the fishmen warriors, agile and sprightly, danced amidst the azure waves, akin to aquatic spirits, filling the entire lake with their impressive presence. Numerous shrimp and crab soldiers, their shells glimmering, brandished their claws with a formidable aura. In the skies above, a different spectacle unfolded. Thunderwing beings soared high, their wings spanning like clouds, slicing through the heavens and leaving trails akin to lightning. The thunder spears they wielded emanated destructive power, and the arrows entwined with lightning inscribed sinister runes in the void. As the purple-armored legion formed a conical formation and dove down, they resembled thunderous swords thrusting into the earth. Yet, amidst this grand display, the most striking were the 20,000 dragon demon elite guards. They stood proudly upon the lake's surface, akin to deities emerging from the depths of the sea. Their discipline impeccable, their movements synchronized, exuding unparalleled orderliness and strength. The aura emitted by this 20,000-strong force surpassed even that of hundreds of thousands of fishmen warriors, appearing as an insurmountable black shield, radiating an overwhelming pressure. My lord, the Tidal Legion is assembled and awaits your inspection. My lord, the Poison Dragon Legion is assembled and awaits your inspection. My lord, the Thunder Legion is assembled and awaits your inspection. My lord, the Dragon Demon Legion is assembled and awaits your inspection. As the various legions completed their assembly, four formidable figures approached Li Xuan to report. These figures were the Serpent King, the Fishman King, Ao Jioyo, and the mightiest of the Thunderwing tribe, Chu Yi. Each was appointed by Li Xuan as the leader of their respective legions. Chapter 65, The Assault on the Star Eater's Secret Realm. During the initial assembly of the army, Li Xuan divided his forces into four major legions. The Tidal Legion comprised 3 million white-scale fishmen, over 600,000 shrimp and crab soldiers, and more than 20,000 Sea Patrol Night Demons, totaling over 3,600,000 troops, making it the strongest naval force in the Dragon Palace world, commanded by the Fishman King. Although the Fishman King was not yet a hero, his command capabilities were exceptional, and Li Xuan felt confident in trusting the title Legion to him. The Second Legion, the Poison Dragon Legion, consisted of 3 million venomous serpent warriors, over 30,000 Bibbo spirit crocodiles, and more than 2,000 serpent cavalry, totaling over 300,000 troops, making it the strongest land force in the Dragon Palace world, led by the Serpent King. The Third Legion, the Thunder Legion, was composed of 100,000 Thunderwing beings, establishing it as the strongest aerial force in the Dragon Palace world, under the command of Chui. Lastly, the Dragon Demon Legion, despite its smaller number of over 20,000 elite guards, was the most formidable special forces unit in the Dragon Palace world, led by Ao Juyo. Though the Dragon Demon Legion had the fewest members among the 4 legions, its overall strength was not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one confrontation, none of the other 3 legions could confidently claim they could decisively defeat the Dragon Demon Legion. Gazing upon the imposing 4 legions before him, Li Xuan brimmed with confidence regarding the impending conquest of the Star Eater's secret realm. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace world, even the might of the Star Eater's secret realm could not hope to impede their advance. Bibbo Wong, relay the order. Let the Dragon Demon Legion lead the charge into the Star Eater's secret realm, Li Xuan commanded, turning to Bibbo Wong. Although Bibbo Wong was a hero, he did not excel in commanding troops. Thus, when assigning the legion leaders, Li Xuan chose to keep Bibbo Wong by his side as a messenger. In times of necessity, he could also serve as a bodyguard in the main world. Bibbo Wong harbored no objections to this arrangement. On the contrary, he was quite pleased, believing that serving as the Dominion Lord's personal bodyguard was far more gratifying than leading a legion. Upon receiving Li Xuan's command, Bibbo Wong respectfully acknowledged it and promptly set off to relay the orders. Before long, accompanied by the resounding drums of war, the Dragon Demon Legion, under Ao Juyo's command, traversed the interdimensional passageway opened by Li Xuan, making their way toward the Star Eater's secret realm. As the first Dragon Demon Forbidden Army entered the Star-devouring secret realm, Li Xuan immediately sensed that he could switch his divine gaze to the realm. The Realm Master is formidable, but to traverse to another world, an anchor point is essential. This anchor point is none other than his subordinate's kin. As long as his kin are present, the Realm Master can journey there. However, without the kin, the task becomes significantly arduous. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan swiftly made his way to the Star-devouring secret realm. Upon arrival, he instantly felt a profound difference. The omnipotent power he wielded in the Dragon Palace world was immediately sealed upon entering this realm. Within the Star-devouring secret realm, aside from utilizing the skills of a Realm Master, he was rendered incapable of employing any of his abilities. The sudden loss of power rendered him somewhat disoriented. Yet, he was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Although the Star-devouring secret realm is affiliated with the Dragon Palace world, since it had not yet been subjugated by him, he could not possess the authority of a Realm Master here. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Once he conquered the Star-devouring secret realm, everything would fall into place. After a brief period of acclimatization, Li Xuan turned his attention to the Star-devouring secret realm and soon discovered that it was an expansive grassland teeming with serpents. Numerous star-devouring giant pythons also resided in this vast expanse. However, with the emergence of the Dragon Demon Forbidden Army, the serpents inhabiting the vicinity were instantly paralyzed with fear by the draconic aura emanating from the army. Even the mightier star-devouring giant pythons were compelled to scatter in terror. This, however, was fortuitous, as it facilitated the establishment of a forward base for the Dragon Palace world within the Star-devouring secret realm. Had the Dragon Demon Forbidden Army not arrived first, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As time progressed, the entire contingent of 20,000 Dragon Demon Forbidden Army swiftly arrived from the Dragon Palace world. Observing the gathered army, Li Xuan felt a profound sense of relief. For a Realm Master, the most challenging aspect of invading another realm is the initial entry. If the enemy blocks the interdimensional passage, breaching through becomes exceedingly difficult, often at a grave cost. A single misstep could even result in a counterattack. Much like the previous assault on the Dragon Palace world by the monstrous entities, the current situation, where they could directly invade the other realm without combat, is the preferred method for all Realm Masters. Unfortunately, achieving this is fraught with challenges, as the emergence of an interdimensional passage often creates considerable noise, making it difficult for enemies not to notice. Consequently, entering another realm typically entails some degree of conflict. Juyu, immediately lead the Dragon Demon Army to establish a forward base and prepare for the arrival of the 3 major legions. Once the Dragon Demon Army had all arrived, Li Xuan issued the command. He was in no rush to assault the Star-devouring secret realm. He would wait for the Sea Patrol Yasha to gather intelligence about the situation before proceeding with a gradual offensive. This marked his first foray into another realm. Despite it being merely a minor secret realm, it warranted significant attention. More importantly, deep within the Star-devouring secret realm, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence. even surpassing that of the Bibbo King and the Serpent King, which demanded his utmost caution. Understood, my lord. Aogio acknowledged the command and promptly led his men to establish the forward base while securing the interdimensional passage. This passage is not only the sole transport route for the Dragon Palace world, but also the only logistical line for the frontline troops, necessitating stringent protection. As the Dragon Demon army set up the forward base, countless Sea Patrol Yushas began to arrive through the interdimensional passage. Without requiring Li Xuan's orders, these Yushas instinctively dispersed to gather intelligence. The Sea Patrol Yushas excel in reconnaissance in water, but that does not imply their terrestrial capabilities are lacking. On the contrary, their reconnaissance abilities on land remained formidable. Soon, a wealth of information was relayed back by the Sea Patrol Yushas, the most critical of which indicated that not far from their location, there was a significant gathering of star-devouring giant pythons in a nearby valley. According to the Yushas reconnaissance, this gathering could comprise tens of thousands of star-devouring giant pythons, with a high likelihood of containing a core nest. Upon receiving this news, Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He harbored a strong desire for the star-devouring giant pythons. While they are merely elite troops, their potential for growth is immense. Especially when combined with the venomous toothed serpents to form serpent cavalry, they become exceedingly powerful. If a cavalry unit exceeding 10,000 could be established, it would significantly bolster the strength of the venomous dragon legion. Thus, upon learning of the valley's potential nest, Li Xuan promptly ordered Aogio to lead the Dragon Demon army along with several thousand venomous dragon legionnaires directly to the valley, leaving the protection of the forward base and interdimensional passage to the Serpent King. The army hastened their march, reaching the Snake Valley indicated by the Sea Patrol Yushas in less than an hour. As they approached the valley's entrance, a chilling rustling sound, akin to ghostly whispers, echoed from deep within. Before anyone could react, it felt as though the gates of hell had been flung open, and countless star-devouring giant pythons surged forth from the valley like a relentless black tide. Their massive bodies twisted and coiled, their scales glinting coldly in the dim light. Reminiscent of countless poisoned daggers, these pythons opened their cavernous mouths, their razor-sharp fangs gleaming like swords, while their crimson tongues flicked menacingly, emitting a chilling hiss. As soon as the star-devouring giant pythons emerged, they charged fearlessly towards the army, akin to a horde of demons from the abyss intent on devouring everything in sight. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the Snake Valley became completely overrun with the writhing mass of pythons, intertwined and pressing against one another, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 20 to 30,000 of these pythons, turning the valley entrance into a massive serpent den, reeking of nauseating stench and exuding endless terror. More alarmingly, despite the Dragon Demon army's draconic aura, these star-devouring giant pythons exhibited no signs of fear. It appeared that a more powerful entity was orchestrating them from the shadows. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuan boldly speculated that if there were no guiding force behind them, these pythons would likely have scattered in terror at the first sight of the Dragon Demon army, rather than congregating as they currently were. Just as Li Xuan contemplated issuing orders for the Dragon Demon army to charge, the unexpected occurred. The massive army of star-devouring giant pythons initiated the assault. Countless pythons, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust and madness, emitted chilling roars as they recklessly lunged towards the direction of the Dragon Demon army. The surging momentum seemed as though it could crush everything before it into dust. Observing this scene, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Xuan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively commanded, "Jiuyu, unleash your thunderous might and pierce through their ranks." Immediately afterward, he swiftly turned his gaze toward the Yasha squad, his voice stern and resolute. "Yasha squad, retreat from the battlefield at once and unearth the one orchestrating from behind the colossal star-eating python army." Understood. The two teams responded in unison. With Li Xuan's command, the Jiao Demon Legion and the Yasha squad sprang into action. The members of the Yasha squad flickered like phantoms, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ephemeral afterimages as they stealthily infiltrated the rear of the battlefield. Meanwhile, under Aogio's leadership, the Jiao Demon Legion surged forward like a razor-sharp blade, ruthlessly charging at the star-eating python army. Aogio led the charge, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a war deity descending from the heavens. As soon as the two forces clashed, the Jiao Demon Legion's overwhelming superiority became strikingly apparent. The foremost star-eating python, with its cavernous maw gaping wide, aimed to devour the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard whole. But in an instant, the weapon in the hands of the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard flashed with a chilling light, and the head of the star-eating python was obliterated like a watermelon. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, with the stench of blood raining down, the scene becoming grotesquely bloody. The once formidable star-eating python, known for its robust defenses, crumbled like paper before the might of the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard. The Jiao Demon Imperial Guards moved like lightning, weaving through the serpentine horde with unparalleled agility, each strike precise and lethal. Within the first round of engagement, The star-eating python army suffered devastating losses, with numerous pythons meeting grisly fates at the hands of the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard, their wails echoing in the air. This was, however, due to the Jiao Demon Legion holding back. Had they unleashed their full power, the 30,000 or so star-eating pythons would have been annihilated in no time. The restraint was intentional, as Li Xuan aimed to capture this group of star-eating pythons. The potential of 30,000 elite star-eating pythons, should they be nurtured with primal energy, would require a significant amount of that energy. Li Xuan's true objective was to delay the star-eating python army while instructing the Yasha squad to locate the commander hiding behind the colossal army. Once found, he could have the accompanying King Bibbo apprehend them. Securing the commander would substantially ease the task of subduing the star-eating python army later on. The Yasha squad did not disappoint Li Xuan. Shortly thereafter, they pinpointed the commander of the star-eating python army, even engaging in combat. Witnessing this, Li Xuan immediately commanded, "King Bibbo, it is your turn to shine. I will have the Jiao Demon Legion assist you." "Lord Realm Master, just watch. I will certainly capture the mastermind," replied King Bibbo with confidence, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the Serpent Valley. As King Bibbo made his move, the star-eating python army attempted to obstruct him, but they were ultimately intercepted by the Jiao Demon Legion, forced to watch helplessly as King Bibbo entered the Serpent Valley. No sooner had King Bibbo entered the valley than the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from within, indicating that he had joined the fray. As for whether King Bibbo could secure victory, Li Xuan harbored no doubts. King Bibbo was an extraordinary hero. Capturing a minor boss would be a trivial task for him. Indeed, the outcome unfolded as Li Xuan had anticipated. The battle concluded swiftly, and soon, King Bibbo emerged from the valley, effortlessly hauling a colossal silver, star-eating python. Upon seeing their king captured, the morale of the star-eating python army plummeted instantly, and before King Bibbo could utter a word, the entire army began to surrender. Their capitulation occurring at a remarkable pace that even Li Xuan had not foreseen. It appeared that the strategy of capturing the leader first proved highly effective within the confines of the star-eating secret realm. Chapter 67, Divine Bloodline. With the surrender of the star-eating python army, King Bibbo approached Li Xuan with the silver star-eating python held aloft in one hand. Upon reaching Li Xuan, he unceremoniously cast the silver python to the ground and respectfully declared, "Lord Realm Master, this creature has been persuaded by my subordinate and is willing to submit to your magnificent glory." The silver star-eating python, having been unceremoniously tossed to the ground, trembled uncontrollably. Its eyes filled with fear and reverence. It struggled to raise its head and cried out to the void, "I am willing to submit. I beseech the esteemed Lord Realm Master to show mercy and grant my humble wish." As soon as the words fell, a voice resonated in Li Xuan's mind. "Respected Lord Realm Master, a Tier 3 silver molted star-eating python, rare, seeks your surrender. Do you accept?" Gazing at the multitude of wounds adorning the python's body and its trembling form, Li Xuan discerned that King Bibbo had not merely persuaded it with words. Nonetheless, regardless of the method employed to achieve this surrender, the result was favorable. Without a moment's hesitation, he consented to the surrender request. After successfully accepting the silver molted star-eating python, Li Xuan gently waved his hand, casting a soft yet potent healing spell that instantly alleviated the python's suffering. Subsequently, utilizing his realm master privileges, he promptly acquired the detailed attributes of the silver molted star-eating python. Li Xuan felt an intense curiosity regarding the molted designation in the creature's name. Name: Silver Molted Star-Eating Python. Nickname: Yun Yin. Race: Demon Clan. Bloodline: 001 Void Devouring Python Bloodline, Divine. 3 Void Sky Python Bloodline, Legendary. Quality: Rare 3 stars. Talent: Void Transformation. Class: Heavy Cavalry. Level: Tier 3, Level 40. Skills: Constricting Strangle, Starlight Shaping, Molting Regeneration, Starlight Breath. Divine Bloodline. As Li Xuan scrutinized the detailed attributes of the silver molted star-eating python, his eyes lit up with astonishment. He had never anticipated that a rare unit like the silver molted star-eating python could possess a divine bloodline. This was akin to discovering royal blood within a beggar, utterly unfathomable. Although the silver molted star-eating python possessed a mere 001 divine bloodline, the distinction between having it and not was profound. Even with just 001, the potential for this silver molted star-eating python to evolve into a divine unit loomed on the horizon. Conversely, without such a bloodline, no matter how hard a common unit tried, it could never ascend to the ranks of divine beings. Could it be that the ancient giant serpent corpses within the star-eating secret realm were remnants of a void-devouring python? Li Xuan couldn't help but speculate boldly. If that were the case, his fortune would be unparalleled. Divine units, even in death, held immense value. This was especially true for him as a novice realm master. The worth escalated significantly. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xuan shook his head, dismissing his earlier conjecture. It is incorrect to assume that the remains belonged to the void-devouring python. Had it indeed been the corpse of the void-devouring python, The star-devouring secret realm would have long since transcended into a world of its own. It remains merely a secret realm to this day. Thus, he surmised that the ancient serpent's remains within the star-devouring secret realm were likely those of a void celestial python bearing the bloodline of the void-devouring python. However, even a void celestial python should not be underestimated. This legendary beast is shrouded in mystery regarding its former prowess, and with the passage of tens of thousands of years, no one can fathom the terrifying entities that may spring forth from its remains. Caution is imperative, Li Xuan mused inwardly, as he wished to avoid any missteps. After subjugating the entire army of star-devouring pythons surrounding the Serpent Valley, they promptly ventured into its depths. Yet, to Li Xuan's dismay, he discovered that there was no core of the star-devouring pythons nest within the valley. Sensing Li Xuan's confusion, Yunyan, who had been following him closely, stepped forward to elucidate. My lord, we once possessed a core of the nest here, but it was taken away by the serpent deity thousands of years ago. This situation is not unique to us. The entire star-devouring secret realm is in the same predicament, with all the cores now in the possession of the serpent deity. The serpent deity? Pray, tell me more about this entity, Li Xuan inquired with curiosity. Yunyan responded respectfully, certainly. Subsequently, under Yunyan's patient explanation, Li Xuan gained a clearer understanding of the star-devouring secret realm. It is composed of countless serpent valleys, each governed by one or more silver-molting star-devouring pythons. Above the valleys lie the formidable serpent fortresses, ruled by the even more potent golden-molting, star-devouring pythons. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy stands the sole sovereign of the star-devouring secret realm, the Serpent Mountain, which is ruled by the serpent deity that Yunyan spoke of. As for the true strength of this serpent deity, Yunyan was entirely unaware. He only knew that even the golden-molting star-devouring pythons were no match for the serpent deity. The deity's might has allowed him to govern the star-devouring secret realm for millennia. This layered governance of serpent mountains, fortresses, and valleys has kept the realm relatively stable over the centuries. The sole purpose of the serpent valleys is to cultivate the void serpent grass. Once matured, the grass is transported from the valleys to the higher fortresses, ultimately reaching the serpent mountain. As long as the valleys can annually supply a sufficient quantity of void serpent grass, the serpent mountain will not interfere with their affairs. However, failure to comply results in severe repercussions. One instance of non-payment leads to the execution of the managing silver-molting, star-devouring python, while two instances result in the annihilation of the entire valley. Such harsh penalties render the cultivation of void serpent grass the singularly vital task within the star-devouring secret realm. All else pales in comparison. Intrigued by this revelation, Li Xuan's interest in the star-devouring secret realm surged to new heights. He turned to Yunyan and said, "Let us proceed to observe this void serpent grass." Yunyan promptly responded with deference, "Yes." Guided by Yunyan, they made their way directly to the cultivation site of the void serpent grass. Within mere moments, they arrived at an expansive plantation, teeming with the luminescent void serpent grass. Chapter 68, Void Serpent Grass. The void serpent grass is not tall, measuring less than 30 centimeters. Yet it sprawls extensively, resembling a multitude of green serpents at a distance. The leaves of the grass are adorned with twinkling starlight, akin to a constellation of celestial bodies. My lord, this is the void serpent grass cultivated in our valley, Yunyan indicated, gesturing towards the lush expanse. Li Xuan nodded, and, utilizing his lordly authority, immediately accessed the detailed attributes of the grass before him. Name, Void Serpent Grass. Level, Tier 3 Spiritual Herb. Description, blooms in 3 years, bears fruit in 3 years, matures in 3 years. Effect, aids serpentine beings in bloodline evolution. A spiritual herb that facilitates the bloodline evolution of serpentine beings. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Void Serpent Grass, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim. He then turned to Yunyan and queried, "How much Void Serpent Grass does your valley produce each year?" After a moment's contemplation, Yunyan replied, "My lord, we must submit 10,000 stalks annually." Such a substantial amount. Li Xuan's expression was one of astonishment, given that, as Yunyan had previously mentioned, there are at least 100 valleys within the star-devouring secret realm. This implies that the realm produces no less than 1,000,000 stalks of void serpent grass each year. While he was uncertain about the potency of the grass in aiding the evolution of serpentine bloodlines, the combined power of over 1,000,000 stalks would undoubtedly be formidable. He could hardly fathom the extent to which a single serpent consuming this grass might evolve its bloodline. This prompted Li Xuan to inquire further. Yunyan, you mentioned that the serpent deity has ruled the star-devouring secret realm for thousands of years. Is this title merely a label, or is it a singular entity? Yunyan clarified, it is not merely a title, it is the serpent deity. Li Xuan furrowed his brow. Has there been no change in the individual over this time? Yunyan shook his head. No, the serpent deity possesses boundless longevity. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain, Yunyan affirmed with conviction. Li Xuan's perplexity deepened at Yunyan's resolute tone. Given the level of the star-devouring secret realm, the serpent deity's strength could only be, at most, Tier 3. A Tier 3 transcendent being typically enjoys a lifespan of up to 500 years, while even ordinary long-lived species seldom exceed 1,000 years. As for serpent demons, they are not long-lived, making it improbable for them to surpass 1,000 years. Yet now, a mere Tier 3 serpent deity has apparently survived for thousands of years. This seemed highly irregular. Could it be that this being has truly ascended to divinity? Li Xuan conjectured boldly. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Given the antagonistic nature of deities towards lords, he would undoubtedly have sensed a divine presence upon entering the star-devouring secret realm. It was implausible that he would have failed to detect any trace until now. Furthermore, the serpent deity did not gather worshippers, but merely collected void serpent grass, further solidifying the notion that the serpent deity was not a divine being, if not a deity. The fact that a mere serpent species could endure for thousands of years was indeed intriguing. To consume 1,000,000 stalks of void serpent grass annually for several millennia, Li Xuan could hardly imagine how immensely powerful the serpent deity's bloodline must be now. If he was not mistaken, the formidable presence he sensed within the star-devouring secret realm was likely this very serpent deity. The question of whether such a powerful being could be subdued by the current strength of the Dragon Palace world cast a shadow of doubt over Li Xuan's thoughts. Yet, in an instant, his apprehension dissipated. He would confront any challenges that arose, meeting them with resolve. He remained unconvinced. As a formidable lord of the realm, how could he be unable to subdue a mere serpent deity? Upon gaining a thorough understanding of the situation within the Devourstar secret realm, Li Xuan promptly summoned the commanders of his 4 legions to deliberate on their strategy for the impending assault on the Devourstar secret realm. Beyond the formidable strength of the serpent deity, the entire Devourstar Python clan was no less formidable. The realm boasted hundreds of serpent valleys, each conservatively estimated to house at least 3 to 4 million Devourstar pythons. Furthermore, there existed over a dozen serpent fortresses and a serpent mountain. It was evident that the total number of Devourstar pythons within the realm easily exceeded 5 million. Such a vast number of pythons could not be allowed to congregate freely. Thus, after considerable discussion, they ultimately resolved to adopt a strategy of gradual encroachment, striving to seize as many serpent valleys as possible before the serpent mountain became aware of their presence. Both the serpent mountain and the serpent fortresses maintained a rather lax oversight over the serpent valleys, as long as the requisite void serpent grass was duly delivered annually. They would remain indifferent to the actions of the subordinate serpent valleys. This situation greatly facilitated the forthcoming maneuvers of the Dragon Palace world. With 2 months remaining until the next round of void serpent grass collection by the Serpent Mountain, the Dragon Palace world could adeptly avoid any direct confrontations with the Serpent Mountain during this period, provided they exercised caution. If all proceeded smoothly, they could potentially capture over 100 serpent valleys within these 2 months. By then, the Serpent Mountain, left without any support, would be easily manageable. Once the plan was established, Li Xuan immediately directed the 4 legions to split their forces. Given the formidable might of the 4 legions, even when divided, capturing a single serpent valley would prove to be a trivial endeavor, requiring no coordinated effort. Before their departure, Li Xuan summoned the commanders of the 4 legions and earnestly cautioned them, when assaulting the serpent valleys, utmost care must be exercised. Encircle first, then attack. Do not let a single serpent escape. Furthermore, if possible, aim to subdue them rather than kill. The fewer lives lost, the better. Once a serpent valley is secured, contact me immediately for its subjugation. Do you understand? The commanders, confident in their capabilities, responded in unison, "We understand." Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Then, let us proceed." With his command, the 4 legions swiftly dispersed, racing towards their designated serpent valleys. With the commanders leading the charge, Li Xuan felt a profound sense of assurance regarding this operation. Provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose, the probability of success remained exceedingly high. After watching the 4 legions depart, Li Xuan swiftly followed the magic Flood Dragon Legion. This legion possessed a natural advantage over the Devourstar pythons, ensuring their speed in capturing the serpent valleys would be unparalleled. Hence, he decided to accompany the magic Flood Dragon Legion. As soon as they secured a serpent valley, he could promptly subjugate it as part of his retinue. The army advanced swiftly, and within a single day, the magic Flood Dragon Legion arrived at their second serpent valley. Chapter 69. Golden Serpent Fortress. The second serpent valley encountered by the magic Flood Dragon Legion was significantly more powerful than the first, boasting 3 silver, molting Devourstar pythons. Yet, before the overwhelming strength of the magic Flood Dragon Legion, this valley posed little challenge. Within half a day, it was effortlessly subdued. The 3 silver, molting Devourstar pythons, along with the majority of the pythons within the valley, ultimately became part of the magic Flood Dragon Legion. Not only did the magic Flood Dragon Legion experience smooth progress, but the other 3 legions also enjoyed remarkable success, though lacking the bloodline suppression against the Devourstar pythons. Their absolute strength rendered the pythons insufficiently formidable. After employing his lordly authority to subjugate all the Devourstar pythons captured by the magic Flood Dragon Legion, Li Xuan promptly proceeded to the other 3 legions to commence the subjugation of their captured pythons. Fortunately, he could instantly absorb those in proximity to his retinue. Otherwise, managing the influx would have been overwhelming. Even so, the continuous subjugation of tens of thousands of devour star pythons kept him quite occupied. He lamented, realizing he should have exchanged for a mass subjugation skill earlier. Having absorbed all the devour star pythons, Li Xuan reflected regretfully. Currently, he relied on his lordly authority to subjugate his retinue. While the efficiency was not excessively slow, capturing tens of thousands of retinue members still required a considerable amount of time. Had he learned a mass subjugation skill beforehand, he could have resolved this issue in a mere second. This was his first experience as a realm lord. Had he been more seasoned, he would have certainly sought to learn a mass subjugation skill prior to the assault on the Devour Star secret realm. Nevertheless, it was not too late. After instructing the 4 legions to continue their operations as planned, he promptly returned to the Dragon Palace world and logged into the Lord's residence, seeking a mass subjugation skill known as Lord's Radiance. The skill was classified as rare, boasting an exceptionally potent subjugation effect. Not only could it simultaneously subjugate over 1 million retinue members, but it could also bypass the resistance of lower-tier retinue members during subjugation. This meant that he could forcibly subjugate lower-tier retinue members. Its only drawback was its steep price, amounting to over 500,000 units of primal power. Of course, there were less expensive mass subjugation skills available, but their efficacy paled in comparison to Lord's Radiance. Since he intended to purchase a skill, he naturally aimed for the best. As for lacking funds, that was a minor issue. As an SSS-class genius at Jiangzhou Realm Lord University, he enjoyed a substantial interest-free credit limit. As long as he purchased items necessary for cultivation, the university would cover the initial costs. This was limited to his personal use and did not incur any interest, an opportunity too good to pass up. Utilizing the interest-free loan from Jiangzhou Realm Lord University, he swiftly acquired Lord's Radiance. Once learned, he immediately returned to the Devour Star secret realm. With Lord's Radiance at his disposal, the subsequent subjugation of the Devour Star pythons would be remarkably effortless. Under the formidable subjugation capability of Lord's Radiance, he could transform all the Devour Star pythons in a single Serpent Valley into his retinue in just 1 second. Naturally, this was contingent upon first securing the valley and the willingness of the Devour Star python army to surrender. While Lord's Radiance could forcibly subjugate lower-tier retinue members, the Devour Star pythons were not included in that classification. The Magic Flood Dragon Legion, having surged with momentum, conquered several Serpent Valleys in succession. One day, they unexpectedly arrived outside a serpent fortress nestled deep within the grasslands. Observing the fortress from a distance, Ao immediately commanded the army to halt and hurried to Li Xuan's side, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. He spoke gravely, "My lord. Ahead lies the serpent fortress that governs this region. Should we choose to attack directly, or would it be wiser to circumvent it?" Li Xuan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the distant fortress, responding with a weighty inquiry. "Do you have confidence in capturing this fortress without allowing a single Devour Star python to escape?" Ao, standing tall and exuding confidence, replied resolutely, "Indeed. While the overall strength of the fortress far exceeds that of the Serpent Valley, the Magic Flood Dragon Legion is no longer the same as it was at the outset. In the present day, not only does one possess a formidable force of 20,000 dragon spirits, but also an auxiliary contingent of nearly 100,000 star-swallowing giant pythons. With such a configuration, seizing a serpent fortress is merely a matter of ease. Since there is confidence in this endeavor, let us act decisively. I am eager to witness the might of the golden transcendent, star-swallowing python." With a grand gesture, Li Xuan issued his command without hesitation. Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded loudly, "Yes." Upon finishing his words, he promptly turned and began to methodically organize the troops, encircling the distant serpent fortress. The fortress, constructed from countless blue stones, resembled a colossal beast lying in wait upon the prairie. Situated in the open grassland, the terrain was level, providing an excellent vantage point. Consequently, before the Dragon Spirit Legion could complete their encirclement, the star-swallowing giant pythons prowling near the fortress keenly sensed the presence of the Dragon Spirit Legion. With a resounding roar, countless star-swallowing giant pythons surged forth from the fortress like unstoppable battle chariots, charging fiercely towards the Dragon Spirit Legion. In an instant, the verdant grassland was shrouded by the dark, shadowy forms of the giant pythons. A glance revealed at least 20 to 30,000 of them, densely packed, akin to a black tide. Moreover, even more star-swallowing giant pythons continued to pour forth from the depths of the fortress, seemingly endless. Faced with this situation, the Dragon Spirit Legion remained undaunted. Under Ao's command, 20,000 Dragon Spirit soldiers swiftly detached from the main force and advanced rapidly towards the Serpent Fortress. The remaining 100,000 star-swallowing giant pythons were tasked to maintain the encirclement. Their objective was not solely to conquer the fortress, but also to ensure that not a single star-swallowing giant python escaped. As the 20,000 Dragon Spirit soldiers soared into the air, they unabashedly unleashed their formidable aura. This overwhelming power surged forth like a tidal wave, and the star-swallowing giant pythons that had just emerged from the fortress, upon sensing this aura, were instantly demoralized, frozen in place. Their faces wrought with terror as they gazed at the dragon spirit soldiers above. Some of the more timid giant pythons even curled up in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Recognizing this perfect opportunity for attack, the Dragon Spirit Legion seized the moment. Under AOGOU's leadership, the 20,000 dragon spirit soldiers descended upon the star-swallowing giant pythons with the ferocity of tigers. However, just as they prepared to unleash their wrath, a peculiar sound, neither snake nor dragon, echoed ominously from within the depths of the fortress. The voice was deep and authoritative, reminiscent of something arising from the depths of the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. In the very next moment, amidst a dazzling display of golden light, a resplendent star-swallowing giant python, radiating a brilliant golden hue, shot forth from the fortress like a streak of lightning. At first glance, this golden transcendent star-swallowing python appeared similar to its ordinary counterparts. Yet, upon closer inspection, numerous distinguishing features became apparent. Most notably, a pair of dragon-like horns, shimmering with golden lightning, adorned its head, glinting with an enigmatic glow in the sunlight, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Could it be evolving towards the dragon lineage? Observing the golden dragon horns atop the golden transcendent, star-swallowing python, Li Xuan felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a mix of confusion. The silver transcendent star-swallowing pythons all possessed the bloodline of the void-devouring python, and this golden transcendent star-swallowing python was undoubtedly no exception. While the void-devouring python was powerful, it remained a snake and could not evolve into a dragon. The existence of dragon horns on this golden transcendent, star-swallowing python surpassed his expectations. Utilizing his authority as the realm's master, he immediately accessed the detailed attributes of the golden transcendent, star-swallowing python. Name: Golden Transcendent Star-Swallowing Python. Bloodline evolution in progress. Alias: AO Jean. Race: Demon. Bloodline: 5 Golden Thunder Dragon Bloodline. Legendary: 50 Golden Thunder Dragon Bloodline. Epic. Quality: Extraordinary 3 stars. Talent: Void Transformation, Dragon Transformation. Profession: Heavy Cavalry. Level: Tier 3, Level 40. Skills: Constricting Strangle, Shedding Regeneration, Starlight Breath, Thunderbolt Strike, Thunderlight Shield. Such is the case. Upon reviewing the detailed attributes of the golden transcendent star-swallowing python, Li Xuan involuntarily exclaimed. The evolutionary path of this golden transcendent star-swallowing python diverged entirely from that of the ordinary silver transcendent star-swallowing pythons he had previously tamed, which sought to enhance their serpent bloodline in hopes of evolving into the void-devouring python or the celestial python. In stark contrast, this golden transcendent star-swallowing python had chosen to abandon its inherited void-devouring python bloodline in favor of evolving towards the dragon lineage. Such a determination is indeed extraordinary, for the peril of successful dragon transformation far exceeds that of merely enhancing one's bloodline. The process of dragon transformation is fraught with danger, and a moment's negligence could result in fatal consequences. Conversely, choosing to enhance one's bloodline presents no such risks, allowing for gradual improvement. While it cannot guarantee 100% evolution into the celestial python or the void-devouring python, at the very least, it poses no danger. However, opting for dragon transformation is an entirely different matter. It is a gamble with life and death. Indeed, no serpent wishes to remain a mere snake. Li Xuan mused as he gazed upon the golden transcendent, star-swallowing python. With the emergence of the golden transcendent, star-swallowing python, the previously demoralized army of star-swallowing giant pythons instantly regained their courage, charging recklessly towards the Dragon Spirit Legion under the leadership of the golden transcendent star-swallowing python. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle erupted between the two forces. As the commander of the Dragon Spirit Legion, AOGOU sought out the golden transcendent star-swallowing python at the onset of the conflict. Logically, as both were extraordinary units, they should have been evenly matched. Yet, the reality was that the golden transcendent star-swallowing python held the upper hand, overwhelming AOGOU with its powerful golden lightning, leaving him in disarray. Should this combat continue, AOGOU would undoubtedly face defeat. It was the first time since his inception that Li Xuan witnessed AOGOU falter. Recognizing the dire situation, Li Xuan immediately turned to the loyal guardian, King Bai Pe, who stood behind him, commanding, King Bai Pe, it is your time to act. Quickly assist AOGOU in resolving this battle. Upon hearing this, King Bai Pe respectfully clasped his fists in salute, replying solemnly, as you command, my lord. Without delay, King Bai Pe transformed into a streak of blue light and soared towards the battlefield. While the golden transcendent star-swallowing python was formidable during its bloodline evolution, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary hero that is King Bai Pe. As soon as King Bai Pe made his move, the tide of battle turned. Within mere 10 exchanges, he severely injured the golden transcendent star-swallowing python. Although the wounded golden transcendent star-swallowing python initially sought to maintain its dragon-like pride and refused to surrender, a mere flick of Li Xuan's hand led to its immediate capitulation. He simply commanded King Bai Po to destroy the golden dragon horns of the golden transcendent star-swallowing python, and it surrendered without a moment's hesitation. It is no wonder the golden transcendent star-swallowing python lacked fortitude. The dragon horns are the most crucial element in its evolution into a dragon. If the horns were lost, the golden transcendent star-swallowing python would forever lose its chance to transform into a dragon. With the surrender of the golden shedding star python, the serpent fortress has irrevocably lost its power to resist. Under the command of the golden shedding star python, Li Xuan swiftly subdued over 100,000 star-devouring pythons within the fortress. Simultaneously, he acquired more than 100,000 mature void serpent herbs, along with vast quantities of immature ones. The void serpent herb possesses significant value, especially when he conquers the star-devouring secret realm. Its worth will increase manifold. As long as he possesses a sufficient quantity of void serpent herbs, nurturing several serpent heroes in the future will be remarkably effortless. Thus, even if he had gleaned nothing else, the mere acquisition of these herbs filled him with immense satisfaction. Moreover, the fortress harbored more than just the void serpent herbs. Master Lord, this is the dragon transformation pool of our golden serpent fortress. The golden shedding star python articulated as they approached a pool exuding a faint dragon aura deep within the fortress. Upon witnessing the dragon energy emanating from the golden holy pool, Li Xuan's eyes instantly lit up, and his face radiated delight. Indeed, it is the dragon transformation pool. Subsequently, utilizing his lordship's authority, the detailed information about the pool promptly materialized before him. Building name, primary dragon transformation pool. Building level, extraordinary. Building description, crafted over millennia by the successive lords of the golden serpent fortress. This pool is infused with the essence of dragon veins from the heavens and the ancient dragon blood, alongside millions of void serpent herbs. It harbors the mysterious and powerful secrets of dragon transformation, serving as a sacred ground for dragons and those of dragon lineage to undergo metamorphosis. Building effects. Effect 1. Dragon transformation. Prolonged cultivation within this pool grants a certain probability of awakening dragon lineage. Effect 2. Any dragon or dragon-blooded individual training in this pool can significantly accelerate their absorption of the world's spiritual energy, resulting in rapid enhancement of their strength. And they possess a chance to awaken unique dragon talents. Ancient dragon blood, the star-devouring secret realm possesses such a rare treasure? Li Xuan pondered. Gazing at the attributes of the primary dragon transformation pool, he then turned to the golden shedding star python and directly inquired about his curiosity. In response to Li Xuan's questioning, the golden shedding star python, unable to conceal the truth, promptly replied, Master Lord. The ancient dragon blood integrated into the dragon transformation pool is a treasured heirloom of our golden serpent fortress, said to be a divine gift. A treasured heirloom? Could it be that the star-devouring secret realm once hosted ancient dragons? Li Xuan mused quietly. If the ancient dragons had not visited, it would indeed be difficult to explain the origin of the ancient dragon blood. It could not have simply materialized from thin air. Yet, according to the golden shedding star python, they had not heard of any legends regarding ancient dragons descending upon the star-devouring secret realm. If such an event had occurred, it was likely during the era of the ancient giant serpents, prior to the emergence of the star-devouring pythons. Could they have perished in the star-devouring secret realm, akin to the ancient giant serpents? Li Xuan conjectured boldly. If this were the case, it would indeed be a tremendous windfall. However, the truth would only reveal itself after the unification of the star-devouring secret realm. Setting aside this thought momentarily, Li Xuan turned back to the golden shedding star python and inquired again, Ao Zhan, what are the effects of the dragon transformation pool? Ao Zhan sighed and shook his head, responding, in truth, Master Lord, the results are rather dismal. Among our over 120,000 kin within the golden serpent fortress, fewer than 10 have successfully birthed dragon lineage from the dragon transformation pool, and aside from my subordinates, the highest among them is merely an epic-level flood dragon lineage. Not even 1 in 10,000. Li Xuan exclaimed, astonished. The effectiveness was indeed extraordinarily low. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Dragon lineage is not an ordinary bloodline. And given that this was merely a primary dragon transformation pool, a lower conversion rate is to be expected. Ao Zhan, how come this dragon transformation pool was not seized by the Serpent Mountain? Did you construct it without their knowledge? Li Xuan could not suppress his curiosity. Given the Serpent Mountain's authoritative governance over its subordinates, they would surely act to confiscate the pool at the first opportunity. Indeed, Master Lord. This dragon transformation pool was built in secret from the Serpent Mountain, Ao Zhan admitted awkwardly. The ancestors of the Golden Serpent Fortress, having obtained the ancient dragon blood, were singularly focused on dragon transformation. After laboriously constructing the dragon transformation pool, they certainly would not surrender it easily. It appears that the internal dynamics of the star-devouring pythons are not as monolithic as presumed, Li Xuan mused silently. As for the primary dragon transformation pool, Li Xuan did not intend to relocate it. Once he occupies the star-devouring secret realm, it will become his domain. Thus, there is no need to displace it. After leaving a portion of his forces to safeguard the dragon transformation pool, the multitude of star-devouring pythons from the Golden Serpent Fortress joined the Flood Demon Legion and surged forth toward the next Serpent Valley. With the addition of these thousands of star-devouring pythons, the Flood Demon Legion's assault on the Serpent Valley became increasingly seamless. Particularly when attacking the valley subordinate to the Golden Serpent Fortress, there were instances where Ao Zhan's presence allowed them to seize the valley without bloodshed, significantly saving time for the Flood Demon Legion. The progress of the other three legions, while not on par with the Flood Demon Legion, was commendable nonetheless. At the current pace, it would not be long before the four legions completely occupied the entirety of the star-devouring secret realm. However, just as everything was advancing smoothly, an unexpected incident occurred. While accompanying the Flood Demon Legion on their journey, Li Xuan suddenly received a barrage of reports detailing the deaths of numerous fisherman warriors. During this period, although the four legions had been attacking the Serpent Valleys, casualties among their kin had been minimal. The current situation, which involved mass casualties, had never before transpired. Unquestionably, something had gone awry. Without hesitation, Li Xuan immediately teleported to the Tidal Legion. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. It was evident that a cataclysmic battle had recently erupted here. An elite force of the Tidal Legion had been utterly decimated, disbanded in chaos. The sight was grim, with fisherman warriors scattered lifelessly, and many others moaning in agony from their grievous wounds. Vivid crimson blood flowed freely, mingling with shattered clots, creating a gruesome path of blood. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, overwhelming to the senses. The Fishman King and Crab Mighty, who had been preoccupied with commanding their subordinates in clearing the battlefield, keenly sensed Li Xuan's presence. Their expressions shifted instantly, and they quickly suppressed their previous laxity, hurrying to bow before Li Xuan, offering their respects with utmost reverence. "We pay our respects to the Lord," they exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with awe and trepidation. Li Xuan's countenance was stern as he waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to rise, then inquired in a low, grave tone, "What on earth transpired? How could we suffer such devastating losses while merely attacking a Serpent Valley?" The Fishman King and Crab Mighty, however, remained prostrate, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground. Trembling as they pleaded, "Our incompetence has led to our failure in fulfilling the task entrusted by the Lord, resulting in such severe damage to the Legion. We implore the Lord to impose strict punishment." Li Xuan furrowed his brows, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. "First, elucidate the entire sequence of events regarding your matters, and then I shall handle the situation accordingly." Upon hearing Li Xuan's repeated inquiry, the Fishman King and Crab Dolly exchanged glances, their expressions betraying no hint of hesitation as they promptly raised their heads and reported earnestly, "My lord, as I led the Tidal Legion to assault the Serpent Valley, everything proceeded smoothly at first. However, as we delved deeper into the valley, without any prior warning, a hero of the Serpent tribe suddenly emerged. His power is utterly terrifying. Despite our utmost efforts to thwart him, we ultimately failed. The losses sustained by the Legion were entirely at the hands of this Serpent hero." "A Serpent hero? Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Li Xuan's brows knitted tightly, his gaze imbued with deep skepticism as he pressed on. The Fishman King and Crab Dolly exchanged another look, their eyes filled with conviction as they replied in unison, "My lord, we are absolutely certain. The strength of this Serpent hero is unfathomable, rivaling that of the Serpent King and the King of the Azure Waves, if not surpassing them. Had he not been an extraordinary hero, they would never have allowed him to escape so easily." A thought flickered in Li Xuan's mind, and he murmured to himself, "Not weaker than the Serpent King and the King of the Azure Waves. Could it be that he is the enigmatic serpent deity from the star-eating secret realm?" The Fishman King quickly shook his head, responding urgently, "It is likely not so. According to the captives we interrogated from the Serpent Valley, this serpent hero appears to be one of the two guardian deities under the Serpent God. Guardian deities are all extraordinary heroes?" Li Xuan's face displayed extreme astonishment upon hearing this. When did extraordinary heroes become so commonplace? Chapter 72, Encircling Serpent Mountain. If what the Fishman King claims is true, then even a modest secret realm like the star-eating secret realm possesses at least 3 heroes. More astonishingly, these 3 heroes are all extraordinary, with the strongest among them potentially being an epic-level hero. If this is indeed the case, it becomes rather terrifying. Heroes are not as common as cabbages. Not to mention a mere secret realm. Even some true lesser worlds may not boast a single hero. Yet the star-eating secret realm harbors so many formidable heroes. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Li Xuan stated solemnly. The presence of such powerful heroes in the star-eating secret realm had far exceeded his expectations. However, he remained entirely unperturbed. While heroes possess unparalleled combat prowess, even the mightiest among them could not hope to vanquish his army of millions. High-tier heroes might pose a threat, but a third-tier hero could not achieve such a feat if this serpent hero were truly capable. He would not have fled, but rather decimated the Tidal Legion. Nevertheless, He recognized the need for early preparations to capture this serpent deity with minimal losses. Previously, he had assumed that this serpent deity was merely an extraordinary hero, and that the King of the Azure Waves and the Serpent King could easily apprehend him without requiring any additional preparation. However, the situation had now changed. Yet, there was no urgency. The most pressing matter was to alter the battle plan. After the serpent heroes' escape, they would undoubtedly disclose their existence, rendering the previous plan unfeasible. It was imperative to change tactics and annihilate Serpent Mountain before the army could gather. Should they wait until the forces at Serpent Mountain had assembled, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuan immediately issued orders. Fishman King, Dali, swiftly organize the troops and proceed to assemble at Serpent Mountain. The Fishman King and Crab Dali both respectfully acknowledged his command. We shall obey your orders, my lord. Following this, Li Xuan quickly moved to the other 3 legions, delivering the same command. The 4 legions were at varying distances from Serpent Mountain. The nearest could arrive in 3 or 4 days, while the farthest would require at least a week. Seizing this interval, Li Xuan did not remain idle but headed directly to the ruler's residence to prepare for the impending confrontation with the serpent deity. He was still uncertain of the serpent deity's true strength, but given the current intelligence, it was prudent to make additional preparations. Just as Li Xuan departed the star-eating secret realm for the ruler's residence, several hundred kilometers away in midair, a bloodied star-eating giant python soared swiftly, glancing back anxiously to ensure no pursuers were on its tail. Upon confirming that no one was in pursuit, the python let out a heavy sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly found myself in dire straits. As one of the 2 guardian deities of the serpent god, this outing from Serpent Mountain was merely a familial visit. He had not anticipated encountering such turmoil. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have truly faced disaster. Fortunately, he had ventured out. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of an alien army within the star-eating secret realm would have posed a significant danger to Serpent Mountain, unbeknownst to them. At this moment, he was solely focused on returning to Serpent Mountain to report the appearance of the alien army to the serpent god. To procure items capable of countering the serpent deity, Li Xuan spent an hour selecting suitable merchandise at the ruler's residence. Although 3rd-tier units are not high in level, acquiring something effective against a 3rd-tier epic-level hero was no small feat. The items at the ruler's residence, while diverse, primarily comprised basic resources. Genuine treasures were seldom available for sale there. To obtain quality items, one would need to either visit the auction house or redeem them from their own university's treasure vault. Unfortunately, he had yet to enroll properly and lacked the necessary credits. Otherwise, he would have already sought better items in the Jiangzhou world. Time flowed at a ratio of 10 to 1 between the star-eating secret realm and the main world. Although Li Xuan spent only an hour purchasing items, a full 10 hours had elapsed in the star-eating secret realm. During this span, the 4 legions, each heading in their respective directions, were making steady progress, drawing ever closer to Serpent Mountain. Among them, the Thunder Legion was nearest, prompting Li Xuan to choose to descend directly among them. Upon arriving at the Thunder Legion, the Legion commander, Chu Yi, delivered some unfortunate news. My lord, Serpent Mountain has become aware of our presence. Just an hour ago, they ordered all the various Serpent Valleys and Serpent Fortresses to mobilize their forces to assemble at Serpent Mountain. Li Xuan responded nonchalantly, understood. Ensure you make good time on your journey and aim to reach Serpent Mountain as soon as possible. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. He was not surprised by this outcome. Had he been in their position, he would have acted similarly. Before ascertaining the enemy's specific strength, one would naturally gather all forces before instigating war. However, given the current situation, no matter how swiftly Serpent Mountain gathered its forces, it would not surpass their own speed. By the time they arrived at Serpent Mountain, the enemy would have only managed to assemble forces from a few nearby Serpent Valleys. Such numbers would pose no threat to the 4 legions. That said, he still commanded the 4 legions to hasten their pace, striving to reach Serpent Mountain swiftly. Under the full-speed advance of the 4 legions, time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed. The farthest Poison Dragon Legion, which initially required 7 days to arrive. However, under the relentless and swift march of the Poison Dragon Legion, they arrived 2 days ahead of schedule. As for the other 3 legions, they had already reached days earlier. During the journey, these legions encountered several armies of the star-eating giant python that were also on the move. Faced with these fortuitous opportunities, the 4 legions certainly did not intend to let them slip away. Whenever they encountered such forces, they would unhesitatingly take them down. This was the reason for the considerable delays along the way. Otherwise, their gathering would have been even swifter. After the Poison Dragon Legion arrived, Li Xuan did not rush into an attack. 5 days of continuous travel, even for extraordinary beings, could not escape the toll of fatigue. Choosing to launch an aggressive assault at this moment would undoubtedly result in significant losses. A brief period of rest before attacking would not be too late. After all, Snake Mountain was right there. It would not run away. During the days of waiting for the Poison Dragon Legion, the Sea Patrolling Yasha Squad had thoroughly investigated the general situation of Snake Mountain. While not weak, Snake Mountain was not as formidable as he had imagined. Chapter 73, The Mountain Guard Formation. The total military strength of Snake Mountain was approximately 1 million. This number was utterly insignificant in the context of the current Dragon Palace world. However, the number of troops was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the extraordinarily sophisticated mountain guard formation that had been set up around Snake Mountain. This formation effectively fortified Snake Mountain, ensuring that any direct assault from the Dragon Palace world would incur substantial losses. Nevertheless, regardless of potential losses, they were determined to capture Snake Mountain. In a fleeting half-day, the time arrived, and the Poison Dragon Legion clamored to attack Snake Mountain. In the face of the Legion's overwhelming eagerness to engage, Li Xuan did not immediately acquiesce. A subtle smile graced his lips as he gazed at the Serpent King and slowly spoke. The offensive against Snake Mountain is not urgent at this moment. I have a more pressing task that requires your immediate attention. Hearing this, the Serpent King promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Please enlighten me, my lord. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes as he continued. According to reports from the sea patrolling Yasha's squad, a force of star-eating giant pythons is rapidly approaching from the north of Snake Mountain. Your mission is to proceed immediately to the northern front and capture this army decisively. The Serpent King's eyes shone with determination as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, my lord, I will not fail your expectations and will ensure the completion of this task." With that, the Serpent King turned to lead the Poison Dragon Legion into action. However, Li Xuan interjected, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Hold on, I have one more instruction. After you successfully capture this army of star-eating giant pythons, you are to remain stationed in place, prepared for any new arrivals. Should another army of star-eating giant pythons approach, you must crush them at the first opportunity, ensuring that not a single one crosses into Snake Mountain." Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed the Serpent King's face as he inquired, "My lord, does this mean we will not be attacking Snake Mountain?" Li Xuan smiled slightly, a profound light glimmering in his eyes as he replied, "An attack on Snake Mountain is indeed in order. However, the timing has yet to mature, and we must wait." Not only was the Poison Dragon Legion involved, but he had also stationed the other 3 legions around Snake Mountain, enveloped by the combined might of the 4 legions. Communication between Snake Mountain and the outside world had been thoroughly severed. The reasons for this strategy were twofold. Firstly, to systematically eliminate the incoming forces of star-eating giant pythons, preventing them from reinforcing Snake Mountain. Secondly, to test whether they could lure the Serpent Deity out from Snake Mountain. If they could draw out the Serpent Deity and the million-strong army within, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly be far more manageable. Of course, he was aware of the low probability of success in this endeavor. However, it was worth attempting, as it would incur minimal losses, merely a waste of time at worst. After sharing his plan with the Serpent King, the latter promptly led his men to the northern front of Snake Mountain. As the 4 legions encircled Snake Mountain, the following days saw a steady influx of star-eating giant pythons arriving. Unaware of the ambush, these forces approached without any precautions. In the face of the 4 legions' sudden onslaught, they were utterly routed. Throughout this process, Snake Mountain remained inactive, even when Li Xuan inadvertently revealed the presence of the ambushing star-eating giant pythons. Snake Mountain continued to withhold its forces, showing no inclination to engage. Undoubtedly, they were not easily deceived, Li Xuan remarked solemnly, while somewhat disappointed. He did not dwell excessively on the matter. With an increasing number of star-eating giant pythons falling under the control of the 4 legions, their strength steadily grew. They not only gained substantial experience, but also captured a significant number of star-eating pythons. Presently, the total number of captured star-eating giant pythons had exceeded 1,500,000. Moreover, the star-eating giant pythons slain by the 4 legions had granted Li Xuan over 5 million units of primordial power. Engaging in war was indeed one of the swiftest means of acquiring wealth. Observing the rapid increase of primordial power in his account, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the Lords favor initiating cross-border wars." Previously, he had not understood. However, he now comprehended thoroughly. In the face of such immense benefits, even the most peace-loving individuals could hardly resist the temptation to embark on cross-border conflicts. As time progressed, the number of star-eating giant pythons perishing around Snake Mountain grew, and the subsequent arrivals finally sensed something amiss. Upon realizing the danger, the later arrivals ceased their hurried advance towards Snake Mountain and instead established encampments at a distance. Some astute commanders among the star-eating giant pythons even began to ally with other forces, preparing to act in concert. Faced with this development, Li Xuan was certainly not one to remain passive. He promptly ordered the 4 legions to take the initiative. Under the overwhelming assault of the 4 legions, the would-be allied star-eating giant pythons ultimately could not escape total annihilation. Even so, they still would not emerge. While the Poison Dragon and Thunder Legion rampaged on the periphery, Li Xuan, leading the Jiaomao Legion and Tidal Legion, lay in ambush outside Snake Mountain. Observing the still unmoved Snake Mountain, Li Xuan expressed his exasperation, saying, "I originally thought that after our active assault, Snake Mountain would emerge to launch a counterattack against the 4 legions. To this end, I even specially brought the Jiaomao and tidal legions to lie in wait. Yet, Snake Mountain remains unmoved. This was simply illogical. For a moment, he found it difficult to comprehend Snake Mountain's intentions. Was it afraid of death? Or was there something else at play? Or perhaps it was biding its time for a significant move. To clarify this matter, he immediately summoned the leader of the sea patrolling Yasha, Luo Shirgu, instructing him to ascertain the true motives of Snake Mountain. After receiving the command, Luo Shirgu wasted no time and promptly led a team to infiltrate Snake Mountain. The protective formation of Snake Mountain is formidable. However, no matter how strong it may be, guarding such a territory inevitably reveals certain vulnerabilities. While these flaws may not suffice to allow an army to breach its defenses, they certainly enable the Night Marauder squad to stealthily infiltrate without any hindrance. My lord, shall we proceed with our previous strategy? After witnessing the Night Marauder squad enter the Killing Mountain, Ao Jiyo inquired. Li Xuan nodded in affirmation. The plan remains unchanged. Although he was momentarily unaware of the secrets that Snake Mountain harbored, he was resolute in not altering his course of action. As long as he adhered to his strategy, he felt unperturbed by whatever surprises Snake Mountain might unleash. After all, the longer the situation persisted, the greater his advantage would become. Chapter 74, The Bottleneck of Troop Types. After instructing the 4 great legions to continue their operations as planned, Li Xuan returned to the Dragon Palace world with 5 million units of primordial power. With such a vast reservoir of primordial energy at his disposal, he had no intention of letting it gather dust. Since ascending to the rank of Realm Master, he had abandoned the habit of saving. Once he secured the star-devouring secret realm, his immediate priority would be to launch a counteroffensive against the demon domain. To accomplish that, the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army and the Thunderwing Legion would prove to be the most effective troop types. Thus, he resolved to expend the entirety of this 5 million primordial power to summon these 2 forces. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Li Xuan made his decision. The Thunderwing Legion, being a lightning-type troop, possessed a natural advantage over demonic entities. The Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, on the other hand, was classified as an extraordinary troop type, inherently possessing a restraining effect against any troop of lesser caliber, including demons. Once his decision was made, Li Xuan wasted no time. He immediately utilized the 5 million primordial power to nurture 40,000 Jiao Demon Forbidden Army soldiers and 100,000 Thunderwing Legionnaires. Nurturing high-quality kinfolk was indeed an expensive endeavor. Gazing at the 14,000 kinfolk before him, Li Xuan could not help but remark. Had it been the white-scale serpent people, 5 million primordial power could have directly birthed 50 million. Yet, in the case of the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, the result was merely several thousand. The disparity was astounding. Despite this considerable gap, any realm master would likely opt for extraordinary troop types. Compared to ordinary troops, extraordinary troops not only possess greater inherent strength, but also hold a far more expansive future. Troop types all face bottlenecks. The lower the quality, the faster the onset of these limitations. Typically, once ordinary troops reach the 2nd tier, further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging. Without finding a way to break through these bottlenecks, elevating to the 3rd tier in one's lifetime is nearly impossible. This is why ordinary troops may still serve a purpose in the early stages, but they become utterly useless in the later phases, regardless of their numbers. They can only develop as commoners within civilization. In contrast, extraordinary troops can, under normal circumstances, cultivate up to the 8th tier. The chasm between 8th tier and 2nd tier troops is profound. 2nd tier troops may struggle to penetrate the defenses of their 8th tier counterparts. Hence, for high-star realm masters, possessing high-quality kinfolk is of paramount importance. Without them, one might as well resign to being a farming realm master. Which explains why the Great Xia harbors so many of such figures. It is not that they wish to be farming realm masters, but rather that they have no choice. After expending the 5 million primordial power, Li Xuan promptly led over 100,000 soldiers back to the star-devouring secret realm. With the addition of this formidable force, he felt increasingly confident in his impending assault on Snake Mountain. Upon returning to the star-devouring secret realm, Li Xuan resolved to act without delay. Once the Night Marauder squad returned with their intelligence, he would lead his army in a full frontal assault on Snake Mountain. The sooner he could seize the star-devouring secret realm, the sooner he could concentrate his strength on counterattacking the demon domain. Even if it meant sacrificing some kinfolk, it would be worth the cost. Li Xuan did not have to wait long. A figure staggered towards him from the direction of Snake Mountain. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it was Luo Shirgu, bloodied and battered, as though he had narrowly escaped from a harrowing battle. Upon seeing this, Li Xuan's expression tightened, and he hurried forward, concern etched on his face. Luo Shirgu, what on earth happened? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? Luo Shirgu gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to compose himself. After a prolonged moment, his voice trembled with fear as he replied, "My lord, everyone else is gone. I barely managed to escape from Snake Mountain with my life. How could this be?" Li Xuan's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Logically, given the stealth capabilities of the Night Marauder, they should not have been easily detected. Luo Shirgu's face was ashen, and his eyes reflected profound terror as he recounted. It was the snake god. The snake god discovered us. Initially, everything went smoothly as we entered Snake Mountain, with no obstacles in our path. However, as we ventured deeper, nearing the snake god's resting hall, we were detected the moment we approached. Following that, a beam of divine light shot forth from the snake hall, its power astonishing enough to instantly dispel our invisibility. Subsequently, the entire horde of snake demons emerged from Snake Mountain and launched a frenzied pursuit after us. Faced with the onslaught of the entire Snake Mountain, we had no means to retaliate and could only flee for our lives. Had I not been fortunate, I would have perished within. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment, his voice grave. Indeed, the snake god is formidable, possessing such divine abilities. Luo Shirgu steadied himself slightly before continuing. My lord, during my escape, I also discovered that the snake god appears to be in seclusion, unable to leave the snake hall. Had the snake god not been in seclusion at that moment, I fear I would have had no chance to escape at all, and would have perished within. In seclusion. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Xuan's eyes, illuminating his expression. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Previously, he had wondered why Snake Mountain had remained so passive. It was because the snake god was engaged in seclusion. Even in such a perilous situation, the snake god remained in retreat, indicating the significance of this seclusion. If it were not crucial, the snake god would have certainly emerged by now. Opportunities such as these are fleeting. Without hesitation, Li Xuan summoned the Jiao Demon Legion and the Tidal Legion, preparing to launch a forceful assault on Snake Mountain. As for the Poison Dragon Legion and the Thunder Legion, they would adhere to the original plan, obstructing the gathering army of the star-devouring giant python surrounding Snake Mountain. The Jiao Demon Legion and the Tidal Legion acted swiftly. Shortly after he issued the command, both legions arrived under the leadership of their respective commanders. Accompanying them was the heroic figure of the Serpent King. As they prepared to assault Snake Mountain, both the Serpent King and the Azure Wave King would serve as key players in the upcoming battle. The number of heroes is still too few, Li Xuan remarked, unable to suppress his thoughts. Were there a few more heroes, I would not have to employ the Serpent King, the commander of this legion, as a mere combatant. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xuan's gaze turned resolute as he looked to the Fishman King and solemnly commanded, Fishman King, you shall take full command of this battle. Though the Fishman King was not yet a hero, his command capabilities ranked among the top 3 among his kinfolk. Li Xuan felt entirely confident in entrusting him with the leadership of the army. Upon hearing these words, the Fishman King felt an immediate surge of fervent ambition ignite within his eyes, accompanied by a swell of pride from the trust bestowed upon him. He promptly knelt on one knee, his voice resonating with authority and conviction as he declared, Rest assured, esteemed Lord of the Realm, my subordinates and I shall exert every effort to capture Snake Mountain in the shortest span of time, ensuring that we do not betray your faith in me. Chapter 75, A Display of Divine Might. Under the Fishman King's command, the Tide Army and the Serpent Demon Legion moved like two surging undercurrents, swiftly and methodically advancing. Before long, they had surrounded Snake Mountain, rendering it impenetrable. Attack! With a single command from the Fishman King, millions of Fishman warriors mounted the colossal and fearsome body of the star-eating giant python, surging forth like an unstoppable tide of darkness towards Snake Mountain. In the eyes of every Fishman warrior, a resolute glimmer shone brightly. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, they showed no sign of retreat. Though the Fishman army was vast in number, to assume that such strength alone could breach the formidable defenses of Snake Mountain would be the height of folly, utterly unrealistic. However, the Fishman King had his own strategy in mind. He had never anticipated that the Fishman army could single-handedly dismantle the defenses of Snake Mountain. Rather, they were intended as expendable troops, meant to wear down the defenses of Snake Mountain and pave the way for the subsequent assault. This, indeed, was the sole purpose of the Fishman warriors as a low-tier unit on the high-tier battlefield. As the densely packed Fishman army surged forth like a relentless tide towards Snake Mountain, the once tranquil and serene mountain seemed to awaken like a slumbering beast, becoming restless and agitated. Countless dazzling magical attacks and toxic miasmas, laden with the scent of death, cascaded from all directions of Snake Mountain, crashing down upon the Fishman army like a violent storm. The moment they clashed, the warriors at the forefront fell like autumn leaves, suffering devastating losses. Yet, to the Fishman army, numbering in the millions, such losses were but a mere drop in the ocean, insufficient to sway their determination. Amidst the onslaught of flying attacks, the Fishman army resolutely charged forward, showing no inclination to retreat. Ultimately, leaving behind a trail of cold corpses, they reached the foot of Snake Mountain's protective formation. In the next instant, countless attacks rained down upon the protective barrier, producing a thunderous cacophony. For an individual Fishman warrior to breach this impregnable barrier was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. However, when millions of Fishman warriors united in their assault, even the mightiest protective formation appeared on the verge of collapse, struggling to withstand the pressure. Before long, the protective barrier of Snake Mountain began to flicker erratically, its radiance dimming gradually. If the ferocious attacks continued unabated, it would only be a matter of time before the barrier was breached. Observing this turn of events, the stationed army of star-eating giant pythons grew anxious. Their means of ranged attack were exceedingly limited. Faced with the relentless assault of the fishman army on their protective formation, most star-eating giant pythons could only watch helplessly, unable to retaliate. As the frequency of the barrier's flickering increased, the frontline star-eating giant pythons could no longer contain their impatience. Brothers, follow me and charge out. Under the command of a star-eating giant python leader, countless of them surged forth like a black torrent through the gaps in the protective formation. Their massive, menacing bodies glinted with bloodlust, intent on devouring the fishman warriors before them. Upon emerging, these star-eating giant pythons opened their cavernous mouths wide, swallowing nearby fishman warriors whole, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed. However, this fleeting victory did not last long, as a relentless tide of fishman warriors soon followed, brandishing their blades with fervor, launching a fierce counterattack against these behemoths. Faced with the overwhelming and ceaseless onslaught, even the notoriously resilient star-eating giant pythons began to feel overwhelmed. Their scales started to shed under the concentrated attacks, blood and flesh becoming indistinguishable. In no time, numerous star-eating giant pythons fell to the ground with anguished cries, slain on the spot. Yet, in the instant one giant fell, new ones emerged from the protective formation, relentless as war machines, continuing their brutal path of slaughter. History often repeats itself. These newly emerged star-eating giant pythons soon met the same fate, engulfed by the tide of fishman warriors, falling once more. This cycle repeated ad infinitum, transforming the area beneath the protective formation into a colossal meat grinder, where fishmen and star-eating giant pythons perished in brutal combat at every moment. Before long, the ground was littered with mangled corpses, the blood flowing like rivers, turning the land into a blinding crimson hue. The brutality of the scene was almost unbearable to witness. Yet, this deadlock, this gruesome stalemate, did not persist for long. Just as the battlefield was engulfed in smoke and the cries of battle reached a fever pitch, the sky suddenly darkened. Under the leadership of Ao, tens of thousands of serpent demon elite troops descended like a tempest from the heavens, their presence commanding and fierce. Clad in obsidian armor exuding a chilling aura, akin to divine warriors descending upon the earth with unstoppable force. Upon their arrival, they swiftly charged at the emerging star-eating giant pythons, their weapons gleaming with cold light, each swing accompanied by a sharp whoosh, swiftly annihilating the remaining pythons still resisting on the ground. Blood splattered through the air, staining the already horrific battlefield. Before the star-eating giant pythons could regroup and retaliate, Ao's gaze was steely and composed as he slowly produced a silver talisman from his robes, radiating an aura of mysterious power. The talisman, inscribed with glowing runes, seemed to harbor boundless strength. Go, Ao commanded, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Under his precise control, the talisman transformed into a silver streak of light, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the darkness, racing towards the protective formation. Boom. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the once impenetrable barrier of Snake Mountain crumbled like brittle foam, dissipating into the air. The powerful shockwave, like an invisible tidal wave, surged outward from the formation, wreaking havoc in its wake. The nearest fishman warriors, caught in the wake of this overwhelming force, had no time to react before being torn apart, reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. The breaking talisman is remarkably effective, exclaimed Li Xuan with surprise, witnessing the barrier of Snake Mountain being shattered by Ao. Chapter 76, The Jade Dragon Swordsman. The silver talisman that Ao had just unveiled was known as the Breaking Talisman, procured at great expense from the Lord of the Realm's abode specifically to dismantle the protective formation of Snake Mountain. Its purpose was to assist those who were not formation masters in forcibly breaching various complex arrays, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. He had even acquired several of these talismans. Unexpectedly, a single array-breaking talisman shattered the formidable protective formation of Snake Mountain. Of course, this was significantly influenced by the relentless assaults from the Merman army prior. Had the protective formation remained intact, even with the talisman, breaching it would have proven to be a daunting challenge. As the protective barrier crumbled, Ao, suspended in the air, revealed a countenance brimming with murderous intent and promptly issued a decree: slay them all, leave none alive. With this command, laden with authority and bloodlust, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The Merman army surged forth from the ground like an overwhelming tide, while the Dragon Demon Legion circled threateningly above. The Shrimp and Crab Warriors, poised in the rear, roared in anticipation, charging towards Snake Mountain as if summoned by the clarion call of battle. In an instant, millions of troops cascaded into Snake Mountain like a dark deluge. The entirety of Snake Mountain, from its base to its summit, from dense forests to caverns, transformed into a battlefield thick with smoke and the cacophony of war cries. The million-strong star-devouring giant python garrison, confronted with the combined onslaught of the Tidal Army and Dragon Demon Legion, proved utterly insufficient. Almost all of the star-devouring giants found themselves besieged, their struggles futile against the fate of slaughter. Strangely, despite the fierce and brutal nature of the conflict, the snake god and his two mighty guardians remained elusive, akin to phantoms shrouded in darkness. Observing this, Li Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he decisively commanded, "King of the Azure Waves, King of the Serpent People, it is time for you to act. Proceed to the Snake God Temple and uncover the truth." Both the King of the Azure Waves and the King of the Serpent People bowed respectfully, replying in unison, "We shall obey the Lord of the Realm's decree." No sooner had they spoken than the two transformed into brilliant streaks of light, darting like meteors towards the besieged Snake God Temple. With no defensive forces remaining, they charged into the temple without hesitation, akin to tigers pouncing on their prey. Just as they entered, a thunderous roar filled with wrath resonated from within. "How dare you!" This was followed by the sounds of intense combat, the clashing of weapons, the collision of spells, and the roars of colossal beasts intertwined, composing a grim symphony of death. Within a minute, the Snake God Temple lay in ruins, debris scattered amidst swirling dust. At that moment, four figures emanating powerful auras erupted from the temple's wreckage. Two of them were the King of the Serpent People and the King of the Azure Waves. Their adversaries were a star-devouring giant python radiating seven-colored light, resembling a mythical beast, and a stunning woman clad in white, exuding an air of cold elegance. The enchanting beauty radiated an enigmatic aura that was both beguiling and inscrutable. Meanwhile, the elusive snake god remained unseen, as if he did not exist. Upon beholding the sudden appearance of the stunning woman, Li Xuan's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Why is there a human presence here? No, this is not a human. It is a transformed serpent." Utilizing his realm lord authority, the detailed attributes of this captivating woman swiftly appeared before Li Xuan. Name, White Jade Thunder Dragon, in evolution. Alias, AOU. Race, Dragon Clan, transformed state. Bloodline, 33 White Jade Thunder Dragon Bloodline, legendary class. Quality, extraordinary 3 stars. Talents, Void Transformation, Dragon Transformation, Thunder Sword Domain. Thunder Breath. Profession, Jade Dragon Swordsman. Level, Tier 3, Level 40. Techniques, Jade Dragon Sword Cannon. Skills, Constricting Strangulation, Starlight Breath, Thunderous Might, Thunder Shield, Jade Dragon Sword Technique. Sword Drawing Art. Remarks, originally an ordinary star-devouring giant python, evolved through the refinement of vast amounts of void serpent grass and a portion of ancient dragon blood. Indeed, she is not human, Li Xuan mused inwardly. While AOU was not a human, she was not merely a transformed serpent either, she had evolved from a dragon. More importantly, AOU's strength surpassed all his expectations. Clearly, she was one of the two guardians of the snake god, a formidable extraordinary hero he had anticipated. However, he had not foreseen her to be this powerful. Even among extraordinary heroes, AOU stood as a paragon of excellence. Both the King of the Serpent People and the King of the Azure Waves, being extraordinary heroes themselves, were no match for AOU. Just by examining her techniques, one could discern the vast disparity. While clans could cultivate techniques, they required compatible methods, particularly for awakened bloodline heroes, who had even higher standards. Previously, he had sought suitable techniques for the King of the Serpent People and the King of the Azure Waves within the Realm Lord's abode, but found none fitting. Thus, he had hoped they would awaken their own. Both the King of the Serpent People and the King of the Azure Waves possessed top-tier bloodlines. Once their bloodline concentration reached a certain level, they could awaken their exclusive techniques. However, he had not anticipated that before they could awaken their techniques, they would encounter the already awakened AOU. After cultivating techniques, a hero's combat effectiveness could experience a significant enhancement. If a confrontation arose, the King of the Azure Waves and the King of the Serpent People would undoubtedly fall short against AOU, not only in terms of techniques, but overall strength. Both the King of the Azure Waves and the King of the Serpent People could not compare to AOU. Given AOU's formidable prowess, it was reasonable to assume that the other guardian deity would be equally powerful. Li Xuan's expression shifted as he promptly utilized his Realm Lord authority to examine the other guardian deity. Name, 7-colored star-devouring giant python. Alias, Ao Cheatsai. Race, Monster Clan. Bloodline, 2 Taishu devouring realm python bloodline, divine class. 39 Void Sky, python bloodline, legendary class. Quality, extraordinary 3 stars. Talents, Void Transformation, 7-colored domain, Void Traversal, Void Stomach. Profession, Void Apprentice Envoy. Level, Tier 3, Level 40. Techniques, Void Art. Skills, Constricting Strangulation, Starlight Shaping, Shedding Rebirth, Starlight Breath, 7-colored True Form, Super Recovery. Remarks, originally an ordinary star-devouring giant python, evolved through the refinement of vast amounts of void serpent grass and a portion of ancient serpent blood. Chapter 77, The Appearance of the Snake God. Just as I thought, Li Xuan's countenance darkened as he observed Ao Cheatsai's detailed attributes. The strength of these two guardians far exceeded his expectations. With such formidable guardians, the snake god ruling them must be even more powerful. Li Xuan furrowed his brow. I have underestimated the situation. Given the current circumstances, capturing the snake god would be an exceedingly arduous task. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, there remains an opportunity. The fact that the snake god is still in seclusion at this juncture indicates he is in a state of deep meditation. If I can disrupt him now, even if the snake god does not perish, he will certainly suffer grievous injuries. As long as the serpent god is injured, it presents a golden opportunity. Although this course of action may be deemed somewhat unethical, such considerations are entirely irrelevant when it comes to one's adversary. Ethics be damned. If seizing the serpent god is achievable, then all is justified. Thus, Li Xuan promptly dispatched messages to King Bibo and the Serpent King, instructing them to do everything in their power to impede Aou and Aochitsai. While neither King Bibo nor the Serpent King could match the prowess of Aou and Aochitsai, they were still extraordinary heroes capable of entangling them for a limited duration. Upon receiving Li Xuan's command, King Bibo and the Serpent King seemed as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Waves of azure energy surged around King Bibo, his eyes brimming with a fierce battle spirit, while the Serpent King struck the ground with his tail, stirring a cloud of dust. The two were infused with an unquenchable zeal for combat, increasing their ferocity manifold, even willing to exchange injuries to thwart Aou and Aochitsai. Seeing this, Aou and Aochitsai's expressions shifted dramatically, with their dragon might radiating. They could no longer maintain their previous composure and were forced to confront their foes with full force. In an instant, dragon roars intertwined with the azure waves and serpent shadows, resonating through the heavens as spiritual energy surged and the heavens darkened. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, Li Xuan abruptly turned to the poised Jiao Demon Legion and issued a solemn command. Jiao Yu, lead your forces into the Serpent God's temple at once and ascertain the Serpent God's whereabouts. Upon receiving the order, Ao Jiao Yu trembled slightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He immediately rallied his troops, surging like a black torrent into the now desolate Serpent God's temple, amidst a whirlwind of dust. Witnessing this scene, Aou and Aochitsai were instantly thrown into a state of panic, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury as they desperately attempted to break free. You must contend with us first. Have we consented to your passage? King Bibo and the Serpent King thundered in unison, their forms intertwining to create an insurmountable barrier between the Ao siblings and the Serpent God's temple. Humph, seeking death. Aou retorted with a mocking laugh, swiftly wielding his jade sword, which cut through the air with a shrill cry, aimed directly at King Bibo. Aochitsai mirrored his brother's agility, her body aglow with vibrant light as she charged towards the Serpent King. The battle among the four escalated to a fever pitch, each clash reverberating with violent tremors of the natural order, as if time itself had crystallized, leaving only an endless thirst for blood and an indomitable will clashing fiercely above the ruins. Amidst this fierce standoff, Li Xuan remained vigilant, periodically casting a group healing spell to mend the wounds of King Bibo and the Serpent King. Under the influence of his formidable healing magic, the two heroes, employing a reckless exchange of injury strategy, managed to momentarily halt Aou and Aochitsai, even causing their morale to waver, resulting in increasingly chaotic assaults. Such impatience. They are indeed too youthful, Li Xuan mused, observing the unraveling composure of Aou and Aochitsai. Despite their formidable strength, it seemed that the confines of the star-eating secret realm had left them untested, their personalities akin to that of children, easily provoked. Their combat prowess appeared remarkably naive, perhaps even inferior to that of King Bibo and the Serpent King. Had their battle experience been slightly more robust, their abilities would have surely allowed them to breach the defenses of King Bibo and the Serpent King. It was a gross waste of potential. Once he subdued these two young ones, he would certainly have to train them rigorously in combat experience, Li Xuan resolved in his heart. Since encountering Aou and Aochitsai, he had already regarded them as his destined trophies. Though they possessed great strength, he was confident in his ability to subdue them, primarily due to his command over millions of troops. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the sky, as if the heavens themselves were fracturing and the earth trembling beneath the weight of the sound. Just as King Bibo and the Serpent King had encircled Aou and Aochitsai, a fierce blaze erupted from deep within the Serpent God's temple, sending debris raining down like a storm, obscuring the sky with dust. I will kill you all. A roar imbued with unbridled fury and boundless murderous intent reverberated from the depths of the ruins, distorting the very fabric of reality and sending tremors through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the 9 underworlds, resonating with divine wrath and causing pain to the ears of all present, their hearts quaking in terror. In an instant, a suffocating aura of dread surged forth from the depths of the Serpent God's temple, akin to an ancient behemoth awakening from eternal slumber, its oppressive presence sweeping through the surroundings. Every creature within the star-eating secret realm felt the tremor of this aura, whether avian or beast, or even those lurking beneath the earth, all found themselves compelled to gaze toward the serpent goddess temple, their eyes filled with fear and submission. Ordinary star-eating giant pythons prostrated themselves on the ground, their serpentine bodies trembling, heads pressed to the earth, including those already claimed by Li Xuan as part of his kin, who were no exception, as if facing an omnipotent sovereign. The expressions of King Bibbo and the Serpent King changed dramatically, a grave seriousness flashing in their eyes. As extraordinary heroes, they had never shown such a reaction even when facing Aou and Aochitsai, the prodigies of the Serpent and Dragon clans. Now, with their spiritual energies surging, they readied themselves for what they perceived as an unprecedented threat. Is this the Serpent God? Li Xian's pupils constricted as he sensed the ancient, powerful, and frenzied essence within that aura, a chill creeping into his heart. Although he had anticipated the Serpent God's prowess to be extraordinary, he had not expected its aura to be so terrifying, as if the very heavens and earth quaked beneath its pressure. No sooner had he thought this than a series of death notifications echoed in his mind, each one signaling the demise of the Jiao Demon Legion he had previously dispatched into the Serpent Goddess Temple. In the span of a mere second, over 1,000 Jiao Demon soldiers had perished. Although the Jiao Demon Legion was not classified as heroes, they were nonetheless formidable in their own right. The Serpent Goddess' ability to slay over 1,000 Jiao Demon soldiers with a single strike underscored the magnitude of its power. At that moment, a thought emerged in Li Xian's mind. Would a strategy of sheer numbers prove effective against this Serpent God? If not, calamity would surely follow. Chapter 78, Impure Bloodline. Boom. As countless stones flew, those fortunate enough to survive the initial onslaught of the Jiao Demon Legion quickly emerged from the rubble, led by Aou. However, Aou was far from his previous calm and composed self. His expression was one of sheer terror, and blood drenched his entire being. As a Jiao dragon, the Jiao Demon Legion possessed a natural bloodline suppression over ordinary serpents, yet this was insufficient against a top-tier serpent like the Serpent God. In fact, they found themselves on the receiving end of that suppression, as evidenced by their current demeanor. Die. A chilling, bone-deep command erupted from the depths of the Serpent God's temple, resonating like the whisper of death, imbued with an unyielding authority. As the Jiao Demon soldiers fled the edge of the ruins, they had no time to catch their breath before a wave of icy terror surged up their spines. In the next moment, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded. The soldiers at the back of the fleeing Jiao Demon Legion appeared to be gripped by an invisible hand, their bodies bursting in succession, blood mist, and shattered flesh scattering, painting the sky crimson. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Jiao Demon soldiers had been reduced to a gruesome array of dismembered limbs, a scene of utter carnage. This is bad. Retreat, Li Xuan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. He understood all too well that if this force was allowed to rampage unchecked, even the foremost Aou would not escape death. Aou, not only the soul of the Jiao Demon Legion, but also the future pillar he has meticulously nurtured, must not be lost here. In this critical moment, Li Xuan held nothing back. With a deft flick of his fingers, a streak of light shot forth from his sleeve. It was a golden talisman adorned with the image of a Taoist in white, radiating brilliance as if it contained boundless mysteries. Go, Li Xuan commanded in a low voice. And the golden talisman cleaved through the air, leaving a dazzling golden line in its wake. The golden light suddenly erupted, transforming the talisman into a white-clad swordsman, wielding a sword. This swordsman exuded an overwhelming aura, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, subtly surpassing the likes of Aou and Aochitsai, resembling an immortal descending from the celestial realm. As the white-clad swordsman appeared, his gaze flickered like lightning, sweeping across the surroundings before he nonchalantly unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy surged like a dragon, spanning the sky and effortlessly intercepting the formless attacks of the Serpent God, rendering them void. Where the sword light reached, the deathly domain surrounding the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard instantly disintegrated, and the soldiers felt an alleviation of pressure, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Excellent. Truly an epic hero, Li Xuan observed, a glimmer of surprise and exhilaration flashing in his eyes. This white-clad swordsman was indeed one of his trump cards. A third-tier epic hero summoning card, for which he had exchanged 2 million source power at the Realm Lord's abode. Upon activation, it could instantaneously summon a third-tier epic hero, the white-clad sword god. Although it could only be sustained for an hour, as long as it aided him in defeating the Serpent God, those 2 million source powers would be worth every penny. Humph. With the emergence of the white-clad sword god, a cold snort echoed from deep within the Serpent God temple. The next moment, countless rubble accumulated in the temple exploded instantaneously, accompanied by a myriad of 7-colored lights. A diminutive snake, pure white as snow, leaped out from the ruins of the Serpent God temple with an almost mocking demeanor, displaying extraordinary agility. Is this the Serpent God? Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This seemingly adorable little snake, not yet a month old, bore little resemblance to the legendary image of the Serpent God. Anyone who saw it at first glance would never associate it with such a terrifying existence. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before them. The serpent god transformed into a streak of white light, moving with such swiftness as if traversing dimensions, charging directly toward the white-clad sword god. The overwhelming pressure it exuded made all present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Though the serpent god appeared harmless, the white-clad sword god dared not underestimate it. Drawing his sword to meet the oncoming threat, in an instant, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange. Despite the intensity of the battle, a keen observer would discern that the white-clad sword god was clearly at a disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. In mere moments, the white-clad sword god bore numerous wounds, while the serpent god remained untouched, not even grazed by the sword. How could the disparity be so vast? Li Xuan's face was etched with confusion. He had believed that, with the strength of the white-clad sword god, it could at least hold its own against the serpent god. Yet he had not anticipated such a significant gap in their powers. In a state of bewilderment, Li Xuan immediately utilized his realm lord privileges to obtain detailed attributes of the serpent god. Name: Void Celestial Python, Impure Bloodline. Title: Serpent God. Race: Void Serpent Clan. Bloodline: 15 Taishu Devouring World Python Bloodline, Divine. 99 Void Celestial Python Bloodline, Legendary. Quality: Pseudo-Legendary. Talent: Void Transformation, Void Traversal, Void Stomach, Void Devouring, Void Domain. Class: Void Envoy. Level: Tier 3, Level 40. Cultivation Technique: Void Sovereign Art. Skills: Void Strangulation, Void Shaping, Shedding Rebirth, Void Breath, Super Recovery, Void Gaze, Void Annihilation. Remarks: Originally an ordinary star-devouring giant python, it evolved through the refinement of vast quantities of void serpent grass and a portion of ancient serpent clan blood. It could have evolved into a true void celestial python, but was disturbed at a critical moment, resulting in premature birth, ultimately evolving into a pseudo-void celestial python with a defective bloodline. A pseudo-legendary hero. Gazing at the serpent god's detailed attributes, Li Xuan's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that the serpent god would possess such high quality. Furthermore, according to the remarks, had it not been interrupted, the serpent god could have evolved into a legendary hero. Could it have been Aogou and the others who disrupted it? Li Xuan speculated boldly. No wonder the serpent god had been so furious moments ago, intent on annihilating the Jiao Demon Imperial Guard squad. To sever one's future is akin to murdering one's parents. Were he in the same position, he too would show no mercy in eliminating the entire squad. This situation has become dire. Observing the serpent god's attributes, Li Xuan's brows furrowed in concern. His previously prepared trump cards were all based on the assumption that the serpent god was an epic hero. However, now it was a pseudo-legendary hero. Though the difference was merely half a rank, the gap between the two was not trivial. He truly could not guarantee that his previously devised strategies would be effective. The overwhelming suppression faced by the white-clad sword god made it evident that his preparations would likely be futile. The disparity between an epic hero and a pseudo-legendary hero was simply too vast. Chapter 79, Death Knight. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Li Xuan steeled his resolve. The best course of action would typically be to return to the realm lord's abode to procure items capable of countering the serpent god. However, given the current circumstances, time was of the essence. By the time he retrieved the items, it would be too late. Alternatively, there was another option, a temporary retreat. Yet, should they choose to withdraw, the serpent god could easily breach the dimensional portal and invade the Dragon Palace world. With the serpent god's destructive power, should it reach the Dragon Palace world, the consequences would be dire. The foundational infrastructure painstakingly established in the Dragon Palace world could very well be obliterated by the serpent god. As the realm lord, Li Xuan would never permit such a calamity to transpire. Since retreat was not an option, they would have to fight to the bitter end. Although the serpent god's strength exceeded his expectations, he still possessed numerous trump cards. In a situation where all cards were on the table, he was not without the means to fight back. As he observed the increasing injuries on the white-clad sword god, Li Xuan wasted no time. He immediately unleashed both the group berserk spell and the group healing spell on the white-clad sword god. Additionally, he reactivated a long-dormant strategy of investment. With the continuous consumption of source power, the aura emanating from the white-clad sword god surged rapidly. Previously forced to endure passive blows, the white-clad sword god, under the dual enhancement of the group berserk spell and source power, finally began to counterattack, inflicting damage upon the serpent god for the first time. Seeking death. Being wounded by an epic hero ignited the serpent god's fury instantly. Though still only a pseudo-legendary hero, he had long considered himself a legendary hero in spirit. To be injured by an epic hero was, in his eyes, a profound humiliation. In a fit of rage, the serpent god's power surged dramatically. This led to the once-rising white-clad sword god once again finding himself in a passive position, subjected to relentless attacks. Relying solely on the white-clad sword god was evidently insufficient. Li Xuan was not particularly surprised by this outcome. If merely spending money could bridge the gap between epic-level heroes and pseudo-legendary heroes, then the latter would be utterly worthless. Without hesitation, Li Xuan immediately produced the 2 additional trump cards he had prepared earlier. One was a 3-tier epic hero summoning card named the Death Knight, and the other was a 5th-tier limit break temporary level up card. This 5th-tier limit break temporary level up card could forcibly elevate the strength of a vassal to the 5th tier for a limited time. The most remarkable aspect of this enhancement was that it was not constrained by the world's level limitations. In other words, if he applied this 5th-tier limit break temporary level up card to the Death Knight, it could elevate the Death Knight's level directly from 3 to 5. Even within the Star-Eating Secret Realm, the Death Knight would be able to unleash 5th-tier combat prowess. Such limit break temporary level up cards were exceedingly rare in the Great Xia, and even more scarce in the Domain Lord's abode. The last time he stumbled upon one, he had promptly purchased it without a second thought, intending to utilize it during the forthcoming cross-border war. Little did he expect to employ it in this situation. With a casual wave, Li Xuan shattered the hero summoning card inscribed with mysterious runes. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were splattered with vibrant ink. A profound black light erupted, casting an ominous shadow over the surrounding air. Amidst this oppressive darkness, a towering figure gradually coalesced. It was a Death Knight clad in pitch-black armor, the armor flickering with ghostly flames, exuding a powerful aura of death. Beneath him was a spectral warhorse, equally enshrouded in the essence of death, each hoof step resonating with an unsettling chill and despair. As an epic-level hero, the aura emanating from this Death Knight was significantly more formidable than that of the white-clad sword god. After performing a knightly salute to Li Xuan, the Death Knight raised his spear and swiftly charged towards the Serpent God. Along the way, Li Xuan waved his hand and activated the 5th-tier limit break temporary level up card for the Death Knight. Under the effects of this card, the Death Knight's level instantly surged to 5, and the aura surrounding him multiplied exponentially. The overwhelming presence compelled the Serpent God to instinctively glance towards the Death Knight. Upon seeing the Death Knight, the Serpent God's expression shifted from one of ease to one of concern. With the addition of the 5th-tier Death Knight to the fray, the tide of battle was immediately altered. Although they were not yet overpowering the Serpent God, the combined efforts of the Death Knight and the white-clad sword god allowed them to maintain a tenuous upper hand. If both the white-clad sword god and the Death Knight were real entities, the ongoing trend suggested they could indeed subdue the Serpent God. Alas, both the white-clad sword god and the Death Knight were summoned by hero summoning cards and could only persist for 1 hour. If they failed to defeat the Serpent God within that hour, the demise of the white-clad sword god and the Death Knight would spell catastrophic disaster for the Dragon Palace realm. Juyu immediately organized the Jiao Demon Legion to encircle the Serpent God. Li Xuan commanded without hesitation. At present, the only force capable of threatening the Serpent God was the 60,000 Jiao Demon Forbidden Army. Even though the Serpent God was a pseudo-legendary hero, he would have to tread carefully when faced with the encirclement of tens of thousands of transcendent soldiers. This course of action could potentially inflict significant losses on the Jiao Demon Legion, but as long as they could capture the Serpent God, every sacrifice would be worth it. Understood. Aogiou replied loudly, a glimmer of determination and decisiveness flashing in his eyes. He then promptly turned and swiftly recalled all the outer Jiao Demon Forbidden Army units. The 60,000 Jiao Demon Forbidden Army converged like a surging tide, their overwhelming momentum causing the very heavens and earth to shift. Were it not for the level restrictions imposed by the Dragon Palace realm, the strength of these Jiao Demon Forbidden Army soldiers would surely surpass their current limits. Nevertheless, even as they stood, the aura they exuded was sufficient to intimidate all around them. Form ranks, prepare to engage. Aogiou proclaimed from the front lines, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the skies. With Aogiou's command, the 60,000 Jiao Demon Forbidden Army sprang into action, their steps synchronized as if they were one. In unison, they shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The deafening cries pierced the heavens, striking at the very core of their adversaries. Under their combined efforts, tens of thousands of Jiao Demon Forbidden Army swiftly formed an extraordinarily intricate military formation. Within this formation, the strength, morale, and vitality of all the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army were drawn together by an invisible force, rapidly coalescing into a vivid blood-red dragon phantom, radiating an overwhelming might. Chapter 80. The Soul of the Formation. Is this the soul of the formation? Li Xuan gazed at the blood-red dragon phantom, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He never anticipated that the Jiao Demon Legion could manifest the soul of the formation in such a short span of time. The soul of the formation is a powerful existence that emerges only when an army has trained its formation to a transcendent level. It embodies the collective strength of the entire army, making it exceedingly potent, indeed, stronger than the army itself. The soul of the formation, formed from 60,000 transcendent vassals, was unimaginably powerful. Upon witnessing the soul of the formation created by the Jiao Demon Forbidden Army, Li Xuan felt not only joy but also newfound confidence in subduing the Serpent God. Under the command of the Jiao Demon Legion, The blood-red dragon phantom surged forth with overwhelming might towards the serpent god. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from the blood-red dragon phantom, the serpent god's expression grew increasingly grim. Not this again. Such bullying of the serpent is intolerable. Faced with the onslaught from the white-clad sword god and the death knight, he was already under immense pressure. With the addition of this blood-red dragon phantom, it felt as though his life was at stake. Serpent god, surrender. Cease your futile resistance. As the blood-red dragon phantom charged fiercely into the battlefield, Awaken immediately raised his voice, calling out, "What benefits would I gain from surrendering?" The serpent god retorted, straining to fend off the assaults from the white-clad sword god and the death knight while responding, his voice tinged with wariness and reluctance. Given the current situation, he would not mind surrendering if the conditions were right. After thousands of years of effort, he had finally evolved into a void heavenly python and had yet to enjoy his newfound existence. To die now would be an insufferable loss. Initially, Awaken had merely called out in a spirit of trial, but to his surprise, he received a response from the serpent god, igniting a flicker of joy within him. A smile emerged on his face as he quickly replied, "Serpent god, if you choose not to surrender, today shall be your day of demise. There will be no escape. However, if you do choose to surrender, at the very least, you and your million subordinates can preserve your lives and avoid this impending catastrophe." Upon hearing this, the serpent god's brows furrowed deeply, and he resolutely rejected the offer. "Such meager benefits are insufficient. I fear not death. Tell him that as long as he is willing to surrender, I can assist him in evolving into a true void heavenly python." Just as Awaken was racking his brain for a response, Li Xuan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Understood." Awaken respectfully replied, and immediately relayed Li Xuan's words to the serpent god, his voice imbued with a hint of allure and anticipation. Upon hearing this promise, the serpent god's previously dull eyes instantly sparkled with life. However, he soon wore an expression of skepticism, retorting, "Is what you say true? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? There is no room for doubt. This is a direct declaration from our esteemed realm master, whose words are as solid as a mountain and beyond reproach." Awaken confidently responded, his gaze reflecting unwavering trust in Li Xuan. Observing the flicker of interest in the serpent god, Li Xuan raised the stakes once more. "Tell him that if he is willing to surrender, not only will I assist him in evolving into the void sky python, but I can also help him realize his dream of becoming the supreme devourer python in the future." When Awaken conveyed this message to the serpent god, the latter did not immediately show enthusiasm. Instead, he scrutinized Awaken with a dubious expression, as if assessing a charlatan. "Do you possess such capabilities? I find it hard to believe. Do not treat me like a child." In light of the serpent goddess' skepticism, Awaken stood tall with confidence, proclaiming, "We are backed by the omnipotent realm master, and assisting you in evolving into the supreme devourer python would be a trivial matter for him. How could we deceive you? Of course, you may choose to disbelieve, but the only fate awaiting you is a path to demise. At that time, you and your millions of subordinates will accompany you to the grave." Awaken's voice echoed across the battlefield, laced with a note of threat and warning. Witnessing Awaken's unwavering confidence, the serpent god felt a flicker of desire. It was not fear of death that swayed him. Rather, he yearned to evolve into the supreme devourer python, an aspiration he had cherished throughout his life, a belief that resonated deeply within him. For the chance to achieve this goal, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life. After a long contemplation, the serpent god slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, "I am willing to surrender, but I require a solemn oath from your realm master, ensuring his unwavering commitment to assist me in evolving into the supreme devourer python in the future. If you agree, I shall yield. Otherwise, I will fight to the bitter end. Agree to his terms." Without waiting for Awaken to inquire, Li Xuan's voice resonated in Awaken's mind. The solemn oath was a profoundly significant vow within the myriad realms. Once made, it could not be broken. To violate it would invite severe repercussions from the cosmic laws, particularly for a realm master who wielded dominion over a realm. Such backlash could severely compromise the realm master's control over their own world. Thus, realm masters typically refrained from making such oaths unless absolutely necessary. However, for the sake of subduing the serpent god, Li Xuan was more than willing to make this vow, as he had no intention of deceiving the serpent god. If the serpent god chose to surrender, Li Xuan would indeed strive to assist him in his evolution into the supreme devourer python. Consequently, before the serpent god, Li Xuan directly established the solemn oath. Although the serpent god could not see him within the star-devouring secret realm, he sensed the significance of the oath tied to him, and thus, upon its establishment, the serpent god immediately felt its weight. Feeling Li Xuan's sincerity, the serpent god promptly expressed his own earnestness: "Cease all hostilities." With the serpent god's commanding shout, "Awaken," and the multitude of star-devouring pythons, who were engaged in fierce combat, all came to an abrupt halt. The serpent god held absolute authority in the star-devouring secret realm, and no serpent dared to defy his command. Following this, under the serpent god's leadership, the million-star devouring pythons pledged their loyalty to Li Xuan, esteemed realm master. The heroic serpent god, pseudo-legendary, surrenders to you. Do you accept? Esteemed realm master. The heroic Ayu, extraordinary, surrenders to you. Do you accept? Esteemed realm master. The heroic Awakenx, extraordinary, surrenders to you. Do you accept? Esteemed realm master. The second-tier star devouring python, elite, surrenders to you. Do you accept? Accepted. Accepted. Li Xuan replied without hesitation, listening to the surrender notifications echoing in his mind. Li Xuan could hardly contain his joy.